Israel and America are divide and conquer. America's targeting supposedly the nuclear facilities, whereas Israel is targeting former and potential existing launch sites for missiles. They also did hit that school. They did hit Khomeini's residence. I believe they hit also a political building. And I've seen that there's some island in Iran. I don't know the name of it. I forget because there's just been news after news that was also targeted from the hitting to Iran side. From the Iran hitting to the rest of the Middle East side, they started off. I want to say, I believe it was, if I remember it correctly, I believe they started off with Bahrain. Bahrain has gotten pummeled. Bahrain has gotten hit. Kuwait has gotten hit.
So
Dubai has gotten hit.
before we go to retaliation, so just the
Yep.
initial one. So we've got confirmation that they tried to come after. Like, would we? Let's classify that as regime change. So you're saying that there were targets
Oh yeah,
based
they've
around
yeah,
IRGC.
100%. So they've out and out completely come out and said, and Trump has he's not said it with his own words. Per Israeli sources, Trump's seeking for
Live in
total
Tehran,
regime change at this
Oman's
point.
foreign minister
They're
has
not making
released
any
a
qualms
statement
about what
that
they
he
want.
pleads guilty
By
to
narrative, but then
furthering
by actual
Iranian attacks
targets, I'm
in the
talking
US and
about.
Iran.
So
Just today,
by
according to
They
actual
So
they
we
Iran,
have.
they
target.
the
yes.
peace
So by the way, guess
negotiations
there's
with
not like
Iran.
there was one
Father
strike and another strike.
al-Busseidi
They're still
says
both
the
striking each
am
other right now.
dismayed. Active and
There are
serious negotiations
contradictory
have yet
reports.
again been undermined.
The
However, the
Iranians are
diplomacy
saying
seemingly
Ayatollah
anticipates another
Khamenei
course of
and
global peace.
various
Iran
other. No
serves
one's been
like
hit.
this.
The
They
Israelis are
prey for
claiming that they have
innocents
taken
who will
out. So
suffer.
they've even claimed that
Iraq
they've
has been
taken out
amongst states
Ayatollah
liable to
Khamenei, but I
get
think that's
sucked
fake.
in
But
further.
that's at the.
This
I'm not sure about it
also
because it needs to be
is
verified.
not
But
your war. Let's
they
go
claimed that about a
to
few hours ago.
Washington.
Also, we don't know what's
White
happening.
House
It's really in
correspondent
the fog of
Kimberly
war, so we're
Harper
just
is
trying to
with
figure
us.
out what's going on.
Kimberly, it's
Yeah, sure,
close to
but
11 a.m.
so
in
narrative
Washington. The
wise, kind
American
of
people
Trump
are
comes
waking up this
in,
morning to news that they are at
trying to
war,
fuel a
and there is
regime
so far
change, and
aid
that this is
in a
about
message from
eliminating
President
nuclear
Trump. A
program, and
video
this is about
posted
taking
overnight
out
on his Truth Social
missile
platform
launchers. And so
may
then
be on board with the
we're
idea that
told
Iran
that US is coming
could end
after
up
nuclear
defecting to
program,
this.
and Israel is coming after some of the missile launchers. And then we've got narrative around whether they've been taking out leadership in IRGC and Khomeini. Is that kind of
Yeah,
like what we're dealing with?
absolutely.
Okay, cool. And then then we get so that happens, and then how long till there's a retaliation? Is that instantaneous
Within
from Iran?
within an
Immediate.
hour.
No, 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 no. It was immediate. Wasn't even, I don't even think it was with the hour. I don't think it took an hour. We heard it immediately. They went for all of a sudden they were sent to the bunkers in Israel and then immediately and they hit it the hardest. I want to say the US bases. The US bases were hit the hardest out of those strikes. They were
Okay,
consistently and are still being pummeled.
yeah. So let's get into that. So simultaneously we get strikes in Bahrain, UAE, Israel. Anywhere else?
Saudi
Kuwait.
Arabia, they hit Riyadh.
All GCC, all GCC.
Saudi. Anywhere else?
Marine
So
Corps
Saudi,
intelligence officer,
UAE,
Kuwait,
and an
Kuwait.
author
Dubai.
to discuss the
Qatar.
US and
Okay,
Israeli
so
attack on
we had
Iran and what.
Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Israel all simultaneously.
Oh yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay, and then do we know what they were targeting in those regions?
Military.
Military bases.
U.S.
Uh,
military bases.
Yes.
Well, they hit
Well,
Riyadh, but that was unexpected. I don't think like what was up with that?
I don't know, to be honest. That one was the only
So
one that was, and
yeah,
I'm thinking
I,
that
I
might have been a
reckon
stray.
I reckon the specifics matter here. So nothing to do with oil yet, no? Just
no.
US
Military.
military bases or
Yes.
okay.
yeah, military
Yeah, they
bases. And Simon, there's a report regarding a very expensive radar system, $1.3 billion in Qatar that Iran had targeted. And so one of the reports is saying they're going after the radar system so they can obviously get more direct attacks onto Israel. Adam was mentioning it just earlier as well as Didi was.
Okay,
Exactly.
cool. So these are all, would you frame all of this as either Israel, and we'll go into what happened in Israel yet, or would you say all of the GCC attacks have all been US bases? Is that correct?
For the most part, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
There was, I believe, a freeway got hit in Bahrain. Like there have been some I guess, yeah,
And
non-military
in
They
targets
Iraq
also
too.
unintentionally hit.
they correct. They hit also Iraq, but I want to go back to Israel as well. The one
Yeah,
confirmed that I can
let's do
say,
GCC first, and then we'll do Israel.
yeah. Well, no, no, I
So
just wanted to say the one confirmed hit that they really had during that early attack on Israel, the one that we just mentioned, was a bus depot, and that's lit on fire.
Just some more breaking news. Alert in central Israel. We also have Iranian drones have also been sent. I'm not sure about the type of drones. I believe it'll probably be the Shahid drones. Have been sent towards Israel. Iran drones are believed to reach Israeli airspace within the next hour. There's also sounds of explosions in the skies of Daraa and Damascus. There's also sirens sounding in Israel. So more hits are happening. Iranian hackers announced massive cyber attacks in the next few hours. They said we have no red line for the traitors of the region. Prepare for the destruction of your infrastructure. China calls for an immediate stop to the US-Iran war and offers its moral support for Tehran. Abbas Araghchi to NBC. As far as I know, the leader of Iran and the president of Iran are alive. That's the latest news because if you remember, the Israelis are claiming that they weren't. Uh, Alerts in central Israel, including Tel Aviv. So yeah, it's going down. It's going down. And let me see if there's any more breaking news, guys, before we go back into this. Okay, go ahead, guys.
thanks. Yeah. So the would you frame what we know about the GCC targets as a warning blow or like actual annihilation of US bases?
Actual annihilation, 100%. They've been consistent. They've been bombarded. They have been very strong and very hard hitting.
So
And in
The
waves, so
US bases
multiple
in
waves, Simon. So we're talking 3, 4 waves of attacks in some regions. Bahrain specifically, right? Didi, they've been hit 3, 4, 5 times now.
Correct.
so the US bases in the GCC are now effectively eliminated and would need to be rebuilt. Is that how we'd frame it?
Well,
I
focus
mean,
more on the
we
ability
can't really
for
I
say that.
can't
It's
defense.
like
confirm
it's
that.
literally it's
Yeah.
only been a few hours, Simon. It's not we're not going to have that information, and I think it's not right to even go down that because we're going to end up giving a lot of misinformation now because now we're just all speculating because none of us know. We're just reporting on like things being hit, things being blasted. The Israelis, obviously, the GCC are going to make it. For example, Saudi. Saudi made it look like they didn't get hit at all, and then we even had some of the Saudi crew desperate to come up to say it. And then we found out we got video evidence that they actually were here. So that's an example of where the fog of war, we're not going to know now. We got one visual, but we haven't got a visual from Riyadh. So we're just like in a fog of war. I just don't think it's very smart to be like. I don't think it's. I mean, you can do this, but it's just like if everybody knows that everything that's been said is just complete speculation because nobody knows as a matter of fact. It takes time to know these things. It does look like the hits are hard for sure because we're seeing ferocious, numerous. A good example is in Kuwait. Kuwait got hit like so many times is unbelievable. That being said, we just don't know what the level of attack is and how big it was and the depth and breadth of it. And I think it's like we're just speculating way too much when it's only happened like literally minutes ago.
Got it, got it. So, but
I have
there
breaking news.
is it correct? Is it correct to frame it that there's a narrative war between the extent of the damage to these US bases, like, and what media is reporting, like that it's bad or good? I think that's what we should figure out.
Well,
Simon, I don't
Breaking
think.
news. Breaking news really quickly. It
Let
looks
me
like
see.
the wing of Zion is circle up. They're floating around the coast. It's unknown whether Netanyahu's on board, but the wings of Zion are up.
Oh God, not to Greece.
What the hell is that? Anyway, okay.
That's
So
Netanyahu's Air Force.
oh, okay. Iranian Foreign Minister, Agarachi, I guess I say it. He says, I don't know why the U.S. administration insists on starting negotiations and then in the middle of them attack the other party. So it's almost like he's claiming that they weren't even done with negotiations. They just boom. And that's something that they would do, it seems.
They do it every time. This is like the
cool. I'll
third
send
or
you
fourth
the
time.
clips anyway, but if it's gonna take too long,
Got hot mic, someone.
Simon,
Hot Mike Sully.
Just to go back to you, I don't think there's a narrative yet. Like, I don't think anyone, even on this space, I could be wrong, that said, "Oh my God,
Sorry?
any base has been wiped out." Like,
Yeah,
no
I'm still
one's
making it
saying
on
that yet.
ChatGPT.
We're
Solomon, you got
just
a hot mic.
we're just right now saying that bases are being hit. No one's really quantifying how severe yet. So there's no real
But
narrative out there yet.
well, I will say that they did respond, most of them, and what they said in their responses is
Sorry,
that
guys.
they're
Breaking news. Breaking news. And this is from a very good Telegram site that I trust very much. The IRGC claims that a U.S. combat support ship was hit by multiple Iranian missiles just now, happening right now.
The
Which
Lincoln, is
one?
that the Lincoln?
Which ship is that?
They're not, sorry. I don't know what the hell, this space is so glitchy. They're not saying the name of the ship yet.
Okay.
Probably one of them. It's probably one of the ships, like a CG, in the battle group.
Hmm.
They're
By the
the
way, hey,
outer wall.
And regional powers have reacted to the attacks on Iran by Israel and the US. Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez says that his government rejects the military action against Iran. The EU's foreign policy chief, Kaja Kallas, has called the developments in the region perilous, but also said that the Iranian government poses a serious threat to global security. Meanwhile, Russia
now,
has
but
urged immediate
don't mind me, guys. Go ahead.
to the
Keep going.
attacks on Iran. Moscow says
Yeah, in a
that
battle group, you have the surface combatants out there as a screen, running the screen there. It's probably maybe what got hit.
out of Moscow and to Berlin. Dmitry Medvedenko is in Moscow.
what?
Kane is
Okay,
in
well,
Berlin.
I think
Tell us more
one of the
about
things I wanted to highlight to you, Simon, that was really strange is that when these places were hit, these US bases, all the countries, like for instance, Saudi Arabia, they vowed to now partner and do anything that the United States and Israel wanted for them to like go and like they were I have to dig it up. I think I bookmarked them. And then so did Qatar. Qatar said that. And I believe the UAE. I'm not sure. Let me confirm the last one.
So Saudi Arabia came out and saying that they'll support obviously the Gulf states. I don't think they specifically said. I could be wrong. I don't think they
No, they
specifically said Israel,
specifically
did they?
said I was shocked. I was shocked.
So
No
more on that,
way,
Yes.
more on
really?
that ship, guys. More on
Yep.
that ship. The naval force of the Revolutionary Guard targeted a U.S. MST type combat support ship. Still no name, but it's called an MST type combat support ship.
MST. I've got to translate that. In U.S. Navy terminology, I've got to translate that. Again, I'm sure it's going to be one of the combatants in the screen.
And Qatar said they have a right to respond. I think that was Qatar's statement. But they said they had a right to respond back to Israel, and they didn't do anything. So
In
Okay,
addition,
so just
that
to be
comment, sorry, I just want to finish out that when Mays was talking about the Iranian foreign minister, he also, and this is a quote, the situation in Iran is under control, per him. Not sure why he's talking to American media, but want to throw that in there.
okay, yeah. Just want to put up what Suleiman says. Obviously, we're just dealing with multiple propaganda outlets. Everyone has an agenda. Information is a weapon during these things. So, different media outlets are weaponized by different factions of power. And so, whatever you see, we're just trying to assess. But at the same time, everyone has vested interest in making things look different to what they actually are. So anything we're saying, we're just trying to put the information together, and it can change as new information becomes available. But so Iran has effectively targeted those US GCC bases, and then each member of the GCC, or the ones that we have so far, has released a statement stating that. So we're getting different bits of information. One of it was framed as that means they're aligned. Well, Mays was saying that means they're now aligned with US stroke Israel using their bases, which would be like one narrative. Another is that they condemn it and they would retaliate, or what are like the different
Yeah,
types of
let me read
messages.
it to you. So this is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia issued the following official statement today. I just got the date. It says the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia condemns and denounces in the strongest terms the brutal Iranian aggression and the flagrant violation of the sovereignty of each of the following countries: the United Arab Emirates, the Kingdom of Bahrain, the state of Qatar, the state of Kuwait, and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. It affirms its complete solidarity with and full support for these brotherly countries, placing all its capabilities at their disposal to back any measures that they take. It warns of the grave consequences that will result from the continued violation of the sovereignty of the states and the principle of international law. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia calls on the international community to condemn these brutal aggressions to take all against those five countries. A statement was published on the ministry's channel. Now,
But no
I just took.
Israel, no
Well, look,
Israel
look,
and
look. You
America
know what
mentioned.
though? Look on Mario's post, he had it translated wrong. I just went and popped this into Chat
No, typical
GPT.
Mario, typical Mario.
I went and popped it into Chat GPT, and I said to translate it, and this is what it came back. But on his, it said the statements that came right after. Yeah. Anyway, on his post, he put partners with America and Israel. I was like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm reading this.
Okay,
Can
very,
I,
very, very
hey
important.
Simon, can I just give some breaking news, guys? Because there's a lot of news coming through. I'll give the mic right back to you guys, amazing Simon. Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi confirms Al Khamenei is alive. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and President Masoud Pezeshkian are alive, as far as I know. All high-ranking officials are alive. Everything is fine. That's on Suleiman's page now. Also, really quickly, a senior UAE official described the current conflict as a historic moment filled with a lot of challenges, admitting the region had failed to ensure stability. Anwar Gargash, that's his name, advisor to the UAE president, said the UAE was working very hard to avert war, but does not totally understand how it will unfold. He condemned Iran's enlargement of this conflict, crazy, while urging a return to a political process and negotiations, even crazier. The UAE, he added, was not given prior notice of military action, but had expected escalation following US-Iran talks. Amazing that they've managed to make that whole statement without even mentioning the word Israel. The other thing, just really quickly, is there was one other bit of news. Oh, just give me one second, guys, because there was something else that came out real, just quick. That was a statement there was a joint statement. That was it. There was a joint statement. So, France and I think the EU, Ursula and I think Keir Starmer gave bits and bats of statements earlier, but now there's been a joint statement from the UK, France and Germany. This will not surprise you, but they've issued a joint statement condemning Iran's attacks on countries in the region. And this is what they say. France, Germany, and the UK have consistently urged the Iranian regime to end Iran's nuclear program. I think Trump wrote this for them, guys. Curb its ballistic missile program, refrain from its destabilizing activity in the region and our homelands. And I mean, they're not destabilizing the UK at all, so I don't know what this is about. And to seize the appalling violence and repression against its own people. We did not participate in these strikes, so that's confirmed now, and are in close contact with our international partners, including the United States, Israel, and partners in the region. We reiterate our commitment to regional stability and to the protection of civilian life, condemn Iranian attacks on countries in the region in the strongest terms. Iran must refrain from indiscriminate military strikes. Crazy statements. We urge the Iranian leadership
Protection.
to seek. Sorry?
Oh, I was just going to say protection of life. How rich by these states, the UK, and their rolling Gaza, right?
It's that, but also, you know what it is? It's statements like Iran must refrain from indiscriminate military strikes. Like, again, this does not mention that Israel struck them first and they have the right to defend themselves. There's none of that. It's calling out Iran's aggression in the region. It's saying that Iran actually destabilizes the activity in the region and our homelands. Whose homelands? Like, I'm sorry, but what does Iran do to France, Germany, and the UK? This is a joint statement from those three countries. This is just, I mean, I could rip this statement apart word by word, but anyway, let me just finish it. We urge the Iranian leadership to seek a negotiated solution, which is what they were doing, ultimately the Iranian people must be allowed to determine their future. So that's the statement that's come out. There's loads of news coming out, guys. I'm just going to keep jumping in. And giving the news. I've just seen some footage. Iranian missile bases being hammered by US and Israeli jets. I'm just going to keep giving the news, jump in, but let me give the mic back to, I think
I
it's
have
Simon and
one.
May. Yeah, go.
So this was what the Iranian foreign minister also said. He said Trump turned America first into Israel first. He said Iran's
Based.
military. I know. Iran's foreign ministry
War has
said that
begun.
U.S.
The
and
United
Israel
States of
strikes hit
America and
military and
Israel
civilian
struck
sites
Iran, and Iran
on
has struck
eve
back
of
really
Nowruz
hard. Hours
during
ago,
Ramadan,
Israel and
calling
the
it
United
armed
States of
aggression and
America
vowing
carried out
response
a
with authority
coordinated
under
strike
Article 51 of the
inside of
UN
Iran,
Charter. As
targeting multiple
IRGC
locations across the
General
country.
vowed,
They
we will
attempted to
unveil
justify
weapons
these
you have
attacks
never
publicly
seen
on the
before.
basis that Iran was a threat and that there was no other choice other than
Hi, Shane. Go
taking this
ahead. You can
action.
jump in.
But in reality, Iran wasn't a threat, and this was just propaganda. Among the
Thanks
sites
very
hit
much.
were
Yeah, I
civilian
just wanted
areas,
to
including a girls' school,
expand a
where
little bit
reports
on
indicate that dozens
those
of children
statements
were
that were
killed.
read a
The
little
latest
while
report
ago.
says that around
The
50
Canadian
children were
government has a
killed.
very
The scale
similar
and nature
position
of
that
these
it
strikes
just put out
immediately
recently.
raised questions
It
about
claims that
intent
Iran
and
is the
proportionality.
principal
From
source
Iran's
of
perspective, this was
instability
clearly
throughout the
not a
Middle
defensive
East.
act. What they
And
did
then says
was
that
a
it
preemptive
reaffirms
strike
Israel's right
without
to
any
defend
kind of
itself, ensure the security of
escalation
its
or any
people,
reason to do so. In the
supports the United
aftermath of
States
the
acting
first
to
strikes,
prevent Iran
President Trump
from
acknowledged
obtaining a
that
nuclear
American
weapon,
soldiers could
so on
lose
and
their
so
lives
forth.
as events
This is
folded.
all
He was
obviously in the
willing to risk
context of
Americans
the
for
situation
Israel.
having every
Essentially
marker
said,
of
I'm going to
the
sacrifice the
WMD
American
hoax
soldiers
from
for Israeli
2003
interests. In effect, he's willing to
against
accept
Iraq.
U.S. casualties in
It's
support
just
of this operation, which is
it's
a
very
stark
interesting to see
contrast to the
Canada
image
take
that
this
has long
position
been projected by
versus the
Donald
position that
Trump,
it
where he
took back in
portrayed himself
2003,
as the no
because right
war
now we
president.
see it
Now,
being a
after the
blatant and
Israeli
clear
strike, Iran
endorsement
responded
of
within minutes,
criminality.
firing
It's an
hypersonic
endorsement
missiles
of the
towards
crime of
Israel
aggression,
and the
contrary to the
GCC
Rome
countries.
Statute
The
and the UN
retaliation
Charter.
was rapid
And
and
Canada's come out and
coordinated,
put it
suggesting
on the
a
books.
level of
So
preparedness that was
it's very
completely
interesting to see,
unexpected.
especially in the
Ballistic
context of,
missiles were launched
as
towards
Suleiman
military
mentioned
targets
earlier,
across the region,
war
Israel,
crimes well
and the
underway
various
with this
GCC countries,
bombing
and
of
the
the
speed
Iranian
of
girls'
these
school, killing
attacks
in excess of 50
demonstrated
people.
how effective Iran actually was. Many of these
Okay, so
missiles hit
here's
Israeli
what we know
territory
so
in a
far.
matter of
So
minutes,
Trump
reflecting the
comes out
strength of the
and
hypersonic
frames
ballistic
it
missiles and the
as
ordinary ballistic
Iran
missiles. Israel
developing
themselves
the
admitted that 35
capability to put
missiles
both
hit.
Europe and
It really
America under
demonstrated
threat.
Iran's capability and
And so
strength, and it
there
marked the
was a
beginning of
whole
a new phase
narrative
in
that
an
this is
already
about
dangerous
Iran's about
confrontation. Now,
to
before we
attack
continue, a
Europe
quick
and America,
introduction
or
to new
developing the
viewers. My name is
capacity
Suleiman Ahmed. I'm a
because it's
journalist on X. I have
anti-Western and
over
it chants death
3/4
to
of a million
America and
followers, and I
all
run the
that type of
biggest live
framing, and then
spaces
brings
with
up
tens of
October the
thousands of live
7th
viewers and
and
millions of people who watch
all
the show.
that
I'm now
that type of
expanding to
stuff
YouTube to bring you the
frames
daily news, interview
a
experts,
desire
break
for
down
the
topics with
Iranian
explainer
people, i.e.,
videos, and
civil
analyze
unrest, in
major
order
events.
to
And I'm going to give you
try
this
and have a
war
regime change, and
live
then says that it's
24/7, as well as
targeting
explainer videos, 3 to
specifically
4 videos,
its
giving you updates throughout the day. Now, Iran
capabilities
launched
to
multiple strikes
launch
across
missiles
multiple countries
and
in the Gulf: Bahrain, the UAE,
its ability
Qatar,
to develop a
Iraq,
nuclear weapon.
Kuwait, Jordan.
So that
None
was the
of these
framing
countries were left
from Trump.
untouched. Ballistic
Then the
missiles rained
Europeans come
in
along and
those military
pretend
bases, and
or kind
they
of ignore
specifically
that
targeted US
US and
military bases
Israel
as opposed to civilian
were
populations,
the
unlike
first to
Israel.
strike
The
during
immediate reaction amongst
negotiations,
Western media
and
was they
frame it
completely
as
ignored the
condemnation
Iranian
around
retaliation. They didn't expect it to be as
Iran's
effective as it
attack
really was.
on
Iran succeeded
the
Preemptive
in
strike.
GCC.
really
Okay,
dismantling. They're
preemptive
not
strike.
stopped. Right
Preemptive.
this
That's the
minute,
key
they're
word.
raining Hellfire missiles
Well,
throughout the
okay,
region. This
attack on the GCC countries. And so that's the framing that's coming from Europe. That's the framing that's coming from America. Now, interestingly, Mays read out that Mario mistranslated and added propaganda on top of the statement from the GCC. The GCC statement was around consider this a violation of their sovereignty, and that they will do whatever they need to do in order to protect their sovereignty, and were making joint statements as a collective unit around condemnation of Iran's actions. But there's a propaganda campaign to add that includes helping US and Israel. And so people are adding translation on top of the statement to make it look like the Gulf countries are going to be supporting US and Israel. It
They
should.
do, Simon. The UAE, we know
Well,
they
sure.
do.
I'm just trying to say the campaign. We can add our opinions all on top of it, but Mario added that opinion and made it look like that's what the GCC said, which is either an accident on the wrong side of propaganda or trying to push a narrative. So we know that obviously
It's
Mario
in our group
engages in it.
chat too.
I,
Maybe I
I
should.
was here, Simon. I was prepared. I was prepared to fight back. I got it. You know.
Sure. So that's what we know so far. What I'd like to dig in is what do we know about Israel so far? So at the same time as targeting the US bases in the GCC, is it correct to state that there was we've had nothing to do with oil fields or anything? It was 100% US bases in the GCC, just to be
Yep.
completely accurate.
That we
Yep.
know
Yep.
of right now, yeah, there was nothing that had to do with any of the oil. Like, yeah, none of that.
Okay,
No
so
ports or
Iran's
anything like they normally do.
yeah, so Iran will be basically saying we were attacked. Nothing against you, GCC. This was US bases. Therefore, we don't consider that, us attacking your sovereignty. We're not. This is not a declaration of war on you. It's kind of the narrative you'd expect. This is about targeting the US bases in
They
retaliation.
said that. They said that any U.S. base is not off limits. They said it before they even did it.
Sure. So they're kind of treating it like an embassy, that it's like an attack on US or Israel is kind of their framing. And so you get this back and forth condemnation. So that's what I think we know about everything that's happened in terms of the original attacks. And then what do we know about what has Iran done in Israel so far?
What do we know about? Oops, sorry. What do we know about what? What they've done in Israel so
What yeah,
far?
what do we know about Iran's attacks on Israel? Has there been any damage that we know of? Is there a narrative war? Do we know what they were targeting? Do we know anything yet, or is just all crazy information everywhere right now?
Well, they said they were targeting mainly the bases and what actually, but there was other stuff that happened. I think one building was burning. There was
Do we know
what
what the
was
building was? Or
well, yeah, but it wasn't like a. It was. Let me go look. Let me scroll through. But for the most part, they weren't really going out of pocket, even in that
They're going for
situation.
bases. They're going for American
Right,
bases.
American bases.
okay, so American bases in Israel, so the same as what they said around the GCC. This is purely targeted at
Oh,
American
I thought you
bases in
meant about
Israel.
not Israel. In
Yeah,
Israel,
within
they're just
Israel, do
pummeling
we know what?
Israel. I don't know. No, that's not been revealed. No.
Because
So
they
is
took all
is
of the cameras out. They said nobody can report on it.
okay? So Israel's doing what it did during the 12-day war. It's making it very.
There's actually several locations in Israel that have been struck. So Tel Aviv and a few other locations, I believe.
And I
And do
think
you have any
Mossad
details
headquarters.
of? It was Mossad headquarters in Tel Aviv.
Yep,
No, I'm not.
north of.
I'm not. Is that confirmed? I'm not sure what the
Yeah, I don't know if
exact
that's
buildings are
confirmed.
yet.
I saw that too. Mossad headquarters. And was it Elliot or something like that?
Suleiman also reported that, didn't you, Sully?
Reported what?
Was
Mossad,
did Iran
Mossad
target
headquarters.
Mossad headquarters?
Yeah, there was a report about that.
Do you know if it actually hit or was it intercepted?
No, it's kind of like all these things we can't verify, isn't it? But
Yeah,
I can
yeah.
just tell you that there was a report for it.
Okay, so everything we're saying is somebody reporting that something happened, and there's just as much conflicting information. But right now, do we think like Israel's doing what they did during the 12-day war, where they're trying to make it where there may be damage done, but no one's allowed to report it? Is that the type of thing, or we just don't know any of this stuff yet?
yeah, we
No, I
don't have
think
a
they
lot of
legislated
transparency.
against it.
Well, guess what, guys? I just made a video. My chat was crying on YouTube. They were like, "Oh my God, there's too much noise." Yeah, there was too much noise because I was making a video. Anyway, I've got a video coming out on the YouTube explaining the first 6-7 hours. I put it in the comments. I'll put it on the nest as well, so you guys can check that out. But yeah, that's the kind of latest on that. Guys, the YouTube is fixed. The YouTube people were screaming. Like, I think 200 people left the YouTube because I had the audio playing in the background because I was sorting it out, but I didn't realize, and they were crying. And they're new to YouTube anyway, so it is what it is. Sorry, guys. But guys, come back to the YouTube now. Show me some love. We're live on YouTube. We're live on the X Space. Retweet the X Space. Reshare the X Space. Reshare the YouTube. Let everybody know we're live. The conversation's going on. It's great. These questions by Simon are good as well because it gives people a kind of recap. But you know what's a better recap? If you watch the video. If you watch the YouTube video that I'm about to tweet out and it's in the comments, you'll be able to see it. I've brought Arya up to the stage because Arya, you said you're in Tehran, you're on the ground. Do you want to explain? Arya, do you want to explain? Because you were begging me on YouTube like you did about 100 messages. This is what happens. They beg and beg and beg. They want to get into the big leagues. You bring them up. You give them an opportunity. And then they capitulate under pressure. But let's not be tight. She might be having audio issues because of the attack. So do you want to request again, Arya? And I'll bring you right back up. In the meantime, Nathan, is there any breaking news or anything?
I've got some breaking news. The first Shahed, Iranian Shahed 131, 136 drones have entered Israel's airspace. In addition, we also have explosions being heard in Tel Aviv. Sirens are going off in central Israel. And we're waiting for impact.
So have we had any news around like Iron Dome failures, or are they sending things that the Iron Dome couldn't intercept? Is there like anything? Is there anything narrative around that?
Well, from the videos, the videos we're seeing, Simon, we're seeing smoke in Tel Aviv. We are seeing smoke. So if the Iron Dome was activated, it's definitely not succeeded.
Well,
Yeah.
but the narrative though is that because when I did the little report, I had it Grok to draft it. Grok came back saying there was no, I think it might have been one death, I think, and that the Iron Dome was intercepting. I want to see if it says all or most. Let me go check.
No, but yeah, Suli came in. A third are getting through, Simon. 1/3. If I did the rough math, are getting through. Simon, did
so
you get that?
Yeah, so there's
Yeah.
basically lots of there is footage
Yeah.
surfacing of do we know what type of what they're firing? How come they're getting through the Iron Dome? Is it?
Simon, all you have to do is click on Suleiman's profile and just start scrolling and looking at the video feeds
No,
and
but it's cool to
retweeting
talk
some of the
about it.
posts
Maybe
and catching up to speed
no,
with
Suleiman,
everything
maybe
that's
do
been
you want
going
to
on.
maybe you play your I don't know what your goal is. Are you trying to get everyone to YouTube, or are you trying to get the chat going here? Do you want to play your video or
I don't know,
something?
Ashley. You're the marketing expert. Where's Joy? Tell me what's the right marketing move to do. I don't know. I just made a video and thought, wait a sec. People might want to know what's happened in the first 7 hours. I think it might blow up. So I just made the video.
Should we play your YouTube video
Oh,
on
that's a good
X?
idea. Shall we do that? But someone else will have to play it because
let's do it.
because all my chat's gonna start crying and be like, oh, we can hear 3 sounds. It's so emotional. And then someone's gonna cry and say, oh my god, you're joking now. So that's unprofessional. And I don't know. YouTube people are crybabies. Where's my old crew? They were so fun. Now
don't attack my people.
No, our original crew is good. Now we're big. There's like 1,000 people in here, and they're all like, "Oh, you gotta be professional. You gotta say la di da and all this kind of stuff." And it's like, come on, bros. We're not about that life. We give the news, we give the information, but we do bring a bit of entertainment to it as well. Obviously, it's not the right time to entertain, but that being said, it's good to joke about here and there. Now, guys, let me just give some more breaking news, and then we'll get right back into it. We will play it. It's gonna go live in it's gonna go live in 5 minutes because I did that premiere thing. So as soon as it goes live, we can play it. Miz, do you want to play it? Because you got the audio stuff sorted, right? I'll send you the link.
Yeah, that's cool.
What else? Yeah, guys. But when you're listening to it, listen to it on the YouTube as well, so we can make the YouTube go. So open the tab on the YouTube, all 1,000 of you, and mute this one. No, you could play that one, but put it on mute. I guess that's how you could do it, isn't it?
Solomon, can I also just point out for
Yeah.
those of you that don't know, you probably do, but it's currently like Ramadan, which is a Muslim holiday where everyone will be fasting. So it's the timing is uh, pretty symbolic that they would choose a
Not
very
just
important
Ramadan,
Muslim
Simon.
holiday when everyone's fasting.
It's also Purim, Simon.
Yep, isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Do you know what that
And
is?
yeah, they do Amalek, right? They recite Amalek.
Well, Purim, yeah, but it also is very specific to ancient Persia, right? Where
Yep.
they, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know
Absolutely.
that part. No, I didn't know that part. No.
Yep. The whole story is Persia.
Oh, okay.
This is after
It's like,
Wow.
the
They've been
I
after
must
the
trying
be
for a long
Israelites.
bored when
time
they
then.
plan these things. Like, how
Yeah.
can we make it
Yeah.
really sinister? You know what I'm saying?
So
Okay, so let's bring the conversation back. Whereas Nathan said he's glitched out, but Nathan, you can just request again. I'm back. What else have we got?
Didn't
Where's
you just
the?
say have fun, and then when we have fun, bring it back?
No,
Bring
no,
it
never,
back
never,
now.
never have fun, never have fun. It's a breaking news space. Like you gotta not have fun. You gotta. No, I'm telling the chat stop. Like you can make a little quip and a joke here. Stop crying. Okay, I get what you're saying now. But anyway, the chat. Yeah, I was just telling the chat off. Of course, like I can do it, but not you guys. Jokes. Okay, so some more breaking news. A Qatari defense minister official report that Iranian missiles targeted a long-range early warning radar system north of Qatar. We have footage reportedly showing US soldiers in Bahrain. Oh, I should tweet that out actually, but I don't know if it looks. Okay. Actually, what we got here? Launches towards central. Oh, this is 15 years ago. Let me get back there. Okay. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Irakci explains why Iran struck neighboring countries. He said, I was in contact with my colleagues in the Persian Gulf and explained to them that we have no intention of attacking them. We are targeting American bases in an act of self-defense. We cannot simply sit and watch as we are being attacked and not respond just because those bases are located in a friendly neighboring country. So Iran has made a distinction between attacking those countries and attacking the US bases in those countries. On the other hand, you have what you call it again, you have some statements that have come out from these GCC countries saying that they're going to stand with Israel. So it's going to be interesting what happens. But one thing I will say is it's not going to be a smart decision if the Saudis do join forces with the United States of America and Israel. It won't be a good situation for them. The oil fields will be open season. But anyway, I'm tweeting that one out. Miz, I sent you the link. I think that one's gonna start. I think there'll be like a 2-minute run up. So just and then we can play it. So just, but yeah, I've sent you the link.
Just a real quick breaking news. It looks like in Bain Barak, center in the middle of Israel, it looks like there is an Iranian rocket that has hit.
let's
We're
go.
seeing that I think it hit
What? Say that again.
a building in Bain al Barak. Hold on, I'm sending this to you now. I'm trying to do too many things at once. Man, this stuff is crazy. How do you always do this? You tweet, you talk. Okay. They're saying that an Iranian rocket falling in Bain al-Barak, which is in the center of Israel, and it's a building in Bain al-Barak was directly hit as a result of Iranian rockets, with great destruction at the scene, and injuries and deaths may be among the settlers.
Yeah, send me that. I'll tweet that out. Guys, retweet, reshare the space. That video. Oh, I didn't even put it. Did I put it? Oh yeah, put it in the nest. The video in the nest. It's in the left-hand side of the nest. You'll see it's a video. Iran Day 1 update. We're gonna play it. Maze is gonna play it in about a minute or so. Make sure you go to that video, like it, comment on it. We need thousands upon thousands of likes. I appreciate this live stream that we're doing. We've got 1,000 likes on that. If you can do 1,000, we've been going for 8 hours now, but if you could actually longer than that because we started the space before the stream. If you can do the like on that, that would be awesome. But yeah, our Simon's dropped. I think it's got to bring Simon back up. It's your fault, so you ran off to Snowflake YouTube. You need the extra crew if you want to be edgy. Yeah, true. Yeah, you're right. Smig knows. Irish, the Irish know. Guys, retweet, reshare the space. Let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in as possible. Lots to speak about, and quite a lot to get through. We need to make sure that the Zio space doesn't spew its propaganda, and we have a real space like we do normally. And we know we've got more people in the space anyway. But that being said, make sure you do it. Um, Aria, why are you asking me to accept your request? I accepted it, and then you dropped. I'll accept it again, though. Just request.
Emergency crews are on their way to the Barak building. It looks like that was a serious hit. Also, in addition, it looks like Doha also just sustained a hit. I also sent you that video.
Cool. Doha's hit, and so is. Let me check it. I'm checking the wrong telegram. Yeah, here's yours. Okay, guys, what's the maze? Are you ready to play it? Is it ready, or is it?
You have like 21 seconds.
Oh, sweet. She's on it. Chick's on it. Okay, you mentioned the Netanyahu one. That's the guy's lame. Where's this one you were saying, Didi? You haven't sent it.
I've sent them.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, okay.
5 seconds.
Sweet. We're gonna play it. It's gonna be a video. It's a recap. Guys, click on that tweet in the nest and open a tab. It's the tweet on the left hand side. Open a tab. If you're on the actual YouTube live stream, keep the YouTube live stream open, but open another tab with this on. Watch it, like it. It's gonna be playing now.
Okay.
Confirmation that Iranian, sorry, Mace, just want really quickly. Confirmation the Iranian missiles did hit Dubai.
War has begun. The United States of America and Israel struck Iran, and Iran has struck back really hard. Hours ago, Israel and the United States of America carried out a coordinated strike inside of Iran, targeting multiple locations across the country. They attempted to justify these attacks publicly on the basis that Iran was a threat and that there was no other choice other than taking this action. But in reality, Iran wasn't a threat, and this was just propaganda. Among the sites hit were civilian areas in There was no other choice other than taking this action. In reality, Iran wasn't a threat, and this was just propaganda. Among the sites hit were civilian areas, including a girls' school, where reports indicate that dozens of children were killed. The latest report says that around 50 children were killed. The scale and nature of these strikes immediately raised questions about intent and proportionality. From Iran's perspective, this was clearly not a defensive act. What they did was a preemptive strike without any kind of escalation or any reason to do so. In the aftermath of the first strike, President Trump acknowledged that American soldiers could lose their lives as events folded. He was willing to risk Americans for Israel, essentially said, I'm going to sacrifice the American soldiers for Israeli interests. In effect, he's willing to accept US casualties in support of this operation, which is a stark contrast to the image that has long been projected by Donald Trump, where he portrayed himself as the no-war president. Now, after the Israeli strike, Iran responded within minutes, firing hypersonic missiles towards Israel and the GCC countries. The retaliation was rapid and coordinated, suggesting a level of preparedness that was completely unexpected. Ballistic missiles were launched towards military targets across the region, Israel, and the various GCC countries, and the speed of these attacks demonstrated how effective Iran actually was. Many of these missiles hit Israeli territory in a matter of minutes, reflecting the strength of the hypersonic ballistic missiles and the ordinary ballistic missiles. Israel themselves admitted that 35 missiles hit. It really demonstrated Iran's capability and strength, and it marked the beginning of a new phase in an already dangerous confrontation. Now, before we continue, a quick introduction to new viewers. My name is Suleiman Ahmed. I'm a journalist on X. I have over 3/4 of a million followers, and I run the biggest live spaces with tens of thousands of live viewers and millions of people who watch the show. I'm now expanding to YouTube to bring you the daily news, interview experts, break down topics with explainer videos, and analyze major events. And I'm going to be giving you this war live 24/7, as well as explainer videos, 3 to 4 videos, giving you updates throughout the day. Now, Iran launched multiple strikes across multiple countries in the Gulf: Bahrain, the UAE, Qatar, Iraq, Kuwait, Jordan. None of these countries were left untouched ballistic missiles rained in those military bases, and they specifically targeted US military bases as opposed to civilian populations, unlike Israel. The immediate reaction amongst Western media was they completely ignored the Iranian retaliation. They didn't expect it to be as effective as it really was. Iran succeeded in really dismantling. They're not stopped right this minute. They're raining hellfire missiles throughout the region. This entire thing began with the United States of America and Israel attacking Iran. Actions that were launched not as a defense, but as a strategy. A strategy for Israeli expansion within the region. Now, in Bahrain, reports indicate that missiles were directed towards areas associated with the US 5th Fleet presence, which is the US military base. Bahrain's own state news agency acknowledged that strikes occurred, and we've got the visual evidence that Bahrain was attacked and hit over and over again. This matters because Bahrain hosts the command infrastructure for US naval operations in the Persian Gulf. In the UAE, Abu Dhabi was hit multiple times. Heck, they were hit just a few minutes ago. And Dubai was also hit. The Ministry of Defense tried to claim that they'd intercepted the missiles and debris killed the one civilian. But in reality, now the footage is showing multiple hits in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Qatar confirmed that a missile entered their airspace. We now have visuals of their base also being hit. Kuwaiti authorities stated that missiles were dealt with in the airspace, but we also know that Kuwait was also hit. Multiple hits. I had on the ground confirmation that there was at least 8 hits with multiple waves. Jordan's military base confirmed that it also intercepted a couple of ballistic missiles, one of which fell on a house. And so the Jordanians are willing to harm their own people to defend Israel. The military base in Bahrain was also hit. Saudi Arabia denied that they were hit. They tried to ignore it, but now we have visuals of Saudi Arabia also being directly hit, and the reports are clear. Riyadh was hit hard. This response wasn't in isolation. Iran was ready. They didn't want the fight. They wanted an agreement. They wanted negotiations. But the US and Israel wanted war, and this was their response to the attack by Israel. Israel failed. They failed to kill the Ayatollah. They failed to kill the president. They failed to kill the chief of staff, the generals. They completely failed in their mission. Their attempt was a regime change and they failed. We know if it wasn't for Israel, Iran was at the negotiation table and something would have been agreed. It's Israel who didn't want Iran to have ballistic missiles, because those ballistic missiles were never a threat to the United States of America. They were solely a threat to Israel. And that's the sole reason they went to war. The United States of America has gone to war for Israel, and now they're going to sacrifice, as per what Trump said, American citizens for Israel. Israelis are willing to protect their own people, but they want Americans to sacrifice themselves. What this means for the region is that the multiple Gulf states are now in an issue. They've now included themselves in a war. We've had a statement from the Saudi foreign minister. We've had a statement from the Emiratis saying they're going to join the United States of America. This will be major escalation. Iran targeted the US bases. If them countries support the United States and Israel, all it means is that Iran then has the ability to escalate. And escalate means the oil fields could be targeted, various other infrastructure can also be targeted. In reality, this is gonna be the final war. It depends on whose side everyone's gonna come out on. And I have to give Pakistan credit that they've come out in support of Iran, unlike the remaining other GCC countries. This is basically how escalation works. One strike leads to another. Deterrence becomes retaliation. The retaliation of that retaliation is further retaliation. And we're just going to get escalation. Initially, we heard the war was going to be 4 days. Then we heard a few hours later it was going to be a week. And now we've heard that only the first phase is going to be a week. This war may end up going on for a very long time. Today's events showed that Iran is able to hit any of the GCC countries with their short and medium range missiles, and they're able to hit Israel whenever they want. We know that the attack by United States and Israel did not come out of nothing. This was planned, this was prepared, they had no plans for negotiation, and they want war. And this is a big slight on Donald Trump, who always claimed that he was the no-war president. It is the product of a cycle of escalation in which military actions were taken, not for the protection of populations, but for Israeli control within the region. And now the consequences are being felt across the Gulf states as well as Israel. In the comments, let me know what you think about how far this war will go and what will happen for the rest of the day. Do you expect Iran to continue bombing because they're still doing it 8 hours in? If you found this video useful, make sure to like the video, make sure to share it with your friends and family, make sure to subscribe to the channel and have your notifications on. Multiple updates every single day about the war. You will know exactly what's happening in real time. And do think about becoming a paid member of our community so that we can do the work that we are doing. We appreciate your support. Please like, subscribe, and comment.
Good shit. That was awesome. How do you remember all that stuff? Or do you have a teleprompter? That was really good. Very, very good.
Yeah, thanks for that, Simon. That's all I do is watch that. So anyway, guys, back to the thing. Guys, on that video, make sure you like it. Make sure you subscribe. And make sure you... what was it again? No, make sure you like the comment. What do you do on YouTube? Like and comment. Yeah, like and comment so you make sure you go viral. Okay, guys, get back to the
Like, comment,
comments.
subscribe.
Oh, that's it. Like,
And
comment, and
then
subscribe. Simon knows.
on the subscribe, you have to hit the bell symbol and hit all, and then you get a notification every time Suleiman releases a new video.
Appreciate Simon knows his stuff. Simon knows his stuff. Shout out to Silver Sailor who gifted 5 memberships when we hit 1,000 likes on this stream. So we hit 1,000 on this stream. Silver Sailor hit 5 memberships. Guys, if we get 1,000 on the new one, he said he's gonna give another 5. So let's get 1,000 likes on this tweet in the nest, the one on the left. If we get 1,000 on there, he's gonna give another 5 memberships. So yeah, guys, do that for me. Okay, guys, back to the space. Important. We give the updates. DDD, have you got any more updates?
It looks like there's a lot of action from that hit in central Israel, and I'm looking for more information on that right now.
Yeah, Dubai looks like it got hit as well, didn't it? That you were mentioning earlier, right?
Exactly, and they're saying right now, oh, it just went away. Israeli radio was saying that I believe somebody may have been killed.
Oh, well, I'll give a little update on what we know about markets so far. Obviously, it's the weekend. They always do these things over the weekend, and there's also various holidays which are quite symbolic. But because the markets aren't open, there's essentially in the lead up to this, there's been an increase in the price of oil, and it's peaked at about $73 right now.
Uh-oh, did we lose him?
Yeah,
What
guy.
happened?
Yeah, we did. We just lost Simon. Guys, like I said, if you get kicked out the space, if you get thrown out the space, if you get thrown out of listeners, nobody's thrown you out. Obviously, our space is being targeted because obviously we had more numbers than the Zio space. So just come back in. It is what it is. People do what they do. So if you can do that, just come straight back in. We're also streaming this live on YouTube. That tweet's in the nest. It's the one on the right hand side, because we're streaming this live on YouTube as well. What else? Yeah, that's it. Go ahead, DD. Do you have something breaking?
I've now got the second. Yeah, I've just got the second confirmation, so I'm good to say it. Reports of one death, one injury in Tel Aviv. The Israeli Army radio also reports that one person has been seriously injured. They have not reported the death, but we're hearing it from others. And I'm going to send you the video right now. It's definitely a direct impact. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv.
It is indeed a boom, boom, Tel Aviv.
And they didn't even wait. So sirens are going off yet again in Israel. The Dubai hit, and I believe another one of the Gulf countries is on alert.
Yeah, I'm just putting the video out about the Dubai hit. Dubai's being hit. Tel Aviv is being targeted. They're not even giving us a. They're not even giving. Iran's not even giving us a break. They're like literally smashing them up. I remember the drones were sent about an hour. Was it like an hour ago when I mentioned it? Maybe 30 minutes ago. So the drones should be hitting there soon, as well.
They're saying that the hit in Dubai was a direct hit on a hotel. I just sent you that video. It's on fire.
Yeah, I'll put that out. It's just loading now and it's gonna go on there. But yeah, that's been hit. Let's see what else we
I'm
got.
seeing that is Nathan up here because I'm seeing yet another hit in Tel Aviv, different area.
No, I think Nathan went down.
Yeah, he got kicked out about 40 minutes ago, and then because I was away, I think there wasn't a chance for him to be brought back up. That's what he mentioned to me. So yeah, Nathan, if you're around, just come back up. Yeah, we got some. Let's see what else we got. We got some breaking news. Let's see what else we've got. Let me see. Dubai. Yeah, this Dubai hotel video is crazy. That's a significant hit.
Wait, they hit that dope hotel, like the one oh you're talking about the very tall one? There's the tall one, and then there's the one that looks like a boat.
The Burj Al Arab.
I
No,
don't
I
know.
think
I've
this is
never
just
seen
a
it.
ran. I think this is just a ran. I mean, I'm not sure, but I think this is just a random one.
Can you hear me, Suleiman?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Alright,
yeah.
cool.
You were speaking, and then you just randomly just cut out.
Yeah, there's definitely a Pegasus attack going on here. Yeah, I was just saying that in terms of what we can read from the market so far, I don't know where I got cut off, but they tend to do these things over the weekend because they want to assess the impact of the market and the futures market. And so on Sunday, we'll be able to read a little bit more in terms of how the market is reacting to this news leading up to this. The price of oil has gone up to a peak right now of about $73, which is probably a new all-time high since the 12-day war. We did get over $80 at one stage, but we're at $73. So leading up to this whole what we're witnessing right now, over the week there was probably about $11 increase in the price of oil, which if that sustains is pretty significant. And so if that gets out of control, you'd expect some intervention. America has been building up its strategic petroleum reserve, so they might need to intervene if this goes on for a longer period of time. And China now has $1.2 billion, the largest oil reserves in the world, so they can impact the price of oil as well as just OPEC. So there's a bit of diversification there. But $73, I think you could attribute $11 of that to a political premium based upon uncertainty. If we were to get something as radical economic
and what they're trying to accomplish.
Well, the United States and Israel have kicked off a joint coordinated attack against Iran, the goal of which is regime change. There are subsets within this. Donald Trump spelled them out in a presentation he made earlier this morning: destroying ballistic missiles, destroying nuclear sites, destroying X, Y, and Z. But at the end of the day, this is a regime change operation. This entire effort fails if the Iranian regime survives at the end of the day. And it's a massive attack. I think the initial aspects of it are supposed to go for 4 days. So the United States has a 4-day air campaign sustained. I don't know what they expect at that point, to take a pause and see if the Iranians surrender. But the Iranians, I believe, aren't going to end at 4 days. The Iranians will continue to turn on the heat. This is an existential war for the very survival of the Iranian nation, which began with, and this is, your audience needs to listen very carefully to what I'm about to tell you.
Go ahead.
The United States and Israel tried to kill Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, Ayatollah. He is the second most revered man in all of Shia Islam. This is like trying to kill the Pope. This is like trying to kill the Archbishop of Canterbury. This is like trying to kill the head of the Russian Orthodox Church. And the United States and Israel tried to kill him and are still trying to kill him. They tried to assassinate the president of Iran. If you think for a second the Iranian people, the Iranian nation, are going to walk away from this and say, that's all right, you're very wrong. the gates of hell have been opened, and unless the United States has a competent battle plan to complete this mission, we're going to lose this war. In fact, later on we can get into it, but we've already lost this war because we failed to achieve our initial objectives, and now we're going to have a cascading series of consequences that will result in us depleting our limited ammunition resources, and we're going to run out of ammunition before we run out of targets, and Iran isn't going to run out of ammunition.
You say that the Americans and the Israelis tried to assassinate the Ayatollah and President Pezeshkian. You mean in the past 12 hours they tried to assassinate him unsuccessfully?
Correct. The initial, I think there were 50 cruise missiles fired out of Israel. We don't know if they were all Israeli, if there was a mix of Israeli-American cruise missiles involved. 50 cruise missiles impacted 30 sites in Tehran. That was the initial salvo. They destroyed the presidential palace, that is the residence of the presidents, and they destroyed Ali Khamenei's personal residence, where he not only sleeps and eats, but where he entertains company. He's a religious figure, and so he entertains people. When I say entertain, people come and visit him and talk to him. And these were the first two targets hit. So yeah, it was a definite assassination attempt.
Do we know that the Ayatollah and President Pezeshkian either weren't there or otherwise survived these assassination attempts?
According to Foreign Minister Arakchi, both Ali Khamenei, who will be speaking shortly to address the Iranian people, and the president of Iran have survived. They also said that almost all the senior leadership survived. They said they lost a couple commanders, but these commanders will be replaced. But that if this was a decapitation strike, it failed miserably.
Do we know how effective Iran's defenses are, air defenses, military air defenses, to intercept American and Israeli missiles and drones?
Our air defenses are modern, but they're insufficient to the task. The Patriot 3 system, or the Patriot missile, is a snake-bit system. I've talked about this before, derived from 1970s technology. Raytheon, rather than starting from scratch when meeting a U.S. Army requirement, took this technology and updated it and modified it to, fast track a system that can be sold to the Army. The Patriot has never worked as designed. It's a very inferior system. It has significant flaws, and the Iranians have identified all of these flaws, and the missiles that Iran has are capable of defeating the Patriot 3 system. The same with the THAAD. The THAAD is a more capable system, but the Iranians, again, we're talking about older technology. We're building missile defenses that are designed to intercept missiles that are about 10 years old. The Iranians have the most modern missiles, and they haven't even started firing them. That's the other thing, is that we can't stop the attacks that are being done by lesser quality missiles. What the Iranians are doing is mapping out, again, thanks to the Chinese, mapping out our response. As they fire, they're getting real-time intelligence on where missiles are being launched, where air defense systems are, which ones are active, what radars are active, and then they're going to launch a second wave to take out the air defense. And then when everything's laying there naked, they're just going to destroy everything, including American military bases, including Israel, including the cities of the Middle East. I'm sorry, the Gulf Arab states, your complicity in the attack on Iran was noted by the Iranian government, and you too shall pay a price.
How effective is the Iranian military defense system against American missiles and Israeli missiles and drones?
We don't know. I don't know. We don't know how many of the missiles were shot down, what percentage hit targets. What I can say is this, is that we don't have a good track record. The Gulf War was over 35 years ago, the Desert Storm, and the effectiveness rate of the Tomahawk cruise missile is still classified. We're not allowed to say what percentage of the Tomahawks reach their target. And there's a reason, because that percentage isn't very high. And the Tomahawk has never recovered from that. So even if the Iranians don't defend themselves, the Tomahawk has a tendency not to work. We'll see. I don't know, what's turned on, what's turned off. What we do know, though, what we can see is that the Iranians were ready for this attack because immediately they began responding. After when the 12-day war was started last June, there was a sort of a time gap between the Israeli attacks and the Iranian responses. Here we see the Iranians responding, broad spectrum, hitting all the target sets necessary, and now continuing the strike. The Iranians were prepared. Whatever we thought we were going to do against their ballistic missile launch capabilities, and President Trump admitted that this is one of our primary goals, we're not doing it. At least we haven't done it yet. And we're starting to pay the price. I mean, you have to be careful what you read, but it appears that there are casualties, and those casualties could climb even higher.
The Americans and Israelis have been
you are now fair game. And, it just is what it is.
Explain to us why you say other Arab leaders are part of the process and are fair game. Because they looked the other way when the Americans and the Israelis attacked? Because they gave the Americans and the Israelis airspace cover?
Well, first of all, they've played home to American forces for some time now. The United States doesn't get to use these forces to gather intelligence and, intimidate Iran. And then, 3 days before the shooting war begins, withdraw the force and say, there, you can't touch that base. That base is still plugged into the system. There's still radars in the base collecting intelligence. There's still intelligence people doing things. That base is part of the problem, not part of the solution. So if you're an American base on the soil of any Arab nation in the region, you are a legitimate target. But it's more than just the governments allowing America to be based there. Politically speaking, Iran did extensive diplomacy, traveling to all of these countries in an effort to prevent exactly this from happening. And yet, what the Iranians have found is, behind their backs, every single one of these Gulf Arab nations, with the possible exception of Oman, has articulated to the United States, if you're going to attack Iran, finish the job, get rid of the regime. We will support a regime change operation. And that's what we got. So if you're an Arab state that says we will support a regime change operation, don't be surprised when the regime that you didn't change holds you to account.
Got it. Scott, for the second time in 8 months, the President of the United States has personally lulled Iranian negotiators into a false sense of security and literally, in the midst of negotiations, commenced an attack. What message does this send to the rest of the world, particularly the Kremlin, about the United States?
Well, let's parse it out. We know that the Omani ambassadors and representatives of the foreign ministry were on the news talk circuit here in the United States, playing up the fact that the Iranians were making all the compromises necessary, that there was a real deal on the table. And then Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, announces that he's going to be traveling to Israel on Monday, implying that, we're going to give diplomacy a chance. And yet the night after he made that announcement, we attack. There can be no doubt that we never had any intention whatsoever of seeking a diplomatic solution, that the military option was always the only option. Everything else was a setup. There might be some people out there that prior to this were saying, well, that's a little harsh. You can't, condemn them for a one-time bad deed back in June. Past patterns of behavior repeat themselves. We now have a repeated behavioral pattern. And the other thing is the people involved. Witkoff and Jared Kushner, they're also involved in negotiating with the Russians. I think it's been proven these are not legitimate negotiators. They are actors there to play a part, to lead people down a false path while the United States does other things. And it's time for Russia to wake up and realize that this administration is setting you up for failure, that there's no intention whatsoever of seeking a diplomatic resolution of the Ukrainian conflict, that the United States is simply using Ukraine as a means of setting Russia up for failure, because ultimately our policy goal with Russia is the same as our policy goal with Iran: regime change. We want Vladimir Putin out. The Trump administration wants Vladimir Putin out. And if this doesn't prove that, then shame on Russia for not engaging their brain housing complex.
Here's the Iranian foreign minister this morning. This is very candid and very telling. Chris?
I don't know why the U.S. administration insists to start a negotiation and then in the middle of negotiation attack the other party. Today happened exactly what last June happened. We were in the middle of negotiations, and and it was interesting that this time we made a big progress. 2 days ago, on Thursday, we had a very good meeting in Geneva, together with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, and we were able to address serious questions related to Iran's nuclear program. We obviously have differences, but we resolved some of those differences, and we decided to continue in order to resolve the rest of questions. And we actually instructed the technical team to go to Vienna and have a meeting with the IAEA. In order to find technical solution for the problems we are facing in the negotiation. And everybody was happy at the end of those negotiations. As you saw, His Excellency Badr al-Busaidi, the Foreign Minister of Oman, who is mediating between us, he concluded by posting a tweet saying that today we made significant progress.
Is there any reason to disbelieve that?
No, it's 100% accurate.
Well, how vulnerable is Israel? Does their Iron Dome, is it a myth, or will it keep them safe from Iranian missiles?
Well, I think we have that answer. Iran has fired in their first round of missiles against Israel using older technology, 127 missiles, 33 of them hit their targets. The Iranians have put Israel on notice that in the United States that they haven't even begun to use their advanced stuff, that is coming and there's no stopping that. So, Israel told the United States that they can absorb about 700 ballistic missile impacts. And, today they got about 5% of them, and they hit hard. This is just going to continue and continue and continue and continue, and Israel will be destroyed. And there's nothing that anybody can do to stop it.
How sustained? You used that word earlier in the program, Scott. How sustained is the U.S. attack? In other words, is it wave after wave after wave, or are there periods of lull?
Well, my understanding is that this current attack is going to be 4 days of 24/7 attack. We've already started the re-attack. So basically, we're going to launch, recover, rearm, refit, launch, recover, rearm, refit, and just keep launching and recovering for 4 days while we hit targets. But the way an air campaign works is you have a finite number of resources that have to hit a certain target set. I say this because I've done this, so listen to me, people.
Sure.
We will go after.
Why you're so valuable to us, Scotty. Go ahead.
We'll go after certain targets with assets. For instance, in the Gulf War, we started the attack against Iraq's ballistic missile infrastructure out west with 2 F-15E Strike Eagle squadrons. These are very precious resources that we needed to be plugged in elsewhere in the air campaign, but we needed them to launch the first night's attack and a potential follow-up attack. So they were plugged into these targets, but they didn't destroy the targets. So what that meant is they had to be kept on that target, and we had to divert resources that were supposed to be striking other targets to assist them so we could solve that target, because we couldn't move on until this target that was solved. So we fell behind the power curve. Now, with Desert Storm, we had sufficient resources and sufficient ammunition where we could drag this thing out. We know now, because of the revolt of the Joint Chiefs, that we don't have enough ammunition. We don't have enough ammunition. We're going to run out of ammunition, which means that they retailored the strike plan to accomplish the same thing with less ammunition, which means they're making assumptions that we're going to meet our target elimination schedule on target without deviation. A major aspect of this campaign was decapitation. And we were just told by Aragchi that didn't work. So not only did we expend a tremendous amount of resources trying to decapitate, it didn't work. In order for all the rest of the campaign objectives to fall in place, we have to finish the decapitation job, which means now we have to expend more resources, divert resources away from other target decks, which means we're falling behind on the rest of the air campaign, which means we'll never catch up, which means we'll run out of ammunition long before we achieve anything remotely resembling what the president says he wants. We have lost this war already.
The New York Post reports, now when I was at Fox News, if you started your comments with according to the New York Post, everybody would say, all right, stop right there. But they are reporting that Iran has hit, has hit a U.S. naval base in Bahrain.
Yep. The fifth.
Does that make sense to you?
Pardon?
Does that make sense to you that they would attack a U.S. naval base in Bahrain?
Yeah, it's headquarters of the Fifth Fleet. I've been there many times. I've been in that building. It's about to get hit. Of course they're going to hit it. It's the headquarters of the American military presence in the Persian Gulf. The Fifth Fleet is there. Other military resources are there, and it makes perfect sense for them to hit it.
Here is the President of the United States in the middle of the night. I think when he says eminent, he means imminent, but I'll let you dissect what he says. Chris, the third one, the longer one that we just viewed of President Trump.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests.
What imminent threat to the United States of America is posed by the Iranian regime? What could he possibly be talking about other than propaganda?
Well, it's 100% propaganda. He's posturing that Iran was seeking to build a nuclear weapon, that they were reconstituting capabilities. But it's a straight up lie because, as the Omani foreign minister pointed out, the Iranians are actually doing the exact opposite, bending over backwards. Not only were they making major concessions to the American negotiating team, but they were meeting with the International Atomic Energy Agency to get international inspectors back into Iran to verify their compliance with every aspect of this. So the president's just a straight up liar. Sorry to say that, but he, the other thing is, he's reading a speech written by others. More important to me than the words that he was speaking was his tone and his posture. This is a defeated president already. He has lost this war and he knows it. He knows that his presidency is over. He knows that he's going to lose the midterms, that his gamble failed. And that's what I heard there. I didn't hear a competent man speaking, in a way that would motivate a nation. I saw an old, tired, defeated man reading a script that he doesn't believe because he knows that every word he said there was a lie.
Well, it's interesting you say that. We have another clip we're going to show which compares him on election night addressing the concept of war. And last night, a little snippet from which we already showed you. Before we get to it, if I could be a little selfish for a minute, to the audience, we love you. There is an enormous number of you watching us now. If you press like and subscribe, you'll help boost this show in the YouTube algorithm, and more of your friends and colleagues will more easily find us. Like and subscribe. Okay, now back to Chris, the election night and last night comparisons of Donald Trump.
But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime.
I think you're right, Scotty. The man has aged tremendously in 15, 16, 17 months.
Yeah, and he knows that he has been trapped here. This is, he has been told by people that, this could be done quickly, could be done easily. The Lindsey Grahams of the world, the Benjamin Netanyahus of the world, all of the Zionists he surrounds himself with. And he stopped listening to the people that matter, the Tulsi Gabbards, the J.D. Vances, his Joint Chiefs of Staff. And so he was led down a path to where even if he wanted to stop the war, he couldn't. That speech we heard was a speech given by a man who was powerless to Catch 22. We have deployed so much military force forward that we have no choice. We have to use it or lose it. Either use it in a given window or it has to start going back home. And once it starts going back home, to bring it back, you wouldn't get it back there till the summer. And that's right before midterm elections. And the peace president can't go to war, an illegal war of aggression in the summer. Even if you win, the fallout would be he needed to deliver a military victory by the end of March that he could then package to the American people as, I am the man, peace through strength. I am the peacemaker because I destroyed that which could not be destroyed for 47 years. And he could carry that through the summer and hope that helps push him over the line in November. What he realizes now is that it literally is all over. He is going to lose the midterm. He's going to be swamped in the midterm, and it's finished. And Judge, if I might, just for a second, this man is talking about striking targets to defend Americans and all that. I've been to war. In the Gulf War, I was involved in targeting. And one of the things that we did is we targeted a place called the Amaria bomb shelter. We knew it was a bomb shelter, but we had good intelligence that said it had been converted to be used as a national level command and control facility. To be exact, just so the people understand what I'm talking about, we were hunting Scud missiles unsuccessfully. Israel was ready to get involved in this war, and we had to prevent Israel from doing that. In order to do that, we had to show that we were seriously hunting down Scud missiles. We believed that the command and control for the Scud missiles were being carried out by Saddam Hussein. And Saddam Hussein used a system called the Mark 14 radio telephone. It was made by Siemens. It was an encrypted radio telephone system with a unique signature, unique frequency ranges, etc. And we had detected the Mark 14 signal coming from antennas associated with this bomb shelter. And we had reason to believe that the Iraqis had located senior command and control in this place. And so, we reviewed it. There was no indication that it was being used as a bomb shelter. I helped pick the impact points, and my job was, when the mission strike came back, to look at the photographs to determine whether or not we did it. And I know that we had to put 2 GBU 28s through the same hole to achieve the result. And we did it. We destroyed it. And I signed it off as destroyed, and I was feeling pretty good. A little while later, CNN came on, and we found out that we had hit a bomb shelter and 408 women and children were dead, killed. The most horrible kind of death. When the first bomb went in, it created fire that trapped them. Neighbors could hear the women and children screaming, trying to get out. The second bomb came in, ignited, and it boiled. The firefighters are putting the water in, and all of these bodies got turned into fat. That's what happened there. And there's not a single day, that doesn't haunt you. It haunts you for the rest of your life. We have hit 2 children's schools. We have bombed 2 children's schools. 63 dead children, girls, little girls dead. Their mothers waiting for their daughters to come home. They sent their daughters to school on the belief that there wouldn't be a war because there was diplomacy going on, that there wouldn't be a war because Marco Rubio said he was traveling to the region on Monday. So they sent their girls to a school. The girls were in school, and we bombed it. And we bombed another one. There's 100 girls buried under that rubble being dug out now. Girls that will not survive. This is the horror of war. But what I'm trying to say is, at least when I was involved in the bombing of the Amaria shelter, we did our damnedest to make sure that it was a military target. We were wrong, and it haunts you forever. What in God's name could lead us to bomb 2 girls' schools? I'm involved in this. I did this for a living. I know you don't make those mistakes. This is the sloppiest kind of targeting possible. This is what happens when a military is told you must sustain a strike, you must hit certain numbers of targets, and they're given artificial metrics to meet, and so they're desperately looking for anything, and they bombed 2 girls' schools, killing scores of young little girls. This is what we're doing, Judge. This is the war we're fighting. It's indefensible. It's not just inhuman, it's criminal. We have waged an illegal war of aggression against a nation that did not pose a threat to us, was bending over backwards to meet any demand we put on them about their nuclear program, and yet we lied, and now 63 little schoolgirls are dead.
It's horrific, Scott. My next question is really more my field than yours. When the government kidnapped Nicolas Maduro, they claimed it was the arrest of somebody from fugitive from justice. He had been indicted, and we had the right to arrest him, and that was nonsense, but that was their argument. And because it was a simple arrest, they didn't need Congress's permission. They can't make that argument now. There's no question but that this is a war. Its goal is the destruction of a foreign state. Where is the Congress?
So it's the fairest question of all. And the interesting thing is now Congress, the Democrats deliberately put off the vote so they wouldn't have to vote because they are the most cowardly people in the world. And now next week, they're going to try and push this through and try to retroactively stop and say, you can't do this war. But they didn't do it when it could have mattered. But Congress doesn't matter anymore. They've literally punted. There's no, separate but equal branch of government. The president's already told the Supreme Court they don't matter. And now Congress is just acting as if they don't matter. So we have a literal dictator out there sending American kids. Well, and this man had the gall to stand there and and say there will be American casualties. Well, you know what, Donnie, baby? You got a son named Barron. He needs to be on the front line right now. I don't care if he's not a serving member. Send him there. He needs to be standing next to Billy Joe Bob, the blue collar boy who joined because he needed a job. He joined because the economics required him. He didn't join out of patriotism. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But he joined, and he's there. He's serving, and he's dying right now, dying. And you just glibly throw it away because those mothers are going to pick up the corpse of their son and bury it in the ground and spend the rest of their lives thinking about the hole in their heart. And your son, your 6'6" barren, spoiled little brat, is in some elite university, fooling around with good-looking girls, eating great food, living the high life. If you were a man, Donnie, you'd put your son on the front line. And the fact that you don't and you condemn other Americans to die for your fake war speaks volumes about who you are. And frankly, it speaks volumes about Melania. Melania, you dare talk about the children of Ukraine and write a letter about something you didn't know about. Look at the video of the Iranian mothers on their knees, snot coming out of their nose because their daughters aren't coming home. You need to be on your knees, Melania, snot coming out of your nose, ready to receive the torn body of your son, Barron. If your husband was a man, he'd send his son to die instead of sending other sons to die. I am sick of this man. I am sick of the hypocrisy of every single one of these American politicians who talk about war, and they never go. I've been there. That's why I'm so against it. And these guys just sit there and say, let's do more. Let's do more. And all it does is kill innocent people. You know, if you want to kill soldiers, kill soldiers. You're killing children, little girls. They didn't do.
Yeah.
They didn't do anything to anybody.
Scotty, it's a dismal, horrific state of affairs, but thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for your incomparable passion, your extraordinary knowledge of these things, and your personal courage. We're all wound up now, but I will wish you a good weekend, and we'll be back with you soon, early next week, because more will happen in the next 2 days.
This war's not ending, guys, and it's going to get worse before it gets. It's not going to get better.
Let me ask you this: do the Joint Chiefs know that they can't win this? Was that data that was leaked earlier last week true and accurate?
They told the See, they were sort of duplicitous. They have a campaign plan they believe will work. And they believe that the American forces, if they implement this plan, can achieve the objectives. The problem is they don't have the resources to make the plan work. And so they've initiated a plan that requires a certain sortie rate, sustainable sortie rate. Sortie is when an airplane takes off and lands. And you have to have ammunitions linked to the sortie, different kinds of ammunition, missiles, bombs, etc. And when you look at what we have available, we don't have enough aircraft to sustain the sortie rate, and we don't have enough ammunition to deliver, steel on target. So we're going to start a campaign, and we're going to not be able to finish the campaign because our airplanes are not going to be able to meet the sortie rate, and we're going to run out of ammunition well before we get to the end of the campaign objectives. And so the admiral that was fired is the guy that said, we're going to lose because we're going to run out of ammunition midway through this war. And when we run out of ammunition, it doesn't matter.
So instead of taking seriously what he said, they fired him.
They fired him, and then they went to war. And so, again, if Congress was doing their job, they would, when this is over, subpoena every member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and every member of the combatant command, Central Command, etc., and bring them in and ask them a series of questions that gets to, why did we go to war if we couldn't win? Why did we go to war if we didn't? Who was responsible for counting bullets and bombs and everything? Who was responsible for reporting us up to the chain of command? Where did this fail? And basically fire every single one of them and deny them their pensions and make them paupers or whatever, because it's the most dishonorable thing in the world. When you put on the uniform, your job isn't to make the president happy. He has a wife who puts on uniforms to make him happy. Your job is to be honest to the American people, which means you have to, report honestly what the facts are. Not tell what your boss what they want to hear. Tell them what the facts are. The president gets paid the big bucks to make decisions. and he's supposed to make the decisions based upon the information provided him by honest men of integrity, honest women of integrity, people who say this is the truth. Now, if the president wants to receive that and say, I hear you. I mean, we were taught this day one in the basic school. Hey, boss, I'm looking at the plan. If I launch this attack on Hill 861, we're all going to die. And the boss says, yep, but we need you to hold the enemy down for a certain period of time. So launch that attack. And yeah, I'm ordering you to die. And at that point in time, you go, okay, I guess I have to go die. That's fine. If the military tells the president something and they're honest about it, the president says, I've made a decision that we're going to execute anyways. You have to obey that order. But don't lie to the president and say, oh, no, everything's great. It all smells like roses. We have more than enough ammunition. The plan's going to work like a charm and all that. Because now you've deceived not just the president, but you've deceived the American people.
Wow. Just to make light of this for a second, if there's any humor in any of this, yesterday on this show, our colleagues and friends whom we both admire and revere, Ray McGovern and Larry Johnson, were knocked down, drag out. Larry, of course, is on your side. Ray is on the side of the angels because he sees only the good in people. Anyway, I love them both, but they're both cheapskates. They had a bet as to whether or not the war would come last night. Do you know what they bet? $2. Not dinner at a fancy French five-star restaurant, but $2.
Yeah, I would have put a bottle of expensive bourbon on the table.
We'll be speaking with Larry later on. Scotty, thank you very much. Love you, my friend. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks.
Thank you. And coming up later today, if you're watching us live in 45 minutes, if we can find him, and we spoke with him this morning, live from Tehran, our friend Mohammed Morandi. And at 4 this afternoon, with an evaluation of where the military stands at that time, which is 5.5 hours from now, Larry Johnson, Judge Napolitano for Judging Freedom.
Significant increase.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
If I could drop a bomb in space real quick. I spoke to someone I'm extremely close with. He named his child after me. That's how close we are. I trust this man with my life. He is 35 years in DC. He doesn't work with the government, works with government contracts. Told me what he's hearing is that the Israelis gave intel to America that Khomeini was in one of those locations, and that's why America has attacked, and that this was supposed to be a one-off attack, and that's why we're not seeing anything follow up. He assumes that information is actually false information that Israel gave it to get America involved in the war, but no confirmation whether it's real or not. But apparently this is coming from Israel, just like before with the WMDs. It seems like it's fake Israeli intel that got us to go and strike and then walk away, and now nothing to follow, which is quite weird.
All right, can I just, if you don't mind, I'm gonna jump in. So we're having reports. I'm sorry, Joe, just to jump on you like that. Fighter jet activity over Tel Aviv. Also, those previous reports of the alerts, they are showing scattered now, so there seems to be like individual targets, and then also there's reports of another launch from Iran.
And there's also reports of fighter jet activity in the sky, which makes sense when we're seeing the scatter, because it could be the. Sorry, did you say that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, he said scatter, so they're scattering.
No, I mean the fighter jets.
I'll just say this because I know. Yes, I did say it. I know Sully wants to keep it going. I'm going to say if I was to interject every time you repeated something that one of us said, we will never get the news out to people. Just so you know.
Okay, guys.
Come on,
Nathan, it doesn't matter, does it really? And it's fine to repeat as well, because it's like some people might not have heard it. So just coming back to the okay, I'm just gonna block this guy on YouTube. The negative of having like so many people in, you get some weirdos.
Yeah,
I thought you
weirdos
were talking
everywhere,
about me for a
guys.
minute.
The idea that you would the idea that you would be able to close the Strait of Hormuz in 6 or 8 hours. It's 21 miles wide. It's just completely ridiculous.
Yeah. Also, it's a multi-party operation. There
Yeah,
are naval
exactly.
fleets from all parties. Oman needs to cooperate. It's not just to press a button.
No, exactly. It would take months to pull that off, much less 5 or 6 hours. And Simon, what do you, like if the UK's joining this? You got to believe that other people are going to come in and join this. I mean, Iran has no chance here, guys.
What?
Yeah, we're not taking sides here. We're
No,
just
no, no. I'm
basically
asking a
reporting the
question.
news.
Like
Iran's gonna win.
U,
Iran's gonna win,
UK,
Grant. Iran's gonna win. You got to deal
you
with it.
think
yeah, but
so?
UK would be
It's going to
involved in
win what? What's
this.
it going to win though,
It's
dude?
gonna. It's gonna.
UK,
Yeah,
Just like
but
it won the 12-day war.
what does
It
winning
won
look
the. It
like
won the
to you?
12-day war.
What does winning look like to you, Grant?
They're gonna
UK would be
pummel
involved in
Israel.
this all
Okay,
along.
you
They've been
guys
telling
just said
you
you're not
this.
taking sides. It sure sounds
No,
like
that's
it.
what Nathan said.
No, but I'm
Nathan
asking
said
you a
that. I
question.
didn't.
What
I
does
want Israel to lose.
Okay.
I'm very much taking a side. I want Israel to lose. Like I'm not even hiding that.
Yeah.
No, but not only that, Israel and the U.S. initiated this attack in Iran. This attack, I want to be clear on this because I don't think this gets talked about enough. This attack is not legitimate. It's not legal, not legitimate. You can make all the arguments you want about Iran and a nuclear bomb, all you want. This is not a legitimate attack.
Well,
In
what
the
does that mean?
What does
It's not
that? Yeah, that
legitimate.
doesn't. Why does that
What does that
matter?
even mean? It's
very
not
simple.
legitimate.
I know, but people want to.
But what is what does
So
that have to
what's the
do with
point
it?
of
Whether it's
making the
legitimate
argument
or
of
not?
Iran's going to lose here? What is Iran supposed to do then if Israel and the U.S. decide to attack them? You tell me what
But
they were supposed to do. What was supposed
what
to be
is
the
the point
response?
about whether it's legitimate or not? I don't understand that.
Well, it's
Okay, let's
Grant. It's
move past that.
illegal.
Let's move past that.
What is it?
But
What does it matter that it's
America and UK have been breaking laws for 400 years in wars.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
that's not difficult.
Okay,
Why
I
the fuck's
understand
anybody
that. I
surprised?
understand that. We all understand that. Let's move past that point now. Let's look at this simple point. What was Iran supposed to do after Israel and the U.S. attacked them?
Well,
You tell me what you
well, I
want.
would tell you why I think we got here. It's because Iran was not willing to negotiate.
That's because Israel wanted them disarmed. Because they have the Greater Israel Project. They want Israel neutered. They want Israel to show their neck to Bibi Netanyahu. And Trump, Trump is obviously Bibi's pet right now because we have another illegal war. Grant, the House of Representatives is supposed to declare war, and this is a
Holy
war.
crap. I'm
Any
sorry,
attempt to
guys. Breaking news,
redefine this
breaking
as a
news.
Yeah,
hostile
guys, should we
reaction
focus
or
on
self-defense
news rather than
Sorry,
is
hold on,
analysis?
fucking
guys,
bullshit.
guys. Hebrew Channel 15 claims Iran struck Tel Aviv with nuclear warheads.
I mean, that obviously did not happen.
100% it didn't happen, but that must have been one hell of a missile, the ones that we were waiting on impact.
Wait, with the force of, I think you mean the force of.
Guys, 1 second. Everyone's screaming, and I don't know what's going on. So, Didi, do you want to just repeat what you said and what the source was?
Guys, I'm really sorry if I talk over anybody, by the way. I can't unmute and mute, and I can't hear. Hebrew Channel 15 claims Iran struck Tel Aviv with nuclear warheads. We obviously know that they didn't use nuclear warheads. I think those are those very strong missiles that Sully posted that video about. I
Yeah, that
think
makes
they
sense.
impacted.
That makes sense.
Is that the excuse for Israel to now use a nuke
Also,
right now?
this is interesting. Just to add on top of that, an Israeli chief of staff is being quoted as saying, "We are facing a fateful and unprecedented battle." So that kind of coincides with this, big explosion.
And by the way,
whatever
the
it is.
report about the Strait of Hormuz, it's actually coming from quite a few sources now, even Israeli sources. I don't know if it's fake or not, but just to let you know, I found it unlikely, but it's actually coming from 4 or 5 sources, and one is an Israeli source.
Militarily
Yeah, and Suleiman,
speaking,
I
you
read
can't.
that there are still ships transiting the Strait of Hormuz now, but most of them have
IRGC.
turned back.
You can close the
Sorry, guys, I'm
strait
just yelling
militarily
out the
quick.
news. The IRGC Navy announces VHF radio that no vessels are allowed to cross and
Yeah,
closes the Strait of Hormuz.
yeah,
It's them announcing it. The IRGC Navy just announced it.
yeah.
This is
And
okay,
Right.
make
guys.
sure
No ship
make
is going to cross.
Sully,
We
Okay,
got
can I
guys.
say
something out there.
Yeah, but could you guys do me a favor? Because like 5 people are trying to jump in after each one, which I don't mind. I want the conversation to go, but it's just like we're not getting anywhere because everyone's like just jumping in. So yeah, Andrew, go ahead.
Yes, militarily, you stand. I have to correct this. Militarily, they can close that strait like that, like pushing a button. Yes, they can. How does that happen? By making the declaration, and then in the battle plan, if anyone crosses it, they're going to suffer the consequences. It could be even blowing out their rudder, blowing out their rudder assembly, their propeller assembly, but they're going to pay the price. And believe me, if you're on a cargo ship, I was in submarine warfare for most of my adult life, and I'm telling you, when you have the threat of a threat, you're not going to go in there if you're a sea captain.
So Andrew, just get that clear. So are you stating that the act of closing the Strait of Hormuz is that if anyone tries to come in or out, they'll militarily target it? It's
Yes.
not like a
Yeah,
button
that's
where
the
a
whole
bridge
point.
comes
Yeah, you
over it.
don't push a button. You don't put. Sorry, yeah, Simon, absolutely correct, sir. Yeah, they don't push a button. No, they make a statement, and what that statement is made an alert to seamen goes out, just like a NOTAM to airmen, and every cargo ship seaman knows. Shit, I'm not going in there. And that's why the United States Navy. That's our doctrine is to keep those sea lines of communication open. And I've been saying it for 3 weeks now in the spaces. The United States Navy, the Straits of Hormuz have always been a major problem. It's 22 miles across, not 21. It's 22 miles across. It is a kill zone. It's a kill box. So yeah, they can close it by a declaration.
So let's just be clear. If Iran gives a if
Just can I just? I have some breaking news. So, U.S. has struck Bushehr in southern Iran. Also, the Dubai Ministry of Defense has reported that there were no casualties from the missile fragments in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Just to be clear, he stated as saying fragments, and this coincides with what I said about interceptions and not direct targeting of civilian targets in any of the GCC states.
Yeah, so just to be clear, like what we're talking about the Strait of Hormuz. So if there is a credible report from an official Iranian source that they specifically state that no one's allowed to come in and out, and if they do, here are the consequences, then that's a credible threat. And then all of the different ships and shipments and will put together a plan. They'll say we're not gonna go through. We are gonna go through. And then economically, it impacts China, the Gulf countries, and they all have their own naval, operations within the Strait of Hormuz, and they will decide what they want to do. But initially, it would just be, you need the credible threat and the consequences of what happens if someone does come in and out to make it seriously.
Exactly. Study
I'm
the
getting
North
breaking
Atlantic.
news.
Study the North Atlantic.
I'm getting breaking news that most assets are on the move. The US assets are being moved towards Israel. I don't know what this means, where AD is concentrated and behind several layers of
Air
AD.
defense.
I don't know what to mean. Air defense. Jerusalem's also right now under alert.
Yeah, so when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, the ships that would be transiting are commercial ships and they have insurance and things like that, and they're just not going to take the risk if there's any chance someone's going to shoot at them. So they're just going to turn around and they're going to wait in port and they're just going to wait and see what happens. And if in a few days Iran is so pummeled and beaten up that it doesn't have a credible ability to attack and destroy the civilian ships trying to go through the Strait of Hormuz, then maybe they'll try to go through it. But if Iran still is going to shoot ships that go through the Strait of Hormuz, then they're just not going to take the risk, just like the same situation with the Houthis.
So just some more breaking news.
Exactly, man.
It is kind
Can I
of
just ask?
it is kind of confirmed that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. It is being confirmed. Channel 12 News are also saying it, and the statement is that basically, I've lost it now, but basically, to paraphrase, is basically exactly what Andrew said, which is that they've made a statement saying nobody can go past the Strait of Hormuz. They don't have a permit to get past it, and anyone who do so will have to suffer the consequences. So it's exactly what Andrew says. I appreciate, Andrew, your insight and knowledge to provide us that information.
And also,
So study the North Atlantic.
can I just add some
Yeah, go.
context
Yes.
to what Manko stated? Because Manko stated he stated an attack, and it doesn't have to be an attack. It can be a seizure of ships also. Let's just be clear. It's not necessarily that they're going to start attacking ships. Let's be very clear on that. they can issue a cease and desist, and they can attempt to onboard these
Just
ships
some more
and seize
breaking
them.
news.
Not necessarily.
More red alerts in Israel. More red alerts in Israel. Israelis, Israeli chants are like our area is being targeted again. Yes, it is. Anyway, sorry, Andrew.
Also, there's a new wave, new wave of Iranian ballistic missiles have been detected. Also, the U.S. has struck Bandar Abbas in southern Iran. Also,
Some more breaking news. Another wave of attacks going towards Bahrain and Iran. Sorry, Bahrain and Qatar is what I meant.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And
Thanks.
impact in northern Israel. Israel's been hit.
Yeah, I'll just study the North Atlantic, and I'll leave it there with the German submarine wolf packs. I'll leave it there. It's believe me, I've studied this.
Yeah, Ali, you just dropped. I was gonna go to you next if you can come up. Oh, okay, he's dropped. Okay.
And also on the Straits of Moose, real quick, on the Straits of Moose, my uncle touched on something very important. He used the I word, insurance. I'll leave it there.
Andrew, does Iran have submarines that can operate there near the Straits of Hormuz?
We could go on that for hours. Yes, sir. Iran is fighting an asymmetrical war. Yeah, Mankles and I have been round and around on this one, but yes, they can, and they do. I mean, yeah. And honestly, I've signed NDAs. I'm not using that as a front, but I'm not at liberty to discuss certain options or certain things. But believe me, that's a very problematic area, and Iran has really figured that out. And I'm not able to talk about that, but it's a serious problem there.
Well, that's been a long-standing threat of Iran if they were attacked, that they would close the straits, knowing the economic pressure that would put on the world.
Exactly. How do you think the Hitler?
just real quickly, we're hearing reports of impacts in northern Israel. Emergency services have been dispatched.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So there's a bunch of reports about them. There's a lot of voluntary suspensions of oil shipments by traders due to the attack of risks. But and I mean, there's some places that say it, but a lot of them, like Reuters and all these other major news outlets, are saying that they're voluntarily being suspended. So I don't know if you guys saw anything that's like firm, but if you do, I'll
Please just
I'll post it.
that's perfect. I'm glad perfect timing May said that. If you could just do a quick little bit of history, go search in history of the North Atlantic. We were the lifeline to Europe in the beginning of World War II. The Germans knew it. Those submarine wolf packs, they shut it down. The losses of lives was horrific. The impact. So yeah, it's just a rumor. All you have to do is even float a rumor. If anyone's ever been out in the open ocean, thousands of miles out nowhere, and you have that terror of saying there's a submarine that's going to sink our ass,
This is the disruption that comes from this type of constant aggression, you know, and bullying. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
there'll be economic consequences, and there'll be insiders that are going to make a shitload of money from these economic volatility. It just creates volatility in markets, and there'll be profiteers that are profiting from knowing all these moves are going to be made as well. So it just creates volatility. The price of oil will be up, and then China would react, America would react, insurance premiums would be up. It would economically, there will already be an impact for the GCC countries just based upon what we've seen so far. So if this, you know, this already has reputational damage in terms of tourism industry, various other things.
When
But
people are
actually,
commenting, they're talking about like, well, good thing we get our oil from Venezuela. And I'm like, bro, we can't even, that's not, we're not.
you don't get your oil from Venezuela. It's hard oil. It's not the type of oil that America uses. In fact, they still sell it to China.
We use it a lot, Simon, for heavy machinery, by the way. It's
The
why
heavy
most of our
machinery, yeah.
plants that's why most of our plants actually refine that type of oil and not the kind for cars because of how much we use. So we do use it a lot.
Yeah, and leading up to this, America started building its strategic petroleum reserve, and China built the largest oil reserve in the world, 1.2 billion barrels. So both were prepared for this type of scenario. And if they want to strategically use their reserves to offset the impact on the price of oil, it would be 2 to 3 weeks operation. But China could easily offset the impact of this.
By the way, DD, have you seen anything else about using the nukes? Because that's the report that worried me, but I can't find it anywhere that anyone's repeated it.
No, it was all over Channel 15 News, and that's why I'm kind of concerned because it's just gone quiet and it hasn't gone. It didn't say like whether they were intercepted. It said nothing about it. It's just silence.
Yeah, because that
And what's
sounds like what
crazy?
Israel will
Guys, I just have a
use as an
quick breaking
excuse
news
to use a nuke.
statement from Iranian television stating that the armed forces have launched a supersonic Fatah missile against the enemy targets.
Al Jazeera is
Is
confirming the
it?
death.
Is
Oh,
it? Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Simon.
I was just going to say Al Jazeera is confirming that the death toll on the students in Iran is up to 87.
Oh, so sad, man.
They always got to kill some damn kids, man. That shit pit them like,
That wasn't
why?
the
Why
only. That
can they
wasn't.
ever just not do that? Do they have like, I don't know. It's just whatever. It's
Yeah.
Well, it
impossible that
wasn't
it's
the
always max.
only. I just wanted to give some other news that's coming out of Iran and that's coming out of their official media sources. Is that they actually hit a gym today where 15 kids were reportedly killed. They were playing. So that wasn't the only attack that killed kids today, Iran.
Genocidal maniacs, man.
Simon, any
Also, I'll just add in real quickly.
go ahead.
So there were reports after that last reported wave and expected impact. There were reports of interceptions over northern Israel, the West Bank, and also interceptions over Bahrain. Also, since it's quiet and this has just come in, Iranian media has stated air defense activity over Tabriz. So it seems that the Israelis and the Americans, or either or both, are targeting Iran in the Tabriz area.
Sirens in Ashdod.
Yeah. So, guys, if you could do me a favor, retweet, reshare the space. We're live on X and we're live on YouTube. The link for the YouTube is in the nest. So yeah, just click on either. Yeah, do like you know what I mean. Go on both of them, support what we're doing. Obviously, we're giving you real news and real information, unlike the other Zio spaces with the propaganda. Okay, I'm seeing several seriously injured after rockets hit Tel Aviv. We've not heard anything from these super hypersonic missiles that hit. We've not heard anything from them at the moment. We also got the Shahid drone hit the vicinity of Burj Khalifa as well. So that's more news.
Also, expect to hear a lot of false, I call it false alarms, like there's launched, go to the air raid shelter, go to the air raid shelter, because eventually they're looking at the psychological impact of people being worn down psychologically, and then they'll hit them with the real thing.
Hearing explosions are
They did that last
rocking.
time.
Hearing that explosions are rocking Israel right now. Not saying exactly where, but it's just saying that they're explosions. Very, very tough ones.
In the 12-day, about 3-4 days into the 12-day, I got a tweet. I'm sorry, a DM from a nurse, an IDF nurse, and she was crying out to me, "Please pray for our people," because the psychological impact was really this is really real. This is really real. And I go, yeah, just like Gaza has been really, really real. Yeah, of course our heart's broken, but what about Gaza? I'm telling you, they don't realize it until they get it, and that's when they get that wake up call.
Guys, I got reports coming in that there is basically ship radar is basically confirming that the Strait of Hormuz has been closed, but I need to double check it myself. But from what I can see, there was a screenshot that's showing that they're backed up to the inside and the outside is
Nathan, you're
basically
breaking up, Nathan.
empty.
Can't hear you, Nathan.
Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Shoot, I can't hear you, bro.
Yeah, he's lagging.
Yeah, I can hear him.
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
if you can, Doc, if you heard what I said, can you? Oh, did you hear what I said? If you can you repeat it? So basically, if
I can
anyone
hear
can
you
hear
too.
me, what I see now is that they're showing on ship radar that basically the Strait of Hormuz has been closed, or at least that the ships are complying.
So I'm just tweeting out. We've got a visual of the moment the drone hit.
I think we lost them. I'm just going to say, so if the ships are complying and this continues throughout the weekend, on Monday I'd expect another 15 to 20 points on oil. So we'd probably, if they're complying with that, it would just factor in the additional cost and disruption.
Guys, if we lost Suleiman, please put on your notifications. Is he back?
Yeah. I accidentally pressed the mute button. No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was the Zios. It was the
Zio
Zios.
attack.
It was the
The
Zios.
Zio
The
attack.
Zios made me press the mute button.
But still have that notification on, everybody. Please, I'm sorry, Suleiman, to cut you off, but it is imperative that you guys have that notification, because the last time in the 12-day war, they did shut down this space. I remember they shut it down. Suleiman turned it right back on within seconds. We will be right back on. Everybody hit the like button on YouTube. Let us get this out, spread this stream, spread this space, because this is where the real news is coming in hot, fast, and intellectual conversations are happening. This is where you're getting real truth here, and it is extremely important right now. Back to you, Suleiman.
And remember, Suleiman's in America, so he's praying for MAGA, and
Wait, what?
ICE don't
He's in
need to turn
America?
up.
Oh, shit.
Oh, no.
No, I'm MAGA, but then Trump's betrayed MAGA now, so I'm confused. Trump betrayed
Trump's
us, right?
nigga.
Trump's betrayed
Well,
us, right, Doc?
guys, there's a statement that's
Yes, he
There's a
has.
statement that's being attributed to President Trump is stating that he is furious with how events have unfolded over the past hour, and he did not want to get involved in a prolonged conflict with Iran. And this is unconfirmed, but
If
It
this
kind of
is
goes to what I had shared
if this
before.
is true, that's exactly what I was about to say. If that is true, what you just said, Nathan, it actually adds merit and credibility to what Joa said, what Vivek said. I mean Joa.
Yeah, that makes no sense at all. Trump has obviously been gearing up for this, sending all the U.S. forces into the Gulf. And now all of a sudden he's going to say, "Oh, Bibi told me, or Israeli intelligence told me this, that, or the other, and I'm really mad now."
You think it's the first time that's
Come
happened?
on.
And
No, it's
that's the
not
point.
mad. If you could take out Khomeini, U.S. definitely would try. And if they have convincing enough intel, why wouldn't they try?
Well, that's what
But
they
there's a
try to do, down in South America, and they successfully took Maduro out with a decapitation strike. And clearly, they targeted Khomeini's, compound, one of the first attacks. So maybe that's what Trump thought. But Trump and his advisors and the Department of Defense, the Joint Chiefs, would have understood and should have warned Trump that when you go to war, and a legal war, certainly an illegal war from an American legal system standpoint, uh, things change the moment the forces are engaged. You can have all the plans you want, but
But
Trump's
look at
responsible for
look,
everything that comes after um,
but look how
the first
little
attack.
has been actually attacked, though, Doc. What was it? 3 rockets, 4 rockets, like on Iran? That's it.
Well, I trust the understanding that in the space and the reporting that's coming out of the space. I just find it hard to believe that we would have sent an initial strike, and then now we're just sitting on our hands as Israel gets pummeled,
but
as hypersonic missiles are you know raining down around
So
the
it looks
region.
like I just wanted to give a really quick update on those hypersonics. It looks like they were intercepted over Bahrain and Iraq and in Israel itself.
Wait, they intercepted hypersonic missiles?
That's what it looks like.
How?
I can't see anything. That's what they're saying, though. There was a bunch of Israeli war jets flying right as those were about to hit impact. I don't know. You guys are the war people. You tell me. But I'm just telling you what I'm reading.
It was my understanding that we, at least our forces, didn't have a defense against hypersonics.
That's
You
not
can in the
true.
booster. You can in the booster
You
phase,
can at
Doc.
all stages. That's what the THAADs are for.
Okay, well, I'm an idiot. Thanks for clearing that up for me.
The Patriot missiles don't work against the larger, faster missiles, but the THAADs, that's what they're made for, and they're much larger. They look like ballistic missiles themselves. That's how big they are.
Also, I'd kind of add that just taking out Khomeini like Maduro just leaves the entire IRGC infrastructure. It's not really a regime change. It's just it's not gonna it's not gonna achieve any type of goal or change anything.
Yeah, that's been my point for weeks.
Yeah, but it just shows. No, but it just shows the stupidity of the American regime that they thought that that would make a difference. Right? There's someone called Aria who said she's requesting. I'm
Sorry,
looking
just
for her,
got.
but I can't see her. Sorry, go ahead.
If you guys can hear me, got two bits of breaking news. So Iranian media is reporting an explosion heard in Bushehr, Iran. Also, several explosions heard in the southern city of Bandarbas. Again, I believe this is probably the third or fourth time today. And then also breaking another statement is come out from the Kuwaiti Ministry of Public Works. A second drone targeted the new Kuwait airport project, resulting in material damage but no injuries.
Yeah, I'm not surprised they're hitting those airports for cargo lift capability because, like I said, Iran can play the long game because they've got to shut down logistics support and resupply. And that's also look for them hitting tankers again, air tankers.
Also, just a
Well,
quick,
every single
sorry.
airfield in the area is going to be used by the United States and Israel for support, even if they don't operate the actual fighters from there.
Exactly.
Also, I just want to add in another update. Also, there's another explosion that was heard in Ermia city in northwest of the country of Iran.
We have some more breaking news. Reports of attacks on the cities of Isfahan and Tehran. So that's happening right now as well. So there was like a gap of an hour when the Americans and the Israelis weren't bombing. Now they're bombing again. Also, guys, like I said, retweet, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in as possible. In addition to that, we're live on YouTube. The tweet is in the nest. Go into the YouTube. We're live on it. We've got 1,200 likes. Let's try and get that up to 1,500. But more than that, I've got a video in the nest because there's many people who maybe have turned up, just woke up, just became aware of what's going on. It is in the morning in the United States of America, in the Eastern time and Western time. I'm guessing it's well, I know it's even earlier. Air defenses
8
firing
a.m.
over all of Tel Aviv. It's 8 a.m. right? Yeah, 8:15 a.m. And so guys, if you have and you're not sure about what happened, we've done a quick update on the YouTube. It's the tweet on the left. It's a nice little, I don't even know how long it is. I think it's like 9-minute video or something. You can check that out and that'll give you a quick update about what you missed. So you can do so. And even if you watched it or you're on the space, we've got what, I haven't looked how many people got on the space. You've got like 9,000 people on the space. We've got 1,000 people on the YouTube. That's 10,000 people. So 10,000 people, if you guys can go on that and like it, we only got 100 likes from 10,000 people. We should get 10,000 likes. Aria, you keep commenting on the YouTube. I am looking for you, but I just can't see you. So you need to sort your phone out so I can actually bring you up because I do want to bring you up, but I just can't see you. Didi's dropped as well. So yeah, just another request. Okay, guys, if you're getting dropped from the space, it's nobody's getting dropped. It is it's the space is getting attacked, obviously, because we've got legitimate people here rather than other places, and that's why we're streaming on YouTube as well. So hopefully, hopefully you're aware of that. Okay, let's get back into the news. Who else?
Yeah, so we got reports of sirens across central Israel.
Sirens across central Israel, right?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. Let's go to Bruce. Bruce, before you get kicked off, give us your thoughts. What's anything you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, just the usual. I mean, it's just we all kind of saw this was coming, but it's just a tragic, yet another war for Israel. Out of the rug pull from Trump, the crypto grifter, and it's just a tragic shame. And I find myself already repeating the same arguments I did 20 years ago when we did another, stupid, misguided misadventure, mass murder spree on behalf of Israel with another war. And it's the same kind of propaganda. I mean, you'd think people would wear off, the propaganda would wear off and they'd have to come up with something new, but they're still, the same old anti-Muslim, if we don't fight them over there, we got to fight them over here. This kind of, just really, really lowbrow, ignorant nonsense that you'd think people would be, more wise to in this day and age. But, I guess people are just dumb and they're easy to fool. And, especially when you have billions of dollars to fool them and you have, you can co-opt the media and people just don't have the time or interest to, come into spaces like this or, open their eyes or go on Twitter or whatever. So it's just a real tragic thing. I wish I had some more insight or something, but it's just a very, very sad thing. And hopefully it'll be somewhat, soon. I'm not optimistic about that, but I'm always trying to find the bright side and look at it, some kind of silver lining in something, but there isn't too much of it here. It's just a very tragic thing.
Well, you got to give people a break in every country here because the propaganda, the media control, at least official media, reporting from the governments is still completely rife with propaganda. People are not getting the real story unless they're, people like us who have sought this stuff out and been active about it. And most people just don't have that interest. Maybe when Americans start dying and we start bringing coffins over, hopefully the American people rise up against our president and demand that we stop funding and arming Israel's war of aggression.
If I can jump on that quick, Doc, yeah, and during Vietnam, it was our students, our universities. Hell no, LBJ, how many boys did you kill today? I grew up listening to that, and they got louder and louder and louder, and as more bodies started coming back, my cousin came back without a foot, and I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on? I heard we got to stop those commies over there. And what 57,000 American lives could not accomplish, a banker with the IMF accomplished with the signing of a pen sign on a contract, and the Vietnamese government collapsed under the Doi Moi. And I think that's the same thing. They just want Iran to collapse so they'll fall under the regime and sign the paper and come under the control. So, but Iran's like, no.
Iran's a lot different than Vietnam.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, go on layers and layers beyond that. Of course. Yeah. So exactly. So what we're seeing here is an asymmetrical, complete existential war on their behalf, and Israel's they're just as adamant. No, it's our divine right. That's why this is so serious. That's why a
Well,
lot of people thought I was just dreaming.
yeah, I don't think the Israeli people are behind this necessarily. Certainly, there'll be support for Bibi in the war of aggression. But if you've been looking at the protests against Bibi over the last year, for a variety of reasons, they're co-opted by their media and their propagandists in the same way that Americans are. It's the same propagandists.
Yeah, I never see it gaining traction over there though, unless I'm missing something. Same here on this side.
We've got reports that in that school, 85 students were actually killed. So that's that. That's what's happening there. The video that we listened to, my team put it on TikTok as well. That tweets in the nest. So click on the TikTok and give us some support as well, and give it a follow. We are pumping the contact on there. So yeah, check that out as well. Click on the TikTok because your young kids are all into that, and follow, like, and share it. Bruce, thanks for joining us. Hope you do. Oh no, you already spoken. See that I'm like half asleep. But let me just need to wake up. Okay. What you call it again? What we got? So we got some more breaking news. Let me just quickly check. Nathan, you got anything else? Okay. Iran has targeted Tel Aviv with multiple warhead missiles. Iranian Fajr rockets seen in northern Gaza. Explosions heard in Tehran. So that's the latest. Nathan, anything else?
I do have a quick update. Sorry, this is unconfirmed, but sources are stating that some of the targets in the UAE were secure Mossad centers in the UAE.
That's the prince's home, isn't it? So, Simon, in terms of the Strait of Hormuz, what's the immediate effects? I know you said oil prices will increase by 15-20%. What else?
Yeah, I mean, 15, 20.
Also, just before Simon, sorry, just before you answer Simon, so there's also reports of several explosions heard in Tehran, also explosions heard in Doha.
Yeah, so I mean, I'd expect, 15 to $20 increase as opposed to percent if it's actually enforced and all shipping stops and it impacts, the GCC countries, it impacts China, but it also impacts Iran. But obviously, they can decide what comes through and not. It's more around how this is actually enforced. We have seen in the last attempt that you have a pre-approval by the parliament, but the ultimate decision making comes down to Khomeini or IRGC. But what you'd expect next week is a spike in the price of oil. Maybe we hit a peak of approximately $100 if it continues to actually have no shipments in and out. And then I'd expect some interventions from China, most likely, who would look. They'd probably have an agreement with Iran because obviously they're cooperating economically on a lot of things. So I can't imagine that Iran's able to make this decision without actually having a contingency plan with China for exactly how this happens. These type of economic warfare techniques, they would be done in cooperation with China primarily. So if it was hostile towards China and China wasn't able to get their shipments in and out, then you'd expect China to react by really increasing the amount of oil to the market to make up for the fact that it's not able to leave from the Gulf countries, and China would just start to fill some of that demand. And America's also built some strategic petroleum reserves, but this, America right now to combat inflation, it is, play one of the key pillars of that is to get the price of oil down. So this, you'd expect intervention from China, and just some volatility in the markets next week. I'll be watching the futures to see what happens, but I don't expect any major significant impact. I know people on X are like saying sell everything, World War Three's coming. That's not the right analysis here. So yeah.
Okay, appreciate that, Simon.
Uh, uh,
Arya, are you there?
Hello. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, finally, bro. Okay,
Hi.
you're in Iran?
No, I'm in Iraq, Kurdistan, and I want to say something. Sorry for my English, because English is my third
Oh,
language.
okay. I thought you said you were in Iran, but go ahead.
I don't know. I'm in Iraq, Kurdistan. I'm talking from Kurdistan region, in the place that have been divided for four countries, and all four think we are supporting Israel in America. I don't know why. I want to make things clear. We Kurds, we are 95% Muslims. We hate Israel and American government. We are not with them in any ways, and we don't want them. And I want to give this information. In the morning, Iran, and it's been attacking Kurdistan, Erbil in Iraq several times, but it has been what is it called? Attacked by anti-missiles with the U.S. thing. I just want to say that.
Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Um,
it, can I switch back to the Straits of Hormuz again?
yeah.
Okay, Simon, remember in the Suez Canal, it was all, what, did 2021, a couple of years ago, 4 years ago? It was only closed. The Suez Canal was only closed for less than a week, and it was tens of billions of dollars lost. So it doesn't have to be months, it's just days, and it's going to have a major impact. So, yeah, Iran's using that for sure.
And the
Yeah,
oil
but
markets were
it's
already pricing
mainly
it in.
the Gulf countries that will have the significant economic. I mean, it will be severe economic disruption, and it already is based upon what's happened with just the flights. But the main, the severe impact will be just the sheer amount of disruption for the GCC countries.
Yeah, we
Yes, yes. And in the first Gulf War, I fought that at the Pentagon behind a desk, the first Gulf War. And the surge that we were using commercial aircraft, I was using personally involved in the setting those up. I was commercial aircraft. We basically contracted commercial carriers, United Airlines, you name all of them, Lufthansa. We contract cargo container ships. It is a massive need to support those forces. And that's so easy to disrupt. So, yeah, that's a big concern to watch. In other words, I know I keep repeating myself. Iran can play the long game. It's very difficult for the U.S. to play the long game because I don't see the surge there, meaning forces in place. Two carrier battle groups, you ain't going to hack it. Logistically speaking, resupply and also attack.
There's the reaction as well that so let's say Iran wants to allow its shipments in and out, but no one else's, and say it wants to do the same for China under certain circumstances. You just set off a game theory event because there are British naval fleets there. There's Saudi, there's Oman, there's American, there's Chinese. So everyone has their interest there, and if it would just set off a very strange game theory in terms of how you stop and how you start, who you stop and who you start, and what the reactions are around there. So it's very unpredictable, I think.
Yeah, in every war scenario, they play these war games and these scenarios, these computer modulated war game scenarios with thousands of different variables. And without going into it, when you get deep into the asymmetrical variable, it's exponential. It's crazy. And Iran has been working this for years. That's what I keep saying. So, folks that think that we're going to go kick some ass over there and get this over quick is a complete huge mistake. And again, General Raisin Cain is he's an air guy. He's a general of the United States Air Force. Air Force generals love to bomb shit, and we can do it. Yes, sir. We can take them out. We'll take their ass out.
Just some
Well,
breaking
I would feel.
news. I'll go
Yep.
straight back to Andrew. Sirens sounding in Tel Aviv. That video's gone out, but yeah, sirens are sounding in Tel Aviv. Back to you, Andrew.
Yeah, and I would feel more comfortable if we had a Army general, Marine general in there, and that's the Navy admiral that got fired. Is when you really speak straight up and plain, they should have been telling Trump, "Hell no, we don't. You don't stop that rhetoric and saber rattling here." But they didn't. We're gonna bomb it and do it. We're gonna have a big problem here, and I'll land it here real quick. The humiliation ritual that happened at Quantico, I was embarrassed for those generals listening to being addressed down like dogs by Trump and Hegseth. They made a apolitical military. They politicized them into the Trump MAGA Zionist psyop, and people missed that. A lot of people missed it, but that's what happened.
Just give some more breaking news. Ballistic missiles launched to central Israel. More explosions heard in Israel, as well as more explosions heard in Tehran as well. What else we got here?
Did you report on the ship being attacked?
No, explain it.
The U.S. combat support vessel was heavily struck by missiles from the IRGC Navy.
And that's a combat support. I wish we had is that a CG? Is that at Arleigh Burke? It's probably one of the support ships in the screen in that battle group, the Lincoln battle group. Which I'm trying to find. I can't find which ship it was.
All these ships and all these planes, and it's all being subsidized by the U.S. taxpayer, by the Western taxpayer. Just know, guys, if you're struggling this month, a little bit with your bills, if you see that your, income has been zapped by 30 to 40%, which is typical in America, just understand that it's going to the Epstein Islander pedophile entity, the Israel entity. It's crazy. Make sure you guys repost the space, though. We need to blast this space out. Big shout out to Suleiman. He was the first one to open the space and report it even before the mainstream fake stream media, because they wanted us to sleep last night and not address it the way that we've been breaking it down in here. So make sure, if you guys haven't, hit that lower right bottom button. It says 3.2K right now. Make sure you guys hit that button. It's arrow up, arrow down. Smash that repost. We have to get more views than the fake news spaces so that the real message is sent out. This is massive, guys. For those who are just waking up, last night, Donald Trump and the genociders bombed Iran, and the more recent news, Suleiman posted on his page, Iran has Israel has once again killed 63 people, 63 children. This time in Iran. These are child killers. They don't have no respect for no children out here. And we saw that with the Epstein files, and now we're seeing that with what they're doing to Iran. So make sure you guys repost the space. We got a lot of breaking news incoming. And make sure you guys look at Suleiman's page for the most recent updates.
This is from Israel's opposition leader Yair Lapid. He said, "If everybody messes with us, this is the price it's going to pay. This is the price it's going to pay. The Israeli army is strong. We've got the strongest military power in the world, which is the American army and navy behind us." So it's basically like it's basically like is Israel strong because they've got America is basically what he said.
That's like some little punk walking into the playground saying, "I'm going to kick some ass here, and I got my backup," and then he walks away. It's exactly what we're dealing with. We see it over and over again.
They're like, my dad is strong.
Just real quickly, I'm hearing the reports of protests in London against the U.S. Israeli aggression on Tehran. It's unconfirmed, but if it is true, I guess again this applies some pressure on the UK to think about what measures they're going to take and what support they're going to give to Israel and the US. So it would be good to keep them on their toes, also to let them know that the British public does not want war with Iran and do not want to be supporting, war with Iran either.
We've got someone from the University of Tehran saying that Trump has reached out to Iran for a ceasefire via Italy.
You can't make this up.
No, yeah, you really can't. They always underestimate Iran. They always do this.
God, if this, we have a front row seat to a C-class horror movie. My God, it's unbelievable.
So just real quickly, another quick update. Breaking news: we're hearing of 2 Hermes drones were intercepted over the skies of Isfahan. Sorry, not Tehran. Isfahan.
That thing, though.
Just to be clear, these are Israeli drones. Sorry, let me just add the context so everyone who's not too aware of this. A Hermes drone is one of the Israeli models by one of their defense contractors.
That report earlier, though, on like Israel wanting to probably head back to the table, and then someone saying, they're underestimating Iran. No, this is the way that these genociders move. These genociders, like they don't want to win the war right away off the bat. We saw it with the true promise 1, true promise 2. This is 3. This is 4 right here. They're gonna keep going in waves because these genociders, they're like gnats. They're like mosquitoes, okay? Like they're not gonna just attack you one time and then leave. They're gonna keep attacking in order to try to weaken you up. So I think Iran and the resistance, they can't make the mistake of giving these folks too many chances before they start, getting the hang of their weaponry and understanding how it moves in the air. So, because right now it's really all air. Who got more power in the air right now? That's really what it is.
Sorry, I just want to add real quickly the reports of interceptions over southern Syria. Also, there's reports of impacts in Tel Aviv also. And also another one saying that there are incomings to Tel Aviv. This could be related to the impacts. I'm not too sure, but I just want to throw that out there.
We won't be surprised if they quickly start saying peace, peace, peace. But whoa, stop. And I don't think Iran's going to let up this time for a long time. In fact, again,
Another update. Sorry, Andrew. Another update. So, Israeli Channel 13 is being quoted as stating that 220 missiles have been launched from Iran at Israel since this morning.
Which, for those who think they've only got 2,000, would mean 12% of their stockpile. I think they've got 200,000. That'll be like 2% of their stockpile. There is some more breaking news. Press Secretary Levitt says Trump monitored everything overnight at Mar-a-Lago with his national security team and spoke with Netanyahu on the phone. She says Secretary Rubio briefed 7 of the 8 Gang of 8 members before the attacks. Trump's team is still working the situation closely. So it means 7 of the 8 gang members basically got the briefing beforehand.
Also, there are reports of strikes in Iraq. There's an Iraqi official has been quoted as stating to Al Jazeera, a massive explosion rocked Jerf al-Sakur, north of Babylon, for the second time today.
because Israel's blacked out everything, we could be getting strikes. We have no idea. Even because they're locking it down more than they did in the 12-day war. So there's things that are happening we're not going to see like we did in the beginning of the 12-day war.
Also, there's reports of air defense active in Tabriz, Khomeini, and Avaz. Also, I'm hearing now that the Hermes drones that were shut down is now going to 3. They're alleging that 3 have been shut down now.
Yeah, guys, we'll continue to give the information.
Sorry, just come in a quick breaking news. Just coming in claims of sorry, I'm really sorry, Sally. Iranian drone hits target near Burj Khalifa in the UAE. I don't know if this is related to previous or if this is a new one. I have to try to confirm
Yeah,
that
that's the old
information.
one. Guys, reshare, retweet the space, let everybody know we're live. We're live on X and we're live on YouTube. The YouTube one, the tweet is in the nest. So do share it, and also the YouTube post in the nest. Do me a favor and like it. And the TikTok one, go and follow the TikTok channel. The TikTok is there. We're trying to push the information out on TikTok. We're trying to be as careful as possible with the words, well, as much as it can be. So check that out, retweet that, follow us on TikTok. So follow us on YouTube and follow us on TikTok. Okay, well, we have 15 killed in an Israeli airstrike targeting a gym in Lamerd Fars province. We also have hits on Kuwait airport, as we mentioned, and then video of the radar being destroyed. But which radar is that? I don't know. Let's go to okay, Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, in a message to the UN, Iran called on the Security Council members to emergency meeting to discuss an act of aggression and take measures to stop it. New wave of missile attacks by the IRGC. Simon, you mentioned about the market. The Bitcoin dropped, right, to 63. Is that a problem, or does that give us a kind of indicator of things to come or not?
Yeah, so Bitcoin's more of a leading indicator for the tech sector at the moment, so I don't read too much into it. But a 5% drop to 63,000, like it's been here before, not too much to read into it. We'll check it out on Sunday, leading up to the market opening. But if you want to try and read something into it, I think it's very weak. But it's unprecedented what's happened between Iran and UAE at the moment. And UAE has it's kind of the center of the crypto industry, as it were. But I'm not reading too much into it. I don't think there's any correlation there, but we'll see
I
what
think
happens
there
on
is.
Sunday.
I disagree with Simon. I think there is correlation here. Usually when these things start happening and there's uncertainty, we see the markets going into defense stocks, we see the markets going into gold, silver, oil, which pretty much happened on Friday. So the market was already pricing in some kind of, thing to happen this weekend, especially when you look at like the prices of Oxy and USO. But I disagree. I think if we see this continuing, right, I think it's just taking one leg down because it wants to see, is this going to be another 12-day war, or is this going to be something longer? And if it's something longer, we're going to see a disaster in the markets. If it's something like a 12-day war again, like Simon said, it'll probably just be a blip.
A quick update,
Whenever
Storm.
you
More
see
U.S. strikes.
whenever you see volatility increase,
Can I just give
prices are
this?
going to come
Can I
down in
just
the
give this
short
breaking
term.
news for a minute? Sorry, guys. Yeah. So there are more U.S. strikes on Bashir, southern Iran, and new strikes against Qom and central Iran also. And there's a new wave of Iranian ballistic missiles that have been detected.
Yeah, when you look at the opening strikes, they were mostly targeted toward leadership in trying to hunt down the missiles in order to reduce the amount of firepower that Iran could throw back at Israel, and also to degrade the air defense. Once that's done, we're going to see multiple days of bombing where US and Israeli aircraft are just going to be flying over Iran, sort of taking out more infrastructure-based targets.
Yeah, sure. You keep thinking that, buddy.
I mean, so far I've been 100% right as
On
far
what? You
as
haven't been
how
right
this
on
has been
nothing.
going.
You haven't been right on nothing. Everything you've said has been wrong. You claim that they had a minimum. You claim
You're
they had.
really upset, bro. I
No,
can
you're
see that you
upset.
can
No,
tell
you're
that you're
upset.
upset
I'm
because
just
things
pushing
aren't
back
going the
at
way
your
you wanted them
propaganda
to go.
because you keep trying to push this American superiority that America's just gonna roam all over Iran and bomb whatever they want when they want, and we know that's not going to be the case.
Yeah,
So
how
you can
many
keep
aircraft
stating
have
that
been
all you
shot
want.
down?
If that was the
How
case,
many
no,
aircraft
but if
have
that was the
Iran shot
case,
down so far?
America would have done that already.
How
They've
many, hey
literally done that
Nathan,
already.
how many reports have there been about US and Israeli aircraft being shot down over Iran? How many have we lost so far?
That's irrelevant. That's an irrelevant point.
No, I think it's pretty relevant
No, it's
when
not
I make
relevant.
the
No,
assertion
it's not.
that the US and Israeli aircraft are going to have air superiority over Iran, and then you can't even admit that Iran can't shoot down a single attacking aircraft, just like they couldn't 8 months ago.
Yeah, but you're under the impression that the Americans are actually dominating Iranian airspace. There's been no footage of it. A lot of these attacks could be standoff ammunitions, as they were in the last attack. So you can keep claiming this air superiority, just like the Israelis did last time. You can keep pushing the propaganda, but there's no confirmation of any
Wait,
American
so
jet.
you need
No,
a
there's
low
a, there
flying
is no,
American
does no, it doesn't
aircraft to
matter.
like buzz
No, it doesn't
an
have to be low
Iranian
flying.
city
There
before you'll
doesn't, it
believe that
does
they're
not
up
have to
there?
be low flying. It doesn't matter. You're claiming
It does
they have air
actually. You think
superiority
an
over
American
Iran
combat aircraft that's
because
flying
I'm
above
not even going to
30,000
argue with you.
feet is something that a
I'm not going to
civilian
argue with
down
you.
with a cell phone is going to be able to see?
But as I stated, it's very clear that you don't know military warfare and doctrine if you think that the US are just
I
flying
mean, I
all
know
over
it a lot
Iran.
better than
No,
you,
you don't. You actually
definitely.
don't. You don't.
I do. Let's
No,
go ahead and
you
test
can
it
chat
in any
GPT
way.
whatever you want. Doesn't make you know nothing, mate. Because your clear
Bro,
statement, the
you can't
statement
even
that you're
speak English
making,
properly, so
the
calm down.
statements that you're making, you stated that Iran didn't have any missiles left. You said they had a minimum of what, 1,000 or less or something
That's
like
not
that.
what I said. I
Yes,
said
you
that the
did.
reports from the US and Israel were that they had like a stockpile of
Right.
about
So you're just good at
1,500.
regurgitating. You're not an analyst. Don't try to come in there and push back and make out like
Hold
you're
on,
some
you're not
sort of
anything, bro. So
analytical
sit down.
inclined than more than
Nathan,
myself.
Nathan,
You just stated
Nathan, what do
you
you do
just
for a
stated
living,
that you
bro?
have
You
more.
don't know
You just
anything.
stated
So
you
you
had
need to
more
calm down.
understanding
You're
of
getting very
military
upset
doctrine than
because
me.
the side
You
that you
stated
want to
that
be
you gave
winning,
yourself
he's
that
not doing very
authority,
well
not
right
me.
now.
So I'm just pushing back against what you're saying.
The United States and Israel have been attacking Iran with impunity, and Iran hasn't been able to land any significant blows in response,
What are you
despite the
talking about?
fact that
They've
this
been
has been
destroying
going
your
on for like 12
facilities all
hours so
throughout the
far.
GCC. What are you talking about? They're hitting your military facilities all throughout the GCC. What do you think is going to happen? Eventually, if you carry on, you're going to have
Name
none
one
left.
thing that
And then
they've destroyed
eventually,
of significance.
the
Name one
more they
thing.
degrade the facilities in the
Nathan, you're
GCC,
the
the
expert,
less
right?
protection you're going to
You're the
have
expert.
for
You're there,
Israel. So
right
you
there in
can
the
keep
control room,
claiming
right?
this
Hey, name
superiority,
one
but
thing of
clearly you don't
significance
understand
that
military
Iran has
doctrine. If you
destroyed.
think that Iran is just going to unload all of
Yeah,
what they
Nathan,
have
name one
straight
thing
away,
that
then you
Iran has
clearly don't
destroyed.
understand escalation of you don't
Do you
understand
know?
nothing about
You
military
can't even. You're just talking
operations.
to hear yourself talk because you're really upset because you wish Iran was going to be doing a lot
No,
better
I
than
just
it
push
was
back.
is
I push back
actually
against
doing
the
in
statement that
reality at
you
this
made,
stage,
and
and
then
it's
you
just not.
personally attacked me. So then I'm pushing back against that
I
also.
didn't personally attack you at all. I
Clearly,
just
you
don't
don't
think
know
you
what you're
know
saying. Then
anything
you're
about
just
what you're
talking to
talking
hear
about.
yourself. Then aren't you?
Now you're just repeating me. You don't have anything of substance to say, Nathan. Just admit it.
Again, you're trying to attack me personally. I made a clear argument against what you said. You're trying to say that the US and Israel have dominance over Tehran, and that is not the case. I just made a clear
That's
statement. You
not what I
can't
said,
prove that.
actually.
And you said that in so many days, you said they're going to have free reign to roam over Tehran, over Iran, and bomb whatever they want. And I just pushed back against that. I don't understand why you have to then make it personal and then on top of that try to invoke some sort of authority, or credentialism to try to make out like you have more understanding than me when you clearly don't.
Cool. Are you done now? All right, cool. So what I said was that the opening waves of attacks from the US and Israel, which have been extraordinary, overwhelming, and effective, are going to be destroying Iran's air defense in order to make it easier to do more like high volume bombing in the future of targets that are not as sensitive or as time sensitive. So in the
Effective,
early hour,
we haven't had any
excuse
claims
me,
from the
I let you
Israelis
talk,
or the
dude.
Americans of hitting
I let
any
you
air
talk.
defense
So
systems.
let me get this
So you're
straight.
just
When you
making up
talk,
stuff now.
I wait for you to talk, but when I talk, you jump in whenever you feel like it. Is that how this works? Okay, so let me
Miko, why are
continue.
you crying victim
Okay,
when you do
so
this all the
listen,
time? I don't
Nathan,
understand why you're
here's
crying
the
like a
thing. Here's
baby
what
about
we're
it.
going to do, Nathan. You go ahead and say everything you want to say. Go. So you don't have anything to say.
I don't
Yeah,
understand
that's
why you're
what I
trying to
thought.
play these silly little psychological games like these reverse. It's so boring.
I get it. I get it.
Pathetic.
You have a
You're
low
literally
IQ.
pathetic.
You're
Look,
not
you do.
able
Now
to
you're trying to
actually
attack my
understand
IQ.
how
That's how
argumentation works.
pathetic
I
you are.
get it. I
Why do
get
you
it. You're
guys
a
have
very
to
low
fight
IQ person.
every single time? Okay.
Well,
I would love to
Nathan
hear
just
what
can't
each
talk to
person has
someone
to say.
We got
rationally.
So,
Iran
Mango,
versus Israel 2.0 in the space. You heard? Hit that repost, y'all.
let's look. Hype man comes in right on time. Okay, Mango, you go first, and then Nathan will respond to you, and then we can go from there, maybe?
Yes, if people can take turns, sure. So the thing is, all I'm making is a simple
again in this war see that they will fail against Iran. This will end very badly for the United States. It will end badly for the world, and it will end badly for the Israeli regime. Obviously, many Iranians are going to die. I myself, many tell me don't do interviews because I may be a target, but me and others, millions of others, we're going to remain steadfast until the United States is forced to back down and accept defeat.
You're a great man, Professor Morandi, not because you and I are friends and colleagues, but because you have attributes of greatness and of selflessness. How determined is the Iranian government to strike at the leadership of the Israeli government, which is the instigator of all of this?
Well, from what I've been hearing, there have been regular strikes by Iran on targets inside uh, Palestine, inside within the realm of the Israeli regime. And what we've been told by Iranian generals is that right now the Iranians are basically using old missiles, and they're not using new technology. So Iran has lots of older missiles that were produced 15 years ago, 20 years ago or so, and drones, and they're basically using those to empty air defenses. And gradually, when those air defenses are depleted, then the newer generations are going to be used increasingly and with much greater devastation. But from what we're hearing, there are significant strikes taking place across the Persian Gulf because US bases exist in all the Arab family dictatorships in the Persian Gulf region, and those bases have been used against Iran. So the Iranians are striking at those bases and at US assets in the Persian Gulf region. But of course, Iran is also regularly striking the Israeli regime. But as I said, right now, Iran is not showing, as they would call it, those who gamble, I guess, they're not showing their hand. They're using old technology. And I think in the days to come, there's going to be surprises coming from Tehran.
What do you make of the we alluded to this earlier, Mohammed, the American duplicity, the I saw an interview. We in this venue we can't run these clips, but my audience has seen this clip already this morning morning U.S. time. We ran a clip of the Iranian foreign minister literally scratching his head like, I really don't even get it. Even the intermediaries in the negotiations were saying how much progress had been made. Another session was scheduled in Vienna so that we could be near the nuclear inspection people and they could participate in the negotiations. And yet, the American government, the Trump administration, the senior part of the Trump administration, they probably kept Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard out of it. She's the last intellectually honest person there, but the administration seems to have planned this for this time all along. What kind of a government kills the other government with whom it's negotiating during the negotiations besides the Israelis and the Americans?
No one but the United States and the Israeli regime does that. And Judge, the fact that we have a ceasefire in Lebanon, but the Israeli regime murders Lebanese citizens every day, and Western media looks away. Western governments that are the guarantors of the ceasefire, they all look away, is just another example. Or every day in Gaza, they're murdering multiple Palestinians and violating the ceasefire, not by the day, by the hour. But the West looks away. Western media looks away. Western governments look away. So it's not a surprise. As I said, I was expecting this attack to take place. And I thought that the fact that there was progress was actually making it more dangerous because these people were wanted to make sure that there's no peace between Iran and the United States. The Zionist lobby or the Epstein class or whatever you'd like to call it, their interests, they're Israeli firsters and American lasters. If it wasn't for the Israeli regime, Iran and the United States would have resolved their problems decades ago. Iran has excellent relations with Brazil, with Russia, with South Africa, with China. It has excellent relations with countries across the globe. But the United States, because of this class of people, can only show hostility and antagonism. The only country that tries to murder the leaders of the countries that they're negotiating with is the only country that starves people through sieges, like in Cuba or as it did in Syria. So this is how the empire works. But Western media, Western think tanks seem to think that they are exceptional, that they have exceptional rights, and that they are morally superior to the rest of us, so they can do these things. The Iraqi war, from their perspective, was not a crime against humanity; it was a policy failure. And this, in my opinion, is evidence that in fact they are the ones who are immoral and the most immoral of all the regimes that we have across the world. The destruction that they've caused, the misery that they've been causing, the genocide in Gaza. It's clear for everyone across the world, and this has already destroyed the image of the United States across the world. And I don't think that this empire is going to last much longer because it is bankrupt, it is despised, and militarily, I'm very confident that the Iranians will be able to succeed and force the United States to back off.
Their last subject matter, Mohammed, I realize it's late at night and you're probably in danger, and I can't underscore enough how personally as well as professionally indebted I am to you. There was a report early this morning, American time, so within an hour or so of the president's announcement at 3 a.m, that British jets had participated in the initial strike. Do you know if that report is accurate? Has the British government, the British military, assisted the Israelis and the Americans in bombing Tehran?
I don't know if that really happened. The UK has been helping the Israeli regime carry out genocide in Gaza. They have constantly, over the last two years and 3-4 months, they've been flying intelligence planes to gather intelligence from Gaza to help the Israelis bomb Gaza. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Of course, the British armed forces is very weak, and their contribution would only be a token contribution. But they were also the ones who went alongside the United States, as you know, Blair was the U.S. poodle in Iraq. And just now that I spoke of Iraq, I also want to point out another similarity. The U.S. Vice President came and said that there are signs that Iran's wants to make a nuclear weapon. 8 months ago, they said that they obliterated Iran's nuclear program. Witkoff said Iran is a week away from a nuclear weapon. How is that possible if Iran's nuclear program was completely destroyed? Or Trump went and said Iran is building missiles to hit the United States. There is no difference between the current regime and the Bush regime. They're one and the same.
Wow. Professor Mohammed Morandi, thank you, my dear friend. Thank you for your intellectual honesty and your personal courage. Needless to say, as your friend, I wish you and your family and all of your friends and colleagues well. And I hope that we can come back to you in the days and weeks to come. Godspeed. God be with you, my dear friend.
God be with you too, Judge. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Doesn't get any better than this. The first match of Masters Santiago. Gentlemates versus EDG. A first-time matchup, but players who are so familiar with what each and every one of them are capable of. And here's the series layout sideshow. This is going to be a brawl.
Walking out there, can you imagine what Starkzo, Martin, Kong, these players that have been to events and either reached the very heights or crumbled when it mattered? The emotion of seeing that, of walking out and realizing your destiny's got another chapter to write.
Champions winner team going up against a player who was just on Winthrop University, a collegiate player.
Damn right, Winthrop all day, baby.
From Gentlemates, a crazy offseason pickup, and now going up against the likes of Kong, Chichu on the other side.
Only in Valorant can something like this happen.
Dialing into the first map, Gentlemates were very fast last time they played Haven.
Yeah.
They were quick, they were conditioning pacey hits, and then they would slow it down to try to throw in a bit of a mix-up. I'm expecting something similar again, and the question is, can EDG hold on against that style?
When I'm looking at EDG picking into Haven, reflecting back on the last time they played it, I thought they had some outstanding rounds on defense, great setups, but other rounds where just didn't seem like the plan going into it was sound at all. So I'm hoping that with them selecting this against an undefeated team on it, that they've really refined that entire half.
That's also the hope that you have. But the problem is, it could also just be a matter of, well, this is what they know, and this is just what they're going toward. So could this backfire on them?
When we're talking about Kong, and I think the importance of leaning into the comfort roles for him, where he can be the X factor on the team, where he can specifically pick up that operator, Haven is going to be a go-to. His chamber play has been really phenomenal, putting up some of the best stats he's got, and obviously can op there a ton.
I think, though, when the sides flip in the second half, that means there's going to be much more pressure on the entry. Because Kong can't really be doing that on this map if they continue playing the chamber comps.
Correct.
So you're looking at Kong in the first half, but then in the second, he needs his team to be there in order to keep that momentum going.
To look at Gentlemates, I feel like this is one of the maps that honestly best displayed how good their understanding of the strategic fundamentals around this Yoru actually are. Martine is just constantly set up with beautiful little set plays to get easy first kills. Even cheeky things like playing around the Astra Wall, they'll send it out so he can dimensional drift behind it, pop out, get free kills. Those are little micro plays that EDG are going to have to be concerned with on many rounds throughout this map.
How apropos is it, though, that Haven, the map that they won in order to propel them to this point, Gentlemates, now they have a great opportunity to be able to continue the dominance on this map. They beat Fnatic on this. That's no tall feat, you know what I mean? That's difficult. That's a good-ass team. And they gave it to them, all right? And that was an excellent series. So for Gentlemates to be here right now, shows a testament to their skill. But on the flip side to that, you look at EDG, a team that has been here, has done that before. I do have to kind of rest a little bit on that confidence of these are people who understand what this atmosphere is like better than most.
And I think if there is going to be some doubt creeping into the Gentlemates camp, it will be, what if Martine doesn't put up record-breaking performances? And hold on,
expectation is outrageous.
What if Kong does? You know, there is so much that could flip the balance here that just comes down to individual performance. And this, out of every meta you've ever seen at a global event, is the one where individual performance matters the most. Which means upsets and form and all of this kind of variance can happen.
You mentioned form. A common theme that we see at these global events, a la NRG winning champions, is peaking at the right time. Those guys weren't even the champions coming out of Americas, yet they are our reigning world champions right now in this tournament. EDG, they got knocked down to that lower bracket. They go on a four-match win streak to qualify out of it. And maybe that is just going to put them in the mind state of, oh, we are peaking at the right moment. We've been on a run. We have the confidence going into this.
All right, there you can see Kong busting out that chamber. As we talked about CB on the Neon, when those sides flip, look for CB to be the guy that needs to step up in that moment, Sideshow. But really, no crazy surprises here based on what I can tell.
No.
Yeah, I think we're looking good.
Nobody throwing a massive spanner in the works early by changing around compositions enormously, but I just saw a shot there of Beepo taking deep breaths, eyes closed, soaking in the moment, trying to calm the nerves. I think this game early on, with so many people, especially on the mate side, that are a little less experienced, it's just a great temperature check.
Listen here, I've been in a situation in my life where I came out to an audience that was yelling and screaming, and I had no freaking idea what to do with my body, what to do with my hands, what to do with me. I can't imagine what these young men are thinking about on that stage right now, as the world is just, so many people in this venue are just, I'm waiting on bated breath for anything that they do.
And I think especially for the Neons on both sides, it's so easy to overheat, to accidentally make a mistake, and that's where the pressure is often going to be.
Especially when you're a Neon in CB debuting globally, and you're going up against the natural Neon counter, the not oft-picked Cypher in this current meta, the bane of Neon's existence. So if CB is scrambling, keyboard hand a little bit shaky, he's going to be running into trips. There's some danger there. But
it's going to be exciting, though, nonetheless, guys. Great discussion here. Great setup for the match. And we're ready for the first map of Masters Santiago. And who better to call the action than the freaking GOATs? It's Pansy and Hypoc.
God, yeah, what an incredible prospect here, Mike. I think the desk led us in so well with so many kind of touch points of storylines. We've got the current record setter against the one he beat.
Yes,
We've got a
insane.
return from like championship players. Where are you going?
Insane to have that draw in the opening match here. Obviously with Gentlemates, the journey they've been on, this is effectively now the next step in the redemption arc for somebody like Starzo, and also further validation of this team in the form of Gentlemates. I'm so excited for this to start on Haven as well, just because it's so interesting to break down a real compositional difference here, but also two very different play styles.
Yeah, and I really want to touch on that, and I think even the desk kind of alluding to the difference on the attacking side and how we're going to see this kind of play throughout, but already Beepo willing to take those first steps, mates on the attack, and EDG will be on the defense. Kang played in well as Beepo already down.
Martin elsewhere, trying to find a little space towards B, but then the first blood engagement firmly in control of EDG. Nobody's actually found Martin as well. Mini trying to find something into the front of sight here. Mate's already going to be called upon in terms of recovery here. Chichu getting very interested.
They've got numbers to play with and a real tone to set in my mind. As Mini's looking for opportunities. Yes, the front line of Martin's a thriller to look at, but Mini did do some incredible work. So far though, EDG handling this very well. Starzo, that's
hang on, no more
not impossible. Nobody's really low. They're trying to stay stacked up here. Whoa.
Big 4K from Nobody here, holding down the fort. And again, look for Mace to do this. Their attacking side is all around disruption. The ability for Martin to find space elsewhere on the map, be it on the back of a TP or actually quite often lurking, inserting himself into space, because one thing mates have done fantastically well domestically is read the map.
But I think domestic is something we'll come back to throughout this series, is does it translate to stage? We saw the highs of Martin in especially 2 series, you could say. It had been a decent run from him even outside of that. But we've also seen the lows of Martin as well, and what then becomes of mates without him. Same to be said of EDG without Kang. However, we'll find out those answers throughout the series as Kang still up for a bit of a brawl and takes Martin down very low.
Yeah, that's HP does actually have a scope in hand though, so Martin certainly will be trying to get something done. We'll actually cycle out to Beepo here.
I like the re-clear as well.
Elsewhere, Mini hasn't made progress here, but EDG very paranoid that mates are going to sit behind this.
I'm surprised that it's taken this long to find a reaction, but I guess with that Neon, they can just kind of throw CB over there if they feel necessary, but this will be down to just Smoggy. Can he handle what's coming his way? They are only on pistols. There is going to be that outlaw with Beepo, do remember. But Smoggy willing to posture up, man. And again, look at the garage slip as well. That's Mini trying to find a little bit of backline pressure. Isolating the fight on the C site with just 2 there now. It gets a bit dangerous. It's still way better weaponry. Still got shields. Still got, well, I was going to say util. Not too much of that left.
Kang's got to be careful here. He looks like he wants to try and clear in.
Oh,
he's actually shut down. Mini.
No!
Starzo found one as well.
Oh my word, is this really the answer? Back a little slow, a little behind the curve, EDG. Did you think you could hold it all yourself on that site? But still, no plant yet. Still 2 players alive. CB one of them, and Chichu the other. Overwhelmed. Gentlemates, is this how you're really going to set things off? 1-1, instantly answering back.
Then early on pushed into recovery mode, and a round 2 flip has got to feel fantastic for Gentlemates.
And I just have to highlight that wasn't just the Martin show. The start of things, he was already taken down low by Kang, that lovely little tag at the beginning, cycling it out, really good mental work, heading towards that C site, just figuring out that next path.
Credit in that regard to Mini, who again finds himself in these sorts of positions to find impact. I wonder now if EDG was rattled a little bit by that round 2, but 3-player stack here towards C, and Gentlemates, no secrets about this on the way in.
Yeah, they're pretty direct in this one, and Starzo going to continue on. This is a very light reinvestment from EDG, so you're looking at maybe Kang doing a bit of damage, maybe with the Headhunter here, but otherwise it's a Sheriff and a Stinger, so any more would be great, but they're being really robust with this. Not going to let too many issues start to compile. Ult there for Mini as well, so that should be in the pocket if necessary going forward. Starzo, though, willing to go for a bit of a hunt here. Ooh, I think they'll try.
Confidence here in the anti-eco as well is key for me. Gentlemates not straying away from what's worked for them previously. That's what you will see coming up against a big name, big players on the other side of the scoreboard. Certainly a positive.
And I just didn't think that was going to translate so early from what we saw in EMEA. If I'm honest, I thought this could be a really big half for EDG to kind of be like, look, yeah, it's all cool that you guys did that regionally. It's not going to work here.
Well, in terms of this sort of pacing, I'm more concerned about EDG's second half. The desk touching on
both.
this spot.
Entries,
Kang is going to struggle massively. They can't really keep things in check in the next few rounds here on their defensive side. Mate's now switching things up. Take comfortable control of A-Long immediately here.
Let's see how they work the map. And something, again, I think Sideshow was kind of alluding to was also the tempo that we've seen the mates play with, that kind of very high tempo, very fast pace, high pressure, but they can sit back into a slower pace as well, kind of really play and toy with those expectations.
Nobody's still going to invest the drone here. Again, EDG paranoid that there is pressure behind this initial probe towards Long, but Mini and Glyph elsewhere.
Oh, lovely adaptation.
Smoggy.
Right, we saw this late pivot towards C. There wasn't the same re-clear on A. Look at this. EDG are lapping this one up. So Mini once again gets to slip. He spotted Chichu for sure, but does he think about Smoggy? No. But the plant's on A. They're going to be in a post plant for V5.
We'll be conscious here actually already. CB very close in the backlines here. Glyph now turning his attention, but he'll be able to slip into sewers here in a comfortable post plant setup for mates.
Let's see. Okay, Paranoia finds nothing, so still very much shouldering up on CT. Good trades from EDG, and a better follow-up from nobody. Takes away Starzo, and EDG clearing house. That was a clean as hell retake.
Credit in that regard to actually back away from A, respecting this pressure that's building towards C. EDG barely break a sweat there in the retake. Mates really forced off some of these early angles, but I'm not entirely sure how Smoggy or Chichu got this first one seemingly for free ahead of, yeah, right here onto Beepo. Maybe looking to catch somebody in the trap outside CT, but doesn't amount to anything here.
Well, we're seeing the strengths from both of these. Some of that, I just love seeing that experience from EDG, just calm on that retake. Even with the Paranoia finding nothing, maybe a little overstep from mates, as you said, trying to find something on that CT side. But as we go back in, full buy for both sides. A couple of ults starting to come through. Nobody has his, but Kung taking a walk. There's some of the util. Mini can be trying to at least keep some notice that there is presence here, but Kung finally forced away.
Key to remove some of that comfort from Mini as well, in terms of not allowing him to lurk around. No ping there. No ping there, Martin slipping.
This could be a hell of a way to open it up, but that wasn't clean enough, and you don't get away with stuff like that against EDG. We can mates make something of this still. 3 players on the A site. That's a lot of bodies to try and get through, and mates are having none of it. They're on the run.
We'll try and get ahead of Smoggy here in transition. Again, still a bit of a gap to close. Rotation coming through from EDG, but
Smoggy's
on site here. Smoggy's TP'd across.
He has. Hunter's Fury coming in as well. Starzo having to dip, dodge and dive between all of this, but they're playing the cards close to the chest. CB's here as well. And that's going to give away a little bit of the game, and they're going to try and clear back sight. EDG once again having none of it, but Beepo coming alive! Securing at least a plant now.
Just down to Chichu. A clean plant here, and he's got the camera set up as well.
Spotted him. Chichu's got to go big. It ain't going to happen. Mates with a lovely pivot there.
We get ahead of the rotation here, and initially it looks like they're going to fall short once more on the site, but Beepo finding 2 crucial kills here to guarantee the plant. Put them at an advantage here in terms of numbers.
Oh, he did well there on that follow-up, didn't he?
It'll be a little frustrating again, because I'm expecting mates to clear back. So as soon as the Paranoia comes through, there's a Hunter's Fury from spawn. You've got solid information on 2 people. Nobody really oversteps the mark. Great work from Gentlemates once more. Here, Kung, tour de force in hand now. Smoggy going to feel the heat once more in the early round.
He's been put through his paces so far, hasn't he? Still got the Paranoia. Guardian is all he's got to play with, and they are close in that smoke. Looks like it's going to be a burst towards backside. He is going to be caught in that stun, though. Smoggy, do you get to live? Do you get to keep your life? CB is going to be trying to fight for you. Mates just scaling up a little carefully here, but backside is no longer safe.
Jishu's tagged up, though. I'll sit and wait this one out. That's just shocked off. Gonna land onto Smoggy.
Okay, the captain making it look casual as Mates handling EDG so easily.
Another situation now where they're catching players in rotation. EDG just throw bodies towards site. Mini capitalizes once more from Garage, and Mates call the freeze.
And look at the paranoia in Chichu's head. He's like, well, they're not here. They're not gone for the plant. Have they slipped Garage? Are they trying B? Okay, I've seen him again, but now I can't do much to deny this. Nice pickup on a kill, but the trade comes in instantaneous. So going to spread the wealth and try and get Martine ready with that ult as soon as possible. Kung, once upon a time, I'd be paying attention now. I'd be like, well, there is a chance. There's a reason this man will always command our attention. I've seen things on this site. But right now, need a miracle.
Recon will go up. Stall Kung a little further.
Nice
now with the
tough.
star gun up. Yeah, there's no way he's digging all three out here.
He might get one, maybe a second if the gods are favorable, but Kung he knows the win cons are just not there, mate. Mike, it's that slip from Mini. It's that really diligent, clear backside on Smoggy. We're seeing some good signs here.
And another thing that Mates are good at, we talk about this time and time again in the EMEA. Mini will find a kill. Mates are happy to just cut, sound, sit, and allow that paranoia to build. They're always looking to catch people in transition. Never want to hit these sites where somebody's comfortably tucked in. EDG actually forced into a very early timeout here.
And do you see a clear adjustment, or do you just think this is, again, seeing that strong suit of Mates kicking in? We haven't even really seen Martine at the helm.
I mean, here's the thing. On the defensive side for EDG, they almost have to just absorb some of these site hits because not really many tools to put CB into an aggressive. What, you got the paranoia? Right now, Smoggy's tucked into plat. He's using it to slow down a C-long push. There's nothing really that EDG can employ to really get the ball rolling in their favor.
No tangibles.
They're relying on basically being on the receiving end of some of these engagements and hoping they're going to win them.
I'm a bit worried. I'm a little bit worried. Now look, they're a good caliber team, great quality players for EDG. But this is the side that I was probably least worried about. And I'm starting to see those strong suits from Mates coming online. And again, Martine is at 3-4 right now. He's not your headliner. It's the C site takes. It's the catching rotations. It's all these other things.
To be honest with this matchup, it'd be very easy to sit here and talk Martine versus Kung, but here on Haven, I think it's more about the macro that Mates are going to employ that EDG are going to struggle massively with. They don't have enough tools to take the initiative, be decisive here, unless it's Kung swinging left, right, and center and finding kills, which again is the recipe that's worked historically for EDG.
Is that what we're banking on? It feels sketchy as hell, doesn't it? But warded away. CB not going to get what he wanted at the start there, or uncollected. But Kung trying to be the difference maker.
No check on the cam yet.
He's found a little bit of room. And it's going to be held in place for now. And he's going to be rewarded!
Well, there you go.
Deadly as ever! You summon him to it, and he gets you out of danger, but still, can they still make anything else happen? You're looking at Beepo's progress here. He's got freedom. He doesn't know how much yet.
Does he get ahead of Kung at this angle, though? Still a little cautious in approach.
X-Factor player, man. Ooh, dealt with great from Beepo there. Good timing. And again, the composure for Mates is solid. Looking at EDG, though, still going to have the Sheriffs here, so a decent amount of threat could be potentially spurred on, but Martine wants to invest behind this, wants to ensure they have something for safety on this post plant.
They'll have a TP to safety as well, so the plant's going to be open. Of course, further issues for EDG. Information firmly in Gentlemate's hands here, especially with the neural theft going through.
That. Because you saw that break on the trip behind, so it could have added that additional layer of paranoia, but instantly quelled.
Smoggy going to try and smoke across here.
Retake was good before.
These weapons.
It's a lot to ask, isn't it? Especially if Mini's having a game. And really, they're just not getting play here. Struggling to find the pixels on the other side. Tap on the spike, gonna try and call in command. Someone to react, it's all too simple. Mates with a little bit of a moment there from Kung, but there was no further threat.
Definitely, and what was I saying before, what's the adjustment, right? Kung starts walking mid, starts swinging C-long, or A-long even. But here, it's another example of why Mates are so good in terms of converting. This is 2 free kills, right? Yes. Gets back, TP's away. It's an anti-eco, but numbers firmly favoring EDG. And even on buy rounds, that's why mates are so good at flipping disadvantages. Their freezes, their mid-rounding has just been sublime.
Buy back in, operator in. This could be the X factor. I'm pretty sure Kong caught maybe a pixel then on the jump spot. See how long he stays posted on this one, but for mates, they've got to be reading the economy, understanding there's a high chance this is in effect. What's the plan? It's looking like pressure B. It feels simplistic, but it feels like maybe the right option. Do they split Garage? Can Chichu handle what's coming his way? Mini on the shoulder, gonna catch the first glimpse. Can he stall this out?
Yeah, Martin's just going to TP in. It's a free plant here. They're going to be able to reset as well. No pressure into the back lines.
And Starzo. I like this. How late does he play it? You can see Smoggy's consideration. He's worried about this. Even a deeper flank from Mini. They're leaving it quite light on the B site. This could be a bit sketchy, but hard to play retake with that operator. Martin, there he is. That's what you don't want to see here for an EDG fan, is him starting to come online. Can mates still hold this down? I think they can. Look at Mini in the checkmate position. If anything gets deadly, he can swing in. They may be aware of it, but they can't clear it, and they know that now.
Again, reading this perfectly. The operator's on the table. They're stacking bodies to help Kong. He's not there to solo anchor. And Garage is just wide open. Mates running away with the space again.
I have to say, look, as much as a lot of the praise can be put elsewhere when it comes to the kills and the flashiness about it and how it works out, these calls and these considerations are great. I want to look at Starzo for that one as well. I want to put that in towards his hands. I mean, okay.
Yeah. I mean, again, these are the other variables. Just like you get rounds where, okay, we just can't play.
Yeah.
what do we do?
We're out. Yeah. Okay, glass cannon. They're trying to get this one going, right? They're trying to get anything.
Finances are shattered. CB's down on the judge. There's ultimates here to play with, yes, but this time around, Kong switch things up towards C. Get a good read here with the pit being invested outside. This time around, CB tasked with holding down the fort. You can see the ping's actually over towards behind window on the back of B's side. So curious as to what the plan is here for mates.
Well, isn't it? Because you kind of want to try and find Kong, but he finds you first. People are going to know that. Now with a man to the good, can they keep control here? Again, disadvantages seem to be where mates can thrive. Now they're going to note the judge as well, I'm pretty sure. Ooh, big chip damage, unconfirmed. That's huge. Big damage on CB, so that's a bit rough for him, but they can reset here. Still about 50 seconds, and they're looking like they want to maybe shift away from where they saw that operator.
They have a little bit of space towards A, but certainly still guarded here by EDG.
Wow.
Overly wide on that jump.
Yeah, got a little sketchy. Smoggy is posted up. Oh my god, the timing, bro. Even the audience felt that one. The mates close by, looking like a little bit of a pop on this. Can they hold from the side? EDG looking to try and create these crossfires, but he still create a bit of a problem. Martin's already taking down nobody. Smoggy is in a whole lot of trouble here. How is he alive still? Kept alive by a couple of smokes. A little bit of a shift through towards backside by Chichu. Can he alleviate that pressure? No! Clip with it. And now Smoggy in response, still trying to hold a corner. Play something in, but mates still trading in well. Plant should be up, but look at CB. It's an operator, though. He's had to pop the ult. He has to try and do damage. Kong is still held back by the divide. Mini denies again. Kong, you got a 1v3 in front of you once more.
Teleport's ready. Just no way back in here behind the divide. Yet if CB potentially finds a kill, he's traded so quickly. And Kong's still out of the round. Has to hold on to this now. As you said, the glass cannon in round 9.
God, it starts feeling like a poison chalice as well. Just always wanted to save it, keep it, try and build around it, do what you can with it. And it has bailed them out regionally, I'd say, but here, man, mates seem to just have great reads, even in the disadvantage after that opening pick.
Well,
they still figure it out.
Even if Gentlemates decide to hit the site that Kong's on, the way that Beepo and Martin have been playing, you've got to argue they're going to be well equipped to get themselves at least into a favorable trade or get themselves onto site still. Beautiful shot here to obviously open things up. But again, it's the solid mid-rounding here. Put themselves into a 4v2 effectively to take the A site. And then they freeze behind the orb. It's Smoggy's stuck in the worst position possible, just banking on the smokes lasted. Yeah, very concerned. A 5-round gap, and honestly, not many positives for EDG to really pin their hopes to. Again, they're stacking bodies behind this operator once more. Can mates figure out what's going on in this round?
It seems so similar, doesn't it? The additional adjustment being Beepo's position, maybe? Dedicated and kind of tucked in towards Suo, while we've still got this consideration on the B approach, waiting stacked up in case there was that operator. Not to be the case, so they've already got past the first hurdle. They've left Kong Kong on the other side of the map, posted down A long. Beepo is a checkmate to that, though. That's an issue they're going to have to deal with that they don't know about. Information coming towards the B site. How does EDG prepare themselves?
Nobody really holding down front side of site, but again, with GG on a Sheriff, you don't expect him really to be posted up. Smokes will lay up. Nobody actually in a chunk there off the shock dart, down to 54 HP now. Then Kang still cautious yet. He's outside here. Beepo's actually behind him as well.
Ooh, nice shot.
Well,
but there's more. There's so many more, right? They were so scaled up behind that, so they're able to trade in. Chichu is doing seriously well here, making something out of nothing, and maybe there's still a chance. Bullet to the back as EDG still hold the numbers. Martin and Glyph, can you navigate it somehow? You've got problems on the site. Nobody's still here. It's all down to one. Martin wants to plant. He can't get away. EDG scrapping for just a round.
This time well equipped to greet that mid-round. The pivot elsewhere with Kong Kong. I was hoping maybe it'd go a little deeper towards lobby, but actually able to hold his position here, catches Beepo at that crucial moment of the round where somebody slips forward from mates.
God, Chichu's done well there.
How did the snakebite kill come through? Oh, okay, so yes, it was a tag and then he obviously finished off. So a response found here in round 10. Usually back at, well, some sort of buffer for the final 2 rounds here in terms of the finances. Nobody in Smoggy with ults to play with. Side of mates.
Ooh, they're challenging.
Oh, hang on.
They're actually going to Kong Kong this time. Normally he hasn't had this level of play. It's just not been going his side. Nobody. He got a couple of tags off that potentially, but Kong Kong's still on patrol. Yeah, that's not able
with the longest arms I've ever seen. I didn't get the smite there.
I have no clue. And Beepo again left a little alone, but doesn't get cleared by the owl drone. So does he get left to work? Yeah, he does, but he fails. CB's got him. That's a big hold towards the A site. And they're going back towards him. Kong Kong going to bow out of it, play it safe.
Now they're reading this as mates pivoting elsewhere on the map, so
conditioned,
conceding this A site for the time being. Kong Kong still on a very deep angle. I think he's holding probably towards the backside of default. Mates will have an opportunity here.
3v5. I mean, Martin maybe gets his ult. If they even get that far. Kong Kong's close. CB might swing on... Actually, no, playing it really cautiously because they've still got Kong Kong. Keeping eyes on, it's down to 2. Martin and his ult might be the only saving grace they have, and it's read so well! You've seen this man work, and you'll see it again. Oh, he's feeling himself! Putting on a show! EDG with a little bit of a reminder of what that man can do.
Again, the sort of round you never want to see EDG bank on, but they certainly have as an ace up the sleeve time and time again. Unfortunately, no coverage towards heaven here, and Kang Kang just runs away with it.
Audacious work.
Let's go! Somehow now on the brink of potentially a 7-5 half. Gaps in the purchase here for mates. But plenty of ults to work with. Might just be a lifeline in terms of coming into the second half here, and EDG having a little bit of momentum. Finally.
It's a heartbeat. I'll take that. It felt dreary, but spotted early. Does Kong Kong get to live? Tagged up. Huge info. Kong Kong on the run. He's being hunted down. Star's going to get Chichu. Kong Kong stays alive on 25 HP, but plays from CT. They've already taken sight. Big tempo shift here from Gentlemate. Glyph takes away Kong Kong. Spots out more. They're down to only 3.
He'll be trying to get past this trip now, but again, there's so many bodies looking his way.
Just sheer numbers, sheer force. Nobody in Smoggy. This is more than uphill. There's an army in the way. I don't think they're going to make it through that choke point. Yeah, they're absolutely not. They are dead to rights. Mates answer back with a flawless round, establishing a clean scoreline.
Again, another example of the turn of pace that just suits them so well to secure this 8-4 half.
Can I help you, sir? Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars. Not how it works. Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
God, round one, and we're already getting moments like we just saw. But we can't get away from the scoreline. It is 4-8. As flashy as Kung Kung is, the scoreline sits very well with Gentlemates, and this was the side that there were some concerns about how they're going to implement someone like Kung Kung on the chamber.
Again, sure, we could sit here and say brute force is the answer, right? But it's just, it doesn't feel comfortable, and particularly with Mates, the way they like to play on the defense on Haven, they will sit 3 people in backside of B, just ready for something to happen. Again, Martin is always on point with these TPs. Even if something's challenging A long, they're still happy to dig their heels in, basically fight ahead of the execution. So I'm very concerned now. You could argue, yes, a little bit of momentum building, but that round 12, the perfect answer for Mates to end that first half, to just strip away any sort of confidence to carry that across.
You can feel it in here, the atmosphere.
Electric.
We've said it before, we'll probably say it again throughout this event, but it truly is. And Kung Kung wanting to start with a bang already. Spots out one, and sadly there was a second. So early advantage for Mates there. Beepo going to do well to be rewarded.
Look at the trap here
on
no. C-Long.
Oh no. Good luck. Have fun. Yeah, absolutely not. Cliff, beds too, it's easy work. Mates feel like they just had the playbook in front of them. Are they, how the hell did they have the so perfect?
So again, it's similar ethos to what they show in the first half, just catching players off guard in these situations so many times.
It's tailor-made, man. That little like crossfire on the C push-up, the catch on long with a double stack. It felt like they had more players on the map.
Yeah, you're right. It's almost like they have an extra body. Like, again, for Kung Kung to go forward, see it, be caught so early on, it's tough to really get anything to string together here in the pistol. The fire back in, going to be well invested from Gentlemates. Got a shield in, still trying to make something work with the Headhunter here. That's where Martin will start to excel, though. A scope in hand and just looking to wreak havoc on this defensive side of Haven.
See how he fares. He's currently sitting towards the bottom end of the board for Mates. I mean, he's not been called upon in the same way he's had to before.
I mean, yeah,
fine.
Could be concerning, but for me, it's just a positive to see Mates bring across form in the rest of the roster here.
Absolutely.
And still look very comfortable in terms of what their win conditions were. Starzo obviously still calling very solid mid-rounds.
Really good game here so far from him.
You almost wouldn't want to see Martin come and put up another record-breaking performance here in the opening game.
Yeah, adds a bit of validity to it, as people are going to get that first real committed contact, and actually pressure off the back. They're trying to scale up, but that felt a little out of sorts there, as Mates making light work. EDG, I don't know, high hopes, I guess, was the game plan, and...
Smoggy.
You got more of that, Smoggy? No. Okay, fair enough. That's
good.
All good. All good.
Thank God.
We've had a couple moments already. It's game one. Game one. 10 rounds, though, Mike. There's only so many ways we can kind of look at this one with high hopes for EDG. This is a rough start in my mind.
I mean, you come into this now a huge advantage in terms of the purchase, but it needs to be just flawless here from EDG.
Yes.
Have any sort of faith that they're going to be able to string together solid ideas to find 6 rounds on the attacking side. Again, statistically, it's not necessarily weak at either side of the coin, but the stylistic change is what we're really leaning into here versus Gentlemates. And actually, Mates actually switching things up. This is not traditionally where you see them posted on some of these defensive rounds.
No, it's a little bit curious, and maybe something that's just tailor-made, knowing what EDG like, maybe a preference.
The anti-Kangkang.
It kind of is, isn't it? Let's be honest, and it also makes it really hard work for CB, who's meant to be that kind of like back line. If all goes wrong with Kangkang, at least we've got CB who can maybe open up something. But and yeah, look at that. Oh God, just don't go in the smoke. Go elsewhere. Oh. Feels like watching moments before a disaster happens.
But again, buy round, and look what's been achieved so far. It's next to nothing here. I mean, Starzo's holding down the fort with a ghost.
Okay, forced off. So humbled somewhat. Do they now pivot away? Do they want to explore this A side further? I think you would, right? You'd start maybe questioning what's going on, but CB's going to catch Martine. They're still holding by B. They haven't fully committed towards this A rotation, whereas I think mates were maybe thinking they would have done by now.
Spike is walking mid here. Glyph again, the second ghost catches a headshot, but nobody going to shut him down. Still 5 standing. I wanted it to be flawless, and so far so good here with the plant coming in.
Yeah, this is good. Spike planted. EG managing to navigate the path perfectly thus far. Let's be. Okay. Beepo, 1v5. Have I ever told you the story? No. 5 to 10. EDG. They've started a very long journey. They got the boots on. They're looking at the hill. They're yet to even get to the hill, but they've got the boots on.
Well handled here, but obviously for mates now coming back on a purchase, you expect it to be very different. You see a similar sort of approach here.
Let's go.
And EDG had to take that slowly. Again, in terms of how you want to see them approach it, I don't think we're going to see CB barreling onto sites. No. Oh, we might see an example here of maybe an all-in.
Oh, Martine, how far are we going on this? Because Smoggy's already slipped ahead. Okay, he's got one and he gets away, but Beepo's lost in the trade. And now the question and the challenge becomes, does EDG want to pressure this further, or do you then slow it down?
I mean, you take that trade with Smoggy being the one to fall in the early round for sure. Certainly going to make the approach to A almost unthinkable.
Well, that was CB and Kangkang that. They were thinking about it, getting a little closer, but backing away.
And good coverage elsewhere. It's actually Glyph and Mini both posted up to greet potentially a pivot towards B. Very shallow drone here, conscious somebody's lurked forwards here, maybe to put Chichu in a position. But Starzo, the timing on his drone.
Speaking of shallow drones, neither of them finding anything, really. And the absence of information, not really giving mates any indicator, but they've stayed put. Now, Martine could be a problem. Does he get noted on all of the util? I don't think he has yet. Okay, yeah, he's dead! Melted in a second with 30 seconds remaining. They're not going.
Chichu can't make a step here. He is stepping in garage. Yeah, Glyph's going to come forward through mid.
Does he catch this? Does he catch Glyph?
I mean, he's heard the steps for sure.
But he could be on for God timing. He's not. He turned away. Oh. He's just maybe paralyzed by choice almost.
And unfortunately now Kangkang's made his way all the way through.
They've rope-a-doped him pretty well here. Easy plant, no problems on this front. And you look, as said, where Kangkang's gone off to. He's deep in CT. He's got no problems in this one. And for Chichu, I don't think he caught anything on the back pedal there. But very aware someone's nearby. Gives him a haircut, takes off the head. Mini gonna follow up. EDG. All right, they're starting to get closer now. This is 4 alive.
Big wins.
I'm liking this.
Progress towards some ultimates here, but not really. Thing available for the start of round 17 and get EDG able to whittle their way into a position here. Again, the catch on Martin. I'm not sure at the time. The TP was still there towards CT, I know, and they were creeping up long, but so I think noted on sending the recon in. See, nobody's util identifying Martine's whereabouts.
7 to 10 feels possible to me then. I don't know why the scoreline, it's only a couple of
I
rounds,
mean,
like 3 rounds.
The purchase is not going to be good at all for Gentlemates. Like I said, no Ulster, really looking at Beepo in that regard, but Starzo one away, potentially.
Yeah, I'm paying attention. Before, I was a little bit concerned this was going to be a bit of a shutdown and a shutout, and I think it was fair considering how that first half somewhat felt. And then you get the pistol in the second, and you're thinking, oh, okay, it's compounding. With a little bit of magic. There's a little bit of feeling of something here. It's too early to tell, but a timeout comes in. Mates need to get their heads in the right place. Again, they don't have big stage experience. I know, as I said, yeah, there's a champs winner. There's a few on that stage. But again,
in a different lifetime.
it does feel like a different lifetime. There wasn't a crowd, there wasn't this pressure, there wasn't this environment where things do suddenly become possible. So we've got a mid-walk, it looks like. That is what Mates are just going to get this round done by. Why do I get nervous about these, though?
Well, again, nobody from EDG going to be shoulder and window here. It's Kung the closest. Nobody out grass early. CBE is peeking that, but a big tag onto nobody.
Yeah, okay, so they're going to leave him down, but it's Kung already to clear through on Starzo. That was good. Glad to get some, bodies dropped out of this. Kung can't just get a connection through all the util, but Chichu in the meantime slipped. That's pretty nice, giving some space towards the C site. I think Mini, the pennies dropped, but it's too late. Too little, too late. But again, you took a risk, you took a chance. Right now, they might just take another couple bodies as Chichu has instantly secured safety.
People did a ton of damage before going down there, but still a 2v5 to be found.
Very
Make that
nice.
one.
That's 5. That's flawless.
They have such a huge cushion now in terms of this string of rounds. The ability to piece together 3 very solid responses.
But this is what the timeout was for, right? This round coming was the timeout from Mates, and I'm seeing a couple of big purchases here. Mostly good at Starzo, not something I was really thinking of throughout what we saw during EMEA at least, but Operator's in.
Let us hunt.
You're taking on Kung?
Yeah, I was going to say, you're almost hoping Mates will sit back a little deeper here and rely on what's worked for them in terms of retakes on Haven, but going forward once more, Beepo shut down.
And it's what? Oh! What? Starzo with the bailout! He got 2 out of nowhere, maybe assisted by the damage done, but Kung in the meantime's already started to work up towards B. Glyphs on a very passive angle on that A-side connector. Mini sitting super deep. Look how deep Mates are sitting here.
Kung will note the trip here, so solid information. They can't lurk out into B too comfortably. And now, actually, the benefit being, Smoggy's down. There's a sight line for Starzo to post up with that Operator.
I just don't know what he's like with the Operator. Apparently pretty damn good. On for 3, eyeing up 4. Now drone coming in, but Kung, there's a reason he strikes fear in the hearts. It's a 2v2 now. Mini's pretty far away. Starzo wants to do some more work on this, though.
Shock darts burn up, so we can't pressure this plant. Trade out here with Mini. Again, the paranoia that Mini's actually lurked up behind EDG.
Exchange of darts. Nobody still on site. Kung behind him by quad. Maybe going to just slip up towards BT, but Kung, there's a reason you don't tussle with this man, EDG. Making it look possible now. 8 to 10, and Mates still frozen on those double digits.
You see, they're still wanting to take the initiative at the start of this round, but Beepo just can't pin down that first kill. Yeah, the follow-up's great.
Yeah.
From Starzo, but it's just so risky. Unfortunately, EG have been able to stick the landing in terms of some of these mid-rounds here on their attacking side. Again, with no real nuance, it's Kung catching players off weird positions. These aren't really having to rely on many plans.
It feels so repetitive now, trying to maybe isolate it. I think it's Smoggy who's been trying to get up towards long, scale in, and he's done really well in a couple of rounds to actually just best the opposition, but now they don't have that challenge. How do they read this? But the buy's shoddy at best. It's Ashiko. Divide there. Beepo's 1 away from Old, but not to hand. 2 away from Martin, but he's having a quiet game. And EDG starting to make it feel possible. Make me believe in something here. Flash goes in, and once again, EDG hold.
Mask as Katie Porter, I would go, people
Afternoon here at UN headquarters in New York, where at the Security Council, which is the chamber right behind me here, we'll be holding an emergency meeting of the Security Council at 4 p.m. New York time. That's about 3 hours from right now. This meeting was requested by China and Russia primarily, but Bahrain and Colombia, two elected members of the council, also signed on pushing for this meeting that is now confirmed for a few hours from now. Highly unusual for the Security Council to meet in open session on a weekend. It has only happened 10 times in the last 5 years and only twice on a Saturday. So these emergency meetings on weekends are saved only for the most urgent of matters, clearly this being one of them now, of course. We are being told as well that UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is expected to attend the meeting, and he will be making opening remarks in the open session of the Security Council that will get underway here shortly.
Okay, thanks so much, Gabe. No doubt we will be talking to you extensively in the coming hours as things begin to get underway there at the UN. Al Jazeera's Tohid Asadi has been speaking to the spokesperson for Iran's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He says Iran is acting in self-defense.
We are facing another unprovoked act of aggression. An egregious act of aggression that is imposed on Iranians. And we have every right, in accordance with international law, with the UN Charter, to defend ourselves with all might. So that's what our armed forces are conducting right now. They are defending national sovereignty and territorial integrity of Iran against this barbaric act of aggression.
All right. We know that the country actually was involved in a trajectory of diplomatic interaction, but with what took place today, can we say that it's a sort of end for hope for the diplomatic track?
That's exactly the point. This is the second time during less than a year that diplomacy was betrayed by Americans. We were negotiating. We were supposed to meet on Monday to talk about technical aspects of any possible deal on nuclear issue. And the Americans themselves acknowledged that these negotiations went quite well. The mediator, Foreign Minister of Oman, qualified this round of negotiations as being of significant progress. But all of a sudden, as you see, the American and Israelis conducted this military aggression against Iran. I would say this is not only a betrayal of diplomacy, this is the betrayal of the trust of the countries of the region. This is the betrayal of the whole UN system, because the main pillar of the UN system, the UN Charter, is the provision of the use of force. And for a second time during the past 9 months, the United States, as a member of the UN Security Council, is launching an act of aggression against another member of the United Nations. So I think what is at stake is not only the security and peace of the region and that of the Iran, but also the whole fabric of international law and the normative system that has been created by the United Nations Charter.
With the escalations ramping up to an unprecedented level, to what extent do you think this confrontation can go for the days and maybe weeks down the road?
We don't know, because you see, as I said, this is something that is imposed on Iran. We never sought war. We were going to resolve this issue diplomatically. And this was the demand of the whole countries of the region and the international community. So this was started by the United States, and we believe that it is just to advance the wings of the Israeli regime. And I think this war would not serve the interest of the American people. This is against their interests, but this is what they chose to do. And I think the consequences would be very dire for everyone. As I already said, just as part of a single attack this morning on a primary school in Minab, more than 61 innocent girls were killed and maimed, and still more than 70 innocent ones are under the rubble.
Previously, we heard from Iran that in case of a U.S. attack, there is a risk for a confrontational scenario down the road in the region. And now we see that the United States bases in the region are being attacked by Iran. And also, there has been widespread condemnation by regional countries who are now coming under attack. My question is, what is Iran's
Hello, everybody. Unfortunately, we're having to join you this Saturday morning. Donald Trump has launched a major regime change war with Iran. This appears to be the full Monty. Crystal, we have the video that the president released at some 2 a.m. Eastern time where he declared this war. Let's take a listen to some of the justification.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces.
Okay, I think we can come out of that, Crystal.
Yeah, we're going way back with this one.
I was going to say a little bit
We're using the
Putin-esque in
embassy
terms
to to justify this. Insane.
Right. So I think the most significant part of that statement was obviously, even though they're calling this a preemptive strike, it is not actually a preemptive strike. They're using a long historical justification saying this is a 47-year war. This is a war explicitly now declared as regime change. But I think that the most significant part of the president's statement was the open acknowledgement that American lives are at risk and they may be lost as a result of this. I know that we have a clip. It's a little bit later on in that speech. It's a full 8 minutes, so we're not going to play it all for you.
Seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future. And it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran.
Right. And so this is an open declaration of a regime change war. Crystal, do we have that statement from this morning around 4 a.m.? A Washington Post reporter was able to reach President Trump by phone, where he didn't even make any pretense about the nuclear program, about the missile program, even about regional proxies. He said in a brief phone call, his main concern is freedom for the Iranian people, and the U.S. is working with Iran to make a place that is safe. All I want is freedom for the people. This is 2005, George W. Bush inaugural. Obviously, you and I are still absorbing the news, but it's catastrophic. Already we see massive retaliatory strikes across the entire region. It's a full-blown regional war, and the war has only lasted for 6 hours now or so, and it's a catastrophe, I think, strategically for the United States, for the Iranian people, and for the American people, for everybody, really, who lives in the region.
Yeah, and a direct, in direct contravention of Trump's positioning on the campaign as, oh, I'm going to be the peace candidate. And there was all kinds of, don't vote for Kamala, she'll send your sons to war. And now you literally have him out here basically saying, yeah, your sons and daughters may die for Israel, because let's be real about who really wants this war. And it's Israel. They've been pushing for decades at this point and found an easy mark here with Trump.
Of
In
these
spite of the
companies,
fact that his own top
cybersecurity, various other things, and then of course we had the whole Anthropic, battle that happened this week as well. And interestingly, Anthropic sending a signal that they're not willing to bow down to the Department of Justice means that a lot of international purchasers of AI would consider Anthropic because they don't see it as a Department of Defense front. And so that can actually really enhance international purchases of AI, given that Anthropic is defying like the Department of Defense, which I think is all of that play is kind of part of this whole, the future of Israel, and it ties into that significantly.
Yeah. Go back to the breaking news. Sorry, guys. If you can retweet, reshare the space for me, please. Let everybody know we're live. There was some news that I tweeted out, and I kind of lost it.
I've got some, Suleiman. While you find
sweet.
that,
Go ahead.
yeah, I've got Zoran Mamdani's made a statement on this, right? And I've been dying to read it actually. So let me read it out to you guys. Okay, he said, today's military strikes on Iran, carried out by the United States and Israel, mark a catastrophic escalation in an illegal war of aggression, bombing cities, killing civilians, opening a new theater of war. Americans do not want this. They do not want another war in pursuit of regime change. They want relief from the affordability crisis. They want peace. I'm focused on making sure that every New Yorker is safe. I've been in contact with our police commissioner and emergency management officials. We are taking proactive steps, including increasing coordination across agencies and enhancing patrols of sensitive locations out of an abundance of caution. Additionally, I want to speak directly to Iranian New Yorkers. You are part of the fabric of this city. You are our neighbors, small business owners, students, artists, workers, and community leaders. You will be safe here. Literally, like this is, I feel like this is the only guy in America who's actually giving leadership. So brilliant from Zoran Mamdani. Let me just give you some more news because quite a bit piled up. Lots of opinions on the Strait of Hormuz, who it hurts most. Some people are saying it hurts China more than America. Simon was talking about this earlier. The UAE government is sending text messages to citizens and residents, instructing them to stay at home and await further guidance. Let's have a look what else there is. This is according to a member of Tehran City Council, okay? And I haven't verified this, but it's saying it's according to a member of Tehran City Council. It says the son-in-law and daughter-in-law of Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei were killed in airstrikes, American/Israeli airstrikes. And Israeli media is reporting that assessments are continuing to grow that Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei was killed. We have no confirmation of any of these deaths, guys. The Houthi leader Abdul Malik al-Houthi has said we are on standby for any necessary developments. Again, a lot of people are reporting this member of Tehran City Council saying the son-in-law and daughter-in-law were killed. Some journalists are reporting this. There was somebody mentioned a protest in the UK today, in London today. Yes, there was a protest in London today, but that wasn't as a result of the attack today. That was already scheduled. Because I was invited to it yesterday to say, come tomorrow 3:00. We think Trump is going to do it. So they'd arrange. We don't waste any time in London. We're on it. So we were on it already, and that was already arranged for 3 o'clock today outside Parliament. And as it happens to coincide with this. It was going to go ahead regardless. So Iranian people have taken to the streets in demonstrations in the capital, Tehran. I see a lot of them have got actually the Iranian flag, not the monarchist flag. So I guess they're standing by their leadership. Kuwait cancels Ramadan and performance of Thursday prayers until further notice. I guess Friday prayers, or I don't know, but it says Thursday prayers here. Al Jazeera is saying Thursday prayers. But Kuwait cancels Ramadan. I don't know how you can even cancel Ramadan. You can't possibly cancel a holy month. What else is there? I think that's it for now, Suleiman. Lots of video footage coming out. There's video footage coming out of the aftermath of a building in Bahrain after Iran hit there. Iran's Red Crescent said 201 people have been killed so far. As a result of American-Israeli strikes, 201 people have been killed so far. So they've got over 200.
I feel like
Yeah.
that's a real strategic mistake. Like that's going to have the opposite effect. If Iran and Israel have done this, it's just such a bad thing to do. Like just target these students and civilian casualties, and I don't see how that's going to help any regime change narrative. That's just going to unify the Iranians to thinking that this is a very illegitimate attack.
You mean if America and Israel have done this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you said Iran and Israel, so I was a bit confused. So I
My
agree
bad.
with you.
Thanks
No,
for
I was
correcting it.
like, what? No, I agree with you, Simon. But do you know what? This has happened. Because normally I'd say if this has happened, but this has happened. We reported it, I think, within minutes. There was no footage or anything that a girls' school had been bombed. First thing this morning, and then as it progressed, and actually we reported it initially as unconfirmed, but as news progressed, and then we put footage out there. Suleiman's account was one of the first to put footage out there of the girls' school being bombed. Okay, now so this has happened, and it's verified, and I would hazard a guess that it was not an American aircraft that did it, but it was an Israeli aircraft that did it, because that's the rogue player here. That's the one that doesn't want to have a 3-day, 4-day, 5-day scenario with some negotiation, with some peace after that, prolong it as long as possible. Civilian casualties make no difference to Israel. Children make no difference to Israel. I'd say they're not playing completely aligned. I would hazard a guess, because how else could this happen? It cannot be an accident, could it?
Yeah, I just feel like it's such a ridiculous strategic blunder to when you, after everything we've seen in Gaza, you're Iran, if you've got genuine rife with your government, but then Israel comes along and targets a school and just kills children within Iran, like that's not going to help your case in terms of thinking that Israel and America are here to help you. That's gonna really push together the support, like we saw in the 12-day war, where even if you have a genuine rife, you get behind protecting your children and protecting your government.
But it's identical to Palestine, right? So apart from the Zios and our governments, I feel that overwhelmingly the world stood with Palestine and with Gaza. And apart from the monarchists and our governments, overwhelmingly the world stands with Iran, whether they like Iran or not, whether they've got any affinity to Iran or not, or the Iranian government or leadership. They just do not believe that America and Israel should be doing this at a very minimum.
Let me ask Robert that. Robert, you sit outside of our world. You're in, I think, the normie world outside of this whole Iran perception. As an American, that obviously is like concerned about the future direction of America right now. How do you feel the average American in your circle feels about Iran and Israel and this war?
Yeah, so I couldn't be more opposed to this on so many different levels. And the people that I know, younger men generally are opposed to it as well. I mean, they feel betrayed and disillusioned by Trump. I mean, we have on at least on my X feed, we have the instead of what did Trump call it, the epic? What was it?
What did Trump call? What was that?
The war. He's calling it the epic something.
Yeah. His
Epic
his
Fury.
title.
Epic Fury. Epic Fury.
Yeah, Epic Fury and Roar of Lions or something, isn't it?
Yeah, I see Epstein Fury trending on my Twitter. So that's kind of the general perception of I think younger men, at least the ones I know. Trump was supposed to come in and be the America First president, right? And in a lot of ways, he is at least better than the kind of like neoliberal globalist kind of blob from both parties that we had my entire life. In some ways, he is kind of moving in the right direction, but then he goes off and does just stupid. Like, I don't want to cuss, but like this is like so dumb. 80%. They've done polling, and 80% of Americans oppose this. They're struggling. They're working 2-3 part-time. Oppose this. They're struggling. They're working 2-3 part-time jobs, living paycheck to paycheck, trying to finance their grocery bill on Klarna, on buy now, pay later. Like the last thing that they want is yet another overseas intervention that is going to cause a bunch of, hopefully we can avoid this, but I'm old enough to remember the Iraq War, and I think that people my age that kind of grew up, we were 11, 12, 13, kind of coming into our teenage years where we start to kind of look at the world, we remember the flag draped coffins coming home from Iraq, the trillions of dollars of debt that we accumulated for the global war on terror. This is insane. I mean, we are basically doing the bidding of a foreign nation that's 4,000 miles away from us when our own people are killing themselves at levels not seen since the Great Depression. When you look at the suicide rate, when you look at deaths of despair, which is alcohol-related, drug-related, and suicide combined, those deaths of despair, economic despair is the technical term, are 3 times the rate that they were during the Great Depression. We have wealth inequality worse than it was during the Gilded Age. Like, we have so many problems. I mean, I live in LA, and the homelessness here is just it's unbelievable. Our people are poor, they are impoverished. Our physical health is horrible, never been worse. Life expectancy going down, right? I can go down the list for 15 minutes. Simon knows. I won't. But the point being, we have so many critical issues to deal with, and going and starting a war on behalf of a nation that is 4,000 miles away, that, by the way, we just kind of learned with all the Epstein files, may or may not have had an asset running a global pedophilia blackmail ring, is probably not like on the top of most Americans' wish list. I think that we have much bigger issues here at home. It's not to say anything about Iran, or the people, of course.
Just some more. Thank you for that, Robert. Appreciate it. Just some breaking news. What was again here is explosion in western Iran. The Israeli Channel 12 said the strikes in Iran were very successful. The job is not yet finished. We expect Iranian attacks to intensify, especially at night. The IDF has published footage showing the Israeli Air Force shooting down an Iranian Shahid drone. They claim to have shot down more than 10. Iran is transmitting an encrypted message over radio communications right now. We also have the governor of Lamar Fars says America and the Zionist regime fired a missile at the sports hall where the girls' students were playing. Also, 2 missiles hit residential houses and 1 shell hit a school. The total number of people killed in these attacks is 17, and the number of wounded is 100. It seems to suggest that, and I did post this, that 3 different schools have been hit. And so each of the school has a different number of girls or children that have been killed. And so it seems like, based on the information that's coming out, the vast majority of people who've been killed have been students. So yeah, that's the latest on that. We also have arrest of 3 agents in Tehran affiliated with Israeli intelligence. So obviously there are collaborators on the ground attempting to infiltrate. That's just some of the news. Let me give the mic back to Beatrix.
Yeah, thanks for that, Suleiman. I'm just going to have a look if there's anything breaking on my side, and then we can continue. So we're getting conflicting news, right, on the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. Al-Mayadeen is saying, a well-informed source in Iran, these are very well-informed sources that we get all these news from. I mean, we just cannot verify this until something definitive comes out. But I'm just reporting what Al-Mayadeen is saying. They're saying a well-informed source in Iran says Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei has positioned himself in an operations room as during the 12-day war and is overseeing the conduct of the war. Okay. Channel 12, Israel's Channel 12 is saying 30 missiles were dropped on the Iranian Supreme Leader's compound, and Khamenei is almost certainly dead. So you can see the complete conflicting news you're getting, like what Simon calls fog of war. This is the worst possible fog of war, isn't it? No idea.
Could I jump in here about again why Trump fired that Admiral Ketcher? What he's looking at, what happened here? We have to really look at this in this war. This is very, very applicable. We have as our chairman, that's the chairman, JCS, chief of staff of the JCS here. Kane, that's the Air Force general. He's running it. He's the boss. He's the chief. Now, he only wants to just bomb the hell out of everything, and he's Trump's lapdog. He will do whatever Trump says. But the director of the chairman, chiefs of staff, the director was the admiral. Now, he ran the daily operations. He's the guy that sees everything and is responsible for all the pieces. He's like, this doesn't add up. No, this doesn't add up. And so Trump's like, silence, get rid of him. And that is extremely dangerous whenever someone shuts someone up that has very important information.
Is this a guy that had only been there 3 months? Right, Andrew?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. He came up and silenced him quickly.
Yeah. He warned Trump and said this is going to get regional. I mean, how could it not get regional, to be honest? Well, it could have not got regional. Oh, I don't know, because Iran had said we're going to hit your military bases. We're going to hit American bases. So they were black and white about it, right? So of course it was going to get regional.
Right, like in Desert Storm 1, when I was at the Pentagon in Desert Storm 1, this would have been the guy I was working for, right? And I was on a watch desk. We were working 12-hour shifts, 12 on, 12 off. And he's responsible for, he's got to answer why we dropped the ball here, why that wasn't in place. A part of that is making sure we have ordnance on target and the assets are there. He said it doesn't add up. But strategically, Kane is saying strategically, let's go kick some ass. But you have to have the director of the daily operations say, hey, look at this carefully, please. And that's not happening. And that is very concerning. And I take it back to the humiliation ritual at Quantico. It was a humiliation ritual. If I would have still been active duty and I got up to senior ranks there, I would have, well, I say I would have, could have walked out, but I felt embarrassed. I said, what? Why aren't they just walking out? But they were being beaten down into submission. It was fascist. It was dangerous.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Let's go to Casey. I know you were going to say something go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say real quick, because you were saying, how could it not go regional? Yeah, I mean, this time Iran wasn't playing. I mean, they made it clear, like you said, what they were going to do, because enough is enough, right? The only way it could have not went regional is if we weren't there in the first place. That's simply the only way. They have basically carte blanche to do whatever they want, because here we are again. We gave them fake negotiations, and they were attacked during these fake negotiations. So, yeah. regional it is.
Do you think Trump knew about this beforehand? Because he's not come out and made it. I mean, apart from his poxy YouTube thing, where Americans are going to die, it's war. He's not actually come out with a live video yet. Casey, what do you think? And Simon, what do you think? Do you think he knew about this?
There is a part of me that I think he did know about this, and I think that tell from Israel or whatever, saying that, now is the right time for whatever reason. And obviously they were wrong as usual. And there is no right time. So I think he definitely knew about this because he knew he had to do this at some point anyway. So, I'm not going to act like how he's trying to make it seem as if, oh, this is happening and I didn't know that this shouldn't be the right time. We should have never amassed a huge military buildup there. So, yeah, I do think he knew. I think he knew. He took the fake intel and went with it.
Simon, what do you think? Thanks, Casey.
No, which particular part, sorry?
Did you think that Trump may have had intel about this coming down and acted, even though he had that intel? He acted against it.
Well, I mean, that this war's coming? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know this isn't like Israel's forced to war. This is America and Iran that are involved in negotiations with with other regional powers. Like, I don't believe for a second that this could be a surprise. No, this would be 100% a plan. I find that completely infeasible that Israel might be able to do something without America agreeing to it. I know they may try and perceive it that way, and they may use that strategically. But this is an American negotiation with regional powers and Iran.
Yeah, I know I sound like a broken record, and again, I know I keep going back again and again to my history. I'm going to go back to Gulf War I. When I was at the Pentagon, literally in a watch desk, the surge, the massive backup logistically, ordnance speaking assets. I'm talking the actual air assets, surface submarine assets, the ground forces. Talk to Colonel McGregor, Daniel Davis. We had Colonel Davis on there with Suleiman. That we cannot do what we really need to do if we really were going to do something with Iran without a massive army. Ground forces win and sustain wars. Air strikes and naval forces doing is a temporary. And yet Iran's going, okay, you want to fight our war in an asymmetrical and an existential war? Go for it. It's just a show of force, and it's going to go very, very badly for the United States if this goes on. And we're seeing that. And that's what's, I keep scratching my head. I'm thinking, wait, what am I missing here? This just does not add up.
Well, if you can't make the strategy work, you only have two options left. You either have to agree that there's a level of coordination here, or you have to think that there's absolute incompetence in charge across the entire American and intelligence and apparatus, which I find, or you have to believe that like Trump is a sole decision maker making bad decisions. The only one that I think can be true is that there's geopolitical coordinations, and this is part of the negotiation.
I agree, Simon. It's got to be an international coordination because otherwise, it defies all logic. Which you've been saying it for months. For a year, I've been with Suleiman and Khaleesi and everyone in the space, Beatrice, you and Joe, all the panel speakers here, and Casey, all of us have been here. But over and over again, we've been saying that this is a complete world government. They're all working together for the common goal. And a lot of it's theatrics, but unfortunately, millions of people their lives are at stake, and we lose, tens of thousands and millions of lives on that blood altar to ball. It's just heartbreaking. But overall, yes, it has to be something, because there's no way we would be pushing this far without the assets in place.
Like I think it looks like the Iranian retaliation. I think it looks very similar to what we saw with previous operations with Qatar. You get strikes, you get a reaction, you get condemnation and statements, and then you get whatever the next act is in order to eventually get to everyone having their narrative, so that you can have a soft landing, and move to the next phase. That's what I'm expecting here.
And everyone's asking the question, but Iran is not ever going to change, though. They're not going to say, okay, well, we give up. Here's our ballistic missiles. We stand down. Yeah, we're all buddies now. Let's do a big hug. That won't happen. So that stalemate is going to have to be some. I can't even imagine where ultimately, other than Iran going after it. I mean, existentially.
But what makes you not think that there could be a phased? It obviously doesn't happen in one go, but you set milestones and you have phased approaches, and I think that's what's going to be announced at the end of this. It's going to be the phased approach with the agreements, and certain milestones have to be hit in order to eventually get to that stage.
Yeah, right. We have history to prove what you're saying is right. That's what happened during the 12-day war. Iran should not have let off their foot off the gas. They did. Then we saw it come back. Here we are again. I've heard someone in the space say, "Here where I find myself again," and it's like what was it? The Groundhog Day, different day, same thing, over and over. The same thing keeps repeating. So I don't see the milestones.
Hasn't that been the entire history of Iran and Israel and America? The one says death to America. The other says there's a nuclear program around the corner, and the other says they're trying to kill all Jews, and nothing ever changes. But trillions of dollars are made by military contractors.
Yeah, exactly. But when does the merry-go-round stop? I mean, when does it say, "Whoop, our musical chairs. Whoop, the music stops. Now, what are we going to do?" I
think that's what we're witnessing now.
Yeah, I do too, and that's why this is really we're living in very nothing ever seen before times, I believe, because this kept getting more things were getting really, really real. Exactly, I really believe that. Again, this is geopolitical. Not going to go into the eschatological issues, but this is all coming down to the time frame of prophecy and end times. I won't go there, but we're seeing some crazy things happening here. Yeah. And where does this stop?
Unless diplomacy is winning, Andrew. I think diplomacy is winning. It just doesn't look that way.
It doesn't. And everyone prays you're right, Simon. Everyone prays you're right. Really, we all want that. And but yeah, behind the scenes, we pray there's negotiations going by. And I'm sure they are, but it's just here we go again. And I just don't see this doing like the last 12 days. I really don't. I think Iran's going to keep their foot on the gas. And I think it'll be a lot more painful.
You know what, Andrew? I don't really... Sorry, who's that speaking?
You.
I can't even see any hands.
Simon and Andrew.
Was that you? Yeah, so I passed the mic right back to Simon. But you know what? I hate to say this, but I don't really care to smash up the military bases, right? As long as they're empty and nobody gets killed, smash them up so they can never have a freaking jet on those bases ever again, right? End that. I have a problem that innocent people got killed. And like Simon was saying, what happened with that school today, or the schools, that was intentional and it wasn't needed. So yeah, sorry, Simon and Andrew, back to you.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking as an American here, a military professional here, yeah, this has to stop. We can't keep feeding the beast. General Smedley, 2 Medal of Honor winner Marine, he said war is a racket, and this military-industrial complex. Now let's stop this. It's going to stop. It's got to stop. This is insane. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of feeding lives. No more American blood for Israel. I'm sick of it. I lost a son in this war. I've buried good men and women from the war. I fought in it. Hey, I fought in it, and I saw at the end was nothing, and it's painful. So that's why I'm speaking out so strongly against it. And every one of these reprobates that says, "Oh yeah, we got to go take care of this, protect. We got to go take Iran out." Well, go to the front lines. Let me see Huckleberry send his sorry ass and his daughter and his family go fight. Let me go see him fight. And Lindsey Graham, well, he loves Tel Aviv. We know why. Gay capital of the world. Yeah, of course. Let them go fight. Ted Cruz, put your skin in the game. Get your kids in there. But they just never seem to do that. But I pray Americans uprise and say, stop it. Enough. And
let me just say,
yeah.
Hey guys, could I butt in and just
right before you, I just want to give a shout out to the space. I just want to really quick push the space as I'm about to just walk away for a second. Just give me 30 seconds. I want everybody to please hit the like button. Retweet the space. Please, y'all retweet the space. Please make sure you have your notifications on. You guys obviously have been doing an amazing job of that because we're up to 6.4K. Really would love to see the space go past 10K because that's where we were headed. And then they killed the space. Guys who are in the stream, please hit that like button. Please, guys, follow Suleiman on YouTube, hit the subscribe button and that notification bell. And again, put your notification bells on for Suleiman on Twitter because if they try to kill the space again, he's just going to rev it right back up again. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Katie. That's important, guys. When we crashed, we were just touching 10K, and I think maybe over. And by the way, all spaces but one crashed, and we all know which one that one was. So sorry, who was going to jump in?
I think it was Ghost.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and thank you because I'm really a nobody in this space.
Okay, Ghost, let's just stop that there. Nobody's a nobody, right? Everybody's a somebody. So it doesn't matter. You might have a small account. It doesn't make you a nobody, okay? I mean, I've got a frigging Beatrix account with like 40 followers. So come on.
Cool. Thank you. I appreciate just giving me a voice. I think this is a very dark day on American and world history. And my question to you guys, what can we do to avoid this in the future? Like, I was thinking we have to form another political party, whether it be, just a party that isn't compromised, that isn't under Israeli power, pretty much. These are demonic, evil human beings, and I'm just so sick and tired of the words. I want true action, and people are talking about uprising, but we have to be coordinated, communicated, and we clearly have the numbers. We would dominate these people if we were a cohesive group, so to say. So I don't know. That's my thought, that there it's just this two-party bullshit has to end. Part of my language.
Hey, are you speaking? Are you Ghost? Is that who's speaking?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Ghost. Are you familiar with the retired Colonel Anthony Aguilar? I'll send you a DM. Can I send you a DM? He's running.
Yeah, sure, man.
Yeah, he's running.
You could.
Yeah, Green Beret, retired Green Beret. He was in. Do you know anything about that? When he was in Gaza, the Palestinian saw the.
To be honest, the name sounds familiar, but I don't know much about his movement. No.
Yeah, he is running for office for the Green Party, and he is strongly exactly losing.
But I think we need maybe another part. Like, I don't know, because the Green Party has never even eclipsed they might get 5% of the votes in every election. Like,
yeah,
I
Well,
think there has
yeah,
to be.
true. But if you want to do a political party, but start your own movement, but the problem is it'll just get squashed. And I won't go with kinetic. I don't want to talk kinetic here, the CW Civil War route. But eventually, I think it may even come to that. I don't know, but people are really getting fed up with it.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm actually kind of almost in shock at that people are seeing so many people. The amount of people, I guess you could say, are seeing things the way I see it, and you know, I mean, hopefully change could come from there. I'm in my 30s. I voted for Trump from 2016, 2020, 2024, and I feel like I got duped. I just feel like I got the rug pulled under me. This man, I thought he was truly maybe the one that could finally shake it up, finally change things. And no, he is compromised too. Clearly, this man is compromised. And that's just how I'm feeling today, at least, and I'll leave it to you guys who are much more well educated in this,
Yeah, man, don't put
in this
yourself
subject.
down. Don't put yourself down, bro. You salt the earth folks that you're no. But no, the problem is, here's the problem. It's the uniparty system. You're calling it out what it is. They're one. I stopped voting in 1972. I said I'm done after what I saw Richard Nixon do in Vietnam. Yeah, the Paris Peace Accords, linebacker 1 and 2. I won't even go into that. It doesn't stop. It does not stop. It has to be completely of the uniparty. It has to be a complete separate action there. But yeah, absolutely. But keep speaking out against it. That's why this space, spread the word. This space, you have panel speakers, Suleiman here, Khaleesi on here, Beatrix, and Simon. These keep sharing this so people can get educated. As they get more educated, they don't participate. Stop participating in the quote system, saying, oh, let's go vote for Trump or let's go vote for the blue party. No, we're not voting for this to reject that. And now I know people come after me all the time. Then, okay, fine, do the Green Party for now if you have to be aligned with a political party, but just keep waking people up. And eventually enough people, I pray, wake up to say, no, we're not playing your stupid game anymore.
Can I ask you a question, Ghost? Did you did you vote for Trump this time round?
Wait, say that again.
Did you vote for Trump this time round in
I
these
did actually.
elections?
I did. And you know
Right.
what?
Okay. So okay. But you are being truthful with yourself and thinking, you know what, this guy is a disappointment. Because I'm telling you, there are hundreds of thousands of people out there who can't even accept that to themselves, that the guy's a disappointment. And you've had the courage to come up on this space full of strangers and speak about this. And, you know, like, you can't undo what's happened for such a long time, okay, without actually just taking baby steps. And there are things happening in America. The American people have done a lot, a lot. And, you're now woken up. So, a guy who's woken up, and there's a lot that you can get involved with. So, as a parent, Dr. Michael, who comes on our spaces, he's setting up a political party called As a Pack. Really good. And that's the one that Andrew was referring to. You can get involved there and throw your weight behind that. I can tell you some of these accounts that after October the 7th, and they're people who, like you, would come up and say, I'm a nobody, I'm a small account. those small accounts, by retweeting and sharing the stuff on the genocide, by speaking to people they know, and a lot of them realized late in the day that it was a genocide. A lot of them initially were pro-Israel. They didn't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. The fact is they found their way to the right path, okay? And by sharing the news, by getting it out there, by using the profiles, by amplifying it, they all made a difference. Every student that went to that encampment in America made a difference. Everybody who stood up with their voice made a difference. And you've got to count your small little victories, because you're not going to change this overnight. I'll give you a small victory that happened in.
Beatrix,
Yeah, go on, Suleiman.
quickly, guys. Just to be clear, just so hopefully everyone understands what's going to happen. So the YouTube stream, we're going to end it and restart it again immediately. Apparently, there's like a 12-hour rule where if you don't end within 12 hours, the person can't see the video later or something like that. So we'll be ending the YouTube and then restarting it immediately. So if you're on the YouTube, we've got like over 1,000 people on the YouTube. Go to the YouTube and make sure you have your notifications on, because they'll still be resetting every 12 hours. And if there's any issue, you'll get some kind of notification. I know it's working or whatever, that's fine. But what I mean is this specific YouTube stream is going to end, but then there'll be immediately within a minute, within 30 seconds as well. Technically I'm not the best, but within 30 seconds a new one will start. So this YouTube stream, we're just about to end it and then I'll restart it. I hope that makes sense to you guys if you're on the YouTube. Yeah, there's a 12-hour limit. I think people on YouTube know it because they're on it a lot. Okay, guys, so I'll be ending the YouTube stream and then we'll start it again. And guys, if you're on the X space, do retweet, reshare the space.
Of Americans oppose this war. And of course, Don Macon's like, who cares? He already got 1.3 million from AIPAC that we know of, let alone super PACs and dark money, etc. So he's like, I already got paid by Israel. So I'm going to call all you Americans, 8 out of 10 Americans, anti-Semites. You better go and die for Israel. Otherwise, you're an anti-Semite. Get the F out of here, man. We're all sick of that crap. So, hey, William Elmore, thank you, brother, for joining. Look, guys, this is honest.
It's just that international law doesn't mean anything anymore, unfortunately.
Well, it's a case that is
Sorry for that
ongoing, David.
diatribe,
It's being looked at the International Courts of Justice. A case brought by South Africa, still going through evidence at the moment. It's a case being scrutinised and examined. So it's a term that probably legally is very too early to determine right now. As always, so David, it's good to have you on the programme tonight and hear your thoughts, particularly on the nuclear activity.
Take care.
Thank you. David Albright, expert on nuclear weapons, president and founder of the Institute for Science and International Security. Borzu, what did you make of David's view?
Well, I just thought it was really interesting that he kept talking about. I appreciate David Albright. He's a good expert, and I've spoken to him many times, and I read through his reports a lot. I think he knows what he's talking about when it comes to the scientific and technical stuff. But like politically, ideologically, he was a disaster. He kept kind of merging U.S. and Israeli interests, and he kept talking about Israeli security. David, you're an American. Let's talk about what is in American interest, and let's talk about what the American people want. And I'm an American, and I know that 80% of the United States does not want this conflict. The Congress has not approved it. So, you talk about you contempt for international law. I don't think, I'm so sorry to bring this up, and I hope it doesn't offend people, but I don't think there's a bigger violator of international law than Israel right now. Maybe Russia. They're pretty bad at that. And I think also my country, the United States, is a pretty big violator of international law. So I think that before we start talking at this kind of philosophical level, we have to be a little bit more balanced and nuanced, and also talk about, whose security is at stake here, which country's security.
And also perhaps when talking about international law, a strange question saying,
his own opinion.
David's a good guy.
On nuclear activity. Let's bring in Bronwyn Maddox, Director of Chatham House in London. Bronwyn, good to speak to you this evening. Welcome to France 24. First of all, I imagine you've been asked this question a number of times today, but your reading of this operation and what's going on right now.
I think the US with Trump has done one very positive thing, which is to contain Iran's nuclear program. But already we've got a contradiction. Trump was saying some months ago, I've obliterated it. Now he says there's an imminent threat, but you've got a contradiction there. But I think the US in this action may well have bitten off more than it can chew. Its goals seem very unclear. Is it about the nuclear program where Iran said it was open to a deal? Is it about the missile program where Iran was not open to a deal, but that's huge? Is it about regime change, which President Trump seems to suggest it is, but there is no history of being able to do that from the air. He's calling on Iranians to rise up, but they are feeling pretty literally bloodied. The protesters, many of them were killed. I think they would take a lot of reassurance to come out again, and they have no obvious leader. So what the goal is of this action is, to me, very unclear, and that is a recipe for a lot of military problems. And you've got diplomatic problems starting as well. The Arab countries surrounding Iran will have been shocked by the strikes on them, but also troubled by the clear portrayal of them as complicit with the US and Israel, which is very uncomfortable for their populations.
So it's that divide. It's been raised before on this programme that the level of ask from President Trump to say, this is the point, I've done what I said I did, 6 weeks and 4 days ago when I said help is coming, this is it, this is your turn. And we don't know how the duration of this period. And I'm also wanted to put to you, I listened to Nick Pelham, the Middle East correspondent for The Economist, who was talking about some weaponry being smuggled into Iran. He was talking about, his quote, a quiet civil war from voices of those inside. Are you hearing anything to suggest that there's a level of preparedness at all for what could come next?
No. What I'm hearing is a regrouping of the tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands even, who came out on the streets. But as I said, very cautiously, that real sense of shock still. So many were killed. We don't know. We don't have a firm number, but it sounds anecdotally as many protesters feel that they know someone who was killed, and they might look at Venezuela and say, well, if that's what the US does, might President Trump simply put in someone like, in Venezuela's case, Delcy Rodriguez, someone from the old regime? How do we know it's not going to be someone from the Revolutionary Guards, even if the US does decapitate the regime? So I think they will take an awful lot of reassurance. The point when they wanted help was when they were out on the streets some weeks ago, and it didn't come then. Obviously, it takes time to amass a flotilla, as Trump has done. But I don't think, I'm not hearing in any case that this is going to give protesters reassurance to rush out.
But a load of crap. And at the end, you turn around and you're like, everyone is an anti-Semite. So why'd you write the article? They're all pretending. They're all pretending. They all want you to serve Israel. Oh, yeah. Oh, I am controlled opposition. Oh, no, you shouldn't call people anti-Semites, but watch me do it right now. I bet they don't notice at all, because I work for the New York Times and we're objective. Yeah, sure you are. Okay.
So I'm sure a lot of you guys have already seen the video that Tyler Oliveira put out where he went to
argued.
Military advisors were saying this could go very poorly for the U.S. We think that this is a bad idea, that there is not some limited strike option here, that Iran, because they, of course, obviously see this as existential, they're going to throw everything that they have to be able to preserve their own lives and their own government. So this is not a Venezuela, quick in, quick out, grab a leader and done. Not that I think that that's really the end of the story with Venezuela, but that's how they perceive it at this point. This does not look like it's going to be another 12-day war where, again, relatively limited in terms of, hey, we're going to take out these specific nuclear sites and move on. No, this is a far-reaching, already regional war where the justifications offered in that, 8-minute speech and then talking to reporters afterwards have ranged from everything to the nuclear program, the missiles, the revolution itself, the 1979, embassy kidnapping of Americans in the embassy, the long litany of things that he listed out there to, hey, we just want human rights and freedom for the Iranian people. And we have a new justification, which is he's claiming that the Iranians interfered in the election. So we can throw, a little bit of like protectual election interference and be able to use that claim later on to mess with the 2026 elections here as well, which appears to be part of the plot.
Which is so,
I mean, there's so many layers of dystopia here that it's hard to wrap your head around. I do want to just set a little bit more of the context here for people who, thinking about how we got to this place. Because once again, you had Trump posturing like we're going through this diplomatic process. We had these meetings in Geneva this week. The Omanis came out and said the Iranians offered a deal that went far beyond the JCPOA, that was the Obama-era nuclear deal. They offered, these concessions that went way beyond what Obama was able to achieve, thinking that could potentially give Trump an out to say, you know what, I did so much better than Barack Obama could never, look at me, the art of the deal, and give himself an out. But what we're hearing from Israeli officials is that, once again, this diplomacy was just a ruse, that this was planned months ago. The date was set weeks ago. And in fact, all of this was just a dodge to wait until the time of their choosing. So a war of choice, anyone you hear out there saying preemptive strike, blah, 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 you should kindly disregard everything they have to say after this, because this is an aggressive, illegal war of choice from this president and the Israelis. And there will be massive repercussions that we cannot even imagine right now that play out for years and decades to come.
Yes, the strikes are now planned for many, many days to continue. It appears initially this morning, we're hearing from the U.S. military, there will be some rolling types of strikes, 1 to 2 days of strikes, reassessment for battle damage, 1 to 2 days of strikes. Obviously, the enemy also gets a vote, and they are having their vote right now. Do we want to go ahead and put the list of countries that Iran has bombed already after the initial strikes that happened on Tehran early 2 a.m. Our time, so middle of the day for all of them? The list, I believe, here we have it. We have a number in Bahrain. We have a number in Kuwait, Abu Dhabi, Qatar, Jordan. Their videos coming out are unbelievable already to anybody who has visited or lived in the region. The most striking is exactly the one that you can see there on the screen. That was where the Fifth Fleet actually is. Crystal, can we put the U.S. soldier reacting? I mean, these are not scenes that you really ever would want to see. The next one that we're about to show you is an American, presumably an American service member or some American who is stationed in Bahrain, and you can actually hear him react live as a Iranian suicide Shahed drone makes direct contact with a radar installation in Manama. Why don't we make that video for us? Yep, and then we can see.
Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh shit! Oh! Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh my god! Oh! Dude, fuck me. A fucking missile actually got through. Oh, there's more. I gotta get the fuck out of here.
So you could see that was for an Iranian suicide drone. He mistook that as a missile. There's other videos actually showing the direct impact. These are scenes that anybody familiar with the battlefield in Ukraine will see. So they have an asymmetric capability already. Many of their missiles have been intercepted in the Gulf. We don't have any confirmed American casualties right now. But to zoom out a little bit more, I can confirm the Iranians delivered a message on letter specifically to Jared Kushner and to Steve Witkoff saying that they will not pursue a nuclear weapon. The Omani foreign minister was actually on television yesterday confirming exactly what you said, that they offered to give up their entire enriched uranium stockpile, provide IAEA inspectors into the country, and basically to end this entire charade. But if you've been watching our program, I do think it's important that you all know the goalposts have all moved on behalf of the Israelis. Originally, it was supposed to be about the nuclear weapon. I finally have some more context for Trump saying that the Iranians won't say the magic words about how they won't pursue a nuclear weapon. He believes that any enrichment whatsoever, even for like medical isotopes, is itself a declaration of a nuclear weapon. So just so you all understand where that term came from. I also do think it's important now to see that diplomacy under this administration can never be trusted. I mean, we all knew that it was kind of a joke. Of course, the Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff negotiations, the JCPOA came across the finish line after 2.5 years of the most sophisticated experts in the U.S. government on nuclear issues. It was just two real estate guys, one of whom is the son-in-law of the president. They didn't even really know what they were doing. It was all pretextual. Right, exactly. It was all pretextual for a planned operation that is now here. I also think it's very important to underscore that what the administration has done by doing the full Monty of regime change, there's no off-ramp from here. The Iranians are fighting for their survival. There has been no offer. They're saying freedom, overthrow. We have reports already this morning that Ayatollah Khamenei was actually targeted by the United States and Israel in a targeted assassination. We don't yet know what the result of that is, whether he is alive or dead. Many senior members of the IRGC, the Iranian defense minister, and others, Iranian state media saying that they have been killed. And, you know, if you've been watching our coverage, they are prepared for this. They knew that some 90% of their command and control was going to get decimated. And they also clearly had pre-approved strike packages across the entire region. The reason that they're doing that is they know that this is now a war this is an existential thing for the regime. You have to go all out, try to turn it into a regional war, as much of a nightmare for the United States. I also think it's important, you know, to even take it back, as you said. You know, it's not exactly political times right now when so many lives are at stake, but this is the most profound betrayal, I think, of any president, from the campaign to the actions in his administration, and in particular, the vice president and many of the other people, the so-called anti-war movement. These are people who directly looked Americans in the face. Tulsi Gabbard, I think we should add to that list, who said, Stephen Miller, they said Kamala will send her sons to war. Donald Trump is a candidate of peace. That was always a little bit ridiculous because we knew that he was going to be pro-Iran, pro-Israel, but I don't think anybody thought a full-blown war of choice on the Iranian regime was ever in the cards. And, you know, look, we'll ruminate on that, I think, for many years to come, and exactly how that happened. And I guess now is not exactly the time, but I'm so disgusted with this administration, with so many of the people who I knew personally, who looked me in the face over many years, told us that this was things they believed. Joke's on me for believing them. And I also, I'm really terrified about where this brings us, not just in terms of the region. Think about where we are. This country is now at war with Iran, embroiled in a full-blown regional conflict with no congressional authorization, no debate. How many times did we say over the last preceding years? 90% of Americans had no idea any of this was happening. Carrier strike groups that were on there were there. Many of them are waking up, and all they have is a Twitter video released by the president at 2 a.m. As of right now, the president is not scheduled to make any public remarks. That is how much contempt that they have for all of us, is that they don't have to explain their actions. They can launch this war completely of choice. Our Congress is a joke, absent for Ro Khanna. Everybody in the Democrat and the Republican Party who, you know, even remotely is upset about this is like, but what about the process? Will anybody think of the process and of the strategic end? There's no strategic end game. Trump said it. It's about regime change. How we avoid getting into a broader conflict, I have no idea. I truly have no idea how it is.
Because
how
from
yeah,
the
go ahead.
beginning, if you declare that the goal of the mission is for the government to collapse, and by the way, Voice of America, Persia is up on air telling people to rise up against the regime and, you know, throw off the yoke of their oppression, blah, blah, blah. So if you don't achieve that, then you've failed. And do you think that this president is just going to walk away and take that L? Of course he's not. So, look, I mean, I am always nervous when I bring up the Israeli equation here, simply because I do not want to deny this president any agency, right?
Yeah.
These are his decisions. He is fully and completely responsible for them. Netanyahu has
friends of
successfully
the show,
achieved and ensnared
independent
this
journalist
president
Rachel
in the trap
Blevins
that he's been
and
trying
Joe
to
commentator
ensnare
and
the
analyst
American people
KJ
and
No.
the United States of America
Thank
in
you guys
for
for coming on today in
decades.
this
It's
very
happened.
wild time.
It's done.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us.
Good to be with you, Danny.
Yeah, well, let's get started. Well, I think the big news, of course, is that Israel and the U.S. launched their war of aggression on Iran overnight, or in the early morning hours of the last day of February. Now, Iran is saying that over 200 people have been killed by these strikes, including a horrific massacre at a school of young girls in Iran, in a small city in Iran. Now, I wanted to ask first KJ, because the big news coming out now in terms of Iran's retaliation is that there are reports that the Strait of Hormuz has been reportedly closed by Iran. And I'll just pull up that. It's reported by Reuters, although I can't get past the paywall anymore. But here is a summary of it. Iran has been telling vessels that they are closing the Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of the oil supply is potentially coming to a halt. This comes as the retaliation from Iran has seen at least 200 plus missiles, a lot of them older models, drones, be launched into Israel and essentially all of the U.S. bases, causing pretty significant damage. And Iran says it has a lot more on the table. KJ, what's your response to all this? What's your reaction? We see a full-scale war essentially be declared by the United States and Israel, and Iran has rapidly responding just within less than a day, getting to this point of closing the strait.
Well, you know, U.S. War strategy, which is known as air-sea battle, air-land battle, is traditionally, shock and awe, is traditionally a decapitation strategy. You go in there, you try and suppress enemy air defense, and then you rapidly decapitate command and control. And the Iranian leadership has said, you know, you haven't done anything. All you've done is kill civilians. You've killed 85 school children. I mean, if that's your idea of decapitating the leadership, you know, something's not right. But Iran is retaliating rapidly. It has 17 types of missiles, of which 8 can reach Israel, but it's rapidly hitting all the U.S. bases. You know, the U.S. has attacked 24 provinces, including key cities, Tabriz, Tehran, Qom, Isfahan, Shiraz, and of course, Minab. But Iran is hitting back hard, and you see attacks on Kuwait and Bahrain and the UAE. And I think that, you know, the U.S. bases are looking to be highly vulnerable. We're seeing, you know, explosions. We're seeing missiles landing. Of course, the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, there are other targets. Tel Aviv has also been hit. So I think that this is exactly as they promised. The U.S. wanted a rapid decapitation. What they didn't understand is that Iran has the capacity to retaliate. It ducked, and now it's swinging back. And I think that there are going to be unintended consequences, unforeseen results.
Yeah, Rachel, and I'll put that list up again. This is from Vicegrad, which is no friend of Iran, certainly a Zionist entity here in the media. And this list is pretty stunning. And we're talking about a response that comes after the United States, after Israel has attacked. And now the Strait of Hormuz is in question, and there are reports that Donald Trump is not happy with what has transpired just in the last 12 or so hours here. What's your reaction to all of this?
Yeah, I don't blame Trump for not being happy because he came out with that grand 8-minute video at the start of all of this. And you would think from that video that Iran was about to fall, that whoever was in Trump's ear and telling him how things were going to be, that they were telling him, look, we're going to carry out these decapitation strikes. We're going to take out Iran's top leader, the Ayatollah. We're going to take out the Iranian president. And then we're just going to call on the people of Iran to fill the streets, because that's what Trump said. He said he was doing what no US president had ever done. So I would expect a little bit of frustration from him as we get to this point, right? Several hours in, and maybe he's on social media, maybe he's not, but he's looking around, he's going, okay, we don't have confirmation that these top Iranian leaders have been killed. If anything, we've heard the opposite of that. We've heard statements saying that everyone's safe except for a couple of lower level commanders, and Iran has been retaliating, which goes to show you that their military is still very much intact. So whoever gave Trump the okay, the go-ahead, that we've got this for the US military, did so, I think, a little bit too soon and with too much gravitas, thinking that they could just go in, completely wipe out the Iranian government. And now we're starting to see that Reuters report come out and say that Trump was warned ahead of time that even if they killed Khamenei, that Iran would just replace him with someone else who was even more of a hardliner, that the Iranian government as a whole would not fall. And obviously, from everything we've seen, we've seen a lot of protest in recent months. We've also seen a lot of rallies, a lot of demonstrations coming from Iranians on the ground who are standing for their government and their constitution. So this magical idea that, you know, you just overthrow the government in a few hours and then you parachute in Reza Pahlavi to be the new dictator, it's not working out quite how the Washington architects seem to have thought that it would. I'm sure Netanyahu is getting a little bit frustrated too as well, because instead what we have is we have Iran in this position where not only are they not saying our leadership has completely fallen and you've destroyed us all, but they're pointing to the fact that, you know, we have these horrific massacres like the massacre at the school with all of these dozens of young girls being killed. The fact that the US and Israel chose to carry out the attack today, which, while yes, the stock markets are closed here in the US, this is the start of Iran's work week. So these young girls are going to be in school. They're not going to be at home with their families. The fact that they chose to carry out an attack on a day like today, and that they targeted all of the civilians that they did, well, that starts to create blowback coming back at the Trump administration, because now you get on social media and you see all of these horrific images and videos and you look at it and you're like, oh yeah, that's kind of similar to what we saw in Gaza with these horrific attacks being carried out, and the US and Iran are behind it all. And so even though we have some of these Gulf monarchies standing up and acting as though they're really going to stand up to Iran, I look at this and I go, from a public relations standpoint, it looks very, very bad for the US right now.
Yeah, well, KJ, I wanted to ask maybe a follow-up on what it means for the Strait of Hormuz to now be a target. Now, Iran has certainly signaled it could be closing the strait. Of course, we're going to see how that transpires over time. But what does it mean for Iran to already have this in mind? It seems like there was a real plan in place to rapidly move in retaliation to this strike, which means they knew the strike was coming. So I'm curious on what your thoughts about that are.
Well, what it is it's a near fatal move. I mean, if I give, you know, kind of a combat analogy, the United States was headhunting, was trying to hit Iran rapidly, you know, and knock them out by hitting them to the head. And Iran has the potential to, you know, duck that blow. It looks like it's ducked the worst of it, and now it's going to go around and choke it. And the Strait of Hormuz is one of the world's most important choke points. As you say, between 20+% of petroleum and natural gas is shipped natural gas and petroleum goes through the Strait of Hormuz. So it's a vital artery for the entire global economic system. If that gets shut down, we're going to see cascading economic effects all across the board, including, the cost of oil rising to perhaps 150, 200, perhaps even further per barrel. So that is going to have massive ripple effects all across the economy. And as Iran has said, they had said this is what is going to happen. They had given very, very clear signals that U.S. bases would be attacked, that Israel would be retaliated against, and the Strait of Hormuz would be shut down. And of course, Ansar Allah has also said that they're planning to shut down the Bab el-Mandeb. And so we are seeing this cascade in ways that I think that Trump really did not anticipate. I think that he was engaging in magical thinking. I think he was deceived by the Bolton proteges that he brought on. And he was also misguided because Iran up to this point has been very, 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 very diplomatic. And even when they were attacked, they only engaged in symbolic tit-for-tat responses previously until, the 12-Day War. And so that, I think, gave the administration the illusion that this was, again, going to be a cakewalk and that Iran would collapse or it would be, compliant and obliging. And that certainly is not the case. Iran is a completely different animal to, the weaker states that the U.S. has knocked over like bowling pins.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at this, Rachel, and get your reaction. As Iran moves on that economic front, we also, of course, have the strikes. And what I find interesting, similar to what happened during the 12-Day War back in June, is that what you see is rather than the U.S. and Israel having legitimacy in the region to do this, and there's all the talks about people dancing in the streets and everyone's so happy about this in Iran. But how about people in the region? Here is in Bahrain, there have been massive strikes. I mean, these are ongoing missile strikes by Iran hitting the 5th Fleet base there and other sites in that very tiny country. But look at how people have reacted to them.
مسيرة يا شباب مسيرة اضرب 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 اضرب.
I mean, not necessarily. There's some celebrations going on across the region, similar to what we saw during the 12-Day War in places like Jordan, where you had people cheering on Iran's ballistic missiles and hypersonic missiles going over their heads through air defenses. So your reaction to this, especially the legitimacy part, because they're across the board, it seems like other than the compliant leaders in the region, there's a lot of anger about this.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, it's been interesting to watch. And I know that a lot of people look at Iran and they say, oh, well, it's a paper tiger. It's not really going to respond. Well, today, Iran did respond, and it responded in a way that was unprecedented. I mean, never before have we seen this wide-ranging of an attack targeting all of these U.S. military bases and having an impact in a number of different ways. I mean, we went into this knowing that the U.S. military was not prepared for this. I know Trump got a little mad earlier this week over the warning saying, look, if you go in and you attack Iran and this goes beyond, 4 to 7 days, we are going to be looking at a stockpile shortage. And that's not good when we're talking about helping out Ukraine over here and preparing for the eventual dream of war with China that the hawks in Washington still have. So they want to be careful when it comes to how they're approaching Iran. Well, Iran has made it clear that not only are they legitimate, but that they do what they say they're going to do. And one of the things they've been saying with each version of True Promise 1, 2, 3, 4 at this point is that every time they retaliate, it's going to keep getting harsher and harsher, and it's going to come sooner and sooner. So instead of waiting around for 2 weeks and going, is Iran going to respond? we saw this response almost immediately. And I don't blame people in the region for getting excited while, yes, they know that there is going to be destruction, getting excited at the fact that Iran is responding, because Iran is the main country standing for the Palestinian people, standing against an ongoing genocide, standing up against the West in a lot of ways. And that doesn't come without weighing its capabilities and its options. I mean, we're talking about a country of 92 million people. And while, yes, there are moments where you look at them and you say, oh, they're standing up to the US, a war would still have an impact on Iran, just like it would have an impact on the region. And that's something that their government has had to take into account. I think the fact that they are being so quick to move on the Strait of Hormuz is a very telling sign, because that's also unprecedented. I mean, I've heard people say for years now, oh, Iran will never actually close the strait, right? They'll never take that step. Well, they're taking that step right now, and they're making it clear that if they are going to suffer, if dozens of young schoolgirls are going to be murdered, well, the rest of the region and the global economy is going to suffer as well. And so it puts the US and Israel in a very dangerous place, because up until now, they've been bargaining on this idea that Iran has no legitimacy, that the government would just fall, that, you know, all of the hawks in their situation rooms who are coming up with different ideas of how this should play out, that they would know exactly how things would go. Well, they didn't seem to know how it would play out, and we're not even 24 hours into this. So I think we still have a long ways to go, but I do think that Iran is making it very clear that they are going to do what they say they're going to do, and that has got to be terrifying to the US and Israel.
Yeah, well, Israel, KJ has been talking a big game. They say that they are going to do this for at least 4 days. I don't know if you heard the fancy names that the U.S. and Israel came up for their operations. I believe it's Epic Fury for the Trump administration, the U.S., and Roaring Lion for Israel. But what, you know, those sound nice and tough and scary, and of course there have been people who have been killed, but what has this moment so far revealed to you about the image of the United States and Israel as these dominant powers that are supposed to not ever be challenged in any kind of way, especially militarily? That's like the no-go for especially the United States.
Well, I think that image has been tarnished more and more, and it started certainly with the 12-day war, when Iran showed that it could hit back, and it could hit back hard. And it was actually Israel which wanted to sue for peace. And now they think they have, reloaded, and they wanted to go in again and decapitate. And once again, I said that if the US does not have an early decapitation, early suppression of enemy air defense, early destruction of command and control, things get much, much more complicated. And I think it shows that, that the US does not have the power that it has. It doesn't have the kinetic force to push around Iran, as it has done with many, many other smaller countries like Panama, Grenada, Venezuela, etc. It's a completely different ball game. 90,000+ people, a continent the size of Europe, vast, dispersed military capacities, 17 different types of missiles, 8 of which can very readily reach Israel. I think it breaks this notion of US impunity and invulnerability. We're still in early days. Things could shift rapidly. War is always unpredictable. But the main thing that the US and Israel were counting on, that is rapid decapitation, seems to have failed. You've missed your sucker punch. And now things become much, much more difficult and challenging for everybody, including Israel, including the US, but certainly also for the Gulf cooperation states. These are the US vassals that are facilitating the war, in particular, Bahrain, UAE, Qatar, Jordan, Saudi Arabia. All of them are currently soiling their underwear. And we also have to remember that they are weak, illegitimate states that don't really even have the proper definition of statehood. Excepting Saudi Arabia, the rest of them are populated 60 to 90% by migrants. They're essentially family monarchies that have sold themselves off to the West as imperial vassals and staging places for American bases. They have no legitimacy. They don't even have stable populations, and they risk being tremendously destabilized as a result of this, if this war continues and expands, and that could change the entire picture of West Asia, the Middle East, if things continue.
Yeah, and I'm hearing, I just saw an article in Yahoo Finance, Rachel, that says that crude could go up $10 to $20 per barrel, up $10 to $20, increase $10 to $20 per barrel. That would bring things to $70, $80, $90, which would rapidly cause an economic seismic wave and a tidal wave on the U.S. economy and the world economy as a whole. But your any follow-up to what KJ was saying and the larger consequences to this war?
Yeah, I think he made a really good point about the place that these Gulf monarchies are in. And I did notice that the UAE, in the statement that they put out after their American military base was targeted, they specifically were calling out what they referred to as Iranian escalation. And I'm looking at this and going, okay, you can call it that all you want, but the only reason that Iran was targeting you was because the US and Israel carried out attacks against Iran. And Iran has only been warning 6 ways to Sunday that it was going to target the US bases in the region if it was targeted with an attack. So cause, effect, Iran carries out this attack, and now suddenly the UAE is pointing the finger at Iran, saying they're the ones who are responsible for this, right? They're the bad guy here. And so it's going to be very interesting to watch in the weeks to come, especially as you have, and I saw that Fox News was already kind of capitalizing on this, saying, oh, the Gulf countries are turning on Iran. And I'm going, they were never with Iran to begin with. They were always with the US, exactly as KJ noted. They were made to be US vassal states in a lot of ways in the region, made for those military bases and made for this moment of war against Iran. And Iran's well aware of that, right? They can see the map. They know all of the US military bases that are around them, and they have been preparing for this war for a long time. And going back to the comment that you were making about the position that crude oil prices are in, I'm wondering how Trump is not taking that into account, because he just gave his State of the Union address this past Tuesday. And one of the really big pressures on him has been the affordability of the United States, right? Because the American people, they can bicker back and forth over Democrats and Republicans all day long, but they want to know about gas prices and food prices and housing prices. And a big impact on these gas prices is going to be where oil stands, how trade stands. And if we see the Strait of Hormuz closed for multiple days and we really see this war explode, it is going to be devastating for the global economy and therefore devastating for the US economy in a number of ways. And so the Trump administration, I think they thought that they were going to get in, get those decapitation strikes, get out, make it look easy, get Iran to quote unquote capitulate and give them whatever deal they wanted and then call it a day. That has not happened yet. And so as they start to really see fully what Iran is made of, right? What it has been preparing for all of these years, as we start to see, if we start to see Iran use their hypersonic ballistic weapons, that's going to be a game changer, because the US and Israel are still facing the same stockpile problems that they have been this entire time. And so I would not be surprised to see them do a version of what they did in the 12-Day War and say, okay, we're done, let's stop, let's have some sort of a truce, not necessarily a ceasefire, but an end to fighting. We'll stop shooting you if you'll stop retaliating against us. If it comes to that, the question is going to be, what is Iran willing to do? Because we've also seen a version of this with the current war in Ukraine, where Russia has made it very clear that they don't want to just sign on to any deal that is offered to them by the United States and then fight this same war 3 or 4 years down the road. They want it to be decided for good now. And so the fact that you had the IRGC coming out today and saying that they are seeking a decisive victory, that is very telling here about the position that they are in when they're talking about their operation being called the finale of the Al-Aqsa floods. That tells us that they are going all in here. And I do not expect to see them be as quick to just sign on to whatever deal the US is offering. And I think that's why we've seen this back and forth with negotiations where even as we've had all of these rounds of indirect talks in Geneva, Iran has made it abundantly clear that they are not going to just sign on to whatever deal the US is trying to sell them. I mean, you had Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, according to reports, trying to get Iran to agree to destroy its own nuclear sites, the same ones that Trump has spent the last several months bragging that the US destroyed when it went in and attacked Iran during the 12-day war. I don't know how much more ridiculous it gets or how much more obvious it gets that the US is not serious about a nuclear deal. And we also knew that even if Iran signed on to checking every single box that the US wanted, they would still find a way to sabotage things down the line. So I think the point that we're at was inevitable. It was inevitable to get to this point, and it was not surprising whatsoever to see the US and Israel go in guns blazing, acting as though they could carry out a series of attempted decapitation strikes, take out the Iranian leadership, and then call it a day. The question is going to be what they are prepared for after this, because that is a major unknown right now. And if Trump is getting frustrated like I think he is, it could get bad before, well, it could get bad before it gets worse. Let's just say that much.
Yeah, no, great points, Rachel. Now, I wanted to show some of the damage, KJ, and this is damage that's still relatively minor given the level of weapons that Iran is showing that they're beginning with. But I'll just pull up some of what has already happened today. This is one that people have made note of, which is in Qatar. There was a $1 billion radar that was destroyed, and a Iranian strike on the facilities in Qatar, U.S. facilities, destroyed this early warning radar system. And there you see the before and after. And here is the range of this early warning radar. So it is quite, how should I say, valuable to it's the reason why it costs $1 billion. But then there's the reports of course, strikes on Israel, which, for use of old weapons, still quite impressive. Here we have some scenes out of Haifa, and there's just reports of buildings being destroyed. Just massive warning signs to Israel about what's to come should this continue. So, KJ, any reaction you have to this?
Well, what Iran is doing is what they did before during the 12-day war. They're firing their older, slower, less effective missiles as a kind of chaff. They just want to deplete the air defense. And then once that is depleted, and we know very clearly that the US and Israel have a magazine problem. David Sling, Iron Dome, THAAD, Arrow, Patriot, all of these things, SM-3 and 6, all of these things have limited magazines, and the US does not have the industrial capacity to sustain prolonged and protracted defenses against Iran's attacks, which are potentially capable of completely overwhelming their systems. So I think that's the first thing to note, is that I think they have just gotten started and they're just throwing out the junk. And once the magazines, they sense the magazines are depleted, then they're going to come in with much, much harder stuff. And then the other thing to notice is on that radar dome, Notice how precise that attack was. I mean, this is one of these key major radar systems that functions like a regional panopticon. It renders the entire region transparent. And this is what the US lives and dies on. It wants that transparent battlefield where it can see everything that is going on. And once you start to blind that, and once you start to knock out these different elements of what they refer to as the kill chain, it becomes much, much harder. It becomes much, much more of an uphill slog. This is the kind of stuff which is not supposed to happen according to US battle doctrine, but they always seem to forget that the adversary has a say. And here, the adversary in Iran is speaking very clearly and loudly in forceful ways that the US, I believe, has not fully reckoned with.
Yeah, Rachel. See.
Yeah, and I think that as we're watching this play out, it's also really notable the position that the entire region is in. And I know we've been watching for the last few years, right? Watching the war in Ukraine and kind of the impact that that has had on the multipolar world, watching as you've had an all-out genocide targeting the Palestinians, watching the impact that that has had. Now we're moving into really this next phase of it with this war. And I know that in a lot of ways, Trump has looked at war on Iran as one that he was going to achieve during this term, right? He brags all of the time about assassinating Iranian General Qasem Soleimani during his first term, who notably the Trump administration at the time had lured to Iraq with the promise of talks. And so now we have in less than a year the second version of the US acting as though they want to make a nuclear deal with Iran, carrying out these negotiations, and then in the middle of talks suddenly coming in and attacking Iran. And I know that the position that Iran is in, it is having to look at this and decide, okay, where do we go from here? The next time that the US comes around and magically says that they want talks, Iran may not be willing to come to the table in the same way, especially given the damage that the US has done, that it's attempted to do, and that it is likely to still attempt to do against Iran as we get further and further into this situation. And I think the fact that we had some reports, I know Axios and the Wall Street Journal were initially reporting earlier today that Trump was going to come out and address the nation. And at the time when I saw that, I thought, okay, did they get Iran's leader? Were they successful with the decapitation strikes? Because that would be a reason for Trump to address the nation. And then suddenly that was called off. Reports of it was called, maybe the reports of it weren't accurate, but the point is that did not happen, at least earlier in the day on Saturday. And so I think that Trump is in a position right now of trying to figure out how in the world to proceed. But the US needs to wake up and realize the position that they have put the multipolar world in. And I know that a lot of this is intentional, right? At the end of the day, they are going to go after the key pillars of the multipolar world. Their end goal is to get to China. But if they can't get to China, and they know that they wouldn't be able to take on China in a war, they cannot remotely begin to compete with China when it comes to industrial production. And so because of that, they start going after the other pillars of the multipolar world, like say Iran or Venezuela, or at least an attempt at Russia. And I think that the kidnapping of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro gave the Trump administration almost kind of a false sense of confidence, right? This idea that they could just parachute into a country, kidnap the sitting president, and then act as though they own the government, act as though we are the ones in charge now. They looked at Venezuela and they said, oh yeah, we can do a version of that in Iran. We'll just carry out decapitation strikes instead. Everything will go well. The CIA is giving us the thumbs up on the ground. But up until this point, that is not what has happened. And so I think that the US really overplayed their hand here, and it is not looking good for them right now.
Yeah, and KJ, it's not as if the U.S. and Israel haven't done damage. They have killed a lot of people in a very short period of time. This is what they're known for. There are a lot of videos, there's reports about how they did it. They're firing from Iraqi airspace. I was seeing Tomahawk missiles be fired over Kurdish airspace from Syrian territory. All kinds of reports about how this has happened. Not the same kind of, I don't know if you remember during the 12-day war, KJ, a lot of talk about how Israel owned the airspace after that surprise attack that they did in June of 2025. That is not the narrative now, actually. It seems like the Trump administration is having a hard time coming up with the narrative about what's going on. And the media is not happy, honestly, with what's happening. And U.S. allies, of course, this is a long-standing row, but I wanted to bring this up before getting your reaction, KJ, because I think it's really important. We've seen the Trump administration be very callous, at least in how he presents himself to his European allies. But this is a material, absolutely material issue that just happened where Italy, right? Italy has forces in the bases that the Iranians are hitting right now. And this has caused much consternation from the Italians, where you have a military base that houses over 300 of their Air Force personnel. There was no orders, no warnings that the U.S. was going to strike, and they had no time to evacuate, and now they're sitting ducks, unable to leave what is a verifiable and now easily hittable target for Iran.
Yeah, so Italy needs to get out of there as fast as possible, as should all the other countries. I mean, they are sitting ducks right now, and this should not come as a surprise. When the mafia don is ready to do what he wants to do, there are no objectives, there are no obstacles. People are expendable, and so they should have known better. But Italy needs to get out of there. And same thing for the other countries. I mean, there is chaos. There is a little bit of stress fracture happening between Europe and the United States. It's like the connective tissue has been damaged, a little bit of a political sprain, if you will. But notice that the Germany, France, and the UK, the E3, came out, and their statement was to condemn Iran. Absolute and complete nonsense. Condemning Iran. That's what they come out with, against a war of aggression, unprovoked, started under conditions of perfidy. That's the only thing they can come up with. The same thing with Mark Carney at Iran. Mark Carney, same thing, suggesting that Iran was the aggressor and Israel was defending itself. Absolute nonsense. So you still see the Western ruling imperial colonial class still parroting the same narrative, but there are deep fractures inside that system. And of course, they're not happy, and they're not happy with the risks that they're being forced to bear. I think the other thing which is worth noting is I've heard reports that American troops were moved out of their bases and dispersed into hotels, whereas it seems like the Italians were left as sitting ducks, as tripwire or targets. And I'm sure that the Italian population will be furious, and they should demand the neck of their leaders for putting their compatriots in risk in this completely useless, unnecessary fashion.
Yeah, Rachel, to you.
Yeah, when you look at the current situation, I know that that's been another major concern as the U.S. has ramped up its military assets in the region. It now has 2 massive aircraft carriers nearby. And especially as we start to see these retaliatory attacks carried out by Iran, hitting some of the key major runways that the U.S. would want to use on the bases of its allies, they're going to start really relying on those aircraft carriers. And then the question becomes, do you target the aircraft carriers, right? These major essentially a floating city with 5,000 soldiers on it. Is that going to be a target that Iran is going to hit, or anyone else in the region, anyone else who's part of the axis of resistance that they could then get on board with? And are they going to cause major damage to it? And so for a lot of these allies, look, at the end of the day, Trump really isn't exactly, as y'all have been saying, he's not too fond of his European allies, but they've got to be waking up here and realizing that they are on a sinking ship. If it wasn't, cutting off Russia, their neighbor on the same continent, cutting off energy supplies that they were getting easy and cheap from Russia and then relying on basically whatever the US wanted to give them. If it wasn't that then now all of a sudden they're turning around and realizing that the position that they're in with the troops that they do have in the Middle East, that those could be in danger, that their soldiers could die. And Trump isn't going to pick up the phone and call them and tell them exactly what he's doing. No, he's talking to Netanyahu, right? He and Netanyahu are planning this all out, acting like they have everything under control when they really do not at the end of the day. And so it has to be extremely alarming when you also have the pressure on these European allies to cut off their reliance on China, because the US has told them, you have to be good little vassal states. Here's who you trade with and here's who you don't. And the only problem is that the US does not have anywhere near the resources of the countries that it's trying to get all of these European states to, completely cut off their ties with. And so I think for a lot of those countries, they've got to be looking at Iran right now and realizing, okay, this is why Iran is where it is, because the goal of the US was to cut Iran off from the rest of the world, trying to hurt them economically. I mean, we heard Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent bragging about the fact that the US had intentionally manipulated the Iranian currency and that was directly tied to the protests. The goal was to make the Iranian people so miserable that they would take to the streets and then they would start protesting in mass numbers. And then all of a sudden Trump gets on social media and he tells the Iranian protesters, we stand with you. Well, that has not worked. And I start to get more and more concerned, I will say, as I watch this play out, because everything that the US has tried has failed so far. And it makes me worried that they are going to look at really whether it be ramping up strikes, targeting civilians even more than they currently are right now, or possibly turning to some sort of a nuclear option. That's incredibly concerning, because when you have an empire, or you have in the case of Israel, a Zionist state, backed into a corner, then they start to get really dangerous. And so I think that could be a legitimate question that we could be asking here in the coming weeks, especially if this war does drag out, if it goes longer than just the 4 days that, reports here in the US are saying, oh, it's only going to be 4 days. I'm looking at this and going, I don't know about that. And I'm worried for what happens if Iran is able to continue to inflict significant damage in Israel, especially if they start pulling out some hypersonic ballistic missiles and showing the world what they are capable of, right? Especially if they start targeting the satellites up above, as they have made a mention of the fact that they are going for air, land, sea, and also space. That could put us in a very dire situation, and I'm worried for what the US and Israel may try to do.
Yeah, no, great points. And I wanted to turn to Israel, KJ, because I don't know if you've seen the reports. There's, of course, this is a regime change operation. This is a regime change war, an attempt to essentially eliminate the entirety of Iran's leadership in hopes that that will lead to the replacement of that leadership with compliant and forces willing to bow down to the U.S. and Israel. But here is a report. Benjamin Netanyahu is saying that there's increasing signs that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, is no more. Israeli media has been circulating this all throughout the first day of this war, saying that the supreme leader has been eliminated and that they were successful in this. Now, this is being touted, it seems, as a huge victory, although I think if this is true, there would be huge repercussions. Iran has not yet confirmed, and they've actually denied this in many respects. But you also have Netanyahu leaving, so he is not staying in Israel. Israel has been hit, as we have shown before here, so far in the first day of this war, but it's obvious that they know that something is coming that's a lot bigger, and so he is fleeing on his presidential jet to Europe. KJ, maybe we can talk about Israel here, because we heard reports that Israel was going to be the one to be pushed out in front so that it looked better politically for the United States to strike. And then when we looked at the reports and we saw the footage, Israel did strike first, at least in terms of the initial reports, but then we saw right away that the U.S. Air Force was right there with them, and that the entirety of the media called it a joint strike. So this is fundamentally different, and Israel is definitely behaving differently than the 12-day war. What's your assessment of this?
Well, I think that, at least we don't have to deal with the pretense that Israel, is, somehow doing this by itself, or that there's a difference of opinion. It's clear that they're both working together. They have the same agenda, which is to control West Asia and to attack and destroy Iran. I think what is interesting to note, as you point out, is that Israeli leader has hightailed it out of there. I think that is significant. It tells you that there is tremendous fear in the Israeli leadership, and they're afraid of what they attempted could now also befall them. Israel is a small country. As I said, there are 8 types of missiles that can readily reach Israel. It has no strategic depth. And I think that initially they did think that the great leader Ali Khamenei had been knocked out. Clearly, there were pictures of his compound, which had been struck, very with extreme force. But I don't think that is the case. I think if it were the case, we would hear more. I think that would also open a Pandora's box that I think the U.S. and Israel have not thought through or thought about. And I think that still the advantage is to the country that has the endurance, and that is most certainly Iran, which is fighting for its survival on its home court. And I believe that we are just seeing the early stages of what could be much more dangerous, much more bloody. In particular, Rachel mentioned the aircraft carriers. If there's one lesson that we have learned from the Ukraine war, is that you do not concentrate your forces. You have to disperse your forces in this, arena of standoff warfare. Never concentrate your forces. And an aircraft carrier is a concentration of 5,000 troops. It's essentially, potentially, a floating coffin. And I think the United States needs to take that into consideration. The other point that Rachel made, which I think is very important for us to consider, is if they run out of options or if they face some significant defeat, how will Israel respond? And I believe they're perfectly capable, the US and Israel both are perfectly capable of moving up the escalation ladder. I was just recently, going over the US Doctrine for Joint Nuclear Operations in 2005. This was a document that was leaked, and they talked about the reasons or the conditions under which nuclear weapons can be used. And they said, for rapid and favorable war termination on U.S. terms, to ensure success of U.S. and multinational operations, to demonstrate U.S. intent and capability, and to counter potentially overwhelming adversary conventional forces. Okay,
that's a lot of boxes checked.
That's a lot of boxes checked, but essentially it means that if the U.S. doesn't like the way things are going, they can use nuclear weapons. Now, they've said that, we've disavowed this doctrine, but every time you listen to the pundits and the ruling elite talk, they are quoting directly from this paper. So I would not be surprised if there's nuclear preparations being prepared as a potential backstop.
Yeah, no, that's certainly a terrifying proposition, but I think one that has to be taken very seriously and realistically, given the fact that we already know, Rachel, that before Donald Trump authorized this, or however it happened, I mean, we don't know the exact story just yet, but we do know that Trump greenlit this thing. We already knew that the biggest fear from the Pentagon was running out of equipment, running out of ammo, running out of air defenses, running out of everything that they have put into place in the region to destroy Iran, fearing that, this is not an infinite number of resources. We saw that during the 12-day war, but this time, if this is a prolonged and protracted war, there could be other things. They might not have anything left to fire at Iran.
Yeah, and we could see it get to that point. And I do want to note there, because I was looking on social media and seeing that I know there's been a lot of conversation about the Ayatollah all today, this question of, is he still alive? It's interesting that Reuters is now reporting essentially that his body has been found, that he has died. Interesting that they're putting that out there, right? Because we still have not received any official confirmation. In fact, what we've heard from the Iranian government has been the exact opposite of that. So we don't know either way. But as I'm looking at that and I'm remembering the other Reuters report that said that, okay, if you kill Iran's top leader, they're just going to replace him with somebody who is even more of a hardliner, right? Somebody who will continue the Iranian government, or as they want to call it, the Iranian regime. That really stands out to me, because I think that Netanyahu and Trump and their planning and scheming, they thought that all you have to do is just take out the Ayatollah and then take out Iran's president, maybe take out some other military leaders, and that will be it. People will flood the streets and we'll call it a day and we will have official regime change. We have not seen evidence of that. And so while we don't have that official confirmation on who has or has not been assassinated, at the same time, we do have the fact that Iran still, at this point, has a working government. They still have a working military that is still retaliating. And so, you know, when bringing up the conversation of how the US and Israel have overplayed their hand, this idea that you make this one move, you kill this one guy, and then all of the rest of the pieces of the puzzle will fall into place, that has not proved to be true. And so what is likely to happen is that the US and Israel are going to have to feel like they have to carry out more attacks and they have to, quote unquote, retaliate for Iran's retaliation, as they put it. And it's the question of how far they want to get into this. Just how dire are weapon stockpiles here in the US and for all of our allies that we're arming around the world, or all of our vassal states more specifically? Because Trump said, he said it during his State of the Union address, and he said it again in this 8-minute video that he posted at the start of this overnight when the US and Israel were attacking Iran. He said that Iran is working on missiles that are threatening the United States, not just military bases, but the US homeland. And so he's tried this kind of last-ditch effort to argue to the world that Iran is a major threat, right? Not quite weapons of mass destruction, but a version of saying Iran is threatening the United States. But if you look at Iran and everything they've said up until this point, it's, we don't want a nuclear weapon. We want to make a deal with you, right? We want to work things out. We want to have peaceful relations and even trade with the United States. If that's a possibility, they're open to a lot, but they're not just going to cave to US demands. And if the US was successful with any of the top assassinations that it was seeking out, that is only going to harden the hearts of the Iranian people so much more so than they ever were before. They are not going to want anything to do with the US. I would not blame them in any sense for chanting death to America, because America, the US, that is the country that is directly threatening their homeland, directly threatening their leaders, killing their children while they're at school. I mean, the US is taking this terror and it is bringing it home for the Iranian people, and now they have to respond to that. And so Trump may have thought that it would be easy, we'll get in, get out, and it'll be another version of Venezuela. But I think what we're seeing is that this is going to be a quagmire, a disaster in a lot of ways. And it's going to be what Trump's second term is remembered by. Because once again, for the second time in a year, this guy overplayed his hand, thought, oh, we can go in, attack Iran and do whatever we want. And Once again, it has not worked out in the way that he thought that it
voted
would. He should have learned the first time around, but here we are once again.
Because most of Americans, as we know, don't live in New York City or in San Francisco. They drive to work every day, and that's where they feel the pain. If you have an Ford F-150, it does 20 miles to the gallon. You're going to feel the pain when gas goes from $2.30 to $5 a gallon. And that's where Trump is going to start losing support, because, as Ali pointed out, the war is not popular. Israel is less and less popular in America among even the base, the MAGA base. And once the economy starts feeling that pain, when the people start feeling the pain, and gas is going to be the first one, then, and 401ks, a lot of Americans have their retirement accounts. If the market takes a dive, Trump is very big on the market. I mean, he's always boasting about, I got it to 50,000, the Dow to 50,000. What happens if the market drops on Monday, if the war is still going on, if there's American casualties? There's all sorts of pain that Iran can inflict on the U.S., on regional countries. And, it's something that they will use. They're not stupid. They have every ability to use that pain, to use that vehicle to cause pain, and they will. I mean, again, as I said, Iran has been preparing for this ever since June, certainly. But even before that, they had some idea that there could be war when you had someone like Trump constantly threatening it, and someone like Netanyahu who's also constantly threatening it. I don't believe that they really believed it was going to happen this weekend, although all the signs were there. But the signs could have been bluffs to get Iran to next week agree to more of what Trump wants. Clearly, the Omani foreign minister, who flew to Washington from Geneva to try to persuade the U.S. not to do anything and allow this process to continue for another week or so, was unsuccessful. And then you have all the cheerleaders, the Lindsey Grahams of the world, who obviously, get excited whenever there's a war and people are dying. And that's really, at the end of the day, not going to be good for America. The image of people dying, I don't see how that can be helpful to Trump, who wants a Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, the irony of the Board of Peace starting its first war within a week of instituting the Board of Peace. I mean, you can't write something like that. The Board of Peace's first war. I mean, how do you even begin to talk about that?
Well,
so
go ahead, Ali. I see you wanting to. Ali wants to jump in there. Yeah.
One thing that strikes me, going back to Netanyahu, and I admit I didn't listen to the whole of Trump's statement, but I did listen to Netanyahu, where they're constantly calling, and I think Trump did the same thing. They're calling on Iranians to overthrow their government. And I think what that tells us is that they don't believe that they have the military means to overthrow the government of Iran. They can't do it by bombing. They can't do it with drones and missiles and tomahawks. So they still need to do regime change from within. And they've been relying on sanctions to immiserate Iranians and to create unhappiness. And this is the tool that they've used in country after country. In Iraq in the 1990s, Jeremy, that's where you and I first became acquainted with the work that we were doing at the time against Iran, the devastating sanctions against Iraq. And we saw the same playbook again in Palestine, against Gaza, in Syria, where the idea is you attack children, you attack elderly people, you attack sick people by denying them food, medicine, the ability to travel, basic needs, in the hope that they will become so unhappy they will blame their own rulers instead of blaming those who are doing this to them. And so I don't know, but I just wanted to make the point that the fact that they're leaning so heavily into Iranians having to go out and overthrow their own government. And apparently, I heard Al Jazeera saying today that Voice of America was broadcasting to Iranian speeches by Reza Pahlavi, exhorting them to go out and overthrow the government. this also seems pretty desperate. I would love to hear what Human thinks about that.
We can put that to Human, but I want to add one because I am curious to hear Human's thoughts on this. But just to add one layer to this, and it relates also, Human, to something you were saying earlier. Some Iranians that I spoke to today, both officials and people close to the ruling authorities, were saying that that this is a pipe dream in terms of like the regime change aspect of it. But I do get a sense that people believe it's plausible that the U.S. and Israel could assassinate the supreme leader and others. I mean, the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah, I think, caught a lot of people by surprise. As Ali mentioned earlier, Ismail Haniyeh, the political leader of Hamas and its chief negotiator at the time, was assassinated in Tehran when he was attending the inauguration of the president, and he was killed in a guest house controlled by the IRGC. So, we have, and I'm very hesitant always to cite Barak Ravid, the former Israeli intelligence guy who works at Axios and CNN right now, but it's indicative of what's being pushed right now by the Israelis. And I just want to say, he's saying now that the Israeli ambassador to Washington has told U.S. officials that Iran's supreme leader has been killed in the Israeli strike on his compound. Now, the Israelis sometimes float these stories. They push it. They did this.
Reuters and others are reporting the same thing.
And so now we're starting to see. So it is, it's possible that this did take place, that there has been a strike that has killed Iran's supreme leader. It's possible that part of what Trump did here was to say, if we can do that, if we can kill the supreme leader and we can do some massive attacking, and we then are hoping that something happens with the Pahlavi people. I'm sure the Israelis have sold them a bill of goods on the intelligence, pretending that they have, more power on the ground than they do. But it could be that is Trump's so-called off-ramp for a period, because the Iranians last time, it was the U.S. and Israel that asked for the ceasefire. It wasn't the Iranians in the June war. So putting together these pieces and the question that Ali was posing, if it does take place that they kill the supreme leader and much of the political and military leadership of the country, and the U.S. is sort of using Voice of America and the Israelis to urge people to rise up, and they're doing this, where do you see the reality then, Human? What are we looking at there?
Well, first of all, you don't have to like the Iranian government or the Iranian regime to know that they do have a constitution. You don't have to like the constitution, but there is a constitution that provides for the death of the supreme leader, whether it's by poisoning, by assassination, or by natural causes. And in the event of his death, should that happen, you have, I think, I can't remember the exact makeup, but you have a cleric from the Assembly of Experts, I believe. You have the president, assuming that he's alive, or and somebody from the national security community, who then take over this triumvirate, takes over the job of the supreme leader until a new supreme leader is elected by the Assembly of Experts. So there is a constitutional way for that to happen. Focusing solely on the supreme leader, who is, after all, going to be 87 years old this year, is probably the wrong way. I mean, it might give satisfaction to Benjamin Netanyahu. It might give satisfaction to Donald Trump that he killed the supreme leader of Iran. But I don't think that in and of itself is something that will bring about regime change. Now, I think Ali is totally right about what Israel's goal is here. And that's not regime change, it's regime collapse, really, more than anything else. Because if it's regime change, well, who's going to replace the regime? The regime exists. There's a bureaucracy, there are technocrats, there are ministries. The country is being run. I'm not saying it's being run well. Sanctions haven't helped. The economy is terrible. We know all that. But it is being run. Day to day, the country is being run, and it's being run by people, by humans. And those people are crucial to the country being run. And then you've got the security and the military services. The former Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi claimed sometime after the June war that he had 50,000 people signed up from the military and security services to defect at the right time. Well, the right time was probably January 8th and 9th when the crackdown on the protesters happened. And nobody defected. Nobody said no
to firing on whether it was protesters or rioters. Nobody came out publicly and said, enough, we're not going to do this, we're not going to kill our own people. It's like, no, they all banded together and said, this is existential, we're going to stop this, we're going to stop these protests. I think so far we're seeing the same thing. Nobody has stepped up, even if it's true that the supreme leader has been killed, even if it's true that Pezeshkian, the president, has been killed. It doesn't matter that much, I should say. I'm not saying that, I don't want to be morbid about it, but it doesn't matter in the larger scheme of things. Trump, when he says regime change, I don't think he knows what regime change means. Usually, with George Bush, at least he knew what regime change meant. He wanted to send in a proconsul to take over Iran with troops, and that's what we did. But we're not doing that now. There is no support for that. Troops aren't even in the region. If you wanted to land 50,000 troops to march up from the Persian Gulf and take over Tehran, we don't even have that. So the regime change is meaningless right now. As the foreign minister of Iran was on NBC this morning, live from Tehran, and when he was asked about that, he said it's mission impossible. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen because the regime is still together, and you can kill, as he pointed out. You can kill a couple of IRGC generals. There's plenty of them, plenty of officers. The officer corps is quite strong. There are a lot of young people. The Basij militia is almost 1 million men. When you add them to the regular IRGC of whatever it is, 150,000 or so, you got almost 1 million men who are armed. Regime change to replace the regime with what? And if it's Reza Pahlavi, sure, there's going to be people in Iran who do want him. I'm not going to deny that. There are people who have said his name, people who would prefer him. And again, it depends on how you ask a question in a poll. Would you like Reza Pahlavi, or would you like a regime change, or who would you like to replace the regime? You'll get different answers. But if you say, would you prefer Reza Pahlavi to the current regime? Some people would say yes, absolutely. But he has no organization. He has no support inside the Iran that are technocrats, military people ready to support him the minute he lands. But he has to be landed by someone. He's not getting on a plane. There is no Air France ready to take him and a bunch of other Iranian exiles to land in Tehran and then to be greeted by 1 million people at the airport like Khomeini was in 1979. So that doesn't make sense.
That seems to be the big distinction between this effectively non-existent domestic opposition and the governing institutions that remain in place. To add a layer to what you were saying, in September during the UN General Assembly, I was among a group of 30 or 40 reporters who met with Pezeshkian when he was at the UN, and he said then that after the June 12-day war, they had developed a 6 or 7 layer deep succession plan, and he was talking, and it was interesting to see him talking as if he were going to be killed. Like he understood in that moment that they were trying to kill him, and that there was a very good chance that they would succeed in doing that in the not too distant future, which was just a kind of startling kind of conversation to have with another human being who doesn't have a terminal diagnosis.
Right.
But so they were preparing for this. And in January, as we also reported, the Pezeshkian devolved a lot of power in the event of a war to governors of governance around the region, so that in the event of communications being cut off or whatever, that they don't need to go back to the central government, and that they are empowered to continue to operate. So you have that on the one hand. And Ali, I wanted to ask you about this. So let's say they do successfully assassinate Khamenei and Pezeshkian. The criticism from a lot of people of Khamenei over the years was that he was too conservative, that he held back frequently, that the hardliners would say, if you continue to display this kind of weakness, we are going to continue to get hit. Pezeshkian was very loyal to Khamenei, was not going to push out ahead of him ever. So what could be, Lindsey Graham thinks the Shah's coming back. Setting that aside, what type of leadership might the Iranian government have, if they did successfully assassinate the current leadership?
Well, I think we have to say what an enormous crime that would be. What an
There's that too.
outrageous and horrific crime it would be to murder the leader of Iran, to murder Ali Khamenei, who is, no matter what I think of him or you think of him or anyone on this program thinks of him, is beloved by millions of Iranians and is seen as the legitimate leader of Iran. I acknowledge that there are Iranians who oppose the government, who oppose the system. That's their right to oppose the system. But it is not the right of the United States or Israel to murder the leader of Iran, or to kidnap the leader of Venezuela, or to murder the leaders of resistance movements and popular movements across the region. Israel murdered the prime minister of Yemen a few months ago, something nobody talks about. So the sheer criminality is something we have to stop and acknowledge. And who Iranians choose as their leader is their business. It's not up to me or anyone else to say who should come after that. But I suspect that if you murder the leader of a country, if you impose war and not just murder the leader, and of course we're only hearing rumors about this. We have to be very clear. These could be Israeli psyops. There's absolutely no reason to believe any of the reports that we've heard up to this point. But we have seen that Israel and the United States have murdered dozens of children already. Is that going to make Iranians love the United States and love Israel and love Reza Pahlavi, who wants to come in as an agent of the powers that have launched this war of aggression against Iran and waged war in Iran for decades? I mean, Iran had a revolution in 1979 after decades of tyrannical US-backed dictatorship, and it was their revolution, and it is not anyone else's business to determine the future of Iran. But Iran has faced, first of all, in 1980, Iran, soon after the revolution, as it was consolidating itself after overthrowing the Shah, Iraq invaded. But it wasn't just Iraq. Iraq was backed by the United States, backed by all of Europe, backed by Germany, which used its decades-long expertise in making poison gases to provide Iraq with chemical weapons to gas Iranians with. And I remember when I was a teenager seeing the young Iranian soldiers who had been injured by nerve gas and chemical gas being brought to Europe for treatment in hospitals. And that's an image from the television that I still remember to this day. And they waged war, the Arab regimes, the same ones that now are supporting the US-Israeli aggression on Iraq, supported the Iraqi, the Arab regimes that supporting the US-Israeli aggression on Iran are the same Arab regimes that supported the Iraqi invasion of Iran. So Iran is a country that has been under relentless attack by the United States and its Arab neighbors and Israel for decades. For what? What has Iran done to deserve this relentless aggression? Iran has not attacked other countries. Iran has not launched wars against other countries. Iran has not developed nuclear weapons. Iran's missiles are clearly for defense use. Iran never launched missiles against any country until it was attacked. When the United States attacked in 2018 and killed General Soleimani, Iran responded by attacking American bases in Iraq. When Israel attacked in June, Iran responded by attacking Israel. Iran is not an aggressive country, and it is a country that deserves to be left to develop by itself. Iran's politics, you can't separate its internal politics from the constant external aggression military aggression and aggression by sanctions, which are calculated and targeted. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary of the United States, was boasting recently that the sanctions created the economic crisis in Iran, the collapse of the rial and economic unhappiness. Hillary Clinton has bragged about that. Nancy Pelosi the other day was just saying about how, we should use sanctions to create misery and to create suffering. This is the psychopathic hatred of Iran that exists not just in Israel, but all over the West for decade after decade. Iran never invaded these countries, never attacked them. It's time to leave Iran in peace. But what we see now is a US-Israeli aggression that is backed by Iran's Arab neighbors and all of Europe and Canada and Australia, and even the African Union put out a statement against Iran. Who are these puppets of America all over the world that are behaving this way? It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, Human, we only have a few minutes left, but picking up on some of what Ali said there, there are Iranians that I've spoken to, including recently I met personally with a former senior Iranian official who was sort of describing some of the camps within the kind of ruling sectors of Iran and some of the debates. And this is an official that's been around for many, many years, a very well-known Iranian diplomat. And he was saying that, the conclusion that has sort of been reached in the inner circles is that it was in fact a grave mistake.
That motherfucker back there is not real. But I am telling you,
and that
right
the message that has been sent is that this was a catastrophic error on Iran's part because it forever left them open to the very kinds of attacks Ali is describing, but in militarized form. And I'm wondering if you can talk about, if it's even relevant at this stage, but I think it's fascinating, those strands within the Iranian ruling classes or structures or governing bodies of difference of political strategy, opinion, and what the fact that it did win the day, that we should try to do this by negotiation, that we should publicly renounce the idea that we would ever build a nuclear bomb, and this sense on the part of some Iranian officials that it was a lethal mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's been the case, I think, going all the way back to the turn of the century, that there have always been people who've said having a nuclear weapon is going to be our protection inside the very top leadership. But it has been decided partly because some of the diplomats and some of the ones who don't like the idea of having nuclear weapons, which would go against what Khomeini, the previous supreme leader, the founder of the Islamic Republic, said about nuclear weapons, is that they are haram, they're against the religion, that this would not be good for Iran's reputation, that there is a way to have nuclear energy, the potential to build weapons if we ever have to, according to the Iranians, but to not actually take that step. But yes, this debate's been going on for a long time, and I think today you would probably find that it's now probably in the majority people regretting that they didn't take the path that North Korea did. After all, President Trump met with Kim Jong-il and Kim Jong-un, and he didn't get anything from it except for a photo op. And we haven't heard a word about North Korea or attacking North Korea because they're in danger. And they actually have missiles that can reach California. So ballistic missiles and nuclear weapons, which Iran have neither, that can reach the United States. But I think that, yeah, that's a strong possibility that the Iranians will decide that the leadership will decide, whatever the leadership is that comes out of this war, will decide that they have the knowledge, they have the ability to build nuclear weapons. Can they do it without being caught or being attacked again? That's a difficult question to answer. I don't know if they have facilities that are so far deep underground that no one can touch. I don't know. Or if they'll start building those, or if the US will just keep bombing Iran, just mow the grass, as they say, or Israel will. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say, but yes, the person that you spoke to is absolutely correct. That debate has been ongoing for a long time, and I think there'll be a lot of pressure by people who are supportive of Iran and supportive of the Islamic Republic as it is, who say you absolutely have to build nuclear weapons. One very quick thing about, with respect to what Ryan was saying earlier, I don't want to suggest that there's no opposition inside Iran. There is opposition to the IRI. There's opposition that it comes in different forms. There's still the reformists who believe that it should be a gradual change in the leadership, a gradual change in the form, and perhaps even a referendum, as Mousavi, who's under house arrest, the former candidate and former prime minister, said. There are people in jail who, and not a single one of them, to my knowledge, has said, come bomb us. Not a single one has wanted Americans to bomb their country. The ones who are inside. The ones who have been saying come and bomb us are the ones on the outside, like Reza Pahlavi. So I'm not suggesting there's no opposition, but there's no organized opposition. There's no one that can come in and just take over. Arguably, you could say that someone like Mousavi might be able to take over. His house was bombed today. Like, if you wanted regime change, why on earth would you bomb the one person who has been under house arrest for 15 years? And who has talked about asking for a referendum on what the future of Iran should be. A guy who was a prime minister in Iran, is actually a cousin of the supreme leader, but has been under house arrest. Why would you bomb his house? Why would you want to kill him? If you were legitimately, going back to what Ali said, if Israel legitimately wanted regime change that was going to be less hostile to Israel, Mousavi would be a candidate for sure. And then you go and bomb his house. It just almost proves that they don't want anybody who has any kind of legitimacy inside Iran to take over in case of a regime change. So, and it's just not believable right now. And what Trump is saying is not believable, that people go take over the government. How is someone supposed to take over the government? If somebody said that to Americans right now and we were being bombed in America, would we go out and take over the government? I don't know how we would. I don't know how I would. Maybe I'm just too old. Maybe young people would figure it out. I don't know, but I don't think the Iranians are prepared to do that. So we're just in this, an illegal war, illegal under international law, against the UN Charter, illegal under U.S. law, because he hasn't gone to Congress. There's no, you just basically declare, it's a declaration of war on a third country without any authority under U.S. law. So, and with no idea of why we're doing it. It's not even clear why we're doing it. Why the U.S. has gone to war. It's clear why Israel wants to go to war. They've made that very clear for years, in terms of at least this government, the Netanyahu government.
One, just very briefly, I know that
time is running out.
Time is running out.
Go ahead, Alex.
One geopolitical aspect here that should be at least mentioned is that
try not to get shot.
Yes, Israel does want the destruction of Iran, but there is a U.S. interest in that too. Yes, of course, one can make a rational case that the United States could have good relations with Iran and benefit economically and see a more secure and stable region if that's what the United States claims it wants. But the other element here is that Iran is geopolitically very important to both Russia and China, which the United States sees as major power rivals, both for energy and because of it gives Russia basically access to the sea for trade, for perhaps even one day for military purposes. And also it's very crucial to China as a source of energy, economic cooperation, and so on. So the destruction of Iran is also a severe blow to China and Russia. And so that may also be a major motivator for this U.S. war of aggression as well.
Founders of electronicintifada.net, and I want to just plug also, we've been focused on Iran, of course, for obvious reasons on this stream, but I also want to just emphasize to people that Electronic Intifada for many, many years has been one of the premier sources of reporting by Palestinian journalists in Gaza, in the occupied West Bank, in occupied Jerusalem, And I really encourage our viewers, our readers, and others to support Electronic Intifada. They've been doing this. They do this work when no one is paying attention, and they have been some of the greatest promoters of the heroic work of Palestinian journalists, including Palestinian journalists who've been assassinated in this serial killer campaign against our colleagues in Palestine. So, Ali, I want to just continue our gratitude for what you've built at Electronic Intifada and all the support you've shown for Palestinian journalists on the ground for so many years. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much, Jeremy, and Ryan, and Human.
And Human Majd, always someone that when I think that I really need to try to understand what is happening with U.S. aggressive posture or attacks against Iran, I always turn to you. I always read you. I always appreciate your insights and your analysis. We'll link to both yours and Ali's work. Human Majd, thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks so much to all of you, Ryan, Ali, and Jeremy. Thank you.
And Ryan, you know, just in the few minutes here before we wrap up, because you cover DC on a day-to-day TikTok basis, I did want to just ask you about this issue of the timing of the non-war powers resolution. You know, you and I broke this story the other day about how Chuck Schumer and other Democrats going back to the June war have sort of cynically seen opportunity in this situation. On the one hand, many Democrats
enemy remaining.
support a regime change war against Iran. They may not want to say it out loud, but their careers and what they say in private, we've heard and we've reported on, it's clear that there are some powerful Democrats that are perfectly aligned with this policy. And then there's also a line of thinking by some of those people, but also maybe Democrats that are not so excited about an Iran war, but they see political opportunity in the idea that if Trump does this and it goes wrong, that it's because 70% of the American people right now, by recent polls, maybe even higher than that, are against this, that this is going to benefit them in the midterms or in the long term politically. And it's pretty clear that Hakeem Jeffries and other Democrats made sure this war powers resolution didn't go forward. And they were part of the gang of 8 being briefed by Marco Rubio. It's pretty clear they knew this was coming down the pipeline. They schedule, the vote for after the strike is going to happen. They're deeply complicit in this situation, and they're also cynically and I think scandalously cheering this on to an extent.
Yes, and before we wrap the stream, I'll also add some new reporting that we'll be publishing, very soon over at Dropsite regarding the strike on the girls' school in southern Israel, where it appears more than 85.
Iran, not Israel.
Did I say southern Israel? Southern Iran, where more than 85 people at this school. There were 170 students or so in there, and we'll get to that in a moment. But I think it's extremely important context for understanding the depth of the cynicism of this strategy, because we're not talking about just kind of meaningless horse race chatter here to pick up a couple extra seats in the midterms. We're talking about 9 and 10-year-old little girls getting ripped apart within moments of arriving at school, who have nothing to do with anything. And so part of the reporting that we did was around this moment that happened in June, ahead of the last assault on Iran, where Trump said he's gonna attack Iran, and then he made some gestures towards maybe we'll have a diplomatic opening, as he does. Like that's his pattern. And when he did that, Chuck Schumer put out a video mocking Trump as Taco Trump. Trump always chickens out. Making fun of Trump for moving from his belligerence back toward lying about a diplomatic resolution. And a group of more than 24 kind of anti-war organizations in Washington, D.C. sent Schumer a letter that said, "What are you doing? Like, why are you trying to goad Trump into war? Like, there's no political benefit worth the cost of inhuman lives that will come from goading him into this war. You don't McFly this situation."
One enemy remaining.
And it led to a call then between one of the leaders of one of these organizations and somebody in the top foreign policy advisor in Schumer's office. The advisor said, listen, what you need to understand is that in the Democratic caucus among the senators here,
Go either way.
there is actually strong, quiet support for U.S. attacks
Okay, now
on
we
Iran.
sigh with relief.
But we also understand that doing so would be deeply politically unpopular. Nobody wants a new war in the Middle East. They like the policy. They would like to see the regime change in Iran, but they don't want to be the ones with their fingerprints on it. They would rather that Trump carries it out, and as a bonus, they believe that it will split the MAGA coalition, that it would be terrible politics for Trump to launch a war on Iran. So it's this political win-win for Democrats.
Right there.
It hurts Trump among his base. It hurts Trump among all voters. Independents, too, are deeply opposed to a unilateral or bilateral attack on Iran. But also, their benefactors and they themselves support the policy. So the purpose of that the foreign policy added, Schumer doesn't believe that. It's not, of course, it's not. Schumer would never be so cynical. Schumer opposes war. But this is the, this is the posture that he's dealing with among so many Senate Democrats. So that's something you need to understand as he's kind of navigating this this political situation. So yes, so they were then briefed. Ro Khanna, Democrat of California, and Thomas Massie of Kentucky, Republican, put forward this war powers resolution. The Gang of Eight, which includes Jeffries and Schumer, were briefed by the intelligence community and Rubio about the plans. They come out of this briefing signaling that they've been told effectively that war is coming.
30 seconds left.
And they do nothing to advance the vote on the war powers resolution. They finally, under pressure, said, "Okay, we'll do it next week." The whole, you and I see, like the whole world knew this was coming this weekend. They certainly must have known, and so now it'll still
spike planted.
It'll still come up for vote. And
remaining.
Look,
last player standing.
Depending on what happens between now and then, there's a good chance it loses. That's the other thing. Like support for war in Washington is always pretty strong, but and just from a cynical political perspective, the actual politics would be to put Republicans on the record in support of this war.
Be good.
Democrats oppose it, and go back and align yourself with those exact cynical politics.
No stopping now.
That
not until the job
Schumer's
is done.
aide was outlining in June, but because the pro-Israel lobby here in Washington would look askance at a vote against this war, they would actually sacrifice that extra political benefit for themselves to do that favor for the pro-Israel lobby. So, because now you're going to have some Democrats who are going to be pressured. Voters want them to oppose this war. Their donors want them to support it.
The hunt begins.
And so that's why you see all of these statements coming out of Jeffries and others that aren't yet condemning the attack. They're saying like he needs to explain himself. Iran should not have a nuclear program, but Trump is recklessly putting. They all know Trump is recklessly putting American troops' lives at risk, and that's because they understand that Americans could die in this, which would be a massive political benefit to Democrats and a cost to Trump. And to not do everything in your power to stop that, to me, reflects an extraordinary level of cynicism that even beyond what we're typically used to here in Washington. And nothing tells that story more than
one enemy
remaining at the elementary school this morning.
Another one where you kill him,
and
rebuild.
it's our colleague Sharif Abdel Qaddus is going to be he's finishing that story, and people can find that shortly. And again, just to recap, massive. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just to read a little bit that
30 seconds left.
Sharif had passed on. So.
Did
has
y'all
a
see
reporter
that,
who visited the school. Initially, there were some questions like, "Oh, is this
working?
fake?
Double check it,
is this propaganda coming out of Iran?" So we had a reporter who went to the school and interviewed parents. Now there are some claims coming out. Oh, this is an Iranian missile misfire. Well, even if it only happened because the country was like attacked in broad daylight for no reason. And so the reporter talked to the parents, talked to the mother of Fatima Ali, who was a 9-year-old student. And the mom said, when we arrived at the school, the place was in chaos. The school itself didn't know how to handle the situation. There was no accurate information about what was happening. Every time we asked someone, they said, be patient until we get the girls out from under the rubble. The family did not learn
Spike down,
that
mid.
Fatima had been killed until around 4 p.m. Local time. They found the body
One
there.
enemy remaining.
Second parent, Mohammed Shari Tamadar, said, quote, we are talking about small children who knew nothing of politics or war, and yet they are the ones paying the highest price. The same parent said, I want the world to know that the children are the real victims. Every day that passes without a solution increases the pain and the suffering for the families and for the children alike. There were some 170 students inside this building attending morning classes when the missile struck, and at least 85 were killed, and that's according to the Iranian judiciary. Most of them were schoolgirls between the ages of 7 and 12 years old.
Well, on that note, Ryan, it actually is a powerful way to end, because at the end of the day, we're talking about a nation of 90 million people here, and this is a massive attack. It's a very clearly illegal war, and it's a war of aggression. We're going to continue to report on all aspects of this at Dropsite News. I would also encourage people, regardless of what you think of X or Twitter, the feed that is put out by the remarkable team at Dropsite News is worth monitoring. We're basically running a 24/7 news service, and Herman Gill, who is the main social media coordinator for Dropsite News, often he pulls all-nighters all the time, especially at moments like this, and I want to just give him a shout out, and our colleague Jawa Ahmed also, really just they all, and Sammy Vanderlip, who is another one of the people that really just tirelessly works on that feed. Kamal, who people know as Halal Flow on Twitter. We're blessed with a remarkable team of people that do this because they care and they're dedicated. And on that Dropsite News X feed, it really, I think it's the best ongoing source of news that you can find anywhere on these issues. So please check it out. Thank you also to our friends at Breaking Points for this joint stream, and gratitude also to the Breaking Points audience for your continued support of Dropsite News. On behalf of Ryan Grimm, myself, the whole team at Dropsite News, if you can become a paid subscriber, it's one of the main ways that we fund our journalism. We don't put anything behind a paywall, but we do encourage you to support us if you can. Keep checking dropsitenews.com. We have more breaking news reports coming up. Thank you so much for joining us.
Dome set.
No peeking.
Adding shield.
Skedaddle.
Rounding sight.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
That's 3.
Team Ace.
I reckon I'll take a kip after this.
I need a drop.
I've earned it.
Dome placed. Adding shield.
One enemy remaining.
Right here. That's the last one.
Last round in the half.
Last round to use our creds and abilities. Don't waste your firepower.
Need a drop. Thank you. Time for a field test.
Guys, I didn't buy a weapon. If y'all killing.
The hunt begins.
You're done. My ult's ready.
Prepare for hellfire.
They will come. Someone's be
Spike planted.
I shot somebody.
I was baiting.
Balls up.
Here, catch!
One enemy remaining.
Bother.
Dome set. Blocking fire.
Too easy night for you.
Dome destroyed.
Switching sides.
All right, lucky socks. Don't fail me now.
Their defense needs work.
Still in sight.
Water rising. Watch your eyes!
Placing sentry. Drop in a smoke.
Watch your eyes.
Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
Look out.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
That's done.
Dome placed. Adding shield.
'94 mid-connect.
One enemy remaining.
Flooding vision.
Last player standing.
Don't get back up, sweetheart.
Match point.
Their head is in the guillotine. Now pull.
Enemy spotted B.
Reloading.
Walls up. Careful here.
Enemy spotted mid.
Hi.
Reload.
Adios. Enemy spotted me.
Right.
Spike down. Turret down.
One enemy remaining.
3 souls. Your life
Attackers win.
I knew it would all work out. It always does.
Jackson Hinkle. Nice to talk to somebody who's at the head of the next generation of political thought in the country.
Jackson Hinkle looked into this, another great YouTuber.
You've been working on this issue for a long time, Jackson, but I respect that so much.
I hope one day you're in the White House.
Your observations, I think, are dead on. So they kicked him off YouTube, and in 3 weeks, he gained over like 1.7 million followers.
You have 2.6 million followers. You became the #1 most viral person on that entire app.
CNN is running a special targeting someone who actually is influential, Jackson Hinkle.
Our first guest is my political son. I love him. He's Jackson Hinkle, the one and only.
Let's go! How we doing, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning back into the stream. I don't want to waste your time, so drop a like right now if you're not a Fed. You know what to do. Subscribe. If you want access to all of our live streams, maybe you missed one. Maybe you missed the one we did this morning when the war was starting. Maybe you missed that. Drop a like. Subscribe, join as a premium member to get access to all of our live streams. It's the only way you can get access to all of our live streams after they have aired, okay? Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. We got a great show ahead of us tonight. I've got Imam Hussein behind me. I mean, you can't lose when you have Imam Hussein behind you, okay? This was gifted to me by a Iranian cleric. Iraqi cleric, my mistake, when I was in Iraq. You guys, we're going to be talking about the breaking news. Lots to discuss today. Right now, this very second, Israel is getting hit. We got to be a little bit careful as to what I show you. I'm going to try my best to show you everything, but, you know, we can pretty much show you everything. It's news. You know, we're not taking sides here. Totally not taking sides, right? We want to be very clear about that. We are not taking sides. I just got to report the news, right? Israel's currently getting hit right now pretty damn hard. Al-Adad Air Base in Qatar, there's interceptions ongoing, but it is also getting hit with a lot of these ballistic missiles being sent from Iran. Basically, the whole day has just been nonstop retaliation from Iran, nonstop. It's very clear that Iran currently is the one that controls the pace, the tempo. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. Drop a like. It's all news. It's all news. Yes, exactly. Okay. Thank you to those of you that joined as members before the stream began. I appreciate you. I see you. We've got... What should we start off on? I mean, we've got the Khamenei news we could discuss. You know, I don't know what to make of that. We're getting conflicting messages. And honestly, if I'm being 100% honest with you, both sides do have an impetus to not tell the truth right now. So we are going to be discussing that. Maybe we'll hold off on that story for a little bit in case we get some more news, because right now the situation still seems unclear. We are going to be discussing the Israel situation because Israel, I think that's a good story to start on. We're going to talk about the strikes on U.S. bases and assets all across the region. We're going to discuss the shutting down of the Strait of Hormuz and Israel. They attacked an elementary school, an all-girls elementary school today, and a sports arena, which resulted in the unaliving of 20 volleyball players. So, all I've got to say to get started off with here is that this war is objectively criminal. This war does not serve U.S. interests. Every single American casualty in this conflict is a casualty for the Israeli regime, for Netanyahu. No U.S. soldier should be participating in this. You should not be risking your lives for Netanyahu, for Trump family assets in the UAE. You're basically fighting a war. If you are a U.S. service member currently serving, you are fighting a war for Labubu, Dubai Chocolate, and Netanyahu. That's basically who you're fighting a war for right now. I just hope you understand that. I hope you understand that. So that's what's going down. Honestly, the Iranian operations today were impressive. And I think Trump is probably freaking out because what's very clear is Trump wanted this to be, a 12-day war. He wanted this to be a Maduro situation. And now what do you have? You have every single U.S. airbase getting lit up. You have Kuwaiti airport getting lit up. You have airports in the UAE getting lit up. You have secret meetings of U.S. military personnel and their known hangouts in the skyrise buildings in Bahrain and the UAE getting lit up. You have the threat, of course, of Strait of Hormuz getting lit up. You currently have the Strait of Hormuz, which is shut down. In effect, it hasn't been officially announced, but in effect, you have it shut down. And I think Trump is kind of freaking out. Trump was supposed to give a speech today. He canceled that speech. The speech, I'm sure, was to announce the death of Khamenei, the Ayatollah, but that has yet to really be confirmed because both sides are saying that it's one side saying it's true, the other side saying not true. So let's first talk about Israel because Israel is currently getting hit. Crypt Orbit, thank you for the super chat to start things off here.
Love you, Jackson. Thanks for your continuous support to Palestine and Iran and the truth.
Well, like I said in Yemen, those who wage a war against God will never be successful. Couldn't be any more true today. Yes, so I just want to be very clear for the YouTube community guidelines team. We are reporting. We're not taking sides. We're reporting. We're reporting. We're reporting. With that being said, let's get into it. And what the hell? We got 500 likes. Drop a like right now. You must all be feds. Drop a like if you're not a fed. So let's take a look at Israel. As you all know, Israel's Iron Dome, their air defense systems, are strongest at the start. And even right now, it appears as though things are not that strong for the Israeli air defenses. We saw all throughout the day, we saw attacks on Israel, and we saw major strikes. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, support from San Clemente. What's up? Thank you so much. We saw strikes all across Israel. We saw pretty major attacks on Unit 8200 HQ. And just a few moments before we began the stream, we saw red alerts from the Home Front Command in Israel. And a few moments later, we saw plumes of smoke in Tel Aviv, rising out of Tel Aviv. Okay. But that wasn't all. The red alerts on the Israeli Home Front Command, they expanded after the first strikes hit, and then we saw major explosions in Tel Aviv reported all over the place. There's even videos from live news broadcasts showing the impact of these strikes in Tel Aviv. So Tel Aviv was hit hard today. Israeli military bases, command and control centers, Unit 8200 Mossad operations were also see more of these Sejal missiles from Iran, the longer range, larger payload missiles being used against Israel. Okay, so that's what you can expect over the next several hours. We have a lag. Well, refresh the page. Tell everyone in the chat to refresh, and it should go back to normal. Are we back? Are we back? Yes, we're back. Okay. Tell chat to refresh. It might do that throughout the stream, so just tell everyone to refresh. So we did see the use of the Iranian Sejal missile just at the start of the evening hours. So this has already been displayed in the ongoing strikes. Has that very ominous look to it. The Sejal missile, this is large payload. We saw Tel Aviv getting hit all throughout the day. Moment of 2 consecutive Iranian missiles hitting Tel Aviv. So they've had, 6-7 months to build up the air defenses in Israel. And still, within the first less than 24 hours, the first 12 hours, yeah, if you have no sound, refresh. Tell them to refresh. Within the first 12 hours, we already see that the air defenses in Israel have basically completely failed. And these air defenses are going to get very tired very quickly, okay? And it's even worse for the U.S. military bases, okay? Israel has better air defenses than the U.S. bases in the region. Now, we also saw that Iran destroyed Mossad's Unit 8200 Galilat base north of Tel Aviv. And there is a very, very strict information space in not just Israel, but also the UAE and elsewhere, okay? The UAE has put out statements saying it is illegal to share any photos or videos of striked locations, of any damage. Israel has the same exact thing. And Israel, at the end of the 12-day war, they became very conscious of the fact that it is a morale booster for the Iranians to have these videos going viral. Also, OPSEC, to Operation Control, to have the videos of the direct bases and locations being hit. That's not good if you're the Israeli air defenses. So they have had a very strict control of the information space, trying to limit the videos. They're even arresting people if they share these videos and they can identify who it is. This is from Patricia Marins, who said, air defenses show signs of impotence in Israel. Already, Israeli defense systems fired at least 9 times trying to intercept without success 2 Iranian missiles that reached their targets in Tel Aviv. And I just want to highlight how much of a burden that is on the Israeli taxpayer, or the U.S. taxpayer, because we supply all their air defenses. So you have 9 air defense missiles going up for 2 Iranian missiles coming in, and it doesn't even stop one of the Iranian ballistic missiles, okay? Up to this moment, on the first day of the war, Iran has fired fewer than 20 missiles and a few dozen drones toward Israel, but with a very high success rate for the missiles, hitting various locations, some of them civilian areas. Kabaj, thank you for the super chat. Kolud, thank you for the super chat. How many is home? You will get yours next too, you American commie. Okay, thank you for the super chat, brother. If you want to send more threats, keep sending the super chats. And breaking, President Trump to Israel's Channel 12. Now, this is where I started to laugh in the afternoon. Trump was speaking to Channel 12 and he said, I have many exit strategies from the war. I can choose to make it long or I can make it short. We'll see. So this is kind of Trump saying, I'm the one in control here, even though it was Israel who fired the first missile. And well, maybe this was part of a plan. Maybe they kind of dragged the U.S. into it at this very moment. Maybe the U.S. wasn't prepared to do it on this day. Who knows, right? Israel also claimed that this date was selected weeks in advance. So, you can't really believe anything, right? He said, I can choose to make it long or I can make it very short. We'll see. So that's Trump saying, don't try to pull any fast ones. I'm in control of the pace here. I'm in control of the tempo. We also had U.S. officials saying to Israel Hayom that the war will go on for a few days and will end with an overthrow of the regime. Again, same thing. We control the tempo, not you, Israel. We control when this ends, when this starts, blah, blah, blah. But the truth of the matter is Iran is the one who controls the tempo right now. An advisor to the commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard was quoted saying, let Trump know that we can fight for years and we only use our old missiles at the beginning of this war. Later, we will use more advanced missiles. And that is objectively true. Some of you might hear that and think to yourselves, Jackson, how is that true? They hit all these U.S. bases. How are they using old missiles? I will explain. It's very simple. They are using their short-range missiles that they didn't even use in the 12-day war. These U.S. bases sit much closer to Iran than Israel does. Just think about the map. It is much closer. The Gulf states are much closer to Iran than Israel is, which is on the entire other side, right, of Saudi Arabia. So this is all, munitions that have been built up, short-range munitions that were not used in the 12-day war, and Iran is just kind of letting it rip. There's memes of like people setting off rocket after rocket after rocket online, like at 4th of July celebrations, and saying Iran right now. Actually, yes, because they've just had all these short-range missiles sitting in these underground silos and missile facilities, not really able to use them in the 12-day war because they weren't striking U.S. bases, with the exception of the last day they hit the Al-Adad Air Base in Qatar. So this is what they've had built up, and now they're just like, okay, like fire off those, okay, no big deal, right? That is not a hard thing for Iran to do. Very easy, okay? The only difficult base that they hit today was the Mukafik Air Base in Jordan. They did hit that, and they hit it pretty damn hard, okay? And that's where we have the majority of U.S. fighter jet assets, U.S. air assets stationed is in Jordan, okay? Why did they put them in Jordan? Because they're further away than all the U.S. bases, some of which, by the way, the U.S. evacuated or claimed to have evacuated. You can't really evacuate that easily. Everyone knows how slow the U.S. military is. But in Syria and Iraq and Kuwait and elsewhere, Bahrain, they claim to evacuate. Well, we know that there's U.S. casualties, even though the U.S. isn't admitting it yet. We know that this will come in due time. Dozens, maybe hundreds of U.S. casualties, right? But the reason why they put all the U.S. air assets in Jordan is because they are effectively more protected, okay? Thank you for all the super chats, you guys. I'll be reading through those at the end of this story, and then we'll get into the next story. We also have this brilliant Twitter account everyone should follow. I Was Never Here. Thomas Keith, great analysis in the 12-day war. He's back at it again. He said, in just 10 hours, Iran has created a regional battle space that amounts to a functional siege around the American military presence across the sea lanes and the wider region. The scenario now unfolding is not incremental. It is a broad spectrum shock to the network of CIA and Mossad-supported local projects across zones like Syria and its periphery. A demonstration of Iran's ability to apply simultaneous multi-front pressure in a condensed timeline. Within 10 hours, the region's entire balance has shifted and every actor is recalibrating. Very true. Well said. Wow. So we have new photos as we cover this story. We have new photos and videos out of Tel Aviv. I will go back to that and we'll check that out right now. Tel Aviv is not looking too good right now. We have at least 4 impacts in Tel Aviv. So much for the Iron Dome, right? They spent 7 months building up the Iron Dome and the U.S. air defenses. And wow, that lasted, what, 5 hours? 5-6 hours it lasted throughout the day. And then already we are seeing major impacts in Tel Aviv. One of the impact sites in Tel Aviv, it is said the Iranian missile had a cluster warhead. That is a big hit. Again, we want to be very clear for the YouTube community guidelines team. We are not endorsing any violence. We are not taking sides here. We are simply reporting on the news, right, guys? So we are witnessing major strikes on Tel Aviv tonight, as I told you, and this is only going to continue. So this is the Paper Dome in action. As we move throughout the hours of the night, it is only going to increase these sorts of strikes that we are witnessing on Tel Aviv. They typically don't do these in the day. I was actually pretty surprised that this all began in the early morning hours, Israel-Iran time. But now we are seeing the Paper Dome in action, okay? Here's from Middle East Observer. Some other great analysis. In the coming days, we will witness intensified strikes on both Iran and Israel. Over the days, Israel air defenses deplete and more Iranian missiles will reach their targets. And Iran's air defenses will get severely destroyed in the coming days, which will give a lot more freedom of movement for Israeli and American warplanes. Once enough air defenses get destroyed, the free fall GBU bomb strikes will start, and this is when mass destruction will happen. So it's true on both sides, you know. Thomas Keith also wrote this: the Zionist army spokesperson is already laying the groundwork for fear management, talking about challenging days ahead and begging the public to stay glued together. Then he shifts straight into censorship mode, ordering people not to film the impact zones of Iranian strikes. Okay, they know this is coming. And lastly here, I just, one more time, remember, Trump is saying, I can end this when I want. I control the pace and tempo. Here is Major General Abdullahi in Iran. He said, Iran, not Washington, determines when this war ends. He confirms that the Zionist entity and the American military struck Iranian military sites in civilian areas, including a school full of children, triggering an immediate, overwhelming response. Iranian forces hit targets across the occupied territories and crushed multiple American bases in the region, inflicting what he calls very heavy losses on both enemies. He frames this strike as the beginning of a reckoning, decades in the making, after sanctions, assassinations, and blockades that were meant to break Iran, but instead produce a nation ready to absorb and return fire. His message is simple. They open the door and the Islamic Republic will finish the confrontation on its own terms. Okay, so we have a few more photos here out of Tel Aviv before we take a break and head into our next story about U.S. bases and other countries getting hit, which is still ongoing. In fact, wow, Dubai airport just got hit. Dubai airport just got hit. So anyways, more sites out of Tel Aviv, though. Wow. So anyways, Paper Dome in action, not looking good for the Zionist air defenses. It's not performing well. We will continue to follow the strikes on Tel Aviv. But holy moly, Dubai airport just got hit. That is insane. That is actually insane. Dubai getting hit hours ago? Yes, but Dubai airport is way different. That is way different. Dubai airport getting hit is way different. All right, everybody, drop a like on the stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. We got a lot more news. We're going to be talking about U.S. bases and countries hosting U.S. bases, which are currently getting hit. Oh, okay. It was shrapnel from an interception, but still, I mean, it looks really bad. That looks really bad. That's Dubai airport right now. So, anyways, thank you so much for all the super chats. I want to say a special thank you to all of you guys who are sending in the super chats. Let me read those off real quick, and then we will get into the story about this Dubai airport, what's going on. Nino, thank you for the super chats. Hi from Denmark. Will Russia join the war? No. Free Palestine? Yes. Miai from Iran said LMAO. Iran has been cooking. I can't even imagine the amount of hits. Look, we don't take sides. Remember, we're just reporters here. Happy Jur, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Naomi, thank you for joining as a member. Lauai said the attack on the girls' school is a war crime. Trump and all of this is war crimes. All of it. Okay, thank you guys for all the super chats. We are going to get back into this. And thank you so much to Gil Joyer for the super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Love your work, brother. May Allah bless you. Take care of yourself.
Thank you. Okay. Let's talk about this. Let's see what's going on at the U.S. bases, and the entire region is apparently just going into a black hole right now. Okay, let's talk about this. So, throughout the day, 14 U.S. military bases across the region were hit by Iranian strikes. So much for all those air defense systems that they placed in the region, right? I guess it didn't work too well. Right now, Israel's getting hit. Shrapnel just fell on the Dubai airport. And we actually have several airports which seem to have either been hit or shrapnel fell on. But it's not just bases. We are going to get into exactly what's going on here, okay? So in the early hours of the day, we saw that Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar was hit. Al Salam Base in Kuwait. Al Dhafra in the UAE. 5th Fleet Navy Base in Bahrain got probably hit the hardest. They got really hit hard. And the Mukafak Al Silti Air Base in Jordan was hit, which is the furthest away and where the majority of U.S. Air Force assets are located, okay? They put them there for safekeeping, but I guess they weren't all that safe. So those were what we saw in the early morning hours, and it did not get better from that point onward. I think we can summarize the events of this morning starting this war by IRGC General Jabari, who said the American empire has shown its retardation on the world stage. Very true. Okay. So some of the biggest strikes we saw today were on Bahrain, U.S. bases. We have the U.S. Navy 5th Fleet Command and Control, which is in Bahrain. It has been reported that there are U.S. casualties as a result of the strike on Bahrain. Of course, we will not get that information from the U.S. media or the U.S. State Department for probably several months. But, and I say this with heaviness in my heart. These troops are being brainwashed and then stationed there and used to fight a war and sacrifice their lives for Netanyahu, for Greater Israel, for Labubu, and Dubai chocolate. That's what they're fighting for right now. And that's what they are in all likelihood being KIA'd for, okay, or suffering casualties for. So we saw U.S. service members captured. This video was actually, it was symbolic of the state of the region as a whole today, okay? You have U.S. service members capturing the moment a Patriot air defense system failed to intercept an Iranian missile over the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. So you can see they fired, in this video, they fired 2 or 3 different air defense missiles up. AD systems were very active, and the U.S. soldiers were saying, hit, hit, hit. It didn't hit. There it is. Come on, it's gonna hit. Come on. Come on, come on. There goes another one. Air defense. It's got it. Oh, no. We don't take sides. We're just reporting. Very clear, YouTube. We are not taking sides. We're just reporting. So this is what it looked like in Bahrain. That was the U.S. Navy 5th Command fleet, and it was burning for many hours today. You saw the massive smoke plumes all throughout the day. It was not a pretty picture. But again, if you follow CNN, they'll tell you that everything is fine, no casualties, everything is fine. Don't ask any questions, right? Bahraini citizen laughs as building struck by Iranian missiles near U.S. 5th Fleet headquarters. An area reported to house U.S. officers goes up in flames. Bro, why is he laughing? Why is he... This is actually so bad. Why is he laughing? This actually angers me. You guys, this is really angering me. I don't know why he's laughing. An Iranian Shahed scored a direct strike against U.S. naval base in Bahrain. So, yeah, it's probably just like $500 million radar there. Oh, here's another U.S. soldier. This sailorman was recording the air defense systems working very well at the U.S. Navy 5th Fleet Command in Bahrain.
Bro.
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Oh. Dude, fuck me. A fucking missile actually got through. Oh, there's more. I gotta get the fuck out of here.
At that moment, he realized, he's like, wow, I'm 18 years old and I might die for Netanyahu. Things are beginning to set in. Iranian Shahed 136 drone struck the Grand Air Hotel, which frequently hosts senior U.S. military officers. This is not just random people on Twitter saying this. That's the same building in where is this? Is it Bahrain? I think it's in Bahrain. This is not just random people saying this. Even, what was it, Reuters or CNN or something? They came out and they said as much. Where is that post? There was like some posts from CNN or Reuters, and they're like, well, it appears as though, yeah, the motivation behind Iranian attacks on Gulf hotels may be the presence of American and Israeli military leaders in specific locations. You don't say. You don't say. Go figure. Yeah. Who would have thought? Turns out Iran is not like Israel. They don't just like bomb civilians with wanton disregard. They don't bomb all girls elementary schools in the middle of the day as girls are showing up for school. Now, Iran also launched a Shahed 136 drone at a Mossad HQ next to Burj Khalifa. Thank you, Carlos, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Iran hit several key American targets in Dubai, reportedly some Trump-associated assets. This was the biggest item of the day that was struck. Iran destroyed the most powerful U.S. radar in the Middle East after it was targeted by a drone. This radar was worth $1.1 billion. So with a drone that cost, what, a few $1,000s to make for the Iranians, they took out a $1.1 billion U.S. drone. Way into like Africa, like the South Africa almost. That's how far this thing worked. It's actually incredible piece of technology. It was an incredible piece of technology, very expensive. When people are saying $1.6 billion actually. Well, you know, $3,000 drone, $1.6 billion radar system, you know, who are we to compare, right? Who are we to compare and contrast, right? Penthouse of the St. Regis in Dubai was up in smoke. Now, Jordan also got hit hard today. The Mukafka, I can never pronounce that airbase. The Muafak, I'm just going to say Muafak. That sounds cooler. Muafak airbase was hit not too hard. A lot of stuff was intercepted. I'm not sure what this location was. It was probably the airbase, but I'm not sure about that. And then this is where things got really serious. We saw drone strikes against U.S. air defenses at the Jebel Ali port in the UAE. We saw an Iranian drone hit the Kuwait airport. We saw Iran targeting U.S. CENTCOM. And Iran's Qatam al-Anbiya said the powerful operations of Iran's armed forces will continue with even greater force, okay? The Iranian General Sardar Jabari said, Trump should know that today we fired old stockpile missiles. Soon, we will unveil weapons you have never seen before. And just a few minutes ago, we saw that Dubai airport, the largest airport in the world, an airport I've been to many times, was initial reports claimed it was hit by an Iranian drone, but actually they are saying likely to have been shrapnel from an interception. So things are getting very serious. This is not a Maduro in and out operation. This is not a 12-day war. This is something very serious, something that pretty much everyone on the face of the earth warned the U.S. about and said, like, hey, don't do this. You're kind of getting yourself into something you don't understand here. The Iranians are people who stand on business. They are people who will not allow their honor to be challenged. And they will not walk away without a fight. That's for sure. This is, if there was anyone in Iran, people who have a lot of money trapped in the U.S., maybe these like pro-Western oligarchs, who viewed the 12-day war as an annoyance, something that should just be like ended and peace and whatever, and hopefully they're one step closer to getting their seized money back. The opinions of those people are as good as toilet paper right now as far as the Iranian government and the IRGC is confirmed, because this is a limitless, no restraints whatsoever sort of response that we are witnessing. And the U.S. asked for it. Israel asked for it. They started it. I guess the question now becomes, do they have enough air defenses? How long are those air defenses going to last? In my eyes, my perspective, I don't think they'll last. All right. Thank you, everybody. We have more news that we're going to be getting into. We are going to talk about Khamenei next. Very peculiar story. Khamenei, what is going on there? Interceptors failing again above Tel Aviv this very moment. Renewed missile launches from Iran towards Israel detected. That was reported 5 minutes ago. We have a moment of impact. We covered that. Bro. We have the war room. The war room. President Donald J. Trump monitors the war room. Military. Bro, why does he look so depressed? Trump, why you look so depressed, bro? What's going on? Why you look so sad? Does he look like... It looks like he wanted to go give a speech or something about a huge victory, and then he didn't get to give his speech. And he got pulled out of bed for this because Israel bombed without him knowing, maybe. Oh, boy. Does not look happy. Trump does not look happy at all. That's for sure. Anyways, we are going to be talking about Khamenei next, but I want to say thank you to those of you sending in super chats right now. Thank you to Agro Pacifist for joining as a member. Thank you to Alex for the super chat. I'd be so angry if I was the American who voted for the peace candidate, Trump, right now. Remember, there's no money for your healthcare or education. Exactly. Lauai said every Patriot missile makes Zelensky cry. Iran, thank you for the super chat. Wing of Shu, thank you so much. Walif, thank you for joining as a member. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. And thank you to PNN Proletariat Newsletter. Thank you for the generous $20 super chat. Time for the workers to revolt in USA. Solidarity for Iran from Missouri. Thank you for the generous super chat. We appreciate you here. Okay, let's talk about what is going on with Khamenei. So I have one more update I have to add to this story because wait, what? This story is so crazy. Honestly, I have no idea what to make of it. I have no idea what to make of this. But we're going to go through what everyone is saying. And I guess only time will tell, right? Okay, drop a like on the stream if you haven't done so. Drop a like if you're not a Fed. If you haven't dropped a like yet, that means you're a Fed, actually. Actually, that's what it means. 100%. That's what it means. You're fed. Okay. So, full disclosure, by the time I release this video, we are going to probably know the fate of the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran. So, you know, you'll probably be watching this and say, you know, well, we already know. Well, this is what people are saying right now. And the reason why I'm even covering this right now without having the full story, you know, my guess is as good as yours right now to those of you watching live. The reason why we're covering this is because it's actually insane the level of verifiable propaganda that we are getting out of this. And if you don't know what I'm saying, I mean, just a few moments ago, we had Trump go out to NBC News and he said, regarding the martyrdom of Iran's supreme leader, he said, "We feel as though it's a true story." Trump to NBC News on reports that Iran's supreme leader said, "We feel it's a true story." We don't know, but we feel like it is because Israel told us, right? Now, the question I'm wondering is, like, Israel's saying that they've retrieved the body, but Israel's not in Iran. So how are they claiming they are the Zionists that stupid? Also, 30 missiles were launched at the compound that they allegedly hit Khamenei in. 30 missiles. I don't think they're going to get his body that quickly. You know, God forbid something terrible did happen. These are just my initial thoughts, right? It is sickening to assume. I mean, Khamenei is an 86-year-old man. He did not start this war. They tried peace at every single turn for decades on end, and they were refused. They were met with sanctions. They were met with assassinations. They were met with internal regime change efforts. They were met with hybrid warfare. They were met with direct warfare. Not once, not twice. They had their embassies blown up. And today we saw that the official residence of Ayatollah Khamenei was fully destroyed with a barrage of 30 missiles launched by Israel. The original reports from Israeli Channel 15 and Iranian outlets all said that the supreme leader survived the attack and was in a safe location. Now, this reporting continued throughout the entire day. If you were asleep in the United States, throughout the entire day, it was not like a question. Everyone just assumed, because Israeli media and Iranian media all said the same thing, that he actually did, in fact, survive. Okay? Then we saw just a few hours ago, about 8 hours ago, we saw Israel says that Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, was killed. No word from Iranian media at that point. And a few hours after that, about 4 hours after that, the Iranian foreign minister spokesperson went out on the BBC and said that he cannot confirm at this time whether the nation's top leadership is alive.
Confirm for us whether the top leadership is still alive, or where are they?
I'm not in a situation to confirm anything. The point is that our people are, the whole system, the whole nation is focused on defending our national integrity, on our sovereignty and territorial integrity.
Basically said, can't confirm at this time, right? Now, the reason why I see a lot of you in chat saying Khamenei is alive. Do I need to remind you all of the countless times that, this has happened? Like, even after Nasrallah was martyred, right? You had Israeli media and Axios media all saying that Nasrallah was alive. It didn't last as long as this is lasting, but it did for a while. We heard reports he was alive. Same thing with many of the martyred leaders in Gaza, right? Now, Netanyahu came out and said that his exact words were very weird. He said, "We have indication to believe that Khamenei is no more." Didn't explicitly say he was martyred, but it was kind of weird verbiage. Then the escalation in the comments began to increase. We saw that Israeli media claimed body of Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was recovered after his martyrdom. Again, no actual evidence as to how that could have happened, how Israel could have confirmed that when Iran is denying it. Reuters said Iran's 86-year-old supreme leader Khamenei killed in Israeli airstrike. No confirmation from Iran. Now, this is where things got interesting. Tehran warns of psychological warfare. So they were saying that this is all fake. And not only is it fake, this is fake on purpose. They don't even believe this in Israel. This is a giant psyop. The Israeli ambassador to Washington then bounced back and said that Iran's supreme leader was killed in the Israeli strike on his compound. No statement or confirmation from the Iranian side as of now. We will wait. Adherents of a Zionist group in Israel are already dancing. So I guess it's like 9/11 all over again, They're dancing regarding the unconfirmed by Iran reports that the supreme leader Khamenei was successfully assassinated, okay? Now, we also have these new comments, which came out moments ago from the political leadership in Iran. So, the director of public relations for the office of His Eminence, the leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, so literally the PR man for Khamenei, came out and said, in light of the circumstances in which the American Zionist enemy is facing severe blows from the heroes of the armed forces, it has resorted to psychological warfare. Let us all be vigilant against the psychological warfare waged by the enemy. Worth noting in this statement, he didn't explicitly state that Khamenei is alive. He's just saying that there's psychological warfare. Everyone knows what he's talking about, but he didn't explicitly say it. So, again, Trump told NBC that he feels like it's a true story. He has no idea, but he feels like it's a true story. Now, Israel is claiming that not only did they assassinate Khamenei, but also the Supreme Intelligence Officer, the Defense Minister, Spanad Organization Leader, Ali Shamkhani, advisor to the President, Mossad Shirazi, head of the Military Bureau. In this official, government post, they did not include Khamenei. Okay? But also, they claim they killed Shamkhani in the 12-Day War. They claim they killed like 10 different high-ranking officials in the 12-Day War. And then during the victory celebrations in Tehran after the 12-Day War, we saw that like all those guys were alive practically. So, take it with a big grain of salt. I do not believe what the Israelis are saying. They do this when the situation is getting tough. They say, oh, we killed all these people. And then the Israelis get really happy because they need to be happy about something because they're all in bomb shelters and they're freaking out, saying like, why did I leave Eastern Europe to come here? Iranian official also said, this is reported by Thomas Keith, Iran will use the next level of its qualitative capabilities against U.S. interests in the region. Hamid Rasi, member of the parliament, said, I write with information that Imam Khamenei is in full health and wellness. Al-Mayadeen, Lebanese outlet, the most famous Lebanese axis of resistance outlet. I saw this reported everywhere. Al-Mayadeen said a well-informed source in Iran announced that Imam Khamenei, just like during the 12-Day War, has stationed himself in the operations room and is busy commanding war efforts. And Reuters has clarified a post that they made. They said any claims that Reuters reported the killing of Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei are false. Reuters did not publish this information. Is it a psyop? Is it truthful? We see that the X account of Ayatollah Khamenei, wow. The X account of Ayatollah Khamenei has just put out a statement. Wow, there's a lot of damage to the Dubai airport right now. That is crazy. Where's the statement? I don't see it. The X account of Ayatollah Khamenei publishes in the name of Haidar. Why am I not seeing that? Is it the Farsi account? Oh, here we go. In the name of Haidar. Haidar, 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 Haidar. Haidar, 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 Haidar. I love that song. I was bumping that song the whole time I was in Iraq. You guys have no idea how I was rolling in Iraq. It was crazy. Can anyone tell me what this means? Does this mean that he's tweeting this or something? Or does this like, is this a, what does this mean? Because like, I'm going to be honest. I actually don't know if this is supposed to mean something other than like his account posted something. He lives? Well, what I will tell you is that, God willing, Ayatollah Khamenei is still alive, still with us. This, as far as, I'm going to be honest with you, this is not any sort of something I can look to and say like, oh, we confirm now he's alive. No. Frankly, I don't believe anything until I have proof. President Trump announces the death of Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. Widespread American strikes across Iran right now. To all of our people in Iran, stay safe. President Trump announces the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. Where did he announce it? Apparently, he just announced that, but the Ayatollah's account is tweeting out right now. So what should we make of that? Is there video of him announcing it somewhere? Yoav Gallant just wrote, 8 months ago, I wrote to Khamenei, choose wisely. He didn't. Yeah, bro, I'm sure that Khamenei was totally giving a single fuck about what you had to say, for sure. Has anyone seen the statement from Trump? I mean, I don't see the statement anywhere. Apparently, there's some statement from Trump. All I'm seeing is the statement from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. I don't see a Trump statement. The member of the Iranian parliament said, I'm writing to inform you that Imam Khamenei is in complete health and safety, just like during the 12-day war. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I believe like random statements. I think I need to see something with my own two eyes. I'm going to be very honest with all of you. Okay, here's our statement from Trump. Trump says in a Truth Social post, because, you know, why not? He's always on Truth Social. He says, Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. Fuck you, Trump. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans. Yeah, you're risking your lives for Netanyahu, I guess. And those people from many countries throughout the world that have been mutilated by Khamenei. Okay, this is so stupid. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems and working close. Bro, he was the reports say he was martyred in his house. What do you mean he was unable to avoid your highly sophisticated tracking systems? Give me a break. Working closely with Israel, there was not a thing he or the other leaders that have been killed along with him could do. This is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. We are hearing that many of their IRGC military and other security police forces no longer want to fight. Yeah, why are missiles getting launched at every single U.S. airbase and Israel this very second, if that's true? And they're looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, now they can have immunity. Later, they only get death. Hopefully, the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work. This is the most ChatGPT-esque thing I've ever seen Trump post. He's like, he sits down before ChatGPT. He's like, how do I want to say that Netanyahu had to say and told me I had to say Khamenei was martyred. And how do I convince the Iranians to rise up and overthrow the government? Because we don't want to send in U.S. troops. But Netanyahu's going to make me if I don't convince the Iranian people to rise up. What can I do? Blah, 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 blah. That process should be done. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. They bombed a school, an elementary school this morning, and killed over 60 girls at the elementary school. Peace in the Middle East. Amazing. So anyways, no confirmation from me, no confirmation from really anyone yet. Personally, my view on the situation is that I do not feel... This is a very sad thing. It's a very dark thing, but I'm being honest with all of you. I would not be surprised if the reports are true. I would not be surprised if the reports are true. I hope from the bottom of my heart that I'm wrong about this. God forbid we see the announcement of the martyrdom of Ayatollah Khamenei, but we should not underestimate the enemies. We should not underestimate how demonic they are, their capabilities, and the lengths that they will go to achieve this demonic, globalist regime, this Epstein regime. It is true. It may be true that he was martyred, and we need to continue to be prepared for the worst. Be prepared for anything. And, you know, I'm just saying this as a person who I remember in the first, hour after Maduro was captured, I had people in the government telling me that Maduro was fine in Caracas. And like they had made contact with someone who had contact with him and he was fine. I remember when people told me that Nasrallah had not been martyred. So this sort of stuff happens, okay? It's so unbelievable. I remember even at the funeral of Said Hassan Nasrallah in Beirut, Lebanon, there were so many people there that day that just could not believe it, that I'm not even kidding. Every other conversation that was had, it was like no one believed it. And there was like, is Nasrallah going to appear at the funeral in the face of everyone believing that he was dead and he's still alive? Like, is that gonna, like, that's the level of disbelief that people, myself included, were in. I totally entertained that theory. Because it just seems so impossible that anyone could be that evil to assassinate people like this. But then again, we saw the Israeli regime assassinate an elementary school filled with little girls today. That's what they did. I guess the Israelis and the U.S. could not forgive Iran for burning giant effigies of Baal during the Islamic Revolution parades that took place last week. I guess they really couldn't forgive them. Breaking right now, Iranian ballistic missiles incoming at the Prince Sultan Air Base in Riyadh. Okay, thank you everyone for tuning in. We've got a lot more news that we're going to be getting into. I want to read a few of these super chats off. I'll see what you guys think. What do you guys think about that story? I gave you my honest thoughts. My honest thoughts are not positive. They're realistic, slightly pessimistic. I'm just trying to be real with all of you. What do you guys think? Let's see here. Okay, King Shadow, thank you for the super chat. The Israelis have mastered the ultimate form of deceit. They have lied so much and so convincingly that they have become incapable of recognizing the truth. It is a willful national insanity. Anonymous, thank you for the super chat. I hate it when people don't pay attention to this and put their heads in the sand like you can't eat ass and smoke grass your way out of this. I don't know what that was in reference to. Mark, thank you for joining as a member. I just watched, Sage, thank you for the super chat. I just watched an analyst claim Iran's barrages proving that they are a threat and Trump was wise to attack. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Fatim, thank you for the joining as a member. Silverback, thank you for the super chat. Okay, let's keep going here. We got more news to discuss. A lot more news to discuss. Okay. Trump called Iran's bluff. He said, they're not going to do anything if I strike Iran with Israel. If we target their government and military leadership, everything will be fine, right? Well, he called their bluff. Iran responded by striking just about anything with the U.S. flag on it within the entire region. And now we have seen that Iran has shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, we are going to explain why this is so important. But the IRGC Navy has announced via VHF radio that no vessels are allowed to cross. So we haven't heard this directly from the Iranian official command. They didn't come out and put out a press statement or something. But as you're about to see, they don't really need to, okay? Because it is already in effect. Iran is telling vessels that they are closing the Strait of Hormuz. Over 20% of global oil supply is potentially coming to a halt. So as you can see, ships are receiving high-frequency broadcasts from the Revolutionary Guard saying that no one is allowed to cross. And as a result, you have hundreds of ships which are piling up inside the Strait of Hormuz. All right? So regardless of whatever some stupid person on Twitter says, and they say, actually, they didn't officially announce it. Actually, they didn't officially announce it. Well, take a look at this. You have hundreds of ships piling up and nowhere to go. They cannot move through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's Revolutionary Guard have warned ships over VHF that no vessel is allowed to pass. The strait is a narrow choke point, just 21 to 33 kilometers wide at its tightest, between Iran to the north of Oman and the UAE to the south. Roughly 20 to 30% of global seaborne crude oil, about 20 to 21 million barrels per day, moves through it. Major exporters, including Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Kuwait, the UAE, and Qatar, depend on this single route to supply global markets. I want to put this in perspective for you. Venezuela, like before the war and everything, was producing 1 million barrels of oil per day in total. On a good day, 1 million barrels per day. It was like 900,000, 850,000 to 1 million barrels per day. Through the Strait of Hormuz, 20 to 21 million barrels of oil flow through per day, roughly 20 to 30% of global seaborne crude oil. So as you can see, tanker traffic has frozen around the Strait of Hormuz, speeds dropping to zero across the maps as international monitoring systems show a full stop in movement. Reuters reports that several European governments have now instructed tankers flying their flags to avoid the strait entirely. Tracking data shows dozens of oil and gas tankers are currently halting, idling, or diverting away from the Strait of Hormuz to seek refuge in ports in Qatar and the UAE. Iran has not formally confirmed a complete official closure of the Strait of Hormuz, although the IRGC has issued warnings to maritime traffic. Now, it doesn't take Iran a lot to do this, right? All you need are some naval mines and some naval drones. You don't even need the naval drones. You need naval mines, and that's about it, right? Iran does not need a lot of oomph to actually carry this out. It's actually extremely simple for them to do so. It's actually probably the easiest thing for them to do with the highest impact, right? Easiest thing, highest impact. Shutting down the Strait of Hormuz is a nuclear option, and in effect, they have already done it, okay? Oddly enough, Turkish ship named Bogashi and the Strait of Hormuz changed its AIS signal to Muslims VSL Turkish, apparently sending a message to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard: "We are Turkish Muslim ship, do not shoot." Sounds like they didn't shoot, but I don't know if they're going to get back out of there. So here is a good breakdown from the Kobisi letter. So Strait of Hormuz officially closed. 20 million plus barrels of oil per day will be impacted. The Strait of Hormuz between Oman and Iran, as we know, in other words, 1/5 of global oil consumption flows through here each and every day. After U.S. strikes on Iran last night, ships in the Strait of Hormuz are now receiving warnings. The U.S. has recommended that their ships avoid the Strait of Hormuz. In their 2025 analysis, JP Morgan described this as the worst case scenario in an Israel-Iran war because, of course, for JP Morgan, the worst thing that could happen is global oil prices shoot up to record levels, over $120 a barrel. And as a result of that, all the prices that you pay for basic items and goods will increase as well. This is going to have global economic shocks that we can't even begin to imagine, okay? In fact, according to JP Morgan estimates, a closure of the Strait of Hormuz could send oil prices up to $120 to $130 a barrel. This would imply a spike in U.S. CPI inflation to roughly 5%. The last time we saw inflation at 5% was in March 2023 when the Fed was aggressively hiking rates. Why is this the case? Because energy prices tie directly into CPI inflation. According to a Fed study, every $10 rally in oil prices has the ability to increase inflation by 20 BPS. Oil prices are already up $15 from their recent lows, potentially adding 30 BPS to CPI. Below is a breakdown of the origin and destination of oil exports through the Strait of Hormuz. In 2024, exports of crude and condensate from Saudi Arabia accounted for 38% of total Hormuz crude flows. Even the US and EU receive oil from this passage. The next question is, why not take a different route? Well, Hormuz is the only sea outlet for oil-producing countries like Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, much of Saudi Arabia's production. This means these countries have no... Yeah, look at a fucking map. No, why did they even include that? Estimates show that 6.5 to 7.5 million barrels per day of production could be rerouted through pipelines, but this is still a 65% drop in production, or 13% of global supply. The world is heavily reliant on seaborne crude oil transports, and Iran knows this. And oil markets have already been partially pricing this in. The cost of shipping 2 million barrels of crude from the Middle East to China is up to 200,000 barrels per day, the highest since the 2020 pandemic. This marks a 584% increase in the first week of January. It's worth noting that the Strait of Hormuz has never fully closed in modern history. However, as radar data shows, oil and gas tankers are avoiding the passage now. The U.S. has also warned vessels to stay 30 nautical miles away. Also, icing on the cake for all of you, a U.S. combat support vessel, MST, was heavily struck by missiles from the IRGC Navy today. Obviously, U.S. media is not admitting that. They say no casualties, so on and so forth, right? Nothing new. Nothing new under the sun. Only thing that is new under the sun is, oh my gosh, Strait of Hormuz closed. Get fucked, Wall Street. Actually, you know who's going to get fucked? Average people. Get ready to pay a gajillion dollars for all your basic goods because
the entire world has witnessed the regime's wholesale slaughter of innocent civilians. The sad irony is that this same regime will attempt to lecture us today about human rights and the rule of law. Its presence here in this council makes a mockery of this body. But where the UN lacks moral clarity, the United States of America will maintain it. Indiscriminate and unprovoked attacks by the Iranian regime today against our regional partners, Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, Jordan, and others, reinforce precisely why such actions are necessary. The regime has not only struck military assets, but civilian infrastructure as well. Those who stand with us must know that their security is not negotiable. The safety of our allies is not conditional. It is assured. The bottom line is this, colleagues. Our allies and partners can count on the United States and can count on President Trump. Colleagues, peace is not preserved by appeasing those who threaten it. Peace is preserved through strength in the face of terror. History has taught us that the cost of inaction is far greater than the burden of decisive action. And our president, President Trump, has taken that decisive action today. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the
Is
United
far
States
greater
for the
than the
statement.
burden of
And I give the
decisive
floor to the
action.
representative of
And
Denmark.
our president,
Thank you,
President
Mr.
Trump,
President.
has taken that decisive action today. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement. And I give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to the UK Presidency for convening the Council for this urgent meeting following the latest developments in the Middle East. I also wish to thank the Secretary General for his statement. Today's developments are deeply concerning and pose the risk of further destabilizing an already volatile situation at a time of heightened tensions in the Middle East. Mr. President, let me reiterate our deep concern over Iran's unacceptable behavior related to its nuclear program, its ballistic missiles, its destabilizing activities in the region and beyond, and its violent crackdown and repression against its own people. As a consequence, the European Union, with Denmark's active support, has adopted strong sanctions against Iran, just like we have always been promoting diplomatic efforts to address the nuclear and ballistic missile programs through a negotiated solution. I also wish to express Denmark's condemnation of Iran's attacks today on countries of the region. This must stop immediately. We express our full solidarity with partners in the region under attack. Mr. President, at this critical juncture, de-escalation is imperative. A broader regional escalation would have devastating consequences for the Middle East and for international peace and security. We call for maximum restraint and respect for international law, including international humanitarian law. What is needed is for diplomatic efforts to reduce tension and for the negotiations to resume in good faith as the only viable, lasting solution to the Iranian nuclear issue. Iran must never be allowed to develop or acquire a nuclear weapon. This is essential for regional and international security. Finally, Mr. President, for years now, we have heard the Iranian people calling for dignity, for opportunity, and for their fundamental rights to be respected. For too long, authorities in Tehran have failed to heed these calls. We call on Iran to refrain from further attacks, give up their weapons programs, and to meaningfully engage with the international community in a manner consistent with its international obligations and the will and aspirations of its own citizens. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Denmark for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, President. I would like to thank the Secretary General for his sobering presentation and assessment of the unfolding situation in the Middle East after concerning developments in the region. We concur with his view that there is no viable alternative to a peaceful settlement. President, Pakistan condemns the initiation of unwarranted attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran in violation of international law. Yet again, these attacks come at a time when renewed diplomatic efforts were underway to reach a peaceful and negotiated solution. Such a course of action will undermine the peace and stability of the entire region with far-reaching consequences. Pakistan also condemns the attacks against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, and stands in solidarity with all these brotherly countries and underscores the need to exercise maximum restraint. This is extremely unfortunate since several brotherly Arab countries were in fact supporting dialogue and emphasizing the need to avoid escalation. We particularly laud Oman's role in facilitating and mediating dialogue between Iran and the United States. These unprovoked attacks, therefore, constitute blatant violations of the sovereignty of the brotherly Gulf states. Pakistan also condemns the unfortunate death of a Pakistani national in the UAE during this dastardly attack. We urge all sides to refrain from any further actions that may undermine the security and territorial integrity of other regional countries. President, we regret the fact that diplomacy has once again been derailed as these attacks have happened right in the middle of negotiations. These military actions undermine dialogue and further erode trust that was already in short supply. We offer our condolences and sympathies to civilians caught in the middle of these violent acts. Our thoughts go out to the school children in Iran and many civilians elsewhere, and the family of the Pakistani national who was killed during attacks on the United Arab Emirates earlier today. President, the purposes and principles of the UN Charter are inviolable and sacrosanct. The Charter prohibits threat or use of force against territorial integrity or political independence of states. Pakistan reiterates the call for full respect for international law, including the UN Charter, as well as the international humanitarian law. We are deeply alarmed at the risk of regional conflagration. safety and well-being of millions of our compatriots in the countries of the region is also top priority for Pakistan. Pakistan is maintaining close contact and coordination with brotherly neighboring countries, including at the leadership level. We are ready to extend our support towards peaceful resolution of outstanding issues. Pakistan has consistently advocated the primacy of peaceful settlement of disputes and the imperative of avoiding confrontation and conflict in a region already beset by tensions and volatility, as the Secretary General has also noted. Diplomacy and dialogue should be the guiding principles for achieving negotiated settlement of all contentious issues in accordance with the rights, obligations, and responsibilities of the parties concerned. Pakistan calls on all sides to immediately halt escalation and urgently resume diplomacy with a view to achieving a peaceful, negotiated resolution to this crisis. Thank you so much.
I thank the representative of Pakistan for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Greece.
Thank you, Mr. President, for convening this meeting at such a short notice. I would like also to thank the Secretary General for his briefing and his messages on respecting the principles of the UN Charter and his calling on de-escalation and a peaceful settlement of the situation. Mr. President, we express our deep concern following today's escalation. Our aim should be to return to substantial negotiations towards a peaceful settlement in line with international law and the UN Charter. As the Council meets in this critical moment, we would like to stress the following. First, restraint is imperative. The risk for a wider regional confrontation with potentially grave consequences for international peace and security is real. Absent a swift diplomatic solution, we might now face the consequences of prolonged crisis. All parties must therefore exercise restraint, prevent a further spiral of violence, and work urgently to reopen credible channels of dialogue. Our Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs are in constant contact with our partners in the region. We strongly condemn the Iranian strikes in Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. Second, Greece has consistently expressed its strong concern regarding Iran's nuclear program. Iran must never be allowed to acquire a nuclear weapon. The accumulation of significant quantities of uranium enriched up to 60% by a non-nuclear weapon state raises serious proliferation concerns and has no credible civilian justification. Full cooperation with the IAEA and strict adherence to international obligations are indispensable. It is widely believed that strong, permanent, and verifiable oversight on Iran's nuclear and ballistic programs is a precondition for stability in the region. Diplomacy, grounded in verification and transparency, remains the only sustainable path forward. Third, maritime security in the Gulf, the Straits of Hormuz, and the Red Sea must be fully respected by all sides. Even more now, of all times, stability is of the utmost importance. We urge Iran and its allies in the region to refrain from any retaliatory action that could endanger freedom of navigation, threaten commercial shipping, or further destabilize global energy and trade flows, constituting a blatant violation of the international law of the sea as reflected in UNCLOS. Fourth, the protection of civilians and respect for international law must remain absolute priorities. Adherence by all member states to the UN Charter, international humanitarian law, and human rights law becomes even more critical. Civilians must not bear the cost of military escalation. The humanitarian consequences of further confrontation could be severe. In closing, Mr. President, the stakes for regional and global peace are exceptionally high. We urge Iran to immediately engage in meaningful and good faith negotiations with a view to achieving a durable, negotiated solution. Dialogue and diplomatic engagement aimed at restoring stability and providing credible security assurances for all concerned must prevail. Failure is not an option. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Greece for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Somalia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the A3 members of the Security Council, namely the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Liberia, and my own country, Somalia. We thank the Presidency for promptly convening this emergency meeting on the situation in the Middle East. The A3 thanks the Secretary General for his thorough update on this worrying and rapidly evolving development in the Middle East and its implications on international peace and security. We also echo the Secretary General's message of today's military escalation in the Middle East. We welcome the representative of Iran to this meeting. Mr. President, the A3 aligns itself with the statement of the chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, on the U.S.-Iran military escalation issued on February 28th of 2026. The reported military strikes carried out by the United States in coordination with their Israeli forces against targets inside the Islamic Republic of Iran and Iran's subsequent response represents a perilous and deeply troubling escalation, one that marks a serious intensification of hostilities in the Middle East and threatens to engulf the entire region in an uncontrollable cycle of violence, suffering, and pain. The A3 condemns the missiles and drone attacks carried out by Iran against the sovereign territories of Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. The A3 reiterates that all member states must respect their obligations under international law, including the Charter, which prohibits the threat of the use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. These actions risk further destabilizing the Middle East and underscore the urgent imperative to safeguard broader peace and internal stability, particularly as the geographic scope of military activity expands beyond the initial parties to the conflict. The A3 remains steadfast in its commitment to the fundamental principles of international law and the Charter of the United Nations. At the same time, the A3 recognizes the concerns of all states in the region, which must be addressed through dialogue and peaceful means in accordance with international law and the UN Charter. We believe that all member states share a responsibility to act in accordance with these commitments, and that these are essential foundations for international cooperation and peaceful coexistence. Mr. President, the A3 calls for restraint, urgent de-escalation, and sustained dialogue. All parties must act fully in accordance with international law and the United Nations Charter to safeguard international peace and security. Our position underscores the importance of dialogue, the peaceful settlement of disputes, and respect of international law. It's important for all parties to exercise restraint and responsibility, uphold international law, and avoid any actions that could escalate tensions or threaten regional peace and stability. The A3 stresses that the spillover effects of these hostilities imperil countless lives and threaten to deepen existing crises. The A3 expresses its solidarity with the people of the region and reiterates that the African Union's commitment to peace, stability, and mutual respect among nations and regions. Mr. President, in this regard, the A3 urges all parties to prioritize diplomatic engagements, including the ongoing international mediation efforts facilitated by the Sultanate of Oman to prevent further deterioration and uphold international rules-based order. At this critical juncture, the A3 calls for the swift return to the path of negotiations as the only viable means to reach a sustainable agreement regarding the Iranian nuclear program. Sustainable peace can only be achieved through diplomacy, not through force. The A3 strongly reaffirms the urgent necessity of establishing a Middle East zone free of nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction, applicable to all states in the region without exception, in accordance with relevant international resolutions. We also stress the need for all Middle Eastern countries to join the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons as a step toward regional and global security. We emphasize the paramount importance of protecting civilians and civilian infrastructure, including in the context of cross-border strikes and retaliatory actions, and as well as refraining from targeting nuclear facilities that are under International Atomic Energy Agency safeguards, in line with relevant IAEA resolutions and the United Nations Security Council decisions. The A3 reaffirms its commitment to multilateralism and the principles of the United Nations Charter. We urge all parties to act with responsibility and wisdom, placing the well-being of the region's people above all other considerations. It's important to seize this moment to redouble our efforts for de-escalation and to support a diplomatic process that can deliver peace, stability, and security for all states in the Middle East. The A3 stands ready to support all efforts within this Council and in cooperation with regional and international partners to facilitate a peaceful, inclusive, and lasting resolution to the situation in the Middle East. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Somalia for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Panama.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank your presidency for convening this meeting, and we acknowledge the presence of the representatives of the countries that are honoring us with their participation. We would also like to thank the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, for his briefing at this meeting. Less than a year ago, we were in this same chamber deliberating on similar events to those that are of concern to us at this meeting. And these are events that today are still developing, which prevents us from entirely knowing their scope and their consequences. However, we must ask ourselves whether the repetition of these actions can really lead to different results and to a sustainable solution, or whether, on the contrary, the aggressive cycle of attacks and counterattacks will only lead to an escalation of violence with increasingly serious and unpredictable consequences to the detriment of international peace and security. Let us recall that in January we considered the brutal and disproportionate use of force by Iran against its population, which was legitimately exercising its right to protest. According to estimates from independent media and non-governmental organizations, that resulted in the deaths of thousands of people. These previous facts point to a delicate situation in the country and the region, and they represent a clear and worrying warning of the possible real and human consequences of the escalation of the armed conflict. The Republic of Panama notes with grave concern the severity of recent events, which could trigger a regional conflict with serious direct repercussions on neighboring countries, such as those that have just been suffered by Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia, which Panama considers to be lamentable. This scenario must be avoided, especially in a context in which the Middle East has already been seriously affected by various crises in recent years, the consequences of which may transcend and cause harm beyond the immediate region and may affect the rest of the world with incalculable consequences. The intensification of tensions will only increase instability and suffering, particularly impacting the most vulnerable populations, those that are always the first to suffer the consequences of conflicts. In this uncertain and dangerous situation that we face, we are reminded that it is essential to guarantee the respect for and protection of the civilian population during conflict in accordance with international humanitarian law and the values that this Council is called upon to protect. Therefore, we reiterate our urgent call for dialogue, restraint, and the cessation of the use of force. Diplomacy and negotiation, in accordance with the principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations and international law, must prevail as the preferred and effective means for the peaceful settlement of disputes. Thank you very much.
Representative of Panama for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Latvia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to begin by thanking the United Kingdom as presidency of this Council for convening this meeting on such short notice. And I would also like to thank the Secretary General for the briefing provided. For decades, Iran has been a malign, destabilizing actor in the region and beyond. It has repeatedly and systematically violated its international obligations and posed a threat to international peace and security. The Iranian regime has attacked and destabilized neighbors, exported terrorism, developed an illegal ballistic missile program, and participated in widespread sanctions circumvention. Iran has violated UN Security Council resolutions 1696, 1737, 1747, 1803, 1835, 1929, and this aggressive behavior is consistent. It spans decades. While international law must be respected at all times, the Iranian regime has continuously ignored its responsibilities and binding commitments under the JCPOA and the NPT. The regime has openly maintained its illegal nuclear program, despite repeated and genuine diplomatic engagement from the European Union, the UK, and the US. The IAEA Board of Governors has confirmed over the last 8 months that Iran is failing to engage and to grant monitors access to installations. And this is unacceptable. Iran must cease its illegal nuclear program, comply with its international obligations, and return to the negotiating table. For decades, Iran has maintained terror as its modus operandi. Iran has supported, armed, financed, and trained terrorist groups such as Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. It has enabled and emboldened attacks against countries near and afar. It has caused the death of thousands of civilians. It has promoted radicalization and the spread of terrorism, and undermined global energy and maritime security. Beyond the Middle East, Iran has directly supported Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine. More than 50,000 of the same Iranian Shahed drones, now striking numerous countries in the Middle East, have been transferred by Iran to Russia. Iranian weapons, Iranian technology have contributed to killing thousands of innocent Ukrainians And like Russia and Ukraine, Iran is now bringing terror to innocent civilians in the Gulf countries. Latvia stands with the brave people of Iran, brave people that have endured so much, decades of brutality and repression. Recently, this Council met to address the atrocities perpetrated by the Islamic regime against its own people in the streets of Iran. Latvia and the European Union have already imposed sanctions against the IRGC. The Iranian people must be able to determine their own future, free from violence and repression. Mr. President, Latvia joins the call for an immediate cessation of hostilities and urgent de-escalation. We call on all sides to protect civilians and avoid further escalation. Latvia condemns the unprovoked Iranian strikes against countries in the region, namely our fellow member of the Council, Bahrain, and Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates. Strikes on these countries constitute a threat to regional and international peace and security, and we stand in solidarity with our partners. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Latvia for the statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of the United Kingdom. I thank the Secretary-General for his briefing. Colleagues, this is a fragile moment for the Middle East. The United Kingdom played no role in the strikes against Iran. But we are under no illusion about the nature of the Iranian regime. The Iranian regime has murdered thousands of its own people simply for exercising their fundamental rights and freedoms. Iran has repeatedly ignored calls to find a durable and acceptable solution to the nuclear issue, while continuing to destabilize the region through its support to proxies and partners. We strongly condemn Iranian strikes across the region, including the attacks on a hotel in Dubai, the attack on Kuwait's civilian airport, and attacks on civilian targets in Bahrain. We extend our support and solidarity to all our partners, many of which are not parties to the conflict. Regional stability remains a priority. As my Prime Minister stated, UK forces are active and British planes are in the sky today as part of coordinated regional defensive operations to protect our people and regional partners, as the United Kingdom has done before and in line with international law. Reports of strikes on civilians and civilian infrastructure are deeply alarming. The protection of civilians and full respect for international law is critical. Iran must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. That is why we, alongside our French and German partners, have continually supported efforts to reach a negotiated solution. We have always been clear that only a diplomatic solution can fully and sustainably address these threats. We want to see the swiftest possible resolution that ensures security and stability for the region. Iran must refrain from further strikes and its appalling behavior to allow a path back to diplomacy. We will continue to work with our partners to this end in support of peace and security and the protection of civilian life across the region. I resume my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
In the name of God, the compassionate and merciful, we appreciate the Secretary General for his briefing and his contribution to this meeting. We express our sincere appreciation to the Russian Federation and China for supporting the convening of this emergency meeting of the Security Council to address the manifest aggression committed by the United States and Israeli regime. I also thank those Council members, in particular China, Pakistan, and the Russian Federation, who have today taken principled position in condemnation of this unlawful act. And it is regrettable that some members of this body, in a blatant double standard, disregarded the flagrant act of aggression committed by the US and Israel on Iran and condemn Iran for using its inherent right to self-defense under UN Charter. Mr. President, this morning the United States regime jointly and in coordination with the Israeli regime initiated an unprovoked and premeditated aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran for the second time in the recent months, while deliberately attacking civilian populated areas in multiple large cities of Iran where millions of people reside. As a result of this brutal armed attack, hundreds of civilians have been killed and injured. The aggression and atrocious crime of the United States regime and the Israeli regime and the deliberate and persistent targeting of civilian infrastructure are going. In addition to the numerous civilian residential buildings, the aggressors have also targeted a school in the city of Minab, Hormozgan province, killing more than 100 children. The number of innocent civilians continues to rise. This is not only an act of aggression, it is a war crime and a crime against humanity. Yet today, once again, the representative of the United States, through a regrettable pattern, has attempted to distort facts and rely on misinformation to justify the blatant aggression of the United States and Israel against my country. The facts, however, are unequivocal. The justification advanced by the representative of the United States today are illegal and entirely devoid of legal foundation. The baseless allegation invoked to defend this unlawful use of force have no standing under international law. The invocation of preemptive attack claims of imminent threats or other substantiated political claims cannot legitimize aggression. Such claims are unfounded legally, morally, and politically, and they contradicted the clear principles of the Charter of the United Nations. I also categorically reject the assertion made by the representative of France, the United Kingdom, and certain other Western members regarding Iran's peaceful nuclear program. These claims lack a factual and legal basis. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of the Israeli regime have openly claimed responsibility for this act of aggression and have explicitly articulated regime change as their objective, an unmistakable admission of their intent to violate Iran's sovereignty and territorial integrity. The President of the United States has falsely described this aggression as necessary to neutralize an imminent threat to the American people. This is nothing more than a deliberate attempt to mislead the international community and the US public opinion and manufacture consent for unlawful war. Similarly, the representative of the United States has cynically sought to mislead this Council, yet history provides ample documentation that the foreign policy of the United States has repeatedly relied on unlawful force, covert intervention, and political manipulation to alter the governments of other member states. This record is well established. The reality is clear and undeniable. What is taking place today against my country by the United States and the terrorist regime of Israel is a blatant act of aggression, a full-fledged violation of international law. No justification, no accusation, no narrative of disinformation can legitimize or excuse this manifest crime and aggression. Mr. President, we have communicated on several occasions with this Council and the Secretary General about warmongering statements and interfering actions in the internal affairs of Iran by the President of the US in a blatant violation of the UN Charter and international law, and called for the Council action. Regrettably, all were unanswered. The issue before the Council is straightforward: whether any member state may, including a permanent member of this Council, through the use of force, coercion, or aggression, determine the political future of another state or impose control over its affairs. International law and the Charter are explicit on this matter. Article 2, paragraph 4 of the Charter categorically prohibits the threats of use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. Mr. President, against this backdrop, I would like to make the following points. 1. What is occurring against my country is a clear act of aggression. It is an open armed aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States and Israel war today is not merely a war against Iran. It is a war against the Charter of the United Nations, a war against international law, and a war against the international legal order upon which the United Nations and the Security Council have been built for over 8 decades. As the Charter affirms, the United Nations was established to save succeeding generations from a scourge of war. The Charter, adopted in 1945, is founded upon this fundamental principle. Members shall refrain from threat or use of force in international relations. The sole exception is the inherent right of self-defense under Article 51, and only in the event of an armed attack. The military aggression carried out by the United States and Israel satisfies none of the criteria of lawful self-defense. Accordingly, the action of the United States and Israel constitute a manifest violation of Article 2, a peremptory norms and a fundamental principle of international law accepted by all member states. Neither the Charter nor international law recognize internal matters of a state as justification for the use of force by other states. Were this otherwise, no international legal order could endure. The rule of law would be replaced by the rule of force. 2. In responding to aggression and large-scale war, the Islamic Republic of Iran is exercising its inherent and lawful right of self-defense under Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran are utilizing all the necessary defensive capabilities and means to confront this criminal aggression and deter the hostile acts. Consequently, all bases, facilities, and assets of the hostile forces in the region shall be regarded as legitimate military objective within the framework of Iran's lawful exercise of self-defense. Iran will continue to exercise its right of self-defense decisively and without hesitation until the aggression ceases in full and unequivocal terms. 3. Iran remains firmly committed to respecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of its neighboring countries. Under no circumstances will we target the sovereignty, people, or interests of our neighboring countries in the Persian Gulf. Our legitimate response have been directed solely and exclusively at the bases and assets of the hostile government of the United States that operate beyond the control of the host states. Priority has been given to the targets that diminish the aggressor capability and capacity to continue its malign actions. We had previously and formally conveyed this warning to the Secretary General and the Security Council. 4. Despite continuous U.S. hostile policy, we were sincerely and seriously pursuing the path of diplomacy and dialogue to reach a just, fair, and sustainable agreement. Yet, for the second time in the midst of the negotiation, the United States betrayed diplomacy and resorted to force and launched an attack against my country in blatant violation of Charter of the United Nations. brazenly interfering in Iran's internal affairs. They are even calling on the people to riot against their own government. The recent record of the United States toward Iran is equally clear. Since January 2025, the US administration reinstated the hostile approach, including the policy of so-called maximum pressure and economic strangulation through sweeping sanctions. The General Assembly has repeatedly voted by overwhelming majorities against such unilateral coercive measures. The objective of these illegal measures has been transparent, unconditional surrender. Despite repeated warning by Iran to the Secretary General and the Council regarding serious violation of the Charter by a permanent member, the Council has regrettably failed to discharge its primary responsibility, allowing the erosion of the rule of law in favor of the rule of force. 5. Just as the Israeli regime succeeded in dragging the United States into the quagmire of war with Iran, the United States in turn is deliberately seeking to expand the scope of the conflict by exploiting spaces in the Persian Gulf region. The hostile US government dream of swallowing Iran and forcing the Islamic Republic of Iran into submission will never be realized. This war, before being a contest of military equipment and advanced technologies, is a battle of wills, and in that battle, the Islamic Republic of Iran will prevail. Furthermore, the Islamic Republic of Iran has repeatedly affirmed its commitment to diplomacy and negotiation. However, it will never submit to pressure, coercion, or force. Diplomacy has rules and principles. It cannot coexist with aggression. 6. The duty of Council members is to defend international law and specifically the Charter. They are not called upon to judge the political system of states, nor to determine whether military aggression or economic siege leads to freedom or domination. Expression of concerns and empty condemnation are not sufficient. The Council must act. Pursuant to Article 39 of the Charter, the Security Council must immediately determine the United States and Israeli regime have committed an act of aggression and demand the immediate cessation of its unlawful use of force, including any explicit or implicit threats against Iran, and require binding assurance of non-repetition. Affirm that the United States and Israeli regime bear full international responsibility for all materials and moral damage inflicted upon the infrastructure and facilities of the Islamic Republic of Iran and are obligated to provide full reparation. Let me conclude, Mr. President, with a simple and undeniable truth. Israel and the United States have attacked Iran. They have violated international law and the Charter of the United Nations. They must be held accountable. So long as this aggression continues, Iran will continue to exercise its inherent right of self-defense firmly, proportionately, and without hesitation until the aggression ends. The Security Council must act now and stop this act of aggression immediately. Silence is complicity in this crime. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Mr. President, for 47 years, the Islamic regime in Iran has led crowds in chanting, March Bar Israel, March Bar America. Mr. Iravani, do you want to translate these chants? Your leaders have been chanting it for years in public events, in your parliament. March Bar Israel, March Bar America. They mean death to Israel, death to America. Israeli and American flags were painted on roads so they could be trampled. Our flags were burned in public squares. This is not the anger of a radical fringe. It is state-sanctioned hatred. And while those march bar chants echoed, uranium was enriched, centrifuges span, missiles were built, facilities were buried deep underground. It was never just empty rhetoric. It was preparation for action. But today, alongside our ally, the United States, we act to stop it. Israel stands before you today, having acted with the United States to confront and stop an existential threat before it became irreversible. The operation targets nuclear infrastructure, ballistic missile sites, the machinery of repression that fuels terror across our region. We did not act of impulse. We did not act of aggression. We acted out of necessity because the Iranian regime left no reasonable alternative. This joint effort will continue for as long as the threat remains. We thank President Trump and acknowledge the close cooperation between Israel and the US, which has brought the alliance between our countries to an all-time high in peace and in war. Let us be clear about what we are confronting. This regime has built nuclear weapons in blatant disregard of international law and UN resolutions. It has brutally murdered its own citizens and crushed dissent. It's happened now as we speak in cities in Iran. It has expanded missile arsenals and armed proxies across the region. It has openly declared its intention to erase Israel from the map. Now, as it faces consequences, it is launching missiles and drones across the region, endangering the UAE, where a Pakistani citizen, unfortunately, was killed. Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Iraq. As we speak, in the last hour, a rocket targeted the city of Tel Aviv. Civilians, they don't target military bases. Civilians struck a building in Tel Aviv. An innocent woman was killed and 21 people were injured. This is a regime that destabilizes wherever it reaches. It spreads violence outward while crushing freedom at home. It is not reacting. It is expanding. It is a machinery of radicalism that does not recognize borders. Mr. President, diplomacy was exhausted. Iran was required to stop enriching uranium, stop heavy water projects, stop developing nuclear-capable missiles, and allow full inspections. Iran did none of it. Instead, it fortified its nuclear facilities so we cannot get to them, accelerated missile production, and continued to fund terror. Since the last operation in the summer, they spent billions on their proxies. The resolutions were clear. The strategy was just as clear. Delay, delay, delay. But we will not be played. And it's simple what they were planning. They were building the means to corner us, to force an irreversible reality with our backs against the wall. That is not a future Israel will accept. No responsible nation should. This operation is guided by clear objectives: eliminate immediate threats, dismantle the nuclear program, destroy its ballistic missile production, neutralize naval threats, break the proxy network that destabilizes the region. The operation was carried out in order to protect the people of Israel within the framework of the ongoing armed conflict between Israel and Iran, in line with the UN Charter and in accordance with international law. Our forces stand ready to stop extremism armed with nuclear weapons. To the soldiers of the IDF, our boys and girls, my son, my daughter, we salute you. You stand like lions defending our people. An entire nation stands behind you. We have heard the condemnation from few member states, from the Secretary General, but we all know that escalation did not begin today. It began when Iran armed proxies and exported terror, expanded missiles and drones, advanced its nuclear program in violation of its commitments, turned on its own people, beating, imprisoning, executing. Where was the outrage of the UN? Where were the consequences? Now, Israel acts to prevent an irreversible threat, and the condemnation is immediate. This is the definition of hypocrisy. Some call this aggression. We call it necessity. We call it survival. Mr. President, history has taught us never to ignore those who openly call for our destruction. When a regime says it will destroy Israel, when it chants death to Israel, when it promises to wipe Haifa and Tel Aviv off the map, we believe it. We genuinely believe it when we see those hundreds of ballistic missiles that they are launching to Israel. We believe the threats. We do not ignore them. We do not gamble with our survival. We act. Now let me address the brave people of Iran. You are not our enemies. This operation is not directed at you. It is directed at a regime that has silenced you, imprisoned you, and invested in missiles and uranium while your economy suffers. You deserve better. It is this regime, the Basij, the Revolutionary Guard, who have dragged your country into isolation. The world does not fear a free Iran. It fears a radical regime armed with nuclear weapons and driven by extremism. Your future should not be defined by those who chant for death. As President Trump has said, the Iranian people deserve dignity, security, and the chance to shape their own destiny. We are thinking about you. You are seen. You are not alone. The future of Iran belongs to its people. We stand with you. Mr. President, this week, Jewish families all around the world celebrate Purim. Many Israelis will do so now in a bomb shelter. The story of Purim happened more than 2,500 years ago, in the same place, in ancient Persia. An evil minister by the name of Haman sought to wipe out the Jewish people. And it began with words, with chants. It became a decree. It could have become a genocide. But Queen Esther refused to remain silent. She stepped forward. She spoke up. She acted before it was too late. That is the lesson we learned. It is not only an ancient lesson, it is a modern one. Last week, I stood at the gates of Auschwitz with dozens of UN ambassadors. We stood in a place that shows what happens when radicalism and extremism grows and no one stops it in time. Before the Holocaust, some leaders, serious leaders, believed that they could calm aggression with concessions. They were completely wrong. Giving in did not stop evil. It strengthened it. Winston Churchill understood what Queen Esther understood long before him. When destruction is declared and weapons are being prepared and assembled, leaders must act. Not later, now. Today, President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu understand that same lesson. For decades, the Iranian regime has built missiles, enriched uranium, armed proxies, and spread terror far beyond its borders. This regime is not only Israel's enemy. It is an enemy of stability, an enemy of every peace-loving nation. In this joint operation, Israel and the US are acting together, not because we see conflict, because we refuse to ignore declared destruction. We are stopping extremism before it becomes unstoppable. We will ensure that no radical regime armed with nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles can threaten our people or the entire world. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Israel for the statement. I will now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Majed A. Abdulaziz, Permanent Observer of the League of Arab States to the United Nations.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the Presidency for convening this emergency session today. I also extend my thanks to the Secretary General for his powerful and comprehensive briefing. The Security Council convenes today at a pivotal moment in the history of the United Nations, a moment that unfortunately represents a glaring failure of the multilateral international system, a failure the League of Arab States has long warned against. Regrettably, it is a moment in which the Arab-Israeli conflict has expanded into a full-scale regional war, through which Israel seeks, through this escalation, to evade ending its occupation of Palestinian territories, to prevent the establishment of an independent Palestinian state, and to obstruct Palestine's admission to the UN in implementation of the two-state solution and the core principles of international legitimacy. Israel has done so by expanding the scope of its brutal military aggression against the Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank, by intensifying its efforts to annex the West Bank, and through repeated military attacks on Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, and Iran, all in a misguided attempt that is categorically rejected both regionally and internationally to impose Israel's hegemony on the Middle East by using military means. Even if it is at the expense of the member states of the League of Arab States and at the expense of the suffering of their peoples under Israeli policies and attacks aimed at imposing the law of force instead of the force of law. At the Council's previous meeting on this item last week, the Foreign Minister of Israel, the occupying power, made extremist religious assertions, thus offering clear evidence of the arrogance of Israel, which seeks to impose its own extremist religious interpretation on the word, claiming that all Palestinian land, including the West Bank, which cannot be annexed under President Trump's plan and under Security Council's Resolution 2803, all this Palestinian land has belonged to Israel for thousands of years. Such claims reflect an unmistakable contempt for the legal, historical, and foundational principles upon which international legitimacy have been built in this Council and in this organization. Despite the announcement to
undeclared wars are commonplace. Tragically, our government engages in preemptive war, otherwise known as aggression, with no complaints from the American people. Sadly, we have become accustomed to living with the illegitimate use of force by government. To develop a truly free society, the issue of initiating force must be understood and rejected.
What if sometimes, to love your country, you had to alter or abolish the government? What if Jefferson was right? What if that government is best which governs least? What if it is dangerous to be right when the government is wrong? What if it is better to perish fighting for freedom than to live as a slave? What if freedom's greatest hour of danger is now?
Hi, everyone. Judge Andrew Napolitano here for Judging Freedom. Today is Saturday, February 28th, 2026. Welcome to this special edition of Judging Freedom with our dear friend and regular colleague, Larry Johnson. Larry, of course, welcome here. Thank you for disturbing your Saturday afternoon. It's afternoon here in the East Coast of the United States. We have much to discuss. Before we get granular, let's look at the big picture. What happened today? What did the United States and Israel attempt to do?
The United States and Israel started a fight that they can't win, that they're going to lose, and they don't have an easy out. They'd convinced themselves that all they had to do was launch this massive strike because Trump foolishly believes his own nonsense about there's no better, bigger, more powerful military in the world than us. With maybe Israel as a close second, but we are the best and we can do anything. And so they fully intended to try a repeat of what happened on June 13th of 2025 to do a decapitation strike, take out the upper political military leadership. Well, they've been gesturing for now more than 2 months that they were going to do this. The Iranians had no doubt that they were going to do it. And the Iranians were taking preparations that if it did happen, and if the Ayatollah Khamenei died, he'd already designated successors. If Pezeshkian died, he'd designated. They'd all, they all said, hey, if I go, you're in charge. They were planning for this. So here's Israel. They top it off. And, we saw from a recent article from Seymour Hersh that I don't know if his source was U.S. intelligence or Israeli intelligence, but regardless, this source told Tsai that, oh yeah, we decimated the Iranian ballistic missile program last year. They don't have anything. So within an hour and a half of this surprise attack yesterday morning, it was yesterday morning in Iran, Saturday morning there, Iran was firing back. But this time, what's different from now compared to what happened in June of 2025, at that time, Iran confined itself to attacking only Israeli targets. They focused primarily on economic and military targets. This time is different, way different. They're going after U.S. bases and installations throughout the Persian Gulf into Iraq. And the United States is suffering significant material losses. I don't know about human loss at this point.
Here's one of the dopiest questions I ever heard asked, and I think the Iranian foreign minister agreed when an NBC correspondent, I don't know who it is, asked him, Chris, the NBC dope.
Why is attacking U.S. military bases abroad justified?
But because they are attacking us. They are U.S. military, installations, facilities, bases who are attacking us. We are under attack. Why don't you, recognize this fact? We are under the attack by U.S. forces in the region. So we have every right to defend ourselves. And how to defend ourselves? We attacked, the U.S. bases. This is obvious. This is a very simple fact. And I hope that, and I'm sure that people would understand that. We are not the one who attacked Americans. We are only defending ourselves.
are American troops and installations in the Middle East to the long-range offensive capabilities of the Iranian military?
Well, what's happened right now, for example, they made a big point of attacking the Fifth Fleet facility in Bahrain. It's a port. That port is critical for providing service to, say, U.S. destroyers who, remember, these destroyers come equipped with 96 missile slots. I think they got 50 up front and 46 astern. And their vertical launch system. So when they launch either Tomahawk cruise missiles or Aegis air defense missiles out of those tubes, the only way to replace them is to sail to a port. Previously, they could sail into Bahrain and go there. Not now. Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz. You've got several U.S. Navy ships that are now basically trapped inside the Persian Gulf, and Iran's got the anti-ship missiles to take those out. I don't know if they have yet, but I think they will, number one. So now this means the United States, when it's in a fight with the Abraham Lincoln carrier in the Arabian Sea, accompanied by, last I checked, it was like 3 destroyers and maybe up to 4. Once they're run out of missiles, they got the nearest port is 3.5 days away at Diego Garcia.
Wow.
So what we have right now is a situation that we cannot sustain an attack, a naval attack from the south with just the one aircraft carrier, because there's no nearby port they can sail to get reloaded. So 3 days out, 3 days back, that's a week.
How sustained is the American attack? Is it regular, consistent, systematic, without a break, or does it go for a couple of hours and they stop and then they come back?
Well, they've got they can't sustain it continuously because they're using the land-based is from planes that are flying out and dropping air-guided missiles, air-to-ground missiles. And again, the same applies to the ships that are those destroyers that are firing off Tomahawk cruise missiles. Once they fire, they're done. They'll have to wait till they can go reload. I do understand that Iran has fired some missiles and drones at the ship, at the carrier strike force. Don't know what the effect has been. We do know that in Bahrain, they hit the facility that housed U.S. naval officers. It's on fire. So there's possibility that they have killed some U.S. naval personnel. You got Bahrainis cheering as Iranian missiles are slamming in to this U.S. naval facility. But at the same time, what you have is the other countries, Saudi Arabia has now declared war on Iran. I'm sure that Qatar and United Arab Emirates are going to follow suit. And fine, up to this point, Iran has targeted only the military targets, the U.S. military targets in these countries. But if those countries want to start getting into it with Iran, Iran will take out their oil. And Iran very well can do that. And that'll be especially true if the West tries to attack Iranian oil facilities and oil fields. They will then, in turn, light up the entire Persian Gulf and say goodbye to 25% of the world's petroleum.
Put your economics hat on, in which I know you are well schooled. What is going to happen to the price of oil / gasoline once the Strait of Hormuz is closed for more than just a few hours?
Yeah, no, it's going to go up. People have estimated it could go up as you get the price of oil could go up $120 a barrel. Right now, Brent. Last I checked, the Brent price, the oil selling forward was at around 70, 72. So it's headed up, but it's going to go up dramatically. Now, it appears that China had an inkling about this because they started loading up on oil big time over the last 4 weeks. So they've increased their stock, their reservoirs. Same can't be said though for Japan or Indonesia or Malaysia. And Iran's playing I think they're playing a deliberate hardball game here, that they're not going to stop like they did last June. Last June, there was a deal cut with the United States. And I said, look, let us bomb these nuclear sites and we'll let you hit Al Udeid, and then you can continue selling oil to China and we'll walk away and call it even. And Iran went, all right. And they received, Pezeshkian and received some criticism for that. Well, that's not going to happen this time. There's no deal. There is no deal the United States can offer them short of saying, yes, you will remove all sanctions immediately. All saying, and Iran say, we're going to continue bombing until those sanctions are off. So remove the sanctions, and you are free to develop and enrich uranium however you want. Iran is not going to be compelled to back down. They've got the ability to fight.
How did it happen that the Americans or the Israelis, I don't know who did this, attacked a school for little girls, which killed 105 of them?
Yeah, it's, they have more faith in the accuracy of their weapon systems that don't always work. And this is, killing children. You remember, Judge, the kind of reaction we had in the United States on 9/11, 2001.
Sure.
And on 9/12/2001. The political differences that had existed in the country on September 10th largely disappeared overnight. All of a sudden, we were all Americans. We weren't Republican or Democrat or independent. We were Americans. We had been attacked. And we were, by God, going to make those who attacked us pay. Well, guess what? That's exactly what's going on today in Iran. And they've got the bodies of 105 little girls to stand there and look at. And they were in the midst. They had trusted us again.
Right.
We said we were having peace talks. They were willing to make concessions. On Thursday, they said, oh, hey, we made progress. We look forward to Monday. And then Trump, he's worse than Adolf Hitler. He did exactly what Hitler did on September 1st, 1939, attacked a country that had not attacked us.
Mohammed Marandi, your and my longtime friend, told us the same thing about the unity of the Iranian people as a result of the attack. It's like Americans on December 8th, 1941.
Yeah, exactly right.
Right. Right. How vulnerable is Israel?
Very vulnerable. What they didn't learn, they should have, was in June, we were told they went to the United States, say, hey, get us out of this. We're running out of missiles. Well, they had not been able to restock basically the Iron Dome, the missiles they fired, just like what is fired out of the Patriots. And the annual production on that in the United States was estimated at 700 a year. And yet when you realize that every Patriot missile, when there's an inbound target, they're going to fire at least 2. And, let's say that so far Iran has fired 50 at Israel. Well, there's 100 gone. And that's like 15% of annual production in one day. Gone. So we've already seen images of missiles penetrating Israel's so-called air defense Iron Dome system. A direct strike in Tel Aviv about an hour ago. So Iran's just going to pick them apart. I think Iran will opt to do more of its strikes at night, at government facilities, at military headquarters, intelligence headquarters, and at industrial sites, to minimize loss of civilian life. Because unlike the Israelis, the Iranians are not into seeing how many civilians they can kill.
Chris, we don't know who he is or what his rank is. We just know he's an Iranian military official, but he's making some very interesting statements. Chris, the Iranian military official.
Trump should know that we are equipped with the most advanced capabilities today to fight with you for years. At the start of the war, we'll use whatever we have in storage, but as it goes on, we'll launch our most powerful missiles. The things we haven't revealed yet, the ones we Iranians say we've been keeping in reserve, we'll unveil those in these days as well.
thing that Scott Ritter told us this morning.
Yeah, well, we've got Alistair Crook, Professor Morandi, Max Blumenthal. They all were in Iran about a year ago now, and they all saw several of the ballistic missiles in the different stages what Iran has developed, and got some sense, so the Iranians are very serious people on this. They're not, this guy is not a gas bag just, mouthing off to be mouthing off. He's actually telling the truth. And when you see there are videos online, you can see them on YouTube, of these, they call them missile cities. These are enormous underground passageways where you can drive trucks, like a full semi-trailer. And they got the mobile launchers, and they've got the missiles after missiles as far as you can see. We're not talking about 10 or 12. I mean, we're talking about literally you can see hundreds in one passageway. Well, I'm guessing they've got lots of those. And so it's not like you've got fixed launchers and people run out and like Cape Canaveral and put the missile out and then fire, because that's easy to destroy. What Iran has are mobile missile launchers, which are extremely, almost impossible for the U.S. to detect and very difficult to destroy.
This is a Iranian missile striking in downtown Tel Aviv. This was just released a moment ago, Larry, 10:39 Tel Aviv time. So that's about an hour, about 45 minutes ago.
Yeah. See, no air defense.
Right.
and they're going to continue doing this. Iran will do this, until they run, they may eventually run out of missiles. But I see the other thing they've got going for them is they've got the ability to produce underground. So they will continue building underground. They've got supply chains in place with China and Russia. And here's the problem the United States has. Some of these air defense missiles, I'm sure, include rare earth minerals that are no longer being exported to the United States that China's withholding. And so you're going to run into a situation where the ability of the United States to sustain an air campaign is going to be extremely limited. One reason, they started off at these bases in Saudi Arabia at Prince Sultan and in Jordan at Mawafik al-Salti. But now Iran is attacking those. And again, the Patriot missiles aren't working. They're not preventing the missiles from getting through. So they're going to have to relocate those assets to where? Well, somewhere farther away. Turkey said, not using us. So it means they probably go out to Cyprus.
Wow.
And then they take off from there, and they got a long flight and multiple air refuelers. So it really creates some logistical problems for the United States that in the past, they could fly out of Jordan, fly out of Saudi Arabia, and Iran wasn't bothering them. Not now. Iran's taking out every U.S. base that's there and making it unusable.
Well, what does the fact that this is the second time that Trump has lulled Iran into a false sense of security and attacked Iran in the midst of negotiations, literally when a negotiation session was scheduled in the next 24 or 48 hours. What does this do to the Russia-U.S. negotiations?
I think it kills it. Now, let's, the old saying, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Well, shame on Iran. They took the bait again. They got Lucy'd, when Charlie Brown would try to kick the football and Lucy had pulled it away. They did it for the second time. Now, Putin's had that done to him with the mints too. He got played as well. I think the only thing you can conclude is not a word that comes out of Steve Witkoff's mouth can be trusted, because he's supposed to say, okay, yeah, we made some good progress. We'll have talks again on Monday. Well, no intent whatsoever to have those talks on Monday. He's just a tool, and he's playing the same role with Russia. So I would not be surprised the next time Witkoff tries to call up Vladimir Putin, say, "Hey, I'd like to stop by. We can chat." Putin's going to say, "Sorry, we're we don't have time for you. We're too busy.
Right.
Stay at home.
How long can the United States sustain this, given the difficulties you've described about refueling, carrying, and all those problems attendant upon planes taking off from ships?
Probably no more than 8 weeks. And I based that upon what we saw last March. Remember when Trump, with great fanfare, announced, oh, we got Operation Rough Rider, that Operation Prosperity Guardian that the wimpy Biden administration tried. We're now going to show those Houthis who's boss. And so we put 2 aircraft carriers in the Red Sea at one point. We had 5 destroyers at least. And we tried for 7 weeks. And in that 7-week period, in the previous 15 months, the Houthis had shot down 1 Predator drone a month. After Donald Trump started Operation Rough Rider, they were shooting down 1 a week. And at the end of 7 weeks, we had lost 3 F-18 helicopters. We'd had 2 Navy SEALs drown. We had lost, so the total was like almost $800 million worth of drones gone in the previous 15 months, with 220 million of that in just 7 weeks. So, I use that as that's a benchmark. What did we do? We declared victory and left, and the Red Sea remained closed to traffic for Israel. Now, what we're going to see in the next day or two are the Houthis. They're climbing back in the saddle. They're going to be firing missiles into Israel, and I believe Hezbollah will respond as well. This is going, the Shia movement throughout the Middle East, I believe, is now going to take the fight, not just to Israel, but to the United States.
Our friend and colleague, Colonel Douglas McGregor, who will be on with me tomorrow at 5:30 in the afternoon, has just informed us that the U.S. base in Saudi Arabia is under attack. You're not surprised to hear that?
Oh, no, not at all. And that's, like I said, Iran's making a point. They're going to crush and destroy, make unlivable all these bases where the United States has operated for years. And frankly, you're going to get the destruction of those bases. You're going to get a lot of Saudis cheering it. A lot, not the royal family, not those whores, but the average Saudi is going to be cheering it. And you got 20%, Saudi Arabia, 20% of the population Shia Muslim. They're going to be cheering it.
What do you expect Russia and China might do that they haven't already done in light of the, I don't want to use the word ferocity, sustainability, frequency, whatever you want to call it, of the American attack?
Well, I think they'll do everything they can quietly behind the scenes to complicate problems for America. And they may send additional naval assets to assist Iran, in closing the Strait of Hormuz, perhaps. They are, continuing to supply intelligence, and they will continue to supply critical minerals that Iran needs to continue building and maintaining its ballistic missile force. So, they recognize, I think China in particular, that this regime change, it had nothing to do with Iran's so-called quest for a nuclear weapon that they weren't trying to build or trying to get. And that's a point that Ray, our friend Ray, has made over and over and over, and he's exactly right. This is about regime change, and the reason we want to change this regime is to stop BRICS, to stop the development of this alternative financial future that does not include the United States, or at least doesn't give the United States the control where it can tell everybody what to do, and then if you don't do what we tell you, we seize your money, we make it impossible for you to do international trade. Those days are over, and Iran now is seeing a way to break free of that, and so that's where this is. This is to destroy Iran and ultimately destroy Russia and China. That's the U.S. goal.
The other U.S. goal is to comply with Netanyahu's wishes to break apart Iran like they did Syria. How long, before we go, Larry, how long do you think, it's hard to predict, but you're the military guy, how long do you think this will go on?
I think it'll go on for at least a good month, if not more. There's going to be significant economic. The U.S. does not have the ability to bring an end to it militarily. We keep thinking that we do, but we don't. Neither does Iran, and neither does Israel. What Iran has is this enormous ballistic missile capability that I believe is largely untapped because they've kept so much of it underground, and we've not really had a good measure of what was there. But we're going to see within 2 weeks, Israel's going to be pleading for help, and they may resort to trying to use a nuke on what they think is a missile site, and then that adds a whole new layer of danger, because at that point you could see not only Russia and China getting involved, but also North Korea coming to the aid of Iran, and they have nukes.
Oh, good Lord. It might have been George Patton who said, fighting a war is like opening a door in a strange house with a pitch black room behind the door. You have no idea what's there. And if you go in, you have no idea how you're going to get out.
Yeah, it's always best to define your objectives clearly, and then put the assets and resources together to achieve those objectives. With Operation Rough Rider, to the credit of the military planners, they specified they laid out very clearly our goal number one: restore freedom of navigation. How do we do that? Well, to restore freedom of navigation, we've got to stop the Houthis from firing ballistic missiles. We've got to take out their ballistic missile capability. So that was our goal. That I'm not saying it was a doable, but at least it was a well-defined goal. And we tried for 7 weeks, where our aircraft had full run of the air, that we weren't having to worry about getting shot down necessarily. And at 7 weeks, we couldn't do it. We couldn't stop the Houthis. We couldn't reestablish freedom of navigation. So you step back and say, okay, what's the objective here and now with respect to Iran? Well, apparently regime change, and our goal is we'll see if we can kill enough of the top leadership that the people will rise up and throw them out. Except our tactics by killing little girls at school is having the exact opposite effect. Instead of enraging the population against the Islamic Republic, it's building support for it. And it's going to pitch, create a division in the Persian Gulf. That Gulf allies of the United States, they're going to be targeted, and those countries could very well be easily destabilized because they are these rich oligarchs who really, don't care much about their public. And you got enough Shia Muslims in some of those countries that they can wreak havoc. So we're looking for sustained instability, and depending on how long the Strait of Hormuz stays shut, Iran is going to keep it shut until it gets an agreement from the rest of the world that, okay, this has got to stop. We can't keep being attacked unjustly, illegally, and nobody says a thing. So you're all going to suffer with us until this stops. And it's going to leave the United States isolated.
I was surprised to hear the president, now this is at 3 a.m, I didn't hear him live, talk about the potential for U.S. deaths. Chris, I think it's our new cut number 2, President Trump on U.S. deaths.
The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail.
What is noble about this mission? Nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Well, Trump stupidly did not learn the lesson of George H.W. Bush. Remember, read my lips. No new taxes. See, my lips said it. No new taxes. And what happened to Bush? That destroyed public support for him. And he lost the election to Bill Clinton, an election that he should have easily won, having, quote, just won the war in Iraq against the first Gulf War. Well, here's Donald Trump, who ran on what? We're tired of these needless, senseless wars in the Middle East, and we're not going to do it. And now he's done it. And, he tries to trot out this lie that Iran was desperate to build a nuke. They're not, at least weren't, and hadn't, and they'd offered a deal, come inspect, and Trump rejected it because, as you said, he's controlled by Bibi Netanyahu and other wealthy Zionists, and he's unwilling to challenge them. And so what he's done is he has now put America in genuine danger. Our economy will suffer from this, and our standing in the world is going to suffer dramatically because, imagine you got a kid who's, a skinny kid, and he's not seen as really a good fighter, or is perceived as not a good fighter. And he gets in the ring with an aging Mike Tyson and he survives 3 rounds. Guess what? That kid comes out with respect now. He's proved he could go toe to toe with a guy that once was a super heavyweight champion. Now, the United States at one time was a heavyweight champion, but we've gotten old, we've gotten fat, we've gotten slow. And with that, we've gotten is so arrogant and so
we've heard nothing from the U.S. intelligence agencies as to the veracity or otherwise of this report.
Mike, do we know what comes next? Do we have any expectation from either the Pentagon or the State Department? I understood what you told us about the lid, that we're not going to be hearing from the White House again today. But do we have any further indication of what the U.S. intends to do?
Well, it's been very interesting because we've heard very little from the Pentagon as to the nuts and bolts of its operations. There was a statement issued earlier on in the day by CENTCOM, but there's been nothing further.
In a hamburger joint, giving no hint of the planned assault.
I'm going to get some stuff for Air Force One, and I'm going to get the hell out of here, all right? Place, okay? Yes, sir.
Not much later, he was describing how he plans to stop Iran developing a nuclear weapon.
We are going to
a call with G7 leaders about Iran. That is supposed to take place on Sunday. That is what we're hearing from the State Department. And Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary for President Trump, says that he still intends to stop by a fundraiser being held in Mar-a-Lago, his residence in Florida, where President Trump is this weekend. This is a fundraiser for the Republican Party, and she said this is, quote, more important than ever. We haven't seen President Trump on video since that early hours message that he put out on social media. We have seen his statements on Truth Social, but it could be that if he is attending this fundraiser that we get further images of the president. Now we'll have full coverage and assess what the implications could be for the Middle East. But first, our international editor, Jeremy Bowen, on the day's developments.
This was Ayatollah Ali Khamenei at the tomb of his predecessor at the end of January. If Israel has killed him, as Donald Trump says, the Islamic regime in Iran will have taken a huge blow. One analyst called him the superglue keeping the system together. Israel and the US will hope that if he is dead, the regime will come unstuck. Benjamin Netanyahu said he was killed in a powerful strike on his compound in Tehran.
For 3.5 decades, this tyrant dispatched terrorism across the world.
War. We don't want this war. We know this is Netanyahu's playbook. He strike this morning. The first hour of this war, he struck school, elementary school. Over 80 little girls were killed. This is Trump war. Who is always claiming that peace.
bunch of those interceptors go up, and in a number of what appear to be maybe interceptions. Could be a failed interception too, as one of our viewers said. So I'm going to check on reports from Israel, but we just saw a bunch of activity there on the Haifa camp in northern Israel. Let me check on reports from Israel. Those are the only alerts I saw were the ones in the north. So I'm waiting to hear updates about what happened. Oh, hold on a moment. I'm seeing that I think there was another pre-alert. Another pre-alert has just come out. More warnings expected in the coming minutes, I believe in the center of the country. So we may be switching the camera angle shortly to a different camera shortly, depending on where these alerts are. I have a Tel Aviv cam, I have a Jerusalem cam. So let's just wait and see what happens with the next alerts here. Hang on, let me do this. Let me get the Jerusalem cam handy. I can see the Jerusalem cam right now. Let me just make sure I can get it on the screen here for you. This will be, just in case I need it, I want to make sure I can get it on the screen for you. Hang on. No, that's not it. There's Jerusalem. You'll see it pop up in a second. So at least I have it ready. Alerts now. Hold on. Where are the new alerts? Oh, yes. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, Jerusalem. Hold on. Let me pull up Jerusalem. Jerusalem cam live. Alerts in Jerusalem. I have a second Jerusalem cam in and around Jerusalem. This is Jerusalem, Israel. Alerts in Jerusalem. Right now. Right now. You're looking at Jerusalem right now. I should have a second camera if I can get it on the screen in time. Alerts in Jerusalem. You are hearing them right now. I have two shots from Jerusalem. That's the other one. Those are both Jerusalem. Now I'm seeing the alerts to the east and the west of Jerusalem, not right in Jerusalem, but we'll have to see. I haven't seen any interceptors go up. I haven't seen any interceptors go up yet from either of these two shots. I just heard a boom. I just heard a boom, I can tell you that. Maybe an interception. Again, a few to the east, northwest, and one to the northeast of Jerusalem right now. Again, I have not seen any interceptors go up on these cameras. I have to check if there were any impacts in Haifa. We saw a short while ago, we saw a number of interceptors and explosions in the sky on the Haifa stream. Oh, more alerts. Haifa, or no, Tel Aviv alerts right now. Hang on a moment. Tel Aviv alerts right now. Let's get the Tel Aviv stream up right now. There's Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv alerts. I got to turn the volume on. The volume is on. Let me turn the volume off on the other two. Tel Aviv, Israel alerts. Sirens right now in Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv. Breaking news. Breaking news. Camera going to the sky. We're seeing an interceptor. We're seeing an interceptor or something flying through the sky right now. Watching something flying through the sky. We're seeing flashes in the sky, lights in the sky in Tel Aviv right now. I don't know if this is a missile flying through. A couple of lights in the sky. Look at this, live Tel Aviv. Oh, something's coming down. I don't know if that's debris. Whoa, 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 it's coming down. I don't know if that's a missile or debris, but it is coming down. It's coming down towards Tel Aviv. And maybe debris, I don't know. We'll see. And we just saw it fall to the ground. We just saw it fall to the ground. I don't know what happened there. I know there's a red line on the screen. I'll try to fix that in a second. I don't want to touch anything while we're looking at this. Let me try to hit refresh here. Hopefully this works. Okay. Sorry. Get the volume up. I got that fixed. The red line will be gone in a second. Okay. So I don't know if we just saw some debris fall down. Debris or something. It was either a missile or debris or an interceptor debris or whatever it was. But something fell down. And I'll have to look for reports from Israeli news on what happened. Let's see here. Are there more alerts right now? Oh, more alerts. Haifa, north of Haifa. Alerts in the north. Hold on, I'll pull up the Haifa feed. It might be too far north for that, though. Hold on. Oh, I got it. It'll take me a second to get the Haifa feed up. Sorry, there's too much going on here. So, but there's alerts actually north of Haifa. And I don't know that the Haifa camera will catch those. Yeah, these are not, the alerts are at the very north of the country, are quite far north of the country, across the north. And then some in the east of the country. So I'll try to get over to the Haifa's camera right now, but I'm not seeing anything on it at the moment. But I'm going to pull up the Haifa camera anyway for you. Takes me a second here to switch over to it. I have it in front of me, the Haifa camera. So let me get the Tel Aviv camera off and the Haifa camera on. There is Haifa. Not hearing anything at the moment, but the alerts are north of Haifa. Right now, there are a number of alerts. Acre, I think it is, Israel, which is the north. Hold on. Look, right here. Look. We're seeing things in the sky, I think. Maybe in the distance there. I just saw something at the top. So I think this camera is pointing right there. Something is flying through the sky. This is the Haifa cam. Something, either a missile or an interceptor flying through. You're watching the Haifa cam right now. We did see something flying through. Again, I believe it's in the distance to the north. It was following it for a sec, then we didn't really see anything. Now the camera is zooming in. So we've had alerts in and near Haifa, in Jerusalem, and Tel Aviv just in the last few minutes. We did see a number, originally on the Haifa cam, we saw a number of interceptors and explosions in the sky. I got to see if there's been any kind of reports of impacts. Let me change the headline here. U.S. and Israel attack Iran. Khamenei dead. The supreme leader is dead. I'll say killed. Now, let me see what I can find out about these, if there were impacts. N12 News reports in Iran of attacks in Iran in a number of areas. Shiraz, Bandar Abbas, Dezful, Shush, Urnia, and other cities in Iran. So I just saw a new report from N12 News Israel that there are attacks reported in a number of parts of Iran. Also, initial report of a missile fall in the Jerusalem area, says N12 News. So I'm seeing some reports of new attacks by Israel and or the U.S. in Iran. Hearing a siren on this stream. I don't know what that's about. Hang on, I'm just checking some different reports here. I don't have live cameras from Iran, but there are reports of new strikes in Iran. Jerusalem Post says there have been reports of rocket slash
Iraq
missile
and Afghanistan,
slash shrapnel
and there'll be
landings.
problems. I mean, if this doesn't go cleanly, there may already be problems in his MAGA base, because there's a real isolationist part of that MAGA base that does not want to be involved abroad. There are key figures like the commentator Tucker Carlson, who are very, very suspicious of Israel's links now with the United States. All of that is going to be raised. He's going to keep his people on board. He's got to keep the whole of the American people on board. And he's got a very distrustful world out there as well.
And something I might have mentioned that I think our viewers need to keep in mind, something I might have mentioned earlier, is this is an election year. So the two countries that went to war, for the United States, Donald Trump has midterms in November. He's not on the ballot, of course, but still a major election, because if he loses just 1 or 2 seats in the House of Representatives, he will not have the backing in Congress that he currently does. And in Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu has to call an election by October at the very latest. So in both cases, we're months away.
But I think
from an
in
election.
Israel, this is going to be very popular. I mean, I think that is pretty clear.
Depending on the outcome.
Yes, but I think the same will apply in Israel as the US. And you've seen the way Donald Trump does things. He declares victory and he moves on. Yeah. And he tries to forget about things and he wants people to forget about things. If he manages to say that he's achieved regime change and what we've mentioned, the spectre of society breaking down, civil war, all sorts of things that could happen. If that hasn't happened by the midterms, then maybe he can turn what would have been, I think, a vulnerability, because if you look at the polls, in recent days, they said that only 20% of the American people actively supported the idea of a war. Maybe he can turn this to an advantage. I think if you took a poll of the American people right now, a lot of them would say they didn't know that there was going to be a war, but they're pleasantly surprised by the outcome, because American people do not follow the details of international news the way our viewers do on Al Jazeera.
Yeah, one way or another, this war is going to be a campaign issue, both in Israel and in the United States in the coming months. All right, James Bates, Ali Hashem, thank you very much to both of you. Iran has warned that any aggressive action by the United States against it could lead to uncontrollable consequences. In a speech addressing the UN Security Council, Iran's ambassador says that Tehran will continue to defend itself and that all bases, facilities, and assets of what he calls hostile forces in the region, by which he means the US and Israel, shall be regarded as legitimate military targets.
Responding to aggression on large-scale war, the Islamic Republic of Iran is exercising its inherent unlawful right of self-defense under Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran are utilizing all the necessary defensive capabilities and means to confront this criminal aggression and deter the hostile acts. Consequently, all bases, facilities, and assets of the hostile forces in the region shall be regarded as legitimate military objective within the framework of Iran's lawful exercise of self-defense. Iran will continue to exercise its right of self-defense decisively and without hesitation until the aggression ceases in full and unequivocal terms.
It's just gone past 00 GMT. You're watching our continuing coverage of the joint Israeli and US strikes on Iran. I'm Imran Khan. US President Donald Trump says Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei is dead. In a Truth Social post, Trump said Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems and working closely with Israel. There was not a thing he or other leaders that have been killed along with him could do. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objectives of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. Tehran's been retaliating with a series of strikes targeting multiple locations in Israel. This was the scene earlier in Tel Aviv, where the ambulance service reported more than 20 people have been injured. The Israeli military says air defences have intercepted dozens of missiles over West Jerusalem and the occupied West Bank. We have a team of correspondents in Washington, D.C., Tehran, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, UN headquarters in New York, and here in Doha. Mike Hanna is joining us now from Washington, D.C. Now, Mike, Donald Trump very clearly says that Khamenei is dead. Is he getting that from the Israelis, or is there a separate American sourcing on this? Because it seems to me that it's all coming from the Israelis right now.
Well, that appears to be the case. We've heard nothing from any of the intelligence agencies within the United States, or indeed from the Pentagon, that they provided this information to the president. The president himself gave no indication of what his source was for this particular claim. The Israelis had been saying it throughout the day or earlier in the day. So the assumption is at this stage is that he got it from Israeli sources in terms of this. So this is the issue. This is a question that has been being asked about it, is why was he so certain? Because this was a very carefully drafted statement. Now, earlier in the afternoon, President Trump had said in interviews with various media sources this exact same point, but not in this carefully considered and very carefully scripted way in which it came out on his Truth Social account. You read some of that posting by him, but I think also a very important point in the posting as well is that hopefully, he says, the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves. So within this posting as well, he's claiming that there is some kind of insurrection or resistance to the leadership within Iran, that there can be some kind of popular uprising, that the idea of the regime change, which appears to be one of the reasons for this operation, is a real possibility. But still, the question remains is, on what basis is President Trump presenting it? On another point in this particular statement, he says, we are hearing that many of the IRGC military and other security police forces no longer want to fight. Well, we are hearing doesn't say where are we hearing it. And that is exactly the same with reports of the killing of Ali Khamenei. So this is a lot of questions that are being asked. And as yet, we haven't had any answers from U.S. administration.
Also, questions are being asked internally, aren't they, Mike? I mean, Rouhani, he has spoken about this, saying that this is possibly an illegal act. It needs to go back to Congress. So there's a lot of internal pressure to find out questions on how this actually started, right?
Well, yes, although President Trump has generally, not only on this issue, but ignored the demands from Congress to give more information or indeed to respect the rights of Congress. Very clear in the U.S. Constitution, it's up to Congress to declare war, not the president. So here we do have this situation, and this has been pointed out by a number of members of Congress, mainly Democrat, but there have been a few isolated Republicans who have also expressed great concern about the fact that this conflict was declared unilaterally. Sure, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, informed the Gang of Eight, as they are called, this is senior leaderships from both parties on the Hill, that the operation was taking place. But he informed them as the operation had already begun. There was no sense whatsoever that Congress was in any way consulted on the legality of this operation, of this decision to go to war with Israel against Iran. So there are many questions, and these questions are going to broil in the days ahead, particularly from the Democrats. But there is a deep unease among many members of Congress, Republican as well, as I mentioned, that this action was taken without the go-ahead or indeed the knowledge of Congress, and it calls into question the limit of the powers of the executive within a country and a constitution in which these powers are very carefully appointed to each branch. The right to declare war, that is apportioned to Congress, not to the executive.
That's absolutely right, Mike. Thanks for that. Stay there. We'll come back to you in just a moment. We've got Tawhid Asadi now, who joins us live from Tehran. The news that Donald Trump has said that the Supreme Leader has been assassinated. What's the reaction to that immediately when it happened? Is this one of disbelief or one of belief?
Well, actually, the entirety of the statements and reports that we have been hearing from the Iranian capital, Tehran, is quite contradictory to what we are hearing from Washington, and in particular from the U.S. President Donald Trump. Of course, it was the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi yesterday coming out in an interview to say that Iranian Supreme Leader, as well as Iran's President and the Secretary for the National Security Council and the Speaker of the Parliament, are all alive as far as he knows. This is what we heard from Iranian Foreign Minister. Later on, we've got other officials, such as at least 2 members of the parliament, saying that they have reports confirmed that the Iranian Supreme Leader is alive. Also, news agencies affiliated with the state, such as Tasnim, which is closely affiliated with IRGC, as well as Mehr, are coming out with reports saying that these are fake news. These are not confirmable reports that are coming about the health issues or the situation of the Iran Supreme Leader. However, also we've got this reports, and I was reporting earlier yesterday that Pastor neighborhood, which is a critically important area in the Iranian capital, as it is hosting the houses of actually Iran's Supreme Leader, his office, as well as the office of Iran's president, was indeed attacked several times. We don't have that much of details about those attacks as of now. But speaking of the official statements, what we can see, what we can talk about could be actually summarized in one word, and that is denial. However, there is still a sort of possibility for that. Officially speaking, we are not able to confirm that. Also, speaking of the process, according to the Article 111 of Iranian Constitution, actually there is a process in case of a death of Iran's Supreme Leader. Under that circumstance, there is going to be a council of 3 people, including the Iranian president, the head of judiciary, and 1 cleric from the Guardian Council, who are going to take control of the country. Also, we have been receiving reports about authorities being given to Ali Larijani, the Secretary of National Security Council of the country. All in all, we cannot confirm these reports. However, there are processes that in case of such an event, and that's going to be a game changer if that happens for the actually next courses of action down the road.
Well, Tawhid, let me just take you back to the beginning of the day and the attacks that took place. It was not just Tehran. Attacks took place in the clerical city of Qom against the Iranian Navy. Just talk us through how events unfolded. Just give us, our viewers, a reminder.
Well, actually, as you said, it's not just Tehran, but also in different cities across the country, Urmia and Tabriz, as well as Minab, which we saw one elementary school being targeted. And on that, we've got the latest report that more than 100 students, girl students at this elementary school were killed. Also, speaking of the public mood, as I was just in the downtown, this is the frustration and uncertainty that is being felt when you speak to people. And also on that, we have to keep in mind that people already faced another confrontation back in June, and when the country was in the middle of a negotiation with the United States, just very similar to what happened today and yesterday, all of a sudden it faced a campaign of strikes, and now the fear of the war is being translated into a real act of the war, and that is creating a lot of concern among
Well, Tahid, actually, that's a very good point that you're making. Let's just get into that, because you've been out. I've been watching you. You've been out in the streets in the days before this. You were out on the streets of Tehran today. What are people feeling on the streets? Because yesterday there was a very much sense that the diplomacy might be working, but today that is really not the case.
Yes, indeed. It's a mixture of different sentiments as we speak to people, mostly highlighted by this frustration. And we have to keep in mind on that Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi came out to talk about the progress being made in the trajectory of diplomatic interactions between Tehran and Washington. And that created two channels of hope for people. First, it was a hope that in case of a deal being reached at the end of the day, that could pave the way for a sort of removal of sanctions. And that is critically important for people, because they are facing with serious economic pressure. And back in December last year, we saw massive protests driven by the economic pressure that people were feeling and are still feeling. This is one channel. And then the second channel of hope was related to a possibility of de-escalation. People were convinced that in case of a negotiation, there was a possibility for this de-escalation. But right now, negotiations seem to be failing, and the reality on the ground is on the basis of a confrontational scenario.
That's Tahid Asadi there, live for us from Tehran. Let's now go to Ramallah in the occupied West Bank with Nida Ibrahim. Nida, in many ways, where you are right now is almost ground zero for the attacks taking place against Tel Aviv, against other places within Israel, and in Palestinian territories as well, because it's a very small country. So just take us through what you have seen throughout the day.
Yes, and from where I'm standing here in Ramallah, overlooking Tel Aviv, throughout the night, we were able to see, me and the team, and hear sounds of interceptions, as well as sounds of probably rockets making impact, as well as the sirens being sounded all over, depending on where the area the Israeli Home Command says for the people that they're expecting the missile launches to be hitting. But indeed, this is a place where Palestinians have no shelters, have no missile batteries to fend off the missile launches from Iran and direct them elsewhere. Indeed, we've just heard in the past 15 minutes the news of either a rocket or shrapnel from a rocket that has been intercepted falling on an area in Qalqilia, which is a city to the north of the occupied West Bank, very close to an illegal Israeli settlement. We're still waiting to hear if that caused any damages. At the same time, we heard that a rocket fell in the city of Beit Shemesh, which is west of Jerusalem in Israel, where we believe that also the first responders have gone in to try and assess the damage. Of course, initially, it's hard to get the details of how many people were injured, how many people were killed, but all in all, we can talk about the daily toll that has been given to us by the Israeli ambulance units and Israeli Magan David. That's the equivalent of the Palestinian Red Crescent, let's say. So these ambulances have been given out the tolls, and they talk about throughout today, 1 Israeli woman killed and 121 Israelis injured. Of course, we are here talking about some of these injuries, including psychological and small impact. So we are saying that most of these injuries have been minor.
Now, Nida, I want to pick up on one of the points you just made, because you said, and it's very clear, that the Palestinians don't have the kind of early warning systems that the Israelis have. They don't have the kind of bunkers that the Israelis have. They don't have that app that alerts you when missiles are coming through. And the reason for that is quite clear, isn't it? It's because the Israelis simply don't allow the Palestinians to have that technology, right?
Yes, indeed. And even in illegal Israeli settlements that are in the heart of the occupied West Bank, there are the missile interceptors that would point the rockets away from the settlement, but they don't take into consideration that there are Palestinian people where the debris or where the interception might fall there near to where they are, where they live, where their children live. So that's just part of how Palestinians feel under Israel's occupation, where their lives are not regarded as similar or as the same value to their counterparts, the Israelis who are living inside the occupied West Bank or the ones living inside Israel. That's part one of how the war is impacting Palestinians. Part two is that the Israeli raids and the Israeli settler attacks did not stop. You might think that it's day one of the war, it's a Saturday, that the Israelis are rushing to shelters or probably buying some food and necessities. But no, we've seen Israeli settlers attack Palestinians, and we've seen one Palestinian being killed by Israeli forces fire near Hebron as the Israeli forces continued their raids. So while the war starts, the occupation never ends. The provocations to Palestinians whose lives have been made really more and more difficult day in and day out by the Israeli military. But what we've noticed from these escalations with Iran, the latest in June, is that Israel uses this time of tension to crack down more on Palestinians, to shut down more Israeli checkpoints, further restricting Palestinian movement in a place where Palestinians are already, as we said, there have no shelters and no systems to protect them whatsoever.
That's Nida Ibrahim there, live for us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Now, following the US-Israeli attacks on its territory, Iran has launched strikes on US assets across the region. Iranian drones have struck several residential buildings in Bahrain's capital. It's not yet known if there are casualties. And this was a scene earlier in the day when a missile hit Bahrain's capital, Manama. Authorities say the strike targeted the service center for the US 5th Fleet headquarters. Kuwait's international airport was damaged in an Iranian drone strike. Authorities say a number...
Okay, let's start class. So, let us summarize and review where we are so far in the story. So, there are three major forces that are pushing the United States towards war with Iran. The first is the Israel lobby. Remember that the Israel lobby is composed of both Jewish interests as well as Christian interests, right? Representing the Jewish interest is something called AIPAC. And they have a membership of about 100,000. But they're very wealthy. There are many billionaires in this group. So this group has financial power. In fact, AIPAC is considered the second most powerful lobbying organization in the United States. The first is the pensioners, okay? There's about 30 million of them. And their lobbying organization is the most powerful. But AIPAC is second. But also in the Israel lobby are the Christian Zionists, right? So, for example, the organization Christians United for Israel has 7 million people in its membership. So together, the Christian Zionists and AIPAC are extremely powerful force in government. And they want a war in the Middle East in order to advance Israel's interests. Also remember that America is now addicted to empire, because empire represents easy money. All money has to be channeled through the U.S. And so there are many people in the U.S. who just basically make their money by speculating on money, okay? So for example, Wall Street. And that has made Wall Street extremely powerful right now in U.S. politics. And the third force is Saudi Arabia. Remember that in our discussion of Saudi Arabia, we learned that the major conflict in the Middle East is actually not between Israel and Iran, but between Saudi Arabia and Iran. For Israel, Iran is a security threat because it supports Hezbollah and Hamas. But for Saudi Arabia, Iran represents a threat to its very existence. Okay? So Saudi Arabia must resolve the Iran problem soon. All right? Now, how these three forces manifest themselves is through Trump. Okay? So basically, Trump is their champion. And privately, there's a man named Jared Kushner, who is Trump's son-in-law. He's married to Trump's favorite daughter, Ivanka Trump, okay? And Jared Kushner happens to be very good friends with both Benjamin Netanyahu, who is the leader of Israel, as well as Mohammed bin Salman, who is the leader of Saudi Arabia. Now, Jared Kushner's father, Charles Kushner, was a very prominent sponsor of AIPAC. In fact, when Benjamin Netanyahu comes to stay in the United States, he lives with the Kushner family. So one night, Benjamin Netanyahu had to stay in Jared Kushner's bedroom, and Jared Kushner had to sleep in the basement. Okay, that's how close they are. And Jared Kushner is friendly with MBS, the leader of Saudi Arabia, so friendly that when Jared Kushner started a private equity fund, Saudi Arabia invested $2 billion. Okay? So through Jared Kushner, these three forces are able to exert influence on Trump. As we also discussed, it's very likely that Trump will become president of the United States again in November, and he will pick Nikki Haley as his VP. And that means that Nikki Haley will be the one in the Trump White House pushing for war against Iran. As we discussed, Nikki Haley makes most of her money from the Israel lobby, okay? The anti-Iran lobby. We know from the first Trump administration that these forces are able to exert tremendous influence on Trump, okay? And the evidence is, one, Trump withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal that would have secured peace between the United States and Iran, okay? Trump moved the United States Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem in Israel, which was a major, which caused major friction in the Middle East, okay? We also know that Trump ignored the fact that MBS killed a journalist, okay? So we also know that Trump has been very friendly with Saudi Arabia. We also know that Trump sponsored the Abraham Accords, which is trying to bring peace between Israel and other Arab countries and unite them against Iran, okay? The last thing that Trump did, which is the most important, is that in January 2020, Trump ordered the assassination of General Qasem Soleimani, who is the leader of the who is the leader of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards. Okay? So from all this, we can suspect that in a second Trump term, war with Iran will be a major priority. So is this clear so far? All right. Now, we also discussed that, okay, even though there are these forces that want war with Iran, ultimately it is the U.S. military that must implement this war. And if the U.S. military refuses to go to war, then the war can't happen. So we discussed that, unfortunately, the U.S. military is very different from what it was 30 years ago. Okay? 30 years ago, the U.S. military maintained very standard military doctrine. Okay? They maintained three very important principles that all militaries must maintain in a time of war. The first is mass forces. B is avoid encirclement, right? And the third is protect supply lines. Now, the important idea is that when you fight a war like this, okay, which is traditional warfare, you must have the consent of the public, okay? Because it is the public that sends soldiers, that provides money, that gives you political support. But in 2003, the U.S. military changed its military doctrine to one of shock and awe. Okay? And what shock and awe means is that you don't have to follow these three principles anymore. You can use air supremacy. You also have technological omniscience. And you also have special forces. And this allows you to fight wars cheaply, quickly, and decisively so that you no longer need public political support for fighting wars. And as we also discussed, this created the idea of hubris in the American military. So the American military, because of the 2003 war in Iraq, are confident they can win any war, any place, against any enemy. We know that this doctrine is actually not true. And we know because of something called Operation Prosperity Guardian. Okay? So a few months ago, the Houthis, which are a rebel group in Yemen, they started to attack ships in the Red Sea. Okay? And a lot of trade goes through the Red Sea. So the American military dispatched a massive naval force against the Houthis. Were the Americans able to defeat the Houthis? No, they were not. And so what are the Americans going to do about it? What can they do about the Houthis? What's the solution to this problem? You have these pirates, Houthis, going around and attacking these ships, which is affecting international commerce. And that's why inflation is such a huge problem right now in the world. So what's the American military going to do about this? What can they do about this? The answer is nothing. Okay? The American military has no solution. Why? Because they don't have the forces necessary in order to undertake an operation against the Houthis. They have special forces, they have air supremacy, they have technological omniscience, satellites, but they don't have infantry. They don't have lots and lots of ships. Therefore, they cannot stop the Houthis. Okay? And what's really important is that Joe Biden has come out and said that, yes, we know we are losing the war in the Red Sea, and yes, we know that we cannot stop the Houthis, but we are going to continue on this path. Okay? Does that make sense? And this is the idea of hubris. Not knowing your limitations. And when you are faced with your limitations, you refuse to accept your limitations. Okay? And that's why when the U.S. military is given the order to invade Iran, they'll probably go along with it because they cannot imagine the possibility that they could be defeated in Iran. Okay? And then you have the Iran Revolutionary Corps, okay? The Revolutionary Guard. And as we discussed last class, they want war with the United States because they're very angry about U.S. interference in Iran, right? So during the Shah, regime, which was a brutal police state from 1953 until 1979, the Americans were the ones who were backing this police state. So there are many who are angry about this. They're also angry about the fact that the U.S. continues to protect Israel and Saudi Arabia. Okay? And they're also angry about the fact that Trump killed General Soleimani. Okay? And as we discussed, it's possible that the Revolutionary Guard Corps killed last week the president of Iran, Ibrahim Raisi, because he was preventing war. Okay? So they want war with the United States. So you see the map, right? You see the logic of this, where there are powerful forces in the United States pushing the United States towards war. You have Trump, who has basically agreed in his first term to raise or increase escalation with Iran. Within the Trump White House, there'll be Jared Kushner and Nikki Haley to push this war, both privately and publicly. The U.S. military has so much hubris that they think they can win this war, and Iran wants to provoke the United States into invading it. Okay? And the United States and Iran can have many, so Iran has many strategies in order to provoke the United States into war. Okay? Basically, the United States is looking for a reason, and Iran wants to give them a reason. And that's why I think war between the United States and Iran is very likely in the next 2 to 4 years. Okay, any questions so far? Are we clear about where we are so far before I move on? Any questions? Okay, so now let's talk about the actual war. So here, most of this is speculation, okay? But I'm using speculation in order to help us better understand what a war would look like. Okay? So let's pretend that it's March 2027, okay? And Trump goes on TV. He announces Operation Iranian Freedom, a full-scale U.S. invasion of Iran, along with Israel, Saudi Arabia as its main partners, but the United Kingdom, UK will be involved, Australia will be involved, UAE will be involved, Poland will be involved. Okay, so you have many countries attacking Iran together. And Trump goes on TV and explains to the American public why the United States is fighting this war. Okay, and this is what Trump says. First, he says that for the past year, there have been violent protests in Iran. You have religious protests, you have political protests, you have ethnic protests. The Iranian people are sick of the Ayatollah. They are sick of the dictatorship. They want democracy. They want freedom. And in response, the Revolutionary Guard are killing thousands of protesters. Iran is on the brink of civil war. Therefore, the United States has an obligation to protect the people of Iran. Okay? The people of Iran are praying for freedom and democracy, and the United States, the world's greatest democracy, must give them democracy. Okay? So the first reason is freedom and democracy. Second, U.S. intelligence, along with Israeli intelligence, have discovered that for the past 2 years, Iran has been working very, very hard on developing a nuclear bomb. In fact, Iran is only 1 month away from having 3 nuclear bombs, so that New York City, San Francisco, and Los Angeles could all be destroyed. Okay? So to prevent this, we must strike first to stop Iran's nuclear program. Okay? Third, Iranian proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, many groups have been disrupting shipping in the Middle East, in both the Red Sea and the Strait of Hormuz. 40% of of the world's oil passes through that region, mainly to East Asia, China, Japan, South Korea. Our global prosperity is at stake. We must go to war to protect these shipping lanes and ensure that the oil goes to China, Japan, and South Korea so that they can continue their economic prosperity. So the United States, as the world hegemon, has a responsibility to protect global prosperity. Okay? 4, Iran has been launching attacks against our allies, Saudi Arabia and Israel. Hezbollah has been violently attacking Israel, killing dozens of Israelis, innocent Israelis. The Houthis have been attacking Saudi Arabia oil fields, damaging the economy. We have an obligation to protect our allies, our friends in the Middle East, okay? And the last reason is we know for a fact that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps is a sponsor of terrorism. Last week in a mall, there were gunmen who went and killed 107 people. Our intelligence says that it was most definitely an Iranian operation. Okay? So for these 5 reasons, we have decided to invade Iran. But don't worry, this invasion will be successful because we have a lot of allies. The UK, Israel, Saudi Arabia, all friends, we're part of this operation. Our special forces are already in the country looking for their air bases and their missiles. We can knock them out at the beginning of the war. Also, we have been in contact with Iranian opposition groups. They want to overthrow the regime. And when we help them, they will install democracy in the country. Our American military is the greatest in the world. In 1991, our military defeated Saddam Hussein in 100 hours. In 2003, our military defeated Saddam Hussein in less than 3 weeks. To prove that we are the greatest in the world, we will defeat Iran in only 2 weeks. So do not worry. We will be strong in protecting democracy, freedom, and global prosperity. Okay? So that's what Donald Trump will say to the people of the United States. Okay? And of course, you're going to have large-scale protests throughout the country opposing this war. But most people in the country will support this war. Okay? All right. So after this speech, the operation is launched. And on TV, we'll watch this on TV and the internet together, on YouTube together, okay? And we'll be so impressed by the power of the US military. This is Iran. This is the Strait of Hormuz. Saudi Arabia. Israel is here. Red Sea is here. Iraq is here. Okay? So, in the Strait of Hormuz comes the USS Gerald R. Ford. It's a $13 billion super carrier. Okay? This thing is designed to destroy countries. It is now prowling the Strait of Hormuz to ensure that shipping is safe. America establishes air supremacy very quickly, okay? Meaning that it has complete control over the skies. Nothing can move in the skies without America detection, okay? And then a massive invasion force is sent to Iran in the south. 100,000 US troops land. Maybe 200,000 Saudi Arabia troops land, okay? Maybe you have 200,000 to 500,000 troops in Iran. and they are about to strike Tehran in the north, okay? So in the south, the United States and its allies have established a foothold. They have a huge presence in the country, and they're about to attack Tehran, okay? All right. Do you understand what has happened? Okay. Now I want to ask you this question. At this point, I think the war has been decided. Who has won the war? America has established air supremacy. It controls the skies. U.S. Navy controls the seas. You have 100,000 U.S. troops in country ready to strike Tehran. The war has been decided. Who has won the war? Okay, obviously this is a trick question. Obviously Iran has won the war. Why? Why? What's the problem with this plan? Okay, this is typical American doctrine, shock and awe. This is how they fight wars. But there's a problem with this plan. What is it? Why would the Iranians want this? Okay, let's go back to traditional military doctrine, okay? In traditional military doctrine, you have three principles, right? Mass forces, avoid encirclement, protect supply lines, okay? These are three things you must absolutely obey if you are going to war, okay? So using traditional military doctrine, explain to me why the United States has lost the war right now. Exactly. First of all, they're encircled, okay? Do you know why? Because Iran are all mountains. It's a fortress, okay? Meaning that to get these troops into the country, you have to airdrop them, right? But guys, once you're in the country, you can't get them out of the country. You understand? Okay, so that's the first problem. They've been encircled, right? What's the second problem? Why not? That's right. And why else? Yeah, that's right, okay? So they failed to mass forces, okay? Iran is a population of 90 million people. You will need at least 3 to 4 million soldiers to even think about conquering the country. They've got 100,000 in this country, okay? And as Jack says, you can't move tanks through mountains. They're not designed for mountain warfare. What are you going to do? Okay? So they can't mass forces, and they've been encircled, and what else is a problem? And this is the biggest problem. Exactly. They cannot be resupplied, okay? They have no supply lines. For them to be resupplied, airplanes have to drop ammunition, food, into the country. But again, Iran is all mountains. So it's very easy for Iranians to shoot down the airplanes. Does that make sense? When you pass through mountains, you can't see what's on the ground. A random guy with a rocket launcher can just shoot down the helicopter, okay? Which is what the Afghans did against the Soviets in the Afghanistan war. And that's why the Soviets lost the war. A drone can take down any airplanes, okay? So, in other words, these guys are trapped. You think they're soldiers, but they're not. What they really are, hostages. Okay? Does that make sense? You have too many people in the country, so you can't get them out of the country, but you don't have enough people to actually launch a strike against Tehran. You can't resupply them. And they've been encircled by Iranian forces. All right? Does that make sense? Okay? Okay. Now, the logic of having 100,000 US troops in the country is that once in the country, all the resistance to the regime will rise up and strike against Tehran. The Iranian army will mutiny against the country. Okay? That's the hope. Why do we think this won't happen. Why won't the Iranians revolt against their government? Why don't they want to revolt? That's right. Okay, so Iranians hate Americans. Okay, remember that Iranians remember the Shah. From 1953 until 1979, the Shah, the American-supported Shah, was running a brutal police state. So brutal that everyone in Iran revolted against the regime. Okay, that's number one. Why else would the Iranians not support the Americans? Why? That's the first reason. Iran has a bad history with America. Why else? Guys, which country is next door? What happened in Iraq? America destroyed Iraq, right? From 2003 into 2011, America was there destroying the country. America said that it would bring freedom, democracy. It would bring prosperity. It would bring wealth. But instead, it just destroyed the country. American soldiers were running into houses every night, pointing guns at children, destroying homes, and arresting men for no reason, okay? Iranians saw all this on TV. They heard about all this from neighbors, okay? So they know that if America comes, it's to destroy the country, not to bring freedom, democracy, not to bring prosperity, it's to destroy the country. That's why they're gonna fight, okay? And then another reason is that Iranians think that they belong to a great civilization. So they value their freedom and independence. Okay, does that make sense? They're not going to submit to a foreign conqueror. So, why else would the Iranians resist? Okay. Also religion, right? The Iranians are religious. They believe that America is Satan, and they have a duty, a religious obligation to fight Satan, okay? So for many reasons, there's just no way that the Iranian people are going to stand with America. You might have a minority, but most are going to resist, okay? Okay, so does that make sense? Okay, any questions so far? Okay, so that's a great question. Why would the Americans think that the Iranian people will rise up? And the answer is that they need to justify the invasion. Okay, does that make sense? They have to have a logical explanation for why this invasion will succeed. Because one of the criticisms against them will be like, you need 4 million people to invade Iran. They don't have 4 million soldiers. They have at most 1 million soldiers, okay, total throughout the world. They have about 60,000 in the Middle East. So they can't get 1 million soldiers. So their only explanation is, okay, well, we're going to pretend that once we invade, the people of Iran will support us. Do you understand? So it's not based on truth, but it's a explanation for why the invasion will succeed. Does that make sense? Oh, that's a great question. Okay. So that's their propaganda. But do they actually believe this? And the answer is hubris, okay? They do believe this because they have hubris. And again, it's hard because we're not in their position. But once you're in that position where you have access to nuclear weapons, when you can kill anyone in the world, when you can see everything in the world, it makes you think you're God, okay? And we remember, like last semester, we were reading the Greeks. And the Greeks believe the worst thing is hubris. Because it makes you think you're God. But you're not God. And you're going to get into a lot of trouble if you think you're God, okay? Does that make sense? Okay. All right. Any more questions? Okay. So, Trump says that Iran is 1 month from developing a nuclear bomb, right? America has been saying this for the past 10 years, okay? You just Google this, and America's like, oh, Iran is only 1 month away from a nuclear bomb. They've been saying this for the past 10 years. So, do you understand? When Trump gives his speech, there's absolutely no evidence that any of this is true, okay? But this is how he will explain the invasion. Okay? All right? And chances are that even if Tehran possess a nuclear bomb, they won't use it. Why not? That's right. The reality is that there's only one way that America can win this war against Iran, okay? They can just nuke the country. And America will do that if it has enough, if it has a pretext, okay? So nuclear weapons is something that Iran is very afraid of, okay? So does it make sense? All right. So this becomes, so American soldiers are trapped in this country. Okay? So now the question then is, wait a minute here. Why would America do something so stupid as send 100,000 soldiers into the country for no reason and get them trapped? Okay? So that's a question. And what I want to do now is make you the argument that there are two ways that we can prove or provide evidence that this is true, okay? The first is historical analysis. Historical analysis means that are there historical examples like this? Okay? Are there historical analogs? If there are, then this could be true, okay? The second method is through game theory analysis. Why would the actors who are rational do something as stupid as trap 100,000 American soldiers in Iran? All right? So we'll first do historical analysis, define historical analogs, examples, sort of similar to this. And then we'll look at game theory to sort of reason out the motivation of the actors. Okay? So let's first look at game theory. Oh, sorry. Let's first look at historical analysis. Okay. So the year is 415 BCE, okay? In Athens. Remember that we studied Thucydides, the Peloponnesian War, last semester, okay? So we will now discuss the Peloponnesian War. The year is 415 BCE. And for the past 17 years, Athens have been fighting a brutal war against Sparta, okay? It's a stalemate. And then for whatever reason, a man named Alcibiades, okay, has a suggestion. Okay, and his suggestion is to win the war against Sparta, let's go invade Sicily. And Nicias, his opponent, is like, why the hell would we want to invade Sicily? It's far away. And Alcibiades is like, well, because it has a lot of money. And if we invade the country, we can take their money. Okay? And it turned out, by making this argument, the people of Athens really support this argument, okay? Because the reason why is, war was costing them a lot of money. And they become addicted to the easy money of empire.
ندیده دشمن به خودش یک شب آرام ندیده کم کم همه جا میرسد آوای حسینی بین المللی میشود این ارث خمینی آرام و قراره همه یک کفر به هم خود بیداری اسلامی دنیا که رقم خود با ما سخن از جنگ مگو ما که نمردی ما پاسختان را به دم تیغ سپردیم از منطقه ما حذف شده واژه تسلیم در شام و عراق و یمن آماده جنگی
What's up, everybody? What's up, everybody? Glad to be back. Happy to be here. Kick is down right now. I am back in New York City, back in my setup. Just got off of a flight. Well, not just I took a nap, but I'm supposed to be in Dubai right now. Can you guys hear me? Kick is not working on my computer for some reason, but it is what it is. We're live on YouTube and Kick. I guess we'll figure it out as it goes. Put a GLM in the chat if you can hear me.
دنیا شده آماده یک جنگ جهانی دنیا شده آماده یک جنگ جهانی فریاد شیاطین جهان خار یهودی بیرون زده از حنجره شاه سعودی بیرون زده از حنجره شاه سعودی تکفیری و وهابی و داعش شده همدست اینها همه زیر سر شیطان بزرگر تا روح خدا در دل این خاک دمیده تا روح خدا در دل این خاک دمیده دشمن به خودش یک شب آرام ندیده دشمن به خودش یک شب آرام ندیده کم کم همه جا میرسد آوای حسینی بین المللی میشود این ارث خمینی آرام و قراره همه یک کفر به هم خود بیداری اسلامی دنیا که رقم خود با ما سخن از جنگ مگو ما که نمردیم ما پاسختان را به دم تیغ سپردیم از منطقه ما حذف شده واژه تسلیم در شام و عراق و یمن آماده جنگی در شام عراق و یمن آماده جنگی بر ابر حاصل بابیل ببارد بر قلب تلاوی که سجیل ببارد فردا که دم حیدری از کعبه براید فردا که دم حیدری از کعبه براید دوران معاوی صفتها به سرایت.
Match found.
Together, we'll crush them.
So, game plan. What y'all feeling? I'm down for whatever.
Just Parker.
I'll find
Enemy
you.
spotted B.
Back in a flash.
Walls up.
Get him, buddy.
Plant the spike. Plant the spike. Enemy spotted B. Round in sight.
Enemy B.
Adding shield.
Planted.
One enemy remaining.
Down.
Reloading. There. That's right. You tell
Gun
him.
here.
Dome destroyed.
Gun here. Nice work, Lon. All of you.
Look out for us, coach.
Show me a target.
I'll find you.
Who else? Water rising.
Heaven.
Dome set. Blocking fire. Weapon here.
Enemy B.
Dome set. Blocking
Reloading.
fire.
Blow him up, man.
Spike planted. Flooding vision.
Last player standing.
Busy has targets.
One enemy remaining. Clutch.
Let's go!
Breathe, then commit.
Can someone spot me?
No. Let's do what we do. Where are you? Mark one, back in a flash.
Burn the die! Water rising.
Reload time.
Target down. Plant the
Wingman's
spike.
gonna plant spike.
Spike down A.
Take hold.
Last player standing.
Their vice is one kind of plant. I'm the other.
Show yourself you can.
Enemy spotted B.
Enemy spotted B.
Right there.
There.
Dome set. Walls up.
No distractions.
Spike down B.
Units on it.
Flooding vision.
Last player standing.
When we go out there, someone dies. Carry that weight.
Do not relent.
The hunt begins.
Dropping spike.
Show me a target.
Joke's over.
Appreciate
You're
it.
dead.
Enemy spotted. Reloading. Reloading. Where are you?
Water rising.
Saw you, little homie.
Enemy spotted B.
Round in sight.
There. Spike's chicken. Thanks, little man.
Adapt or die!
Enemy B.
Dome set.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Got 3. Ultimate ready. Let's turn the die. Haha, amateurs.
Those are some crazy ass moves, coach. Shit.
I'll find you.
Focusing.
Walls up.
Enemy A.
Destabilizing.
Don't miss it too much.
Reloading.
Enemy spotted. A.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
Stunning vision.
You had your fun. My turn. Enemy A. There.
Last player standing.
Their teeth will chatter in the cold and dark.
See you on the other side.
I'll find you. My ultimate is ready. Gonna fall back
What
here.
a ride.
Line him out! I'm going in!
That's the spike, Wings. There. Spike's ticking. Thanks, little man. Careful here. Nailed. Goodbye, me.
Dome placed. Adding shield.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Drowning in sight.
Pry open their minds. Find the weakness.
Good luck.
Where are you?
Walls up.
Disappear.
My ult is ready. Wingman's planting.
Brain out mid.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings. It's all you, little homie. No distraction.
Dome set.
Enemy A.
Adding shield.
Enemy A. Sit down.
Last player standing.
I didn't bring a snack. Did anyone bring a snack?
Let's see how it goes.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Mark 2.
Reloading.
Gun here. Reloading. Enemy B. There. Our spike's down.
Spike
No
down
charge.
B.
Confirm the die!
Last player standing. Thirty seconds left.
The okay now? You all feeling good? We got this.
It's now or never.
Where are you? Reloading. Doing a thing.
Walls up.
Mosh pit.
Our spike is down.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Don't place.
Next.
Adapt or die!
Blocking fire.
Doing a thing.
Last player standing. Thirty seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Cuate.
Ten seconds left.
I got the spike.
Hey Harper, why'd you give the spike to the AFK player instead of me?
We show up now. We live later.
Reported.
Can someone spot me?
Reloading.
Stay focused.
The hunt begins.
I got the spike. My ultimate is ready. Not bad.
Don't set.
You had your fun. My turn.
Line them up!
Blocking fire.
Neutralized. Mark 2.
One enemy remaining. Long.
No, it was an ace!
After this, first round of chai is on me.
Last round before the switch.
Spend everything on this one.
It's all good. I was playing swimmy dancey games to distract.
Watch me. Need a drop.
Enemy spotted.
Gonna fall back here.
Don't place. Adding shield.
Reloading.
Water rise.
Up and away.
I'll find you.
Marked one.
The wingman's dead.
There, take them! Mark two. Bring
Too slow. Ultimate ready.
Spike is down. Last player standing. Switching sides.
Hey, loosen up. It's only life or death.
Attackers win.
Wait, what?
Match found.
Together, we'll crush them.
Practice doesn't make perfect. It makes better. It means we're going in today the best we've ever been.
Mortal
in a
rising.
Nice spike, Wings. Spike sticking.
Dome
Thanks,
set.
little man.
Weapon here. Adding shield. Flooding vision.
Defender is fine. Care.
Pardon, monsieur.
Watching here.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Right there.
There they are.
Call out sick next time, yeah?
Good work, team. I appreciate y'all, for real.
Watching here.
Stay in the
Harbor, aren't you like gold that season? You need to get some kills to be a team,
Be
don't
right
you?
back.
walls up. Careful there. Drowning sight.
Nice and slow now.
Reloading.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings. Here.
Dome placed. Blocking fire. Weapon here.
Multiple enemies mid. Enemy spotted mid.
Away with you. Enemy mid.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I hit it, like ISO a little bit. Nice.
Glad you can trust in a team again, Harbor. Let's get to work. Bravo.
Careful here. Aram se. Don't place. Right there.
Reloading. Someone's there. Wingman's gonna plant spike.
One enemy remaining.
Spike sticking. Thanks, little man.
Gun here. Hitting the brakes. Didn't want to join your friends, huh?
Anyone feel bad for the other team? At this point, it's only natural.
Gun here.
Here.
Gun here.
They are making this simple.
Doing a thing.
Stop it down. Walls up.
Enemy spotted A.
Reloading.
Weapon here.
Reloading.
Dome set.
Here. Watching here.
Planted. My ult ready.
Dizzy's up top. Somebody's there. You?
One enemy remaining.
As far as duels go, not bad. Weapon here. Conflict is not my first choice, but that choice was made.
Reloading.
Here. Right there.
Watching here.
Don't miss. Water rising. Here, rounding sight. Ultimate ready.
Reloading.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings. Ration ready.
Right there.
One enemy remaining.
Backside, backside.
You were barely worth the effort. Gonna have to teach their omen that there's nothing brave about hiding in the shadows.
Yeah, could I get the orb? Thank you. Watch out, box.
You disappoint me. Our spike's down.
Water rising.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
My city needs me. I can't be away for long. Let's end this quickly.
They are so dead.
Well, I'm gonna go in bed if you guys don't mind.
Who will I spot first?
Don't miss me too much.
Walls up.
There's a guy in nest.
Enemy A. Line him up! I'm going in!
Still in sight.
Got mid, I got mid.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Outside. Nice!
They're nothing to me.
Yo, did you see Reina? It was unstoppable.
I can buy for you. Back in a flash.
Walls up!
Wingman's planting.
Spike sticking. Thanks, little man. I don't think so.
Don't place.
Mid. Back.
Fire in the hole!
One enemy remaining.
They think they're the best until we prove them wrong.
Gun here.
Can someone spot me? Shukriya. Thank you.
Merci.
Watch me. Be right back.
Dizzy's up top.
Water rising.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
Running vision.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings.
Enemy spotted. A.
Dome set.
You will not kill my allies!
Let's turn the die.
Enemies mid.
Last player standing. Clutch.
These new friends of ours are not too friendly.
It's now or never.
There. Don't miss it
Flooding
too
vision.
much. East. Enemy spotted. Mid. Slow down.
Kill confirmed.
Crash is ready. There. Enemy spotted. Next. Teleport's gone. Dizzy has targets. Plant the spike, Wings.
Water rising.
One enemy remaining.
Spike sticking. Thanks, little man.
Dome set.
On site.
Don't mess with my crew.
Blocking fire.
The symphony of death. Don't worry. You get used to it.
placed.
Enemy spotted. Wingman.
Last player standing. Spike down A. Last round in the half.
Buy the best guns you can.
Reloading.
Does anyone have funds?
Show yourself you can.
I got the orb.
Walls up.
Gonna fall back here.
Don't set.
Spike down A.
Drowning sight.
One enemy remaining.
Your journey ends here. No charges.
Switching sides.
Vibe check, we feeling good?
Hope so, hope so.
Don't place.
Enemy spotted. Enemy B.
Bye-bye.
I have them. So long.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Spike is mid. Enemy spotted mid.
30 seconds left.
Here.
I'll send flowers. Reloading. Take a minute. Focus on your breathing. Helps with your aim.
Bonne chance, mes amis.
Dome set.
Die. Enemy spotted mid.
Adding shield.
Enemy spotted mid.
Spike down A.
Dome set.
One
Adding
enemy
shield.
remaining.
Flooding vision.
Reloading.
Spike is A.
destroyed.
Match point.
Stamp out their last breath.
Don't blink.
Enemy spotted me.
Water rising. Flooding vision.
Dizzy's up.
Someone's there.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Couldn't just be friends.
Defenders win.
I thought they'd have more to offer. How foolish of me.
Match found.
I am the beginning. I am the end.
You know what? If one of those lookalikes came over here and pretended to be one of you, I'm not sure I'd be able to tell the difference.
Too bad. Be right back.
Cover going out. Plant the spike.
One enemy remaining.
Here.
I think I heard
Spike
it.
planted.
Blinding.
Bye-bye.
Yo, let him mace, let him mace, let him mace. Let him mace.
Ace.
Nice.
Sorry. I couldn't help myself.
Hey, that was cool.
As one. No peeking.
Doing a thing.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
There's that.
Someone's there. Wingman's gonna plant spike.
Enemy spotted. B.
Spike planted.
Is anyone flanking? Is all three there?
No, outside.
Go.
Or mid. Mid. Nice.
Might TP up though. Go.
Nah, he's a coward. 0 chance.
Definitely did a TP.
One enemy remaining.
I feel the strain. Block it out, Omen. I am everywhere.
Be careful of the Phoenix flash. Be careful of the Phoenix flash.
Drop in a smoke.
Don't miss me too much.
Cover going out.
No peeking.
Shadows traveling.
Enemy spotted. A.
Opponent's
Reloading.
Stealing sight.
Plant the spike.
Wings.
No charges.
here. Yeah.
Too slow.
Line him up.
One enemy remaining.
Gonna fall back here.
Gun here.
Enemy spotted.
Shadows traveling.
Reloading.
Reckon we're just better, aye?
Gun here. Gun here.
Wait, how are you playing?
More of the same, yeah?
How are you playing Val? Like, look at his name.
Doing a thing.
Dropping smokes.
Cover going out.
Ubuntu's Linux operating system. You can only play Valorant on Windows.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings.
Yeah, I got a Vandal on my body. Omen, protect my Vandal.
Blinded.
The other Omen's gonna come to the Vandal.
My ultimate is ready.
Slow down. Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Sage, the life you give. Do you ever wonder where it's taken from?
Can someone get this?
Okay, coach, you should look by me.
Thank you. I can buy for you.
I need
Hey,
this.
what do you mean?
Thank you.
What do you mean, like, you weren't able to play, but don't you need TPM 2.0 and secure boot to play?
No.
Oh, it just happened.
Not another step.
No.
Cover going out.
My ultimate is ready.
No, don't follow me.
Got him. Rush is ready.
Our spike is down.
Spike down A.
Go shoot.
Last player standing.
Oh, I hate this game.
No one's gonna give you what you want. Work for it.
Snuff them out.
Dropping smoke. There. Gonna fall back
Cover
here.
going out. Stealing sight.
Out.
Shadows traveling.
Joke's over! You're dead!
There.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate is ready. Didn't want to join your friends, huh?
Viewers don't get a reset button, so stay alive, please. All right, muckers, off we go.
Shadows traveling.